Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling.
Keep
since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you.
Los, komm, steig drauf. Das Leben ein Traum. Los, komm, steig drauf. Ja.
Das Leben ein Traum.
Kein Geld, kein Stress, wir regeln das. Luxus-Vibes, als wärst du auf der Segelyacht. Low Budget, High Class, Tasse statt Weinglas. Denk nicht viel nach, wir machen es einfach. Let's go. Seid ihr sicher, die Clique ist down? Ziehen Blicke auf uns, alle ticken jetzt aus. Die ganzen Kids in der City stehen drauf und rollen, rollen, rollen. Droppen Banger, schlagen mittendrin auf. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruisen auf Scootern, fahren ans Ufer. Immer Open End, weil die Stadt niemals zu hat. Wasser schimmert Gold, wir machen was wir wollen. Doch die Kassen sind nie voll. Egal was soll's. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruise mit, baby. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Los, komm, los, komm, los, komm. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick, yeah. Kick stark, baby, lass ihn nicht nach, baby. Kick stark, baby, lass ihn nicht nach. Kick stark, baby, lass ihn nicht nach, baby. Kick stark, baby, lass ihn nicht nach.
knows she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and twists her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With her high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. When she puts her squeeze on me, it's enough to drive me to my knees. She don't need no diamond ring. All she ever wants is the real thing. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of her eyes and perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Since I found my little robo girl. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world.
When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together, we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. We won't take it all for granted. We're gonna live in the moment and have a good time. It's all we ever wanted.
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another season of DreamLeague. That's right, it's finally here. DreamLeague Season 22 is upon us, folks. We've got a lot more Dota, 16 teams, $1 million, and a whole haul of DPC points. Most importantly, Winter, a lot of good Dota ahead of us over the next, what is this, 2 weeks? It's about a 2-week event, isn't it? Group stage 1, I should say, only over the next 4 days. But it's exciting to be back, isn't it? A new patch of Dota, new tournament. It's good to be alive.
New patch is always fun. Teams gathering around, figuring out new ideas, new ways to play the game, new item builds, new skill builds to abuse the game, and everybody's trying to figure out who can actually get the upper hand in small little things and trying to prove that my idea is better than your idea. Your idea is dog shit, your idea is terrible, I have the better idea, I have the smarter brains on my team, and I'm gonna beat your ass, you know.
All right, Winter, chips on the table. What's your fresh idea right now for 735C? What are you cooking over there in Cocina de Winter?
Mage Slayer feels like it's still okay on certain heroes. It's definitely not a go-to on everybody right now, but on specific heroes like Dragon Knight, heroes that really benefit from it, I think it's still good. But other heroes, I feel like if you have another build that is actually more useful, more utility build, I think sometimes it's better to get, like, for example, like get a 4-star, get a Solar Crest, instead of just mindlessly just building Mage Slayer on everybody.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we'll see what kind of utilization and pickup rate that item has. You know, obviously, big patch right between what was our last turn? Bet Boom Dacha, right? Was probably our last big one, and then heading into this one now, we'll see how things change. You know, a big old tournament we're heading into now, Winter, right? This is one of, I believe, 2 Dream Leagues that we have in this circuit. We've already had a couple events in this circuit. We've already had the qualifiers even for ESL Birmingham, so lots going on in this ESL Pro Tour. If you are a bit confused now that things are a little bit more Wild West again with all the tournaments, not to fear, guys. We do have Shiver here to explain just a little bit more and set up what this tournament is all about.
Team Spirit are the champions here at DreamLeague Season 21. They take games against Gated Gladiators.
DreamLeague is back once again, and this is the first big test of strength for many of these new rosters. And they're looking to set the bar high at the start of their 2024 ESL Pro Tour. We have the 16 best teams in the world, all ready to earn points for Rehab Masters and for their share of the $1 million prize pool. This season is split into 3 stages: Group Stage 1, Group Stage 2, and the playoffs. The first stage is set into 2 groups, with some teams having fought tooth and nail through the open qualifiers, and others riding off their dominance in Kuala Lumpur. We have some fresh faces this season, and some familiar ones, all reinvigorated with the passion and energy of competing. The last time we met these teams, their world was thrown upside down. Now, with more time to strategize, they've designed their vision and concocted drafts that would make even alchemists jealous.
Mix that up special for you. And now they decide to get. Oh my God! He blew them up, so they have enough damage to bring the rest of them down. Oh dear God! What did it say? Try it, but it's not good enough. He's taking a direction.
We're excited to see what the teams are going to show us here at DreamLeague Season 22.
Excited what the teams are going to be able to show us. Excited what the Dota has in store for us. And Winter, excited already to see how things are going to be shaking out, you know, ahead of a very excited year for the ESL Pro Tour, the EPT. That is for everyone, right? Shiver mentioned already a haul of money, right? 1 million USD up for grabs at this event, but let's not forget those EPT points as well, which do determine your invite slots. They determine whether or not you have to go through qualifiers, what your seeding in qualifiers is. These points are very important. Even once you start getting down to the eliminated and group stages, 100 points here or there might end up making quite a big difference down the line.
Yeah, I mean, last year we had a couple of close shaves, and you definitely don't want to be in that position. You want to make sure that you secure your spot as easily as you can, and make sure you don't have to play the qualifiers, go to the tournaments, get those points, and get to the major events.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because you take a look at where these these points are distributed now. Obviously, we have a very Eastern, Western, and Chinese-based tournament, NASA, and our home region here, Winter C, not very highly represented in this kind of a tournament as well. Hopefully, we do start to see that change. But here we can see our group stage number 1 of 2. So, Winter, we are going to have 4 teams eliminated from each group. So, we're already having the groups after these 4 days, plus any tiebreakers that remain. We did just see on our previous slide, though, and it's important to note that there is a difference in pricing still between, bottom 2, between top 2, bottom 8 and then bottom 6 have different prize pool distribution, and importantly the EPT point distribution, right? So something to keep in mind here for the regions especially who are really struggling. It'd be nice to get Aurora into that top 8 threshold so that we can get another C team represented.
Yeah, it definitely would be nice for SEA, but right now it doesn't look good, for our SEA teams. They're going to have to figure things out, try to fix things, try to make some changes, because they don't have a lot of time with the schedule being as it is. Every month there's a qualifier, there's open qualifiers, there's closed qualifiers, there's LANs. You don't really have much time to just take things slowly.
Yep, gotta make things happen here and now. And well, for Aurora, actually, they are playing here on the stream a little bit later on today as we take a peek at our schedule. You can see here, you're on the Storm stream here, folks. So if you're here for Falcons and AR, well, you're in the right place. But if you're trying to see Shopify Rebellion and get Shopified, you can see them taking on Aurora on this channel a bit later. In the second half of the day, Heroic versus G2IG. And then finally wrapping us up, we are going to get Shopified yet again with Team Secret taking on Shopify Rebellion. So it's all well and good. Winter, your favorite match here on this stream, if you have to choose one?
It's definitely going to be our opening match, the Falcons teams against the newly revamped Azure. I think that's going to be the game to watch, at least for me. Like 2 teams with very, very different styles clashing together, new rosters. AR, they have a different roster compared to ESL One Kuala Lumpur 2 months ago when they won. So now they have, back Faith Bian. They have FY, obviously. They also have Ori in their mid position, and Tiaming and Lo are the ones reprising their old role.
Yeah, you were going on about how you're such a big fan of FY, both in and out of game. If you could explain a little bit of why that is, Winter.
He's the guy that won the most handsome player award in China. I think he won it once before. They had like a fan vote on eGamers, or I don't remember, it was just across the board all games or just Dota in general. And he's also a player that has a very high risk, high reward playstyle, which is I'm a very big fan of. On the position 4, I always like my roaming supports making plays, jumping around, making a lot of unbelievable stuff happen on the map when everything seems bleak and lost, and there you go, your position 4 player just jumping in, saving the game. That's the kind of Dota I want.
Right, playing aggressive, in your face, kind of unexpected and seemingly out of position, right, is a lot of the things I would also use to describe one of our Falcons players as we introduce them. And that is, of course, Amar, ATF. Ever since his basically splash on the scene back in the days of the creep wave, he has always just been carry from the off. He had a very brief stint of mid at the very early on in his career, but ever since then has been in that off lane. I mean, this guy is, to me, almost the epitome of high risk, high reward.
Yeah, he's also a player that makes new trends, creates new trends. He doesn't just follow what other people are doing. He has his own way of playing the game. He's a trendsetter. He starts something, everybody looks at, oh my god, that's actually so broken, and everybody just follows you. And that's what you want from your off-lane play, or any of your core players, for if that matters for the team. You want the player that has new ideas. You want players to have the courage to try out new stuff and be confident with it, and Amar's your player here.
Absolutely. I also, there's that article about how Creepwave, that old team, has silently dominated the scene. You've got Amar and, of course, Mallorin, actually, a part of that squad. Our content team had the opportunity to catch up with Crit and Mallorin and hear a little bit about their thoughts ahead of this tournament.
I think Mallorin being such a new person in the scene definitely brings it's a different perspective. I know that he feeds into our experience a lot, and it also goes the other way. Like, it's nice for us to have somebody that challenges like the way that we think.
I would say probably the first thing, I must be patient during the game. It's like the main goal in our games whatever like it goes, how it goes, it doesn't matter. We must stay calm and make the clean decisions.
Staying calm, making key decisions, always going to be very important. This was the squad, if I'm not mistaken, that played that 2-hour plus game versus Gaming Gladiators. Obviously a very different version, right? I believe. But, you know, those kinds of decision makings, this team, this young team as well at heart, able to make those comebacks. I mean, it's always a lot of fun to see these kind of young players and these young teams succeed, right? Because, of course, I don't think we've mentioned it yet. In case you've somehow been underneath the Dota rock, this is the team that is coming in as the reigning champions from Betboom Dacha, right? So this is probably the team to beat right now of the tournament.
Yeah, I think they are one of the few favorites for sure. You know, I wouldn't say that they are the strongest favorites, the biggest favorites, just after one LAN win, but they're definitely up there. You know, they've done really well. They've shown a lot of improvements in terms of drafts, in terms of team cohesion, and they have a very, very interesting way of playing as a team. You know, so everybody's definitely looking at their replays and trying to understand what are they prioritizing in the game.
Taking a bit of a different turn here as we look towards his opponent, AR. You did bring up the roster changes, right? Obviously a different team that was able to make that reverse sweep a couple months ago in ESL 1 KL. What do you think about this new roster? They were playing in a tournament right before this, I believe. But
yeah,
what are your thoughts about
week.
that as we jump into our first draft?
They didn't really have a very good showing there. They lost to Extreme Gaming 2-1. I think there was 6th and 7th place. Please check. Yeah, they lost to Extreme Gaming 2-1. They are fifth. They end up in 5th to 8th place. Not the best showing for them, you know. Now there's a new patch, so they have to try to figure things out. I mean, the patch didn't really change a lot of stuff in the game, and it definitely just nerfed the overpowered stuff. The Shivas, the Mage Slayer, obviously some heroes got some nerfs, you know, like Venge, for example. Venge got a pretty big nerf. But overall, the way that you are strategizing and playing around the game is, I think, very, very similar.
Let's talk about this strategy a little bit as we take a look at Team Falcons, how they open up the draft. I believe if I saw our pop-up correctly, they did have priority, won the toss, meaning, and they chose first pick, right? So they wanted to get this first pick, and the hero that they chose with it is the Doom. I mean, seems like a pretty strong hero in general. Do you have any ideas on that opening, Winter? Any thoughts or choosing first pick in general?
I think first pick is just my preferred pick as well, like compared to second pick. I feel like first pick, it's the biggest benefit is you have the last ban in the first phase into the pick, you know, so I think that's always a very, very powerful thing. I mean, sure, you have 3 bans compared to the 4, but I think the overall first pick is just much more valuable nowadays because there's a lot of very, very good heroes, and you can easily plan the draft around it, like something like a Doom or Chen, whatever hero that you want to open with. And having the overall last pick doesn't feel like it's as useful as before because there's so many extra bans right now, and a lot of the teams are just getting very, very good at drafting that you don't really have that overall 24 pick that's just gonna destroy the whole draft, you know. That doesn't really happen nowadays, so I feel like the overall first pick is just more valuable in my opinion.
Taking a look at some of our most popular picks here in the first couple of days of this patch, at least in the Immortal pubs. This Tiny is a breakthrough pick. I think he might be, I mean, he's not the most picked, but he is got a very respectable win rate in general, very highly rated here. Alongside your Io, your Brewmaster, your Treant. Any of those heroes banned? Not quite yet. I do just want to quickly also note, how could I forget, we do see a couple of Amara heroes getting banned now by AR, right? So this Timbersaw, the Amara Classic, the Razor, which Falcons utilized very heavily during their Betboom run, also being removed from the pool.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if this Tiny's main purpose is to deal with the Doom, because there's no way you can save the target, right? So maybe you can toss him away and reposition him, your teammate out of harm's way, you know? Because Doom is always this hero that every time there's a patch, you know, people think, oh, Doom is like no good anymore, but then people still figure out how to abuse it. This hero is just too strong, you know? I think even with the nerfs in the current patch, it's just very minor, you know. They nerfed the move speed of the Scorch Earth, a little bit of the duration on the ultimate, so it scales, but I feel like the hero overall, what he does in the early game is just it's still roughly the same. He's very, very strong in the team fights. He runs around basically max move speed, killing everybody, pretty decent in the lane with Devour. and with the right support can also be a very aggressive laner. So I think the hero is still very valuable for sure. You need to find a way to deal with the Doom, because you can't really regen, you can't really heal, so there's not many ways of sure you can TP out, but he has stuns, he has a creep, so it's not that easy to get away with it. And AR picked a Lash, into the Doom, so that's also something that I'm quite interested to see how it's going to work out. Lash did get he got a pretty
nice buff,
right?
honestly.
Let me see the buff.
Edict buff, plus 4 damage per explosion on Edict, so that's pretty nice. And then the activation cost on Pulse Nova is now scaling.
I feel like he's still countered by the Doom somewhat, because you kind of rely on your Bloodstone active, so now maybe you have to try to play around it, I guess. I mean, the silence is annoying too.
This could be a little bit of a mental pick, because if I'm not mistaken, I believe Crit tweeted right after 735C was dropped. He was like, an unbelievable patch. I can't believe they only buffed the Leshrac out of all these heroes. And here it is immediately. AR will be able to I'll pick it up now as the Falcons look into their second phase. This Hoodwink and this Maiden. Hoodwink, one of the most picked heroes right now. I think the contest rate, 74%, ends up really sneaking through. Most picked hero right behind.
Maiden is like only Falcons that prioritize it a lot. Like, not many teams pick this hero. I think the hero has a lot of potential for sure. It works with certain cores. I think that every time you pick Maiden, you need to make sure that the cores can utilize the aura, can utilize the aggressive playstyle. I think one thing I would like to talk about Maiden is the lane. You need some carry to enable you in the lane. Like, I think Falcon's carry Skitter, his hero pool usually can allow Snaking to succeed with all these greedier heroes. Like, he's been playing CM, he's been playing the Mirana, the Chen. All these heroes, you need a different type of carry hero to enable the CM in the lane. Like, for example, with CM, you kind of want like a Elk or a Naga, something that can enable you in the lane. You don't want to be laning with a Terrorblade, for example. And for AR, they're going to go for the anti-mage here. I guess they see this as the way to deal with the Doom. So you can just pop your passive and just try to deal with the Doom that way. But when the Doom gets Aghanims, then that's not going to be useful anymore.
Right. It's also kind of an interesting pick, because even though you do have the int hero here with the Maiden, she has a horrendous int gain and a base mana pool, hence her what's it called, her mana ability. I always forget the one, Crystal Essence, or I forgot the name of it. But
Arcane Aura?
Arcane Aura, thank you, yes. So there's no really big mana bomb on Team Falcons yet. But obviously getting a pick through for the lane, it's also kind of interesting. Well, I guess you might still see another. I mean, Amar's a great Slardar player, right? It forced your Doom mid, but I'm wondering what AR are thinking.
So maybe this Lash is a support. That's why they pick it into the Doom. They think that the Lash, with all the buffs that he got, he can actually be played as a support. It's a pretty strong laner with the buffs, like with Lightning Storm. I think it's a good laner. So maybe you can put Lash on a position 5 and you just babysit the carry.
So the only Lesh support build I've been seeing has been from Slasher, who released a video on it, I think, in the last patch. And yeah, he was going on about how you want to go Lightning Storm, but basically Edict and just harass and just run people down. With the new buff, perhaps that's actually what we're going to end up seeing. I don't really know, as I believe we see Malloran's hero now for Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, the Pango just a very, very strong hero still, don't think he got any, I don't think he got any nerfs here.
No,
I mean, Mage Slayer is kind of
to the hero.
Yeah, in an indirect nerf, but you don't really see Pangos buy it all the time. I mean, he's more of a I mean, I guess the Disperser nerf is kind of direct to Pango. But it's not
the diffusal
the
mana cost. Not a big
it's
deal.
Not the biggest deal. I mean, you have CM, I guess.
True. Yeah, you've got the CM in your game. That's for sure. I'm wondering, Winter, what you think. This is a small change in the grand scheme of things, and what wasn't a huge patch, right? So I think it's still very relevant. But the active from BKB, right, Avatar, did get its magic resist buffed by 10%. Yeah, so I'm wondering
finally,
what you think
they made
about
it
that.
Similar with the Lion Shot and BKB.
Right, they finally made everything equal. I still think the only exceptions to this now are Jug Spin and Life Stealer Rage.
Jug Spin is what, 80%?
I think so, yeah. And same thing with Rage. I believe it's pretty up there.
10 seconds remaining.
But You just think it's fair? You think it's a good change? Will
think
we
it should
start
be.
seeing more BKBs on offlaners,
I mean,
especially?
it should be fair, you know. People are like just buying what people buy Shroud, Shivas, and everything. It's just a nice small little tweak, you know, to try to make it so that it's an item that you would at least consider, you know. After nerfing like pipe so much, you know, you don't really have other magic resist solution apart from the Shroud, you know. So I think it's a nice move there, you know. That's a slight change that I would say that it's very nice for the game. So the Troll ban, which is a very, very strong carry still, you know. I think Troll also, he kind of got an indirect buff because they heavily buff SMY. I think people will just buy Manta all the time, but Manta also got kind of a slight buff because they reduced the cost of Yasha by what, 200 gold, 250 gold. So I think Troll is still a very, very strong hero for sure. So it's a nice ban. It's a good call-to-call matchup against Anti-Mage because you can always finish the game very, very quickly before the AM comes online. In the Naga ban as well, it's very nice. I mentioned how well you synergize with the CM, and it's also very good at dealing with the RP. His song to nullify the RP.
Right, to kind of reset. Yeah, I see that. Lets your Doom kind of get in position to you know, hopefully cast an impactful spell, stops the Tiny from countering. Yeah, it's a good ban.
I mean, let's see if they go for, I guess, Faceless Void still in the pool. If you want to have a call-to-call matchup against AM, so it's nice to have the Chronosphere. That you can kind of throw spells into it. I mean the Hoodwing, I guess not, maybe Pango's not the best, you know, with the Chrono, but it's still decent with Swashbuckle. I mean, you can't roll into the Chrono, but I think it's still a reasonable selection here. He did get nerfed. Wait, what was the nerf? They nerfed the time dilation, was it?
Oh no, did they? My build.
Yeah, they nerfed the time dilation slow. I mean, it's the slow progression.
Oh, that's a pretty big nerf. Honestly, that's a pretty big nerf. Because even, I mean, obviously my Faceless Void support is a big meme. Let's dispatch that for a second. But that hurts because you'd get the 1 value point, and against certain laners, it was basically a free harass, if not a kill mechanism. And that's not something that AM has been really famous for previously, right? But low key, this guy kind of hits pretty hard with that.
It makes you have to max the spell because people are just leaving it at one point and taking stats, you know.
10 seconds remaining.
So maybe I guess that changes a lot about the hero in the lanes, but they're gonna go for Slug, which is also like a hero that can enable CM. Like, he's a very aggressive laner. You want to go for kills in the lane. I think particularly with CM, you want to carry that and go for kills with you. So Slug's perfect for that, and he can deal with the RP. But he's not that great against anti-mage. I would say the call to kill matchup. You have a specific time. You need to end the game before it goes to ultra late, because AM is just gonna blink on you, burn all your mana, use his Aghanim Scepter to just throw illusions, burn all your mana. When Slug has no mana, you're pretty useless in the team fight. And Enigma also another counter towards the Slug. And the other thing I like about the Enigma here is it gives Doom another hero that he has to consider dooming, you know, like you don't want the Doom to, okay, I just need to doom the AM and win the game, you know. With Enigma in the game, you also have to consider dooming him. Wait, so it's not a support left, so probably Enigma support?
Yeah, it is.
So Enigma support did get some nerfs.
So that's what I was wondering.
On the stun. They nerfed the stun, what, cast range? Was it the cast range? I think it was something with the cast range.
Yeah, cast range is now scaling, that's right. So you no longer feel as safe. I think that's kind of a big change, right? Because when you're trading with your Eidolons, it means you got to get closer. Yeah.
It's pretty big for the lane.
Yeah, cast range really makes a big difference. I think you start noticing that on things like what has like a longer range when you level it up more, like Mana Drain, quite famously, Swashbuckle, right? Like all these things end up being really hard to cast early on, and that's when it's exactly relevant. So we were thinking maybe this is going to be something a little bit crazy, right? Maybe this is going to be this support Lesh, but it's just a regular old mid Lesh. How do you see it faring here into the Pangolier especially?
I mean, for sure he's gonna have a good lane, you know, against Pango. It's a melee hero. Any melee hero against Slash, you're gonna take a lot of harass from the Lightning Storm into the stun, or even when you're last hitting, he can just stun you without using the Lightning Storm, and you're gonna always cough a lot of damage, you know. So take a lot of harass. You're gonna have to, I think, rely on the supports to refill your bottle. And I think something that you need to highlight is when you look at the drafts, you always want to look at how the two supports can play with the mid hero. I think whenever it comes to like the first 15 minutes of the game, you see like the 3 heroes moving around, and then there's going to be a lot of 3v3 happening, and you want to look at who has the better 3v3 heroes. You know, at Team Falcons, they have CM Hoodwink with the Pango, and whereas for AR, they have the Leshrac with Enigma plus Tiny. I would say the Leshrac with Enigma Tiny is a lot more dependent on their levels, and obviously getting a dagger on Tiny is relatively important. And you compare that to Falcon support, the CM and Hoodwink, they basically don't really need anything, you know. They just need to show up, control the runes, and even without items, they offer a lot of especially damage, you know, in terms of spell damage to those 3v3 fights. And when you look at the AR 3 heroes, the Lash with the Tiny and especially the Enigma doesn't really offer a lot when it comes to those type of fights, you know.
I agree, especially without levels, right, to say the least, right? Whereas compared to Falcons, against an AM, a Root is a very powerful ability, even if he does have Counterspell, right? That aside, that can be very strong. Crit as well, with an unblockable form of, lockdown, right? With that... oh my goodness, I'm blanking on the Bushwhack. Thank you. we are paused, by the way, in game, which is I was trying to pay attention to some of these reactions. There's Crit, right? The Hoodwink extraordinaire.
Yeah, one of the best Hoodwink players around. It's definitely, if you want to learn the hero, he's one of those players that you can watch out. Look at his replays. He's very good at abusing those cast range when you get a bit scurry along the tree lines and just getting those initiations for the team. I mean, this hero is very, very fun to play. Very strong in the lane, you deal a lot of damage, and late game you scale. What more can you ask on a support hero?
Yeah, exactly. I was just taking a look around. It seems like they are boot camping over on the side of Falcons. I believe they usually boot camp from Turkey. If I'm not mistaken, at least when I was watching Skitter's stories, that's where they were going to boot camp. And I don't really quite know. I mean, I assume AR, obviously not playing from home, but I do wonder where they're all set up, as we still have a small disconnect. And finally, Lou back in the game. We should be getting started here very shortly. Stronger level 1 here, Winter. Any level 1 fights that we're going to get to look forward to?
I mean, AR has an Enigma. Enigma's not very useful at level 1.
Nope, it's not.
I mean, if you look at the Falcon side, they have Scorch Earth. I mean, CM Nova. I mean, those are very, very big spells at level 1. AR, I think the strongest thing you have at level 1 is probably the stun from Tiny. I think that's it. And you don't really also want to learn stun at level 1 if you can help it. You want to go to your lane with your tree grab and try to trade and last hit, get the range creep. So if you have the skill stun, it definitely doesn't feel that great in the lane. So probably you see the AR team try to avoid, having level 1 fights, I think, because you have Enigma, and like I said, Tiny doesn't want to learn stun. So probably you start the game, you smoke out. Maybe you smoke, okay, maybe you don't smoke. You try to place wards on both the rivers, and you try to avoid confrontation at level 1. I think that's your game plan if you're AR. And for Falcons, they are going to be out to look for blood. You want that first blood for your Pango, or even better, first blood for your Slug, so you get some permanent stats.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially for Skitter, right? You want to, like you were saying earlier, Falcons definitely want to play a bit more adhering to a faster tempo, right? Not necessarily some zoo kind of push early, but, the prospect of a late game.
At the same time, late game is still good, They have pretty good late game
it's
with
not bad.
Doom.
It's not
Doom
bad,
is always
but
crazy late game.
Certainly, and Slark can be really annoying with like an Ags and a Disperser, right? How do you lock him down? But you look at the other side, and you've got some pretty
RP,
good effective lockdown. RP, Skewer, Toss, from Blink Toss into a Lesh who's just ton of damage. You can poke very effectively with this lineup as well with the AM, right? So, I especially when he has Ags, right?
I mean, imagine if you really get Toss by the Tiny, so the Magnus is behind, he's waiting for you, he tosses to the Magnus, the Magnus skewers you, that's like 2 screens away.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying, And then you get RP'd, you're behind tier 4 towers when you were just trying to siege high ground, your Doom Pango, they can reach
siege
you.
High ground, Richie, they have a Slug and Doom, they're not going to siege high ground, they're going to kill you until you just hand in the white flag, and give up, They're just going to run around the map, killing you, get the stacks until you can't take it.
That's a really strong point that AR have going for them, though. Their high ground defense is pretty darn effective here between, you know, the before I mentioned repositioning.
Yeah, and Falcons are going to put themselves in a position where they're going to take control of the game with the night vision from Slug. Make sure that the AM doesn't have a lot of room to farm, and just wait for pickoffs. Pick off until you build a lead and build a substantial lead, and then you go for high ground. I feel like they don't even need to like rush, even though it's a slug against anti-mage, but I don't think they are in any hurry to rush to finish the game. You know, as long as you're controlling the map, you're making sure that there's only a limited amount of space for the AM to cut waves and farm jungle. I feel like they are still in a very good spot, you know, if they can actually control the map in that way. Because you have Hoodwink, right? Hoodwink is one of the best heroes to actually catch out AM cutting waves, you know, because you can scurry around the tree line and just initiate, and the Doom TPs in, or even the Doom gets a Shadow Blade, you know, if he feels like he needs to, and you catch the AM. And obviously when you have the Aghanim Scepter, you don't really care about the counter spell, so that's going to make it even harder for the AM. So I think they have the tools, you know, if the game goes late.
That's true. That's true. I think very core to your argument is that Amar is going to go for the Ag Scepter, right? Because even I see the strength against that, especially against all the lockdown. How you can't get close, you can't black hole, you can't toss, you can't RP skewer a doomed Doom. It's so funny. If Doom is doomed, you can't really do much to him, right? Even these counterspell illusions aren't going to be really, the blink fragments are not going to be really that amazing. So yeah, I mean, I think that's a strong point that you bring up, but I'm just wondering, like, yeah, you've got good catch. These guys can certainly get it done, but I just see still a way in this game for AR, if and perhaps when things look a little bit difficult for them out of the laning stage into the early game, where you have this Slark Night Vision, you have this scurried Hoodwink, right? You have got this Maiden joining the fights, and the Slark just kind of farming, getting kills, getting his essence online, right? Maybe there's still a way for AR to hold for high ground, to sneak around the map on Lu and get some farm in. Like, I don't think it's I don't know. I think it's still going to be rather hard for Falcons. I think especially against a disciplined team like this AR, things might get hard.
And I wonder what's the build for the Slug here. Are you still going to go Mage Slayer against the Lash? Or maybe it's SNY like a first item on this hero now after Falcon Blade or Diffusal? I feel like those are the things I want to see, you know. Because SNY is good against a lineup where they have a lot of very long stuns or just stuns, you know, in general. And you look at Tiny, Lash, and Magnus. I mean, sure, Black Hole doesn't really care about that, but those three heroes have a lot of very big CC control spells, you know. So SNY has a lot of value in this type of scenario. And we haven't really seen anyone buy that item for like a long time. I don't even remember seeing any hero buy that item. Like, people that actually want to buy that item is probably just like a troll.
Yeah, I mean, other than troll, I'm trying to
maybe Gyro
Life
sometimes.
Stealers.
Yeah,
Life
I mean,
Stealers?
yeah. I've seen that sometimes.
I see what you mean. Because a lot of the times it is kind of just this item that feels like if you ever want to buy it, you want to buy it for its parts.
Yeah,
like
but
you'll get a Manta.
It can't be worse than Meteor Hammer, right?
Oh my God. Dude, Meteor Hammer. Oh goodness, we are still paused and waiting to get underway, folks. We do apologize, but hopefully we'll get going here shortly. Which is why, Winter, it's time for me to tell you about the first time I tried my Faces Void support strat and went for a Meteor Hammer. That Kaya, man, just such an awkward build-up. You think about other Meteor Hammer builders, like who are not, you know, support Faceless Voids. A lot of offlaners, right, who wanted to put more tower pressure, who traditionally didn't have the best tower pressure mechanism.
You're talking about the old Meteor Hammer, right? Not the
I'm talking about old Meteor Hammer, right? Not current Meteor Hammer. That's right. But buyers of old Meteor Hammer were sometimes offlaners because it was not core on like anyone, right? Like once the OD meme build died, no one really had a core item build that consisted of Meteor Hammer. But sometimes you'd see it on offlaners.
Tide and Mars.
Tide? Well, again, I still would say that was situational. I think it was viable for against heroes like Anaga or something, where like you want to push her tower, you want to push her into the less efficient part of the map, you know, blah blah blah. But even then, I feel like those heroes might have wanted to go for other more efficient items for them, depending on the game, right? But now, I don't even know. Let me check some stats. I don't know if this item's even been purchased in this patch professionally.
I've seen it on Nyx. I think recently I had a game. It was terrible. my teammate bought a meteor hammer on Nyx. I'm like, no, this is no bueno. You know, this is terrible. It is so terrible.
That almost makes sense, but even still, like you say, I just don't really think that's gonna be what you want to go for.
Why would I get the hammer? If I want to kill heroes, I'll just get a Dagon. If I want the Kaya, I'll get what? Kaya Yasha or Kaya Sage? Why would I get? I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just weird, you know, the way they changed the item. I don't even feel like anybody really wants to touch the item right now. It's just that bad. I mean, he got buffed, right? The cost went down? Let me see. The cost went down 200 gold.
I mean, it's still such an expensive item, though, honestly. Like, I just think an item like Meteor Hammer might have had a place in some matches as an early game item to increase your tower pressure, to slightly increase your farm, and then it's kind of like this dead item slot,
but the thing is, like, the heroes that want to push don't utilize the build-up item on the hammer.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the issue, right? Because what kind of strength offlaner wants a Kaya? Not really anyone. I think if I'm a strength offlaner, the only Kaya I want is on my toast in the morning, Winter.
Very funny. Kaya toast with your chum.
With my cham, kurang manis. That's right. Cham ice, please. I mean, it's just I think that item, either it needs to build into something, they need to give it like a meaningful upgrade, but you already have like what is the tier 5 neutral, the meteor hammer, no, the something fallen star, right? Fallen sky. Like you need to do something like that with it and build into it or something else, because I would eat my hat if in its current state in this patch it got picked up in more than 5% of games, which is kind of just like, what is it even doing here, you know? Even Kandra with its buffs, I think has some potential to be a little bit more relevant than that item is right now.
In Kanda, there's like always gonna be a Morphling buying it. Morphling, Luna. Who's the third hero? I remember there's a third hero that uses the item. Well,
Sniper with Divine Rapiers.
Come on, dude.
It's Puck, isn't it? Wasn't it Puck? I've seen get Kandra.
No, I remember.
No, because you don't have targeted. Zeus? It has to be Zeus.
Sven? No, it's Sven. I think it was Sven.
Oh.
With the Superman Sven, you know, the stun.
The Superman Sven. You love to see it. Oh! You know what else you love to see, Winter? Some Dota 2! Some Dota 2, ladies and gentlemen. Here we get going live and finally underway live on your screens. We have game 1 of AR taking on Falcons. Again, in my opinion, what is the team to beat right now? Coming in hot from their win, fresh from Dubai. Hopefully they had some nice time off. And, well, a change. The ESL reigning champions, AR, if you could say that, as they have already undergone some changes. We'll see. It's actually AR who intend to smoke up, but they're not going to be fast enough to catch the maiden there. Swift as the wolves of Ice Track, they famously say.
Yeah. Lucky for them, you know, nobody died. So now the Slug has his night vision to abuse. He's just standing around the cliffs, making sure they don't get surprised. And let's see if they actually can get this debot. This debot is going to be huge. If they can actually figure out, if the Slug can actually get his way up. But he feels that it might be too risky for him to do it right now. So he's not trying to look for the ward. Actually, maybe they know. I feel like they might know there's a ward there. He's peeing.
So it's a tricky thing. I mean, you definitely want to have that ward up always, right, for your mid lane. The rotations that eventually can start coming through, but seems like runes will go for 2 apiece. Nice positioning here from Faith Beyond. Bach, shall we call him Faith Beyond? Let's go Faith Beyond. On the mag, as he is going to be able to scare away the Slark.
So if you use Faith Beyond, I have to follow you, I guess.
It's up to you. What do you want to do? Flip a coin?
I mean, you know the story about why he made change it to Bach?
Isn't it because he tried to learn piano?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Bach's a great pianist, for sure. I don't blame him at all for wanting to go into some Bach.
He just needs to play some offlane invoker.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, Mag, not really the kind of offlane pianist, the pianist here. I think you're looking for something a bit different. Maybe, you know what? He plays a pretty good brew, though. So that's kind of a piano player, I'd say. I think
Yeah,
that
but
counts.
it all started with the Invoker, you know, Ferrari, 430, the pianist.
The pianist, the
To
artist.
honor the legacy.
Good stuff. Once again, one of these quote-unquote retired players always making a comeback. You love to see it. Early on, Skitter, you know, is able to trade fairly effectively here with that first point in the Essence shift. So you can see him kind of getting kited around. This level 1 wind delay is picked up by FY, allowing him to kind of outmaneuver both the Snaking Maiden as well as Skitter Slark. So I like that a lot. Nice pickup there.
Yeah, you see this quite frequently on melee position force. They want to just pull the wave and try to annoy the enemy support by not playing the lane. But right now he's still able to play the lane. But once you get more levels, then on the Maiden it's going to be harder for the Tiny. You know? So he's going to try to play away from the Tiny, the CM, and try to make sure that the waves, the camps are blocked. And camping going to go down here. The lane. The aggressiveness of the Doom plus Hoodwink. It's not something that you can underestimate. And Teamage doesn't offer anything to
It's
save
a really
you.
costly death because it's going to allow Crit to body block the easy camp for the second time. So you won't be able to reestablish lane equilibrium here whatsoever. I mean, it's fine because the towers, the wave rather, will push under tower here. But you know, not having that option available to you for another minute is certainly going to make things a bit more troublesome here for Kiaoming, who did take this Malefice in its nerfed form at level 1. Doesn't really show the cast range. It should show the cast range now in the base ability, but you can see he is lacking that cast range once you hover over the ability. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty bad. You know, that's basically almost within everyone's attack range. Almost. Or it is pretty much in everyone's attack range. I can't imagine there's a hero who can't hit you outside of ranged heroes. English. Difficult language sometimes. Anyway, this lane's not going well. You can see how well Crit's able to do Bushwhack with the Blightstone here early on. Is he gonna die for the kills on the Eidolons? I don't know if that was necessarily worth it, but he does block the camp yet again.
No, I don't think it was worth it. But like you said, you know, maybe he felt like he needed to block the camp so that he gets the wave for the Doom. That was probably the main idea. I think killing the Eidolon was probably just secondary there.
I guess so. A little bit of extra farm there before he went down.
Yeah.
Did Crit cancel his TP? He did cancel his TP.
Oh no.
That's
all right.
Seems to be a bit of a fat finger.
I think did he cancel because he wanted to pick up the item?
Must be, right, because he's got the Amara's phase in the inventory.
Yeah, I didn't see. But normally the offlaner would just place it onto you. So, well, it is what it is. But the wave is still in front of the tower, so not the worst, you know, for Amar.
Yeah, Amar's happy. He's getting solo XP. He's got basically no issues here. We'll check in mid where things are kind of going, I think, as we'd expect. 23-2 compared to the 18-2, so Ori with a slight lead here as both mid laners, you know, refilling their bottles, not having any mid rotations yet so far, but we are approaching minute 6 where that might actually start being a bit more relevant.
Yeah, or maybe sometimes you need your supports to try to make an aggressive play and die so you can refill a bottle. You know, sometimes you see that happening, depending on how much resource that the mid laner needs in the specific matchup. I mean, if you're Lash, you're fine now. You just pick up a bounty rune, so you have a bottle charge, 2 bottle charges remaining. I mean, you're still full health. He's gonna be really a-okay. He just needs his supports to probably help him with the 6-minute rune.
Okay, is Malrun going for just the bounty rune down bottom? Yeah, okay, he's not going to turn that into a rotation, no big deal. Top lane, I did want to just point out, this is getting really difficult, a bit scary now for FY. He is struggling more and more just because now you've got this Crystal Nova, the Frostbite, right? Slark with all 3 of his abilities now, so things are not looking too easy so far in this top lane, and well, this would be a pretty big pick-off if they can find it, as Bach, Faith Beyond, whatever, taking Snaking for a bit of a ride. Ooh, the stick charge is keeping Snaking alive. They have the right clicks necessary, though, to put him down as Skitter, turning back onto both, but just ultimately lacks the lockdown, having already used the pounds to get a kill in return. Would rather just hit some creeps under the tower.
That wasn't so bad, I think, because they had to use so much of their health and mana to get the kill. And now Stark can actually just farm the lane. So I felt like it wasn't the worst kind of death, and he can refill the bottle for the Pango and control the 6-minute rune. I think it's actually still fine.
Pretty well timed, that is true. These new teams, you know, they use death as a resource. You know, your life is a resource in Dota 2. Can use it to get some better efficiency around the map as they're going to make a play for the mid lane now. Mallorin early to level 6. Ori letting loose with this Pulse Nova, but no points in the Edict. The bounces, the toss. FY. Nice toss rotation. Will be able to at least get this kill on a Snake King, but it's already too late. They've lost Ori. Mallorin being pursued by a hasted Tianming. Enigma is going to be killed off, so it's a 2-for-1 trade here. Has left Lu alone down bottom. He's going to be able to blink away from Amar, who is very quick to apply the pressure, but nicely done by AR. They will get the better out of that trade.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the 3v3s, and I mentioned that Falcons probably has the better 3v3 in the first couple of minutes, and I mean, AR somehow managing to win that. I guess the toss was really good. You know, he was able to get
it was
nice
such a good-looking toss, wasn't it, from FY?
Yeah,
no wonder he's the most attractive player in China. Lu, though, caught off guard here by the bushwhack of Crit as that last auto attack coming through in time. Amar turning and taking a few more ticks there. The Midnight Pulse was not scared.
Face boots just allowed him to actually get the kill there. I mean, that's why he rushed face boots in this lane. You know, like normally people would just get the helm. And just try to play in the lane, but Amar chooses to go for that early face boots to play very, very aggressive with the Scorch Earth, and definitely paying off there for sure.
Absolutely. Big kill there onto Lu, who is otherwise, let's see, his net worth not amazing as you expected, but he's doing an okay job. Doing an okay job. I think probably
once the Doom has level 6, then that's the point where you have to be very careful when you're farming in a lane. So probably you have to jungle and give the lane to the Enigma.
And then I guess Enigma's going to try and take the lane, but he actually only has 1 point in the demonic summoning.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. So I don't know how well he's going to be able to do here, to be honest. 3 points in Malefice.
Yeah, he wants to run around, like go to the gate, go top, you know, help the Magnus take his tower, abuse the 3 points in stun to get kills. But then again, you know, he's playing against a Slug. Slug doesn't really care because he can remove the Malefice stun easily.
Right.
So we'll just see. 8-minute rune. Ori is going to pick up the second rune of the game. The first one was Haste being picked up by the Enigma earlier, and now we have the amplified damage on Lesh. AD.
Just one last note on what you were saying, right? How we think Tianming's going to have a difficult time out of the laning stage into the early game to have some impact. I agree with you, but this is where FY just needs to step up, right? And I think this is something that he's renowned for, right? This is something you praised about him besides his charming looks in the pregame.
The high risk, high reward play, you know? The dangerous plays, you know? That's what you expect from a Tiny. And meanwhile, Magnus back. He's playing in a very dangerous position. He finds a stack, so he's happy to take away that with his 3 points in Empower. So just happy to clear off it. So CM is gonna come here and like, I was gonna clear that with my freezing field when I hit level 6. How dare you?
Very rude, but not much obviously he can do about it now. That will give Bach faith beyond his first point in... Well, actually, he hasn't taken a point in the ultimate.
Bot lane, Doom's level 6. And they're gonna bring heroes down, I guess. FY is moving down. You have to deal with this Doom.
There's the Doom. Speaking of, it's on to Tianming. Oh, that was a really meaty acorn shot. However, the counter initiation, another good rotation from FY as they try and find Crit here. He's fairly low on HP, but the mana looking fairly good. So Lu needs to blink in a second time to try and get this kill. In the meantime, Amar being chased down as it's Ori rotates on down. This armor not doing a whole lot of good right now for Amar, but he's very fast. They do finally get that kill onto Crit. Amar slowed a second time, caught up by FY, the stun, and finally that last auto attack with the AD rune out from Ori will collect the second kill. This is nice moves overall from Falcons. It just feels like AR has been able to out-rotate and outplay them as soon as they get the kill.
They're reading the plays very well. Once they see the Doom there, they were already trying to bait with the Enigma, even though Tianming died, but he doesn't care, you know. He's happy to tank the Doom for his team and allow his team to kill Alpha Amar there. Just very, very good read by AR about what's the enemy's doing.
Very good macro play, right? Tianming, even he rotates mid straight away, prevents too much tower damage from happening, and is going to be able to pick up this Invis rune. He has a point in Black Hole, so he can actually make a play here.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Falcons making a play with the smoke, two-man smoke. CM and Pangolier, they're moving bot to open up the map here.
They want this tower. Amar pushing very aggressively, inviting any sort of counterplay.
Disaster if they don't know Enigma has Invis.
Oh,
it's ending.
But they are smoked up. It is ending. Okay, and it has ended now. They are giving chase. Lu underneath the tower, but they have perhaps unexpectedly found 4 Falcons hero underneath their tier 1 tower. Amar will turn and fight and kill as Crit now joining, making 5 heroes with Skitter coming through on the gate. The sharpshooter finding Lu, giving them the vision that they needed. FY disengaging now with the Avalanche, but that, was so promising, but just did not pay off there for the side of AR.
A little bit unlucky. If the Invis had another 10 seconds, I think probably they would have enough time to be able to conjure up a miracle fight there with the black hole, but just unlucky there. So Tamming is gonna right now TP top, try to push the top tower here. I guess try to get a return tower kill here.
I want to give slight credit there to Falcon. They scouted the Invis rune pickup. And also Ori wasted no time immediately getting onto the mid tier 1. He destroyed that. He's got Max Edict getting to work now on the top tier 1 alongside Bach. And guess what? Tianling still has BKB, or sorry, Black Hole, no BKB yet. So you don't really want to contest this too much if you're Falcons. You don't have your roll, you don't have your Doom. Time to farm. Lose another tower.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Creed is having fun with FY. He doesn't want to fun. He just wants to kill heroes. Still going for that Mage Slayer on Hoodwink. I think still a fairly good item on this hero. It's easy to get the debuff on heroes and gives you very useful stats. Mana regen, attack speed.
Ooh, mid is going to be able to prevent a potential frostbite from coming through.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Amar going back for the Midas, so he wants to make sure he scales as well after the Veil. And the Veil is really good for the early portion where you're trying to take the map, push towers. Works very well with their heroes, the CM, the Pango, Hooping all deal a lot of magical damage. So not completing the Shivas, but going back for the Midas. I think you're going to see this more and more right now with the nerf to the Shivas recipe. You know, it's so expensive now. I think it's good to buy the Veil, but then you have to consider not finishing the Shivas just blindly. You know, you have to look at the game and see if you have other more important items to buy.
I don't have a problem with that. To me, Shivas was always a little bit of a stronger, I don't know, tier 3
late
item,
game,
if you could call them. Yeah, like a mid to late game item, right? By that, I always thought it was really weird. In the same way, where I would call out BKB or a Manta, like a tier 3 quote unquote item, you know, you kind of get it around that time.
Item.
Sometimes. I mean, tier 3 isn't your tier 1s are your Wraith Bands and your basic boots. Your tier 2s are Falcon Blades, Diffusals, right? And then tier 3 is something a little bit bigger, right? Ori, yeah, nice rotation on through. In front of you. 3 heroes and a dead goat. As down goes Ori, kill goes to Malorian. That is the double Diffusal, right, on this team.
I thought he was a pony.
No, he's a goat.
Based on the lore?
Nah, I just think by animals. I think he looks like a goat. He's got hooves. He's a goat.
I always thought he is a pony, he's like a horse, horseman. But FY.
Crit. Yeah, we'll be able to set up for this kill rather easily. Amara, slight misclick there, but I assume he still has this kill rather easily. Toss back with Crystal Nova. Yeah, he'll get it very easily.
Guys.
Yeah, Midas is already ready to
double
go.
Midas, double charge soon. He needs to use it.
I think he's looking for a big creep, right? Right, Amar?
Yep.
Yeah,
and meanwhile, Ori is running in. He's going to run into crit.
Yule Scepter set up by Ori, and that is going to be an easy kill onto crit.
So this whole mess is all your fault?
So Kaya and Sage and Yules on the lash soon. Alright. So it doesn't reduce the damage you take from Doom, but it reduces the duration. So you take more damage in a shorter duration of time.
That's right.
Remember,
so the DPS
that was how
is
it
higher.
worked. Yeah.
That's how it works. Same thing with old Poison Nova and stuff like that. Careful here. Ori is running into battle. Smoked up FY, the important one though. Look out for him. He has his Blink Dagger now on the Tiny. Ooh, and he's going to use it to find only a crit Hoodwink. Not so bad. It's a kill. You take those.
I mean, it's revenge, you know. I crit ganked him previously and I'm going to get you when I get the dagger. Just you wait, and he gets his revenge now. One apiece, you know. Are we going to keep score, you know? FY against crit.
Let's do it. FY, crit, 1 apiece. I like it. Skitter has his
RP?
next item online, Winter. He has gone for... Oh, hold on. Actually, down bottom. They've caught Amar. That's a big catch. Going fishing goes Bach. Hit him with the Orchid.
They have a ward down here. They don't have a ward down here. I wonder how did they see him. They must have caught a glimpse of him earlier.
It was a big pickoff. I was too busy looking top, but indeed, a death onto Amar's. I hear a Rolling Thunder being used. Malrin guessing that the rune would spawn down bottom is incorrect. Still making the best of this Rolling Thunder, though, as he will roll and get this, what I think is his first power rune of the game, isn't it? I don't think he's had any. It's an illusion rune, which is an effective dispel at least, but, you know, I'm not really sure what else he would have wanted. What? The silence. There's an Orchid.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
I guess so. Dispel silence. I'm Winter. I just tanked my silence.
I'm looking at their heroes. I'm like, what can I dispel?
Dispel Malefice so you can roll.
Yeah. Okay, sure. Yeah.
Okay, crit once again. Caught down bottom. FY trying to make the score 2-1 here. As yeah, there's going to be that Orchid kill goes to Bach, but FY should be credited basically. Big assist there from him.
I mean, the Orchid is definitely very interesting on the Magnus. The stats is very nice on this hero. Attack speed, some mana regen. And it gives you the potential to kill the Slug or the Pango. I think especially the Pangos. Pango, you don't really get any defensive item early on.
Right. What's the alternative that you would have seen here on a mag? And why do you... Right?
I think you either go Echo Saber or you go Blink Rush.
Okay, well he's got the Blink
I think
now,
because
right?
I think because you have a Tiny, you don't really need to rush Dagger.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, okay. Yeah, no, I like the item as well. Maybe you can upgrade into the Bloodthorn eventually. But I like that a lot, actually, that you pointed out. We'll see how that continues to work out for him. You do have a double Blink Dagger now, so one on your mag, one on your Tiny, and Tiao Ming. If you wait another 10 seconds, he's going to have his as well. There it is. So the triple Blink.
They have a ton of cancel, I guess, so it's not the biggest deal until he has BKB.
Yes, exactly, for BKB Black Hole, but it does help your initiation a whole lot more, right? It doesn't always need to be a big 5-man Black Hole. Sometimes a one-person Black Hole onto even a support can make a big difference in the team fights. We'll see.
I guess he kind of wants to Black Hole the Doom or the Slug the most. If the Pango's rolling, sure, you can catch him, you know. Don't think you want to be Black Holing the supports in this team fight right now. Seems like they don't really want to defend. He's the only one here defending trying to defend the tower. His team is like, bye. We are just gonna collect some paycheck, you know, on the side lanes, and you're on your own.
I accept your finish for
So what's their next timing? Their next big timing, I guess, it's gonna be with the. I guess with either the BKB or with the anti-mage items. I mean, AM is like, even when he gets his Manta, I feel like he doesn't really want to fight yet.
I agree. And then he's going to go for the Blink Fragments anyway, so I think
once you get the Agonies, you can fight. Once you have that online.
Well, don't you want to wait for this Bloodstone, though, on Ori? I know it's not as crazy as an upgrade as it used to be, but...
And you're playing into Doom, you know? So.
Yeah, you've got a point. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe you just go on the BKB. I see that for sure. Hopefully by then, AM has a Manta, and then you'll be able to do a little bit more around the map. I mean, because you take a look at the other side. I mean, Skitter has just been very comfortably farming all game. It's just been Farm Simulator for him. He's going to get his Ag Scepter online relatively soon. Amar is scaling like crazy, of course, between Devour and Midas now. That's BKB finished up for him, so he is going to be able to beat Bach to the punch. No doubt, no surprise there, right? It is a Doom with a Midas. But this does give Falcons, I think, a little bit more initiative alongside this Mage Slayer. Oh, it's quite an expensive recipe now, though. Mage Slayer soon. I don't know if you wait for that because it's just a Hoodwink, but it is kind of a big item. You got one on Skitter. I think you just go for it.
Yeah, you already have one on the Slug, so I think it's not really that big of a deal. I mean, the BKB on Doom is pretty huge, I would say.
He's alone here. Oh, but they're not going to make a move for him. He had reinforcements coming, but...
They might still want to wait for the Dagger on the Doom too, you know. Even with BKB alone, I think he still wants to get the Blink, because you need to be able to find important heroes like the Magnus or the Enigma in the enemy line, behind enemy lines, so that they don't get their big spells off in the team fight.
I agree. However, I mean, it's not going to be enough time for Faith Beyond to farm anything big. So yeah, I mean, I think that seems about right. You might give Crit enough time just barely to finish up Mage Slayer, which even just for himself is going to be really nice, as he is dying to a lot of this magic damage early.
Yeah, it's always nice to place the debuff on a hero like Lash or Tiny. I guess even Enigma is fine too. Enigma does a lot of magic damage.
Can I take this thing down? Yeah, okay. Ooh, it's a little spicy there for crit, but it's going to be Snaking who picks up the shard. Oh, this is a new one, right? The Crystal Clone.
Crystal Clone. You run into the mill, use the Crystal Clone. I mean, that's your dream, you know, your wet dream, but it rarely happens in a team fight where you can just run into the middle. Sometimes it happens, you know, but it's not like you're going into a team fight, oh, I'm going to run in the middle, put my clone and Nova it, and frostbite everybody.
Well, I think this is going to be a little bit like Sproink, right? Where if a Mag or an AM blinks in, you can try
not as reliable as a Sproink because you still have to... Fine.
Crystal Clone! Everyone does this. The Wolves of Icerack, they always Crystal Clone.
I mean, you can maybe debate the Magnus to blink in or the Tiny to blink in to get you and use your Crystal Clone.
That's what I'm saying. You Crystal Clone. Slides backwards. I haven't seen this a whole lot.
Is
so
that like the most fun shard right now? I feel like
it's definitely still a Witch Doctor shard for sure.
Okay, fine. Is it though? I mean, fun, not like better. You know, I'm not saying which one is better, but more fun. To use.
I mean, I guess it depends what you like doing in Dota, right?
I mean, it's nice to bait the enemy in and just haha, frostbite.
Yeah. I mean, Sproink's really good for that too, honestly. There's some good ones. RP, Blink, as there's Bach showing off. Wow. Quite the initiation here. Just perma-stunned. Absolutely no chance for Amar to do anything about that as soon as he was stunned.
He got his dagger before I don't know if he actually bought it right after he got the wave or he already bought it before that. But he has his Blink. So, like I said, the BKB plus dagger. Timing on Doom. He's going to be looking to fight after he's up.
Okay.
Yeah, no RP.
Nice dodge there on the Avalanche. The Yule Scepter buying a bit of time. There's the Crystal Clone as Skinner jumps on and Snaking gets the kill.
That's not gonna get old, you know, Crystal Clone.
No, it is not. I hope we have a 2-hour game so we can continue to cast all the Crystal Clones. Ori, nice move there. Barely enough mana to TP out. That was very well timed on the Magic Wand. He needed to Yule's Malorine first and then Wand to make sure he had enough mana. Yeah, we've got a replay of the Crystal Clone. Look at it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize you can actually use it doing freezing field and he doesn't break freezing field. So it's a nice combo there by staking. Very, very nice. Crystal Clone, the best ability in Dota right now.
Yeah, it's low-key very good, right? Because it's almost like the old Ags, where it allows you to frostbite in the middle of your freezing field, right? Almost, I would say.
It's
AM
like
illusion.
It's like a mobility spell in some way in the team fight, but it can also be used very, very aggressive in the team fights. If you get like a 2-3 man Crystal Clone frostbite.
Crystal Clone, yeah, very true. Nice play there from Snaking. I think, I don't know, without the RP, you do have Blink Black Hole, but we've talked about already how many cancels that Falcons has for it.
He's not even going BKB. He doesn't care. He just wants to play like the utility style Enigma. Don't be too greedy. Just make sure that if I get a good opportunity to Black Hole, yeah, sure, but I don't have to play for it, you know. He's like buying grease right now, just giving his team auras.
It's not a fast Rosh either. You only have the minus armor from Lucky Shot, and, well, plenty of magic damage, but
Crystal
eventually this
Rush
goes down. He goes down. Yeah, he's chilly. He's chilly down there.
He's being chilling. So they have Glimmer and Drums on Maiden. She's very, very fat. Wing's actually lower in terms of net worth just with that Mage Slayer. Stark is ready to battle. Diffusal, Mage Slayer, Agglims with his Aegis. He wants to just run in and kill heroes all the time now. And if you're the team with the AM, you want to dodge now. You want to just make sure you split the map, try to push out the waves, cut waves whenever you can. I guess Enigma does it very well.
Crit.
And a TP bot.
Does not want the score to be 3-1. Still has not found another kill. In the meantime, though, it is going to be Falcons who strike back against Tiao Ming, pick him off on the wrong side of the map. He goes down.
I mean, not the
Let's check in on our AM, right? We haven't really seen or... Oh, hold on, actually. Oh, that's a big catch. FY, Yule Scepter at least avoids the second pound. Thorstaff trying to escape the counter initiation now. Incoming. Oh, with the silence on top. Amar BK beat already. Jumping on in. There's going to be the Doom onto Bach. Mallorin jumping over the crevasse here, chasing for more, looking for FY, who's already TP'd away.
Love that Bach has for FY. The core saving the support and giving up his life.
That's true, actually. That's very true. Take me instead, you scoundrels.
You think he's just a support? No, he's the prince. FY is the prince. You don't let the prince die.
The charming prince as well. Voted most best looking player by the Chinese community. Don't you forget it. Such a good
It says a lot, you know, a TI winner saving the support.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Snake King going up to the high ground will actually find himself an Enigma, but does not like the sight of that Ori. In comes Skitter though from behind, has another pounce. There's going to be the Crystal Clone, which actually did something there. However, AR are the ones reinforcing now. Skitter from the side has caught a glimpse of FY from the side. Crit throwing in the bushwhack. Hasn't found anything as Skitter forced to already use the Shadow Dance on the first life. I heard Lou as well go in on something. He didn't manage to get the kill, but the black hole onto 2. They've already gotten Crit. They'll get Snake King, who is going to buy back immediately. The stun mistimed out from Ori is going to allow Skitter a second chance at this life here, as Mallorin finally letting loose on the Rolling Thunder is going to try and turn this fight, but AR disengaging here already, perfectly playing this fight. Ooh, nearly perfectly playing this fight. Amar catching up to FY. Mallorin diving underneath the tower. They might counter initiate on this. Mallorin has a haste room, but not for much longer, as Amar, a nice stun there onto Bach, preventing at least a glimpse on back. A huge team fight breaking out part 2 now, as Bach taken down by Skitter. Amar gets Tiao Ming. BKB ending here quickly though, as Ori continuing to give chase. The blink up from Lou. He gets the kill onto the Doom. It's a 3-for-2 trade. They lose the Aegis. 3-for-3. A buyback out from Falcons. I don't know who that's better for, honestly.
Probably better for the AM, I guess, because he didn't die and then he actually managed to stifle the push, but he's gonna get caught here, leashed.
Oh no,
seems like no way out, no mana.
Right outside of his base. He's just killed like that.
Okay, never mind. So it's very good for Falcon now because they got the AM. I think they can even maybe try to... Okay, maybe not. They can't really push with their hero, so I guess they're gonna just continue to take apart the map and just keep play for the pickoffs. And I think eventually you're gonna... Not even eventually, I think they should get a gem and put it on the start now. They need to play the map and remove all the vision.
Just an insane fight. This second round, just... This is this kind of aggression that I think you see from Falcons that you don't see in too many other teams, right? The fact that Mallorin just hard commits on that Rolling Thunder. His Rolling Thunder was halfway over when he dives underneath the tier 2 tower to get the kill. Like, that's just...
Yeah, initially it was also very nice. When he was trying to Rolling Thunder dagger in, his blink got cancelled by the blink fragment, you know, so that was very nice by Lu. Crit. Get a pushback.
Just, you know, doing a bit of damage now. Mallorin just blinking on in, running in. They're trying to protect Tiao Ming, but slowed by that inhibit. He gets run over by this Rolling Thunder of Mallorin. That was a kill that was like 5 seconds away. That's like when the train, you know, is approaching in 3 minutes. You know, he kind of had to get that set up. That was really nice coordination. Ooh, tricky, sneaky TP.
Long TP.
But they catch him. Skitter. It was a long TP. The Yule Scepter, because of course Doom no longer mutes you, but this Bloodstone heal is going to be completely negated. Ori will buy himself a few extra seconds with that natural move speed, but taken down. Skitter collecting his 7 stack.
How dare you pick Disco Pony when I am Doom? How dare you? Now you know the wrath of the Doom against the Disco Pony. You don't heal with Bloodstone and you're gonna wish that you have time to farm your Lincolns after your BKB.
Just a massive kill there. Things starting to look a little bit scarier for Lou, right? Prior to this fight, Winter, these last 2 pickoffs onto the AM and the Lesh, respectively, this game was, I'd say, still a lot more 50-50. It hadn't really developed into that stage of like Slark pickoff gaming like we talked about it could be, but we are, I would say, on the path to the game developing into that situation here for Falcons if AR cannot stop the losses.
I mean, right now, the main plan for AR is just to, you know, defend the high ground, try to split the map, delay. eventually you're gonna be able to, I think, outscale them with your Magnus, Enigma, Lash AM, 4 cores, or even you can call it 5 cores. Tiny eventually is gonna become a core too. Once you get Aghanim Scepter. So just defend the high ground, name of the game. Wait for the Magnus to get pickoffs, but Falcon, they're gonna go in,
Yep, they found him. Bach in trouble. Does actually manage to get the BKB off, but has no Blink Dagger for 2 more seconds. Actually intercepting onto the Slark. The Blink, Black Hole. They don't have a cancel for it. Oh, Skitter, he's gone down. Finally, they'll be able to get a root off onto Tiao Ming, but he's done his duty. The Doom onto the Lash, but it's Amar and the rest of Falcons turning tail and trying to get the hell out of here as Snaking caught up by at least the Yule Scepter. The Crystal Clone, no way. He's gonna live because of Crystal Clone. I almost don't believe it. Crit caught behind enemy lines here as Bach takes him down, and Snaking, another Crystal Clone is ready. Oh, but no chance to Crystal Clone. Unfortunately, he is taken down as Falcons, their aggression is punished. What a Blink Black Hole out from Tiao Ming, MVP of that fight. Holy moly.
Yeah, key player, key play there right there from Tiao Ming. And I guess the Doom he was just quite far away, so he couldn't really cancel it or the hook ring, so it was a very, very deep dive by Skitter, probably overestimating how strong he is, or maybe he felt like somebody is going to be able to cancel the Black Hole, so he just went in and just pays a huge price, losing 3 heroes, and now AM is back to where he was like 3-4 minutes ago. I think once again it goes back to anyone's game, but maybe you could favor AR's draft a little bit more, with the state of the game right now at 32 minutes.
I would have to agree with you. I think obviously this evasion on the fresh butterfly Luz just picked up is not going to help you against the massive amounts of magic damage that Falcons have, but it does really make the Slark, I don't want to say useless against him, but it significantly diminishes the impact Skitter has now on killing this hero. Right? He is useful only for the leash.
They're going to have to rely on the Aghanim's Doom right now. I mean, this is going to be a very big spell in the team fight. So if you're AR, you see this is the only way they can actually kill the anti-mage. And you're going to just have to wait for it on the... I guess either the Enigma or the Magnus can just use their spells, or the RP or the Black Hole on the Doom. I think Doom is the best target right now. And if you're Falcons, you need to make sure that you get the save on the Depth Shroud, when they go for the Doom. Vision is going to be very, very key in the team fights. I think especially for Falcons, you're going to be only looking to fight at night with the night vision on the slot. Whereas if you're AR, you're going to try to avoid doing that. You're going to try to fight as much as you can during daytime.
Well, Falcons will get their wish. I think, if that is their wish to fight at night. But unfortunately, they will not be gifted with a fast Rosh. It's a long Rosh timer, which means it's guaranteed to be top.
This is better for Falcons for sure when it spawns at night.
Is it though? Because right now AR are pretty well set up in that area as they do start to smoke down bottom, presuming that Rosh has already respawned, which is a safe bet at this point.
They're trying to just take a fight in the daytime. I feel like that's what AR is trying to intend to do right now. And for Falcons, they are kind of waiting, I think they should just be waiting for nighttime. They shouldn't try to be aggressive right now. They're just holding a position with the Observer Ward.
It's really nice positioning. Mallorin swashbuckled up to the cliff, taking his 20 talent now for more damage. This is really strong positioning. They have eyes on Lu, who is immediately going to blink out. He wastes no time doing that to stay safe. The rest of the team have been too far behind. Very good vision, right? They've got this cliff ward and the one right beneath it. So very difficult position for AR to try and break through.
I mean, they can force them back in the mid lane.
They're going to go around.
I feel like they could just force somebody to TP back to the mid lane,
Oh, Rosh still is not going to spawn. I mean, obviously, Falcons, they don't know this. They're going to go all the way around. A second smoke play here, Winter. There's going to be the Drums of Endurance. They really want to make a play for this. They see Amar's courier. They're going to try and sniff him out there as the Blink initiation. It's going to be only onto Crit. However, he managed to scurry into the trees. There's going to be the Self-Doom. That ruins Bach's entire day. They actually see him now underneath the Sentry, trying to stay on top of him. As in they go. Another Doom here onto Skitter as, the RP still being canceled. He couldn't even get out there with the Ogre Seal Totem. Black Hole not going to be able to... it was actually onto Mallorin, pardon me, that was out back by the fountain. And meanwhile, it seems like AR have managed to break through this fight. The Self-Doom is over. They've now lost Mallorin. Okay. And Snaking.
Yeah, it kind of feels like if he doesn't get the Doom onto the AM, they're not going to win the fights right now. It just feels like he needs to be able to find him and just try to leave the Magnus and the Enigma to the Slug or the Pangolin. I think those are even the Holdwing. I think those are the heroes that are not as important right now. You just have to leave it. If you're the Doom, you have to leave it to the other heroes, and you need to just wait and get the anti-mage. AM is the biggest hero right now. He is the hero that's going to allow AR to win the team fights, and you have to be able to get the Doom on him.
I think ultimately, Winter, I got caught up, I think, the same way that Falcons did in that team fight, kind of hyper-focusing onto the Magnus. And how could you not, right, with an impactful ulti like that RP, right? But as you say, as soon as AR are able to keep their AM not focused down in the fights, but in any means, he is just going to pop off. A single targeted black hole, I believe that was, onto the Pangolier. And that's what wins him the fight, pretty much. Sure, you lose the mag, but look how it's come down now. They're late, but maybe they can still get a little bit out of this. In goes Mallory, the self-doom again, chasing them away. Good Yule Scepter used, but Skitter already on top of Tiao Ming. There's going to be a huge heal out from the Guardian Greaves. Now refocusing their efforts, trying to maybe find Ori. Can they actually get him? The self-fuels there, as behind the lines, they do manage to get down FY. Tiao Ming going on in. They actually still have an RP as well. Bach looking just on the hunt for the right one as they buy back on FY at long last. Skitter kind of being kited around here as Lu still full HP and mana, and also has the Aegis of all things. Crit is going to be focused down. Lu pops him with the Mana Void. In the meantime, Ori, who tanks through an entire Doom, getting the kill onto Snake King. They do lose Amar as well in that fight. That's maybe just it, honestly speaking. I don't know if Falcons can withstand this kind of a team fight anymore.
That was crazy, the way they went in. Even though Rosh went down, they decided, okay, we are still strong enough to go in. And once again, Amar getting the Doom onto the Lash and losing the fight the same way, If you don't get the AM, you're not winning the fight. Like, the AM is just allowed too much freedom in the team fights to kill every single other hero. The Stark is not going to be able to stand in front, against the AM. Like I said, late game Stark, you get mana burned by AM, you're useless.
Yeah.
I mean, this is how the call-to-call matchup works. Early game, you can bully the AM, but mid-late game, the AM is going to tear you apart.
That's pretty much exactly how it went. I don't know if there's really a way back into this. You could see Tiao Ming being sent back home to deal with this kind of split push, but this is likely it. Malrin going to try to make a play here. Still no Doom for 13 seconds. Not like he has the Doom anyway, the skill, so the hero's still dead for 10. He could be forced out by Bach. They will at least get another chance here. Skitter from behind, connecting onto Lu, but they just don't have enough effective lockdown here. Even Bach, oh no, TPing away in their face. Skitter continuing to chase, as they did force a couple TPs on back. Now Skitter fighting mano a mano here versus Ori, but the Blink Fragment's starting to burn the mana. The regen rune active and is actually going to heal him back up. Falcons somehow doing negative damage in this chase attempt with the regen being picked up by Ori is just a slap to the face. This has gotten out of hand so fast for Falcons.
Yep, welcome to late game Dota against anti-mage. This is what happens if you screw up 1 or 2 fights. I mean, they screwed up 2 fights in a row, so AM has full reign in the game right now. So if you're Falcons, you have to try to reevaluate the situation and figure out when's your next timing. I think the refresher on Doom is going to be something that might give them a glimmer of hope in the ultra late game situation. If you can actually get the double Doom, you put one, I guess maybe you put one on the Slug and one on yourself and you just try to run it.
Oh yeah, you know what?
Maybe
that'll
that might actually work.
I agree, because right now one Doom is just not cutting it. I think before I was going to say I don't know if that's going to work, Winter, because I don't see how Doom twice on himself in these team fights does anything, but you're right. I think if you do 2 at the same time, one onto your Slark, maybe one on... No, I don't know if... maybe one on the Malrin, honestly. Maybe. Because he's been frequently targeted down himself, and if he can just coordinate between himself and Skitter, they might be able to get onto the AM and kill him. I don't know. It's hard. It is rather difficult here, to say the least.
Yeah, but the main thing is they have to catch the AM. But now he has Aegis, so he has to do it twice. And I don't know if they have time to farm the refresher. Probably not. They have to defend here.
They're just going to go in. Rolling Thunder. They did catch him once with the pounce. That's pretty good damage here with the Sharpshooter. They have the first life. That's pretty easy here. They didn't even have to expend the Doom. Only the Rolling Thunder and a Sharpshooter. They send him now a second time. Oh, goodness. Look at this amount of damage they're really pumping in. But the RP, it's caught on to 3. But still, oh no, the Crystal Clone. The Crystal Clone, Winter. Snake King credited with the kill now as Lou down for the count, walks up to the high ground, a critical mistake. Now Snake King just running in, feels so confident, unstoppable with the Crystal Cloak, but there's going to be the buyback now out from the anti-mage. He's TPing on in, the black hole, Tiaming has enough time to turn, they're going to try and get through Amar. They finally get this kill onto crit. Tiaming goes down for the team, but they have Amar, they have Mallorin as well, and they've even got the kill on the Snake King. Damn your Crystal Clone, he says, as Snake King rebukes them with the buyback. His Crystal Clones won't be stopped, but I don't think AR are going to stop either. They're going to go right back up to high ground, Winter.
That's such a decisive buyback by Lu there. Dying twice with the Aegis and then instantly buying back to the fight.
There they go. Skitter trying to force him back, but they might just have already a kill on a Snake King. He just bought back as well. Mallorin with the buyback. Now Amar finally with the buyback with the skewer on out, but Mallorin, he gets up the Rolling Thunder and he's got him on the stairs. That's going to be a dead bok. Snake King's died back here already. Ori, he's going to be being chased down now as the hoof stomp out from Amar. It's pretty good damage. Ori trying to fly away with the Aviana's Feather, but cut down into his tracks. But Skitter, the toss from FY, good looking and good plays out for him. He's going to be able to assist on a huge kill here, and that's just going to leave Amar completely defenseless.
That should be it.
Lou on the buyback, I think, has just won them the game.
It's not much Mallorin can do. He's going to try to defend the last set of racks.
He's got crit with them, but this double silence flown on back now. Down for the count, FY. Oh, he's going to get another kill here. The count stands 4-1, I want to say. FY to crit, but for here in our series, it's 1-0 for AR. Very well played for them.
Yeah, very well played. You know, they were able to survive and get to the point where the anti-mage is strong enough to win the game. I want to say on his own, but he definitely didn't win it on his own. The Magnus, the Enigma, especially the Enigma, had a very key black holes that allowed the team to win very crucial fights and AM a lot of space to farm in the game, and that was definitely the story of the game. You know, Falcons, they tried to play aggressive. They were doing really well in the early game. But there was this one move where I felt like when the start, it was after the first Aegis expired, I believe, they went into a timing window where the Doom just purchased his dagger. He had dagger plus BKB and they wanted to take a fight. Stark went in, they couldn't cancel a black hole, he got killed, and after that the whole game just became different, you know, for Falcons. They were in control until that point.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. I think it was kind of a tough period there for Falcons. I want to say AR, obviously they're deserving the credit, right? Getting the win, but I think the way that you kind of tell that story is accurate, but I also just want to highlight more on how well AR were able to kind of still have impact on the map, right? I mean, the reads early on were so decisive for them, and I think really stopped Falcons from taking over the map early on, allowing AR to still farm, to get items online, FY with a really good Blink Dagger timing. Like, I think all this adds up, makes a huge difference, and once you get there in the late game, their execution gets them there, and their shot calling, it's just really just a banger of a game to open up on.
Yeah, the Tiny, the Enigma, and the Magnus, they played very well in the team fights to allow the Lash and the AM to carry the fights. And whereas for Falcons, in some of the team fights, I think I already mentioned this, where I felt like they needed to target the AM. If they targeted the Lash, he's just there to soak up the damage and allow his team to get their spells off, you know. So I felt like Lash wasn't the most ideal target for them to start the Doom with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think with that, I think that is going to send us to our first break here. Like you say, the Disco Pony or the Disco Goat, whatever you want to go with, is back here seemingly. Very strong plays out from the side of AR as they take us to our very first break of the day, folks. Do stay tuned, because when we are back, we're going to have draft number 2 between AR and Falcons. We'll catch you soon.
Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it out, doing only what I want. Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, own parade, own parade, own parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade, own parade, own parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling so good. my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. They said it's my time. I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. DreamLeague Season 22, the first group stage here, pardon me, of 2 underway, as we just saw AR basically out macro play the side of, oh my god, my brain is farting right now, Winter. Falcons, of course. Thank you very much. Always there for me right when I need it, Winter. But that was just phenomenal macro gameplay, I have to say, from AR. I think that's, to me, what I was most surprised by. The fight where Falcons thought they had the best vision set up, you know, staying around the cliff ward, the rotations of Falcons early on when they were expecting the rotations, especially on that first Doom, like stuff like that. I think, you know, obviously good execution in the team fights matters, good laning mechanics, but when you're able to kind of overcome some weaknesses in the draft and get your AM to that state, really impressive gameplay for me.
Yeah, I mean, that pretty much sums up everything they did right in that game. You know, they had a very good read from the laning phase, what to do, and they took most of the runes. I remember, I think Pang only got one of the early game runes, like the first 15-minute runes. I think it was mostly on the Lash, and so rune control was on point. They, like you said, they counteract the first Doom. When Arma got level 6, they immediately made a smoke rotation towards the lane. Enigma baited, the Lash came in, and the rest was history, you know. So I think laning phase wise, even though they kind of started out a little bit in a back foot early, but after that they made plays to catch up, and everything was very, very good, you know, from Azure.
Yeah, indeed. I think something still that was pretty well done by Falcons was, I think, the itemization. I didn't have any problems necessarily with like items and or the builds that they went for, you know. I just think it really just came down to AR, I would say, overall operating more as a unit, right? I think whoever was calling the shots in that kind of a game, I think it was like one decisive voice, right? Or the team always had one idea that they were going for, like the buyback, TP back in by Lou, late game, like really committing for that fight, committing for that double smoke to wrap around and fight for that potential Roche fight down bottom. Stuff like that to me is just like, this is a team that is playing cohesively, right?
Yeah, very good decision making doesn't come with a team that doesn't play cohesively. Yeah, definitely a very, very good team. That was just one game, you know. Can they do it 2 games in a row? That's an entirely different thing, you know. For Falcons, they're going to be back towards the drawing board and figure out, do we have to actually try to take a different approach in terms of the draft, try to go for more late game, because I was thinking they actually would go for the Faces Void there, but instead they go for a Slug, which is a much more of a tempo hero. So maybe things like that can be adjusted, or they feel like we just lost the game because of a couple of little missteps, especially the one where they got the dagger on Doom, but the Slug didn't wait for the Doom to arrive to the fight, and he just went in and he couldn't save him. And after that, the game sort of halted there for Falcons, because before that it was always Falcons in control of the game. You know, they were a little bit ahead, maybe sometimes even they had a big lead in some portions of the game based on item timings and everything else. But after that death, I felt like AM had a lot of time to regroup and recover, and eventually it just gave the whole AR squad enough time to defend and hold off the push, and AM just got to his timings.
Anything different you'd like to see from AR in Game 2 was, you know, obviously we can praise them all day, and ultimately they did win. But was there anything you thought could have been a bit better? Something that you didn't like so much in their drafting style? Or what are your thoughts here?
Feel like overall they just made a couple of missteps in terms of like the team fight, you know, team fight execution. I feel like I don't think that I would change much in the draft. Maybe the only thing is like I'll consider is I have more late game, you know, but I feel like that might not be Falcons type of play style. You know, I think when they excel is when they have when the type of draft they have is very aggressive. Skitter is playing a very strong tempo hero. He's running around the map killing stuff, and Arma's hitting creeps and farming. You know, I think that's most optimal play style for Falcons. So I feel like I'm okay with them just going back with the same thing and just trying to fix the execution issues they had in the first game.
Sure. And I guess one last question on that previous game, while we still wait for our second draft to get started, is what do you think about the Lesh mid and the item builds? Obviously, we did see that get hard countered a couple of times, right, by the Doom. But I was just curious, like, what you thought of it overall, its viability, and whether or not you think it could be like something we see more.
In that game could be done by any other hero. You know, he was like just moving around with his team, playing very good around the opponent's plans, and I felt like I don't feel like it was something that only Lesh could have done. You know, maybe I'm wrong, but I just feel like the hero didn't really make me turn my eye or turn my head. You know, it's just like a normal Lesh game, and he got countered by Doom. They already saw the Doom being overall first pick, but they still decided to pick the Lesh into it, and I felt like it could be a flex pick for them. Maybe it was a support, but in the end it was Ori playing it, so apparently they didn't really care about the Doom countering him.
Right. Yeah, and I think the Doom kind of was only relevant a few times, even when, like, the fight that comes to mind is when Falcons, and I'm going to use the word forced, because in my opinion, they did kind of force that fight after second Roche, I believe, right, when it went top. You did have Amar, like, with the AoE Doom on top of the Lesh, and he still came out of that relatively fine, right, and able to still win that fight. So we have a small delay, it seems, for our match. So Winter, just a few more minutes of us two talking heads up here. I don't know, man. What do you think? What do we want to talk about here? Maybe we've said a lot of good things about AR, right? I think that's no doubt, from their plays to their macro game to, of course, how good looking FY is according to the Chinese community poll. But what I want to talk about is a little bit more about Falcons. Let's gas them up a little bit, give them a bit of hype. Winter, what is one thing that you saw about them that was unique, or something that you thought they did the best out of any team at BetBoom Dacha Dubai? Anything come to mind for you off the top of your head?
I think it's mostly the way they drafted as a unit. I think they prioritize certain small little things more, like especially what I felt like was the scaling potential on a position 5 hero. Like Maiden, Mirana. I think they were the only team picking Mirana as a position 5. Don't recall any other team doing that. And apart from that, the way, I mean, obviously Ama plays like the early to mid game. He's very, very good in the lanes, and how he itemizes. I think there was one game he bought. Was it like a use on his Mars? I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was a use on Mars. And that was something that was very, very very ingenious in my opinion, because he was very well thought out in that game when he did it, you know. And yeah, I felt like nobody else would have had the courage to do it in such an important game. And he followed up with the use and Octarine core, and after that, when I played my pubs in the next couple of days, I see other people trying to copy his build, you know. So he always has all these very, very brilliant ideas on how to itemize on certain heroes. Yeah, people will say that, oh, he only plays a few heroes, but to me, it doesn't really matter if he has a 3 hero pool, or he has a 5 hero pool, or he has a 1 hero pool. As long as he wins with those heroes, you know, you can have a 10 hero pool, but if you don't really win consistently with those heroes, then what's the point of having like a 10 hero pool, you know?
Right. I believe there was an interview here. Let me go ahead and source it from afkgaming.com. Who was it that did the interview? Pardon me if I mispronounce this.
I think it was the latest one.
Yeah, where he said, that's what Amar basically said. If one hero is enough for me to keep winning, then I'll just play one hero. For me, it is only important to win. And when you look at results, obviously that is true, right? I think even if he does only play the one hero, I think the impact and the the kind of influence he's had on those small amount of heroes, maybe so, but the impact he's had just kind of in the Dota culture, if you could kind of call it that, has been immense, right? Like you talk about, you go into your high-ranked pubs and you see people trying that build, right? You see a lot of Mars back in the old days when he was still an OG winning ESL 1 KL, or sorry, ESL 1 Malaysia, as that one was up in Genting. He was going for Ag Scepter on the Mars. That was nothing. That was something no one else was doing. All of a sudden, he kind of innovates and shows how strong that build is. Like it's just undeniable.
And the item got nerfed after that.
And then the item got nerfed, right? Exactly. Like this is kind of, to me, what is an impactful player. And yeah, it shows to me you can do this even if you are only renowned for 2 or 3 players, right?
Yeah, and the other thing about this team is how their hero pools are very, very connected to each other. Maureen, their mid player, he plays a lot of heroes that Ama plays as well, so it's very annoying to draft against them. And it's just whenever you have the overall last pick and you pick something to counter certain specific matches, but they can always swap their lanes around, it's very annoying to deal with that. So I think that's also another aspect of why is it so difficult to deal with this team in terms of from the draft point of view. And in terms of like the game from the perspective of how they strategize, I feel like it's very macro based, like how they take the map and slowly control it. It's very similar to how they play in their previous team, Tundra, Staking and Skater, where they're from. So I think that vision stays relatively the same, how they try to dominate you and trying to pressure you, kick you out of the map, just making sure that they're always getting more creeps. Even though they have to sacrifice heroes to do it, they are more than willing to do it.
I also want to, you spoke a bit about drafts and hero pools. I want to just obviously note that their coach, right, who we saw come in through the door after the loss on the webcams, was kind of funny. But it's Aoi, right? I don't know, right? I think that makes a pretty big deal when it comes down to your draft synergy, having the man who obviously already has a lot of experience with 2 of these players, right? Skitter and Snaking. I assume he knows Crit fairly well, and perhaps the 2 newer players to the scene, again, in quotes, because Amar and Malloran have been around on the tier 2, tier 1.5, tier 1 level for 2 to 3 years minimum. But regardless, right? I mean, that kind of coach, that kind of mega wrinkly brain, that's in Aoi's head, putting all of these ideas together and kind of pointing this kind of rocket without fins that is Amar in the right direction, I think has a huge impact for a young team like this.
Yeah, I mean, still, it's not easy to do things like this on a team. It's a lot of respect from the players and from the coaches, and just very difficult job, by no means it's an easy job. It takes a lot of patience, takes a lot of experience and time. And
but still,
I wonder what else he can bring out of Ama. I feel like there's still a lot of potential. Like he still has a lot of uncharted territory he needs to explore. Maybe expanding his hero pool. I mean, nowadays he actually plays a lot of heroes.
He does.
Actually, when I say he has a hero palette, it's actually not true anymore.
Yeah. I mean, that's true, right? He does. He's got a tendency, like the best among us, to play the best heroes when they're not banned. I'm not gonna lie. Winter, every time I load into a ranked game, I'm always hovering over which Doctor is my best hero. Of course, I'm gonna play my best hero.
I thought you
right?
told me it was Darks here.
When I play offlane, right now I'm back to 5 because it's all I can really mentally do these days.
So Ama must be the guy you look at when you're playing offlane. How do I improve my game? Let's load up some Ama replays.
That's true. But he doesn't play. I don't know if I've ever seen him play a Darkseer. What is he? He's on a lot of other kind of. I mean, Darkseer is an in-your-face hero quite naturally, but I think you get what I mean if you know Amar's hero pool.
Darkseer is a team hero. Maybe that's why. He doesn't like to play those type of heroes. You can't kill people on your own.
He'll build a Vlad, but only if it's good for his laning setup. He doesn't. If he could toggle off that aura, rest assured he could. He's still saying, guys, why can't I turn off my Bazzi? I don't want you to steal my mana.
I want the item to give me 2 times the damage and no aura.
Exactly. Have a toggle on it. Here we go into our draft. Thanks for being patient with us, folks. Small PC issue here on the side of AR, but hopefully things aren't going to be smooth from here on out as we can take a peek at how Falcons are faring after that first game. Still, well, it's not really, I wanted to say early, but really it's not. It's something, if they're in Turkey, I think that's still CET, maybe +1. So it's still only like 2 or 3 p.m. for them. They're doing just fine.
Yeah, so this time the pick orders are swapped around. So Falcons had first pick the last time, they picked Doom, so this time they're second pick, so they're choosing to ban out the Doom. And AR, I think they banned Razor as well, the last game, so going back for the same ban. And pretty sure they didn't ban the Naga in the first phase. They banned the Naga on the second phase the last game.
That's right, and it's Falcons this time to move to ban the Doom. I assume, since they think it's first pick worthy, that they respect a potential AR Doom first pick, and we'll remove that possibility here early on.
Right, especially if you can play Doom on support role as well. The hero has just so much value in terms of like an opening pick. Oh, they seem to think that the Lash was a big problem. Yeah, they decide to ban out the Lash. I feel like he's doing he's disrupting the game a lot in the last game by taking all those towers. Remember, he went bot to take the tower, and then he went mid, like in 2 minutes I think he took 2 towers, and I felt like it caused a lot of trouble, you know, for them in the
That's
early
true.
game.
Yeah, I mean that is it's a good point here. We can see already the most banned heroes. I assume this is from the entire event, which is why we have so many games going on already. 20 bans? Wait, have we had? I guess we do have more drafts ongoing. Yeah, that might be right. I don't know. My math not so good anymore, but we'll see here what AR want to ban out. I also agree with you. I think the Lesh, this kind of a hero, which gives you the opportunity, especially early, to punish mistakes by your enemies, right? Like you're saying, taking those 2 towers very early on may have kind of unsettled Falcons a little bit more, right? This is a team that likes to take some risks early on in their gameplay, and having a hero that is going to make, you know, the potential punishment that much more, you know, punishing, I guess is the word, would be problematic for them. And in a sense, I have to say, AR, even though it is just a blind first pick, with the DK, that's another hero that can punish early mistakes, right? He can delete towers, not as fast as a Lesh necessarily, Winter, but certainly with some pace.
Flexible hero as well, so you can play him mid, you can play him carry, you can play him off lane, so it's very, very ambiguous to what you're trying to do, apart from the fact that this is still probably the best mage slayer hero. I don't think there's anyone else that can use that item better than DK. All the stats, everything the item gives you is everything you need on this hero. And right now they're gonna remove Stark, one of DK's counters. I mean, there's still other heroes that can counter the DK, but I feel like it doesn't really matter as much. As long as you get a good laning phase with this hero, the hero is just gonna do a whole lot in the game once you hit those item timings. The Mage Slayer, the Dagger, then the Manta and the Aghanim's. I mean, sure, it got nerfed, like the magic resist on the Aghanim's got nerfed, 5% nerf, 25 to 20, I think, and the slow got nerfed, 60 to 40. But I think the hero is still very, very strong.
Shadow Demon as a response, right, as well. Like it, steal the illusions, gives you a lane setup.
Make your own dragons.
Exactly. Make your own dragons. We got dragons at home, and these dragons, we got 2 of them. Oh, the Mars. There it is, out for Falcons. I mean, could be a mid lane Mars, right? But I think, Winter, this is probably the 3-4 between
probably,
Falcons.
yeah. Very, very solid lane. I mean, the disruption can be used as a setup for the spear, and you can obviously stack ancients, and Mars can do it later with the shadow poison. I think these are the type of lanes where I feel like whenever you have to reveal your off laner without knowing your potential laning opponent, then these are the type of lanes that you go for. The lanes that you can play for stack and break even. You know, Shadow Demon plus Mars is one of the more stable lanes where I feel like it can be done. No matter what, you're always going to be able to get something out of the lane and return to the stacks. And they go for Jakiro with DK. This is very, very aggressive from the early game. They're going to take a lot of towers very quickly, take a lot of the map control away from you. And Jakiro is also, on the other hand, a very, very strong laner. So melee heroes, melee offlaners don't like to play into Jakiro.
Yeah, I think it's going to be purely for the lane. Obviously, you have some minimal synergy with long stun into, well, now even some
DK
better
stun,
synergy, right?
macro pyre
DK
into,
stun, macro pyre
ice
into
path.
bushwhack. But I'm liking it more. But the point I still want to make, though, Winter, is this hero is almost virtually unpicked by pros. I see that why
He has a very high win rate in pubs, though, I would say.
I mean, but almost no one's playing him. Y has played him once. Rezo has played him twice. And other than
It's a
that,
very
it's just this.
greedy
That's
hero,
it.
I think, as a support. He takes up a lot of farm. The way you play this hero is like you want to be like occupying the dead lane, and you want to be pushing out lanes, and because you can abuse your macro pyre to push out from fogged. So, and this hero is gonna mean that you need somebody else to move around, because he doesn't like to be in the smoke. In a lot of cases, you want to be pushing, and you want to be the anchor on the map, and your team is smoking towards you.
Right. I see that.
We'll see what they do with this Jack hero. Maybe you can also play less greedy and just follow a team. You max your ice path. Normally you don't max ice path. You just get 1 point, and you have dual breath and your liquid fire. So if you're following your team, maybe you can just max the ice path. I'm not really sure how do you do things right now with this hero. Haven't really played the hero, but I feel like maybe you can also do that if you're not given space to farm. So we'll see what they decide to do. For Falcons, they have to react towards this Jack hero homing. They're going for the Sven, which is a hero that doesn't really fare that well against DK, I would say, because DK has higher armor. But it does give them a strong laner. He's one of the carry heroes that can make your lane very strong, because you have a stun, you have war cry, and you can take stacks. I guess maybe the synergy is that not only they want the offlaner to clear some ancients, they want a carry that can do that when the Shadow Demon's stacking. So maybe that's one of the reasons why they are considering the Sven here.
Right. And don't get me wrong, I like a Falcons skitter Sven. He's a great Sven player. I see these Azure Array heroes, especially the supports, and I'm like, ugh. I mean, you pop them easy if you get on top of them, but Sven does that to like any support. These supports in particular have a lot of really annoying abilities and can really kite him out if they're not effectively locked down, right? That's not the Sven's job, of course. It's going to be Amar's job and the mid to be determined here by Falcons, which is going to be their last pick, to try and shut down these supports and prevent like a terrible ice path into bushwhack, just completely neutering your Sven in these fights. Because that's always my concern when I see this hero. That's it.
They're gonna have the Rubik here, one of the best counters to Jakiro.
Oh yeah.
The stolen ice path, and AR are gonna go for their Troll Warlord, which is a very, very strong laner right now. Strong lane with the Jakiro. With the Aghanim, I guess maybe not that useful this game. The Dispel, probably not. SNY sounds like a better build this game. I'm not sure if you do it now on Troll, but I think if you want to get the item, Troll is definitely one of the best heroes to get the SNY on. That item got a huge buff this patch, so we'll see. I mean, there's a lot of stuns, the Mars Spear, the Sven stun, Rubik
the lift. Yeah. I think it could be good now. Just one quick note, right, is that status resist does not, I believe it does not impact things like disruption, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So that and airtime are going to ignore status resist, essentially. And by airtime, I mean like Yules and Torrent and Toss, right? That could be good. I mean, I don't mind, but I think the prevailing build has recently been on Trolls Mjolnir into Ags, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the build, because it got nerfed. I think maybe you go Battle Free SNY now. I mean, we'll see.
Okay.
Then you win your lane, you get your Battle Free, then you get SNY, then you're unkillable in the team fights.
So two very specific bands which make me always think of heroes, right? Anytime I see a Huskar band, yes, that's right. I always think Ember.
I mean, they have a DK, so maybe they're thinking of putting a DK mid as well.
Right. That would also struggle.
I think maybe they want to pick a hero that can just be a flex right now, like can be a mid and off lane, so that you can decide the lanes depending on what is the overall last pick for Falcons. If you can actually have that, find that pick, I think it's good when you're picking this mid hero into a blind matchup. Yeah.
What's that hero for you here? Are there any that come to mind very quickly?
I'm thinking of Viper.
I was also thinking, yeah, Viper.
I mean, Viper is good against the Sven.
Would you consider something like a Timbersaw off mid? Maybe mid off?
Yeah, can work. It can work. But it's banned. Yeah, you already banned it.
Oh, of course, right. You're playing against Amar,
so,
my bad.
I mean, there's not many heroes that can actually be
DPs? Ember. Okay, it is Ember.
They're gonna be Ember. So DK is gonna be off against the Sven. So they just covered all their bases with the last two bans, Monkey King, Huskar, and there's no Slada as well. So because Falcons ban it. I mean, I guess there's only there's like a Puck to counter him, but Puck doesn't really do very well against Ember in the lane. There's not many other heroes remaining, I feel. I mean, Puck is the one. I mean, there's another like Zeus, but it's like a greedier version. I mean, you can win the lane against the Ember.
Okay, just another Pango game then for Falcons?
Yeah, just another Pango game. Just a stable hero, you know? Like, they feel like they don't really have a lot of room to play around because you have also to consider your supports are Rubik and Shadow Demon, so they are both gonna take farm on the map, so you can't really afford to have too greedy of a mid hero, you know? So their 3-man is gonna be Shadow Demon, Rubik, and Pango. And what's AR's 3-man? The Ember and the Hoodwink Jakiro. I feel like the Ember Hoodwink Jakiro feels more scary than the Rubik Shadow Demon Pango.
Definitely. I definitely agree with you, right? Because you have some poke and some relative safety with Ori. He can go in front because Jakiro Jakiro is actually a little bit tanky, generally speaking, for supports, but FY on Hoodwink certainly is not. So having an Ember, being able to poke and, you know, commit from engagements from range.
Into Ice Path and Bushwhack.
Into Ice Path, Bushwhack. Yeah, right? Like
scary.
That just seems phenomenal. But, I mean, let's be real. On the other side, you have a Shadow Demon Mars and a Rubik, right? So you have some instant lift, always really valuable, right? Against a hero like an Ember Spirit, into a potential spear, into a disruption to set up for the spear. Like, that's not so bad either when you look at AR's heroes. Specifically, I'm thinking of catching an Ember and catching a Troll. Yeah, that's pretty decent setup at consistently getting them.
And on top of that, I feel like looking at the laning setup, I feel like AR is going to be very happy. So DK plus Hoodwink against Jakiro, Sven plus Shadow Demon. I think the DK is going to farm pretty well in this lane. Troll and Jakiro against the Mars and Rubik. I think this lane is going to be great as well for AR. I mean, Rubik and Mars, I think, should be able to 50-50 this lane. But I think maybe the Troll will be able to get a little bit more CS. Depends on who gets the pull off and who's able to do the small little things, you know, correctly in the lane. And mid lane is also feels like a lane that's very good for Ember, you know. Usually you pick Ember into the Pango, and now they're picking Pango into Ember. So I think laning phase well, it looks pretty good, you know, for AR. And for Falcons, it's more about like getting stacks and hitting timings, you know, with the Sven, you know. So they are playing more for a scaling game compared to the first game where they are going all out aggression. So this time they're gonna be taking a step back to scale and to farm.
Prepare for battle.
Sweet. So how that works out for them, right? The scaling, the farming style here, the Sven into the Troll, Amar on a classic hero. I mean, I'm always a fan personally of a crit Rubik, especially when you have some really fun spells to steal this game. Could be a fun one. I think we're in for a fun game, at least, Winter. We had a very strong macro game from AR last time. Good aggression from Falcons that was outmaneuvered, unfortunately for them. Winter, I've given you some time to think about it. I bought some space created, which is what I do best. But it's time. Which draft are you preferring here for game 2?
AR, my friend.
Okay.
I feel like it's easier to play their lineup, and if they can actually scout the stacks by Shadow Demon, and if they can actually steal the stacks, you know, I think that would be something huge, you know, for AR. If they can actually place an observer ward, maybe around 5-6 minutes, just run in the nighttime, place a ward there, and whenever they are doing it, try to steal it with the Ember Spirit or the Jakiro.
Or the Jakiro, that's what I was thinking, honestly. Can even get maybe the offlane DK. It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
Could be a very huge play, you know, for AR to look forward to in the game. Let's see if they can actually do it, and if Falcons can actually take the stack without AR having time to react to it. And they're gonna have a very deep lane ward here for Falcons, so they're gonna try to go for first blood, I guess, with this ward, or what they're trying to do here? Just scout
Maybe
the lanes.
block the creep. Yeah, seems likely. Three heroes
the
top
Mars
right
is a
now. In the
little bit far
meantime,
away.
Falcons, they actually have caught
they
Lou.
don't live.
He has a TP. They've committed the lift already, and they have the God's Rebuke. Nearby is Tian Ming trying to at least stop something from happening here. Lou is going to be able to get back to his own tower, safely, but look at his HP.
Yeah, but still, the Rubik had to commit lift. I think it was actually not too bad for AR. They just need to send more regen, to this lane. I feel like overall, trading that for the Rubik taking lift at level 1, I think it's better for AR, to be honest.
Wow. Really? That impactful? I mean, I believe it. It's like, remember the game we casted with a Dark Seer vacuum level 1? And that was before it did any damage. Yeah. This was years ago. Remember ESL Thailand? Remember COVID? I remember.
Okay.
It was back all the way back then.
I mean, we'll see. Arma is still getting some CS, but they're going to lose a lot of potential to pressure the troll with Rubik having lift at level 1. So they'll just have to wait for level 2 to arrive. And Jakiro has also opted to go for Liquid Fire at level 1. Okay, I actually didn't know that's the skill you get at level 1 now on this hero. Is it more efficient damage-wise? Really? It's 100 damage, I guess. Yeah, it's 100 damage. It's actually 100 damage? Okay. It's definitely the better spell at level 1 now.
It's 100 damage, yeah. And it makes trading efficient, right? Because you can't trade into it as FY. It's going to be killed off. Nice setup there. Disruption into the stun. They catch up to him, and they take down the squirrel. You see Crit is really struggling top, by the way. Forced to pop some of the regen, has a salve, as he is hoping to try and keep this camp blocked up, and will be successful on his foray.
Yeah, I mean, it's all happening because he had lift at level 1, so he can push out the creep wave with the Fate Bolt, get some last hit. So now the wave is pushing in towards the Mars tower, so they have to try to deal with that. And now Jakiro is just being extremely annoying in this lane.
That's Jakiro's, man. Really nice deny. Really nice deny there by Tiao Ming onto the one range creep. So frustrating. But finally, Crit does have his points in the Fate Bolt. Checking in mid, Ember with a bit of a lead now, edging over Malrin. I think this is to be expected. And Malrin, see how many of these creeps he gets underneath his tower. One denied by Ori is phenomenal for him so far, but let's see how many more he can manage to get. Yeah, just the one. Still, not bad from the Ember whatsoever. Back down bottom.
Yeah, this lane is gonna be good, really good for the Ember. Anyway, so bot lane, Lotus, FY is gonna pick it. So
it's a good one.
He's happy.
I wanted to look at box build. It is double bracer. I want to see what his third skill point is in. Okay, it is gonna be the Breathe Fire.
Breathe Fire. I feel like normally you only take the second point in the blood if you feel like the lane has a potential to kill you. But if the lane can't really kill you, I think you should always just get your other spells, your stun or your Breathe Fire.
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I can't really contest that. Sound logic. I think top lane is
with the double bracer build, you're just mostly unkillable in the lane. So I mean, top lane. I mean, the troll is free farming still, and Mars is the one.
But they might have Tiao Ming here. They do have Tiao Ming with Amar committing for the kill pretty easily. Look at this.
Look at this. That's actually so much damage. That's actually so much damage. That's crazy.
Yeah, but he's actually going to be able to steal away the Bounty Ruin refill. We'll see if that comes into play, as Ori just enough mana there to try and get himself the Water Rune. Does manage to do so, but now Crit from the top lane with a clutch rotation on the lift allows Malrin to win the trade. Tiao Ming chasing him down, but I don't think he's going to have really the range here reasonably to get him. That was a big kill. Also wastes the TP back from Tiao Ming, so no bottle refill and effectively a wasted TP for Tiao Ming.
Yeah, very, very nicely done by Crit there, running over after killing the Jakiro
too. I don't think he's fast enough.
He's gonna just he just wants to die here.
Yeah.
Good play. I mean, Crit is just making the plays happen, so far. I mean, Amar is the one struggling because Crit is not in the lane and he's not really getting a good amount of last hits. I mean, he still has 16, but he's the lowest among all the cores right now. So definitely not having a good time. Nope. I mean, this is what Troll does to you.
Troll gameplay. Yeah, I mean, Troll just doesn't lose lanes, really, does he? I mean, I think you really need to focus on a counter pick.
He bullies lanes.
Yeah, he bullied. You got to get some like Viper +1 to really even have a chance. And even then, he just kind of doesn't care. Yeah, Razor would have been one, but obviously that's a must ban against a team like this. Down bottom,
the 1v1 duel.
Oh,
the neutral. The neutral says nope. And no kill for you, Snake.
Got yoinked. It wasn't even the Kobold camp, which got +3 damage. Actually, not a super worthless camp to pull into anymore. It's pretty nice. Kobold.
Yeah, you can actually deny creeps now. With that,
yeah, that's. I mean, everyone kind of memed on it, and I went, haha, very funny. But actually, pretty big change.
Don't listen to the people memeing. It's a legit change.
Yeah, definitely. Now when I play Chen, I'm going to solely take Kobolds because of that +3 damage. I'm going to have just
6 minutes. The rune spawns, the 3v3 commences.
Yeah, it's an illusion top lane. Or not top lane, but top spawn.
Oh, Snaking, disrupt. Gets the bounty rune. Nicely done. Blood grenade, bushwhack up in 1 second.
Yeah, he dies for it, but you know, gold. Gold for the team. Had low mana anyway. I don't think he's too upset to have taken that death. I mean, it's not like he's you know really needed bottom. He's not really doing much. It's kind of just Skitter and Box stunning each other and hitting creeps.
Yeah, it means a DK against a Sven lane. Nobody's gonna kill the other person.
Not without some meaty rotations. I mean, with the I want to say additions, but obviously we'd have new frontiers for some time. But with Twin Gates, it's always a chance, right? With supports like this Rubik, I think more like the Jakiro having a better chance there. Lots of D wards here early on, by the way. This is a very contested part of the map for wards, with Tiaoming and Crit D-warding each other now once. See if anything comes into effect. No yoinks here for the Wisdom Room timing. Still 1 apiece, Winter. No changes here. It's
yeah. How about the stacks? Oh yeah, because Shadow Demon is not position 4, so he's not being able to stack some ancients.
Right. Good point. I wonder if they
stacks.
Well, think about.
I mean, here comes the Pango. Pango is here to party. Back.
Yeah, they're making a play. A down bottom. God Strength active. Malorine, a nice little turn. You had to go wide around there.
Yeah,
that's nice. This Rolling Thunder, you know, it's like an 18-wheeler. Doesn't really turn on a dime, but Malorine, he is well practiced on the Pango. Nice kill.
It's very easy to tell if you're an experienced driver or you're just...
That's right. Or if you bought your license.
A new driver. Or some good driving there by Malorine. Shadow Demon disrupt. Trying to take the rune, I guess, but
he doesn't actually stop
rune.
the stack. I mean, funny enough, the team that stacks more is AR on their own side. Here's Malorine, will contest, has 11 wand charges, and not much more here, so we'll see how things go. So he does manage to at least steal a few of them. FY making sure he gets at least one of the big creeps. Tower denied down bottom already, by the way. It's pretty big.
Oh, the DK is killing his own tower?
Yeah, he took it down.
Something you see.
There it is, Malorine. Oh, gets down to the low ground. FY continues the chase, though, with that bushwhack. Looks like the dual breath just miss. As Snaking at least coming back to slow the Embers chase as he looks to join the fight. Another Remnant placed down. Seems like Snaking is going to die here. He takes the kill instead of the death onto Malorine, who is completely out of mana now. And will need to probably leave this tower. I don't know if they can take it. They did waste a lot of that Elder Dragon form, honestly, on that chase. But between a Jakiro, 3 points in Liquid Fire, and level 1 Elder Dragon form, they might still get it.
Yeah, probably. That should be probably enough with the 3 points Liquid Fire. I mean, unless they bring more heroes. Marine's still here. He gets a bottle refill.
Okay. That does change things. This is pretty good space that Amar's needed as well, we should mention. They are going to go in now. Nice surround there on the illusions out from the disruption. Bushwhack does pull him on back, but it's not going to save Tiaoming. Skitter getting a kill for himself now. Notch in his belt.
I mean, Lu is just free farming for the last 8 minutes.
True.
I mean, he is actually so freaking fat right now on the troll. I mean, Mars, on the other hand, he's not like completely zoned out from the lane, but he's still fairly far behind right now.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's painful for him, I mean, here we go. Finally, the first stacks are being made, but it's him that's having to do it. As Crit might just get walked down here by the Ember Spirit. A lift buying a bit of space. Disruption as well. Should get at least Crit back to safety. But what can they do now? Ori still pretty strong here, honestly. Scouts that stack as well. Aiming for the kill as Mallorin choosing to go for the other support. Ori continually just chasing down and being walked to death underneath this tower. I can't believe it. He picks up the kill. He remnants on back. In the meantime, Mallorin finally able to find the bonks. Gets the kill onto Tianming, but it leaves him, without a bushwhack, or sorry, without a swashbuckle. Does get up to the high ground here briefly. Ori continuing to chase. I think he missed on the Syrian chain, so he doesn't have a TP cancel. And Mallorin, he almost died to the fountain, but he is safely away.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate there. Ori, he tried to slide chains there earlier, but couldn't get it, so allows the Pango to get away. So that's very, very nicely done. Mallorin immediately realizes that he could TP out. But still, Ori got a kill onto the Shadow Demon there.
He did. He had to work for it.
Tier 2.
I've got to be honest with you, which I don't know if that's really worth it for AR. I know it's a 1-to-1 trade. Obviously, they almost got the kill onto the Pango, but you know, I guess your wagon's still alive technically, but now it's going to be killed here by Crit. My point being, that was an Elder Dragon form. That was a 10-minute wagon. You know, you have this Jakiro. I thought maybe that could have been a push, you know, if you just kind of force back the Shadow.
Yeah, I mean,
you force out the Rolling Thunder.
Look at the map. The team with the DK and Jakiro didn't take a single tower 10 minutes in.
Exactly, right? And that's kind of the point I'm getting at. Now Falcons, they're getting some stacks going. Skitter's going to be able to clear these up. I mean, the farm's going to come online here. They are giving chase here for Ori. Stolen. Rubik Remnants look amazing here as Ori. Nice dodge there on the Sleight of Fist, but Disruption should just about condemn him here. Yeah, if not that, it was probably going to be that sack of Shadow Poison that he had on him. Good kill. Very, very effective pickoff here. But again, I'm seeing symptoms here, right? That is not very healthy for AR's early game.
Yeah, I mean, this is the three heroes from Falcon coming together with the Pango. I mean, Tianming, he was just busy like stacking, so he actually didn't come over to the fight. FY is gonna die too. I mean, this is like the snowball effect. That was a meaty shield crash.
That was a meaty shield crash. Swashbuckle does whiff, so FY will live. That almost certainly would have condemned him. I mean, especially with Diffusal, I think he dies. This is still a very strong Falcons. Very bold from AR, trying to counter-initiate here. Not a chance, as Amara, eager to get involved, will finally wet his shield with the God's Rebuke kill. Nicely done there. I don't know about this AR. I think they maybe need to reevaluate exactly what's going on here. I don't think anyone's been down bottom farming for some time.
Yeah.
This is another Elder Dragon form used by Bach that seems half-wasted, quote-unquote.
I mean, he's been very, very active in looking to help his team, you know, on the DK instead of like trying to push his own tower, you know. So right now he probably has to reevaluate his priorities and try to finish off his own tower first before he tries to move too much. Right. On the other hand, Snaking is also here. You know, he wants to defend the tower, so he's not even going to be able to kill it.
They tried for bucket.
He's going to deny it.
They almost got that tower there. Sorry, they did get the tower. Pardon me. I meant they almost got Bach, because if Crit actually catches him there, or Snaking, sorry, if Snaking catches him with the Disruption, he dies because there's no tier 1 tower for AR to come help him. Would have been really painful here, but fortunately, you know, good map awareness by Bach sees him backing up in time as he is going to casually farm up a stack of Ancients. Skitter getting to work himself on this final tier 1 tower with his Mask of Madness and the God's Strength active. He takes that thing down very quickly. All 3 tier 1 towers down, and it's not the team with the DK and the almost maxed Liquid Fire Jakiro, who, by the way, has not gotten a point, a skill point that is, in probably a few minutes. Ori, caught by the Arena of Blood. Amar was waiting patiently for him up on the high ground. Another kill onto Ori. This is getting out of hand, Winter. This is getting ugly.
Yeah, I mean, Falcon is just very, very good at, you know, bringing their heroes to the right location. We saw earlier how they were able to abuse the 2 supports, playing around with the Pango, and this time the Mars is even coming over. And whereas for AR, they're not really connecting with all their heroes to the same location. You know, I feel like the Jakiro and Holing, they probably have to constantly follow the Ember around, you know, to help the Ember take the runes and whatnot. You know, I feel like Ori he had a good start, yes, but after that his supports are not really following him around to control the runes, and I think it's extremely important for the first 15 minutes that you actually help your mid laner secure the runes. Even if your off laner has to come over, I think you have to just help him. take the runes.
I'll tell you what I'm seeing, right? I'm seeing Falcons who are seemingly playing around this Pango. He's being very aggressive. Heroes are helping to kill whatever hero he is going on, right? And it's working for Falcons right now. What I'm not seeing from AR, at least maybe they're attempting it, but the connections aren't being made, is the same, right? Because DK is rotating through, but he's never actually helping because they're just not getting any kills. And you can see here now, perhaps the support's transitioning a bit, allowing the Pango to get a bit more farm and assisting for this kill onto Amar, who, by the way, has the Yule Scepter.
Yeah, I mean, that was very nicely done by Rubik there, using the slide to get the lift, and now he has Sharpshooter, so that's going to give his team a huge amount of burst if he catches anyone in the arena.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah,
tons of damage.
This Mars, even though he didn't have a good start, but he's been having a very, very big impact in the game. 15 minutes into the game.
And again, I think that's what the point I'm trying to make compared to the start that DK had, which was a pretty you farm, I farm kind of a start. He's been able to actually connect. Maybe it's just hero diff, but I don't know, man. Amar making it look very easy here as Bach. Yeah, where you going, son? Absolutely nowhere. As Amar even denies the tower with a TI winner. Oof. Tough early game. This is...
I mean,
all right, I mean, it's not over, right? Lou has a Battle Fury. FY maybe even able to escape here and will. But Lou's got a Battle Fury. He's the richest hero in the game. I mean, Skitter's quickly catching up, so this may be subject to change pretty quickly. But the Trolls basically had a dream start, right? I mean, he's a carry. He's 0-0-0. He's approaching 200 last hits at 18 minutes. Things seem to be going well here. How do AR pivot and turn things around here? I'm assuming it does not start from a Yule Scepter setup kill onto the Ember Spirit, of course. Yeah, certainly not. But, I mean, how do you stop this? What do you do with your AR?
I think the Troll has to come out and fight at some point. I think when you get your SNY, you have to try to help your team. I don't feel like he can actually afford to sit and just farm to his next items anymore. Like, he has to try to choose the time to help. I mean, this Ember has been bullied by Falcon's support duo plus Armor constantly, the last couple of minutes. And now you see the collapse, once you lose the 3-3 in the first 10 minutes, 10-15 minutes, and then you lose your tower, and everything is going to fall apart from you. That's why it's very, very important to prioritize those early game rune fights, with the 3-3. You have to make sure that you bring enough heroes and not lose out the rune fights. Once you lose control of the runes, the enemy mid hero is going to have a lot more impact in the game compared to your mid hero, and that's when you lose control of the map.
Yeah, this is how I thought Falcon's first game was going to go with the strength.
Holy.
Wow, that was a lot of damage.
Disappeared.
That was crazy. You know how magicians, they like to pull a rabbit out of a hat? Falcons just did basically the opposite with a squirrel. Amar could be in for a spot of trouble here, trying to pig pull himself to safety, but the roots, can they get a couple? Yeah, they can. Burning, and dead to the Macropyre. It's a big pickoff. Oh no! No! That's a Rubik ice path. That's not something you want to see ever. But maybe there's still something here for AR. Not so sure, actually. Snake King does still have this mech, so he's kind of baiting here. Mech active, Skitter nearby, trying to turn this around. They have another ice path ready to go. Actually, no, he instead took dual breath because there's only 1 point in that ice path. So the level 2 dual breath keeping Bach at bay. And I think that'll be the end of this fight.
That was very, very important for AR to get ahead in that exchange. Can
they roach?
Something, it's something they got Mars.
Is this actually something they can do? They don't have any minus armor, right?
I mean, it's a troll. That is what troll gives you. But
true.
Feels risky though. It's not that fast.
No, that's what I mean. It's early. I don't know if they know.
If still a troll, I guess they have enough time.
Yeah. It would seem
be close.
It's close. Now they realize I think it's going on. And Skitter's got a BKB. He's not going to get it in the time. Amar is here. Oh, but he caught the spear. Get down, Mr. President, says Bach. They at least will be able to get that Aegis. But the question is, can you keep it for much longer here? Lou is going to be kited out. Malred, he's scouting for reinforcements. He's like, no one else? Free kill? Okay. Amar, a rare whiff out from him on the spear. Actually gets Lou a bit further away, but it still should not be a problem. Yeah, there he goes. He pops to the Demonic Purge, and AR, well, they could take the Roche Winter, but it comes at a heavy price.
Crazy risky. That's so risky. Maybe if they had like a macro fire or something, or some other spell, you know. I don't know.
That's what I
feel
mean.
like,
or any minus armor.
maybe if they had a Blightstone.
That's exactly. Just it's so crazy. Amar just can't believe what he's seeing here. A triple, rebuke. I just.
And you
tough,
even got the last
fight.
hit on Roche. So
you're right. They did.
You kind of
Amar
ask for a better fight if you're Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if they steal the Aegis, but ultimately I agree. I mean, just a free Roche fight for them. And now, I mean, the damage is about to really ramp up here, right?
It's the pressure from the last couple of minutes where the Ember's dying all the time, and then you feel like you're in a bad position. So the moment you get a pick off on the Mars, you feel like, oh, we need to get more out of this, to recover.
You need to do
to recover
something
the
here.
deficit. And then they paid the price, for making that huge display.
It's just so funny seeing Amar just walk up and just kill people like this.
I mean, it's a boots of travel use here. Mars, he's really, really fast.
He's pretty fast. Oh no, Bach, he's not going anywhere here. Breathe Fire stolen. Crit is going to be able to assist in getting the skill skitter. I mean, it takes a while with the Breathe Fire reducing his damage by that much, but it just doesn't matter here. I mean, when do you fight? When do you fight now?
You have to ask Mr. Trill. Jarakal, when are you coming? Jarakal says, I need my BKB, sir.
He does need his BKB, yeah. But you'll be fighting.
He already took a fight one time and he had his SMY. That's it, I've already did my quota. It's time for me to farm.
Dire's bottom tower is under
We're going for
now
the Superman Sven as well.
Superman Sven online.
Well, not online yet, but soon, yeah. Right now, the only Ags online is going to be that.
I wonder if he's actually going to buy the shard. I think the shard is actually really, really good this game against the troll. Give your team the armor.
That's really true, actually. That's very true. TP away there. Nice cheeky TP. One thing I do want to point out, by the way, is the Tormentor just got picked up by Crit. I always want to bring this up because it is a save, right? Even if it's just a self-save, but this is a pretty significant item against a Macropire, against a Troll even. Just throw them up or down cliffs, your allies, that is, right? So this is a nice item. Very, very key item for him. He's got Force as well. Yeah, nice. Double save,
Falcon's
basically.
looking for blood with the shield rune on the Pango.
Yeah, but they might find, actually, this Ember. Oh no, Amari doesn't have Blink, so he needs to get up close and personal. Oh, but Skinner, almost enough time there to be able to set up for that kill. That was a close one. Ori, very happy to be getting away from a potential death like that. That would have been just horrendous, honestly. See how, I mean, AR are gonna get themselves back in here. Ori just needs more, man. Kaya and Sanj for him on top of the Mage Slayer. I mean, he's still a good Mage Slayer builder. The item does a lot for him, but I think you're going to be dying to physical damage pretty quickly here at the rate this game is going. It's not going to be feeling like such a strong item for you anymore.
I mean, they have a mech on Jakiro. I guess that's going to help a little bit.
That helps.
Yeah.
That helps. My problem with Ember Spirit, speaking as a support player, is frequently this is a hero that hold on, Bach. Yeah, TP's away. That was pretty close though. This is a hero that, speaking from the perspective as a support, where it feels like when he gets caught, because of the amount of mobility on this hero, it feels like you're not in a position to help out, just like this. Oh no! Oh, Ice Path catches 4. Oh, that was so clutch from Tiaoming. That's just amazing. Keeps Ori out of the line of fire again. Amar was just stalking them in the trees. That's crazy. I mean, immediately I have my point undermined, but I think that's kind of somewhat of an exception. But usually in games that Ember Spirits are kind of able to do things, they're so far away from you, especially as like a long-range spellcaster like Jakiro, where you can't catch up to them. You can't really help out. Spell stolen there is scary. Doesn't really help out Crit in this particular occasion, but maybe it comes in handy later. But I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully Ori can start doing something more. The thing that's sad, I think, for AR. That's true. That is true. The sad thing for him, Winter, is that he's not even the poorest on his team. That actually That goes to Bach, who is going to get caught here by Amar. See if he can get away. No Blink Dagger. He's got Blink in 200 gold. He's fast, but this is a Blink, Yules, Bots, Mars. So just absolutely no escape for you and no other option other than death as Skeeter closes the door on him. Mid lane, they're just going up to the high ground. They're just casually killing this Jakiro. Tiao Ming trying to live. Lots of DOTs and a beautifully timed shield crash collecting the kill there. This team's feeling themselves now.
Yeah, they're in a very, very good spot in the game. They're playing really well, playing some nice, clean Dota. And AR is going to have to try to figure out when do they take the fight with the Troll. The Troll has BKB now. Like, he's really, really strong. And they have to try to use him.
There's this ward on the high ground now from Falcons. They're pushing this tier 2 tower. Roche is up in maybe a minute. Be nice if you can get another Aegis here and not lose it immediately for AR to at least have that safety. I don't think we've seen a battle trance yet, have we? It kind of
I think maybe
it.
once in the Roche fight. That's pretty much it.
Could have been. Game is... I mean, it's hard, but I think AR, the only path for them out of this one is to fight through it. There's no other choice, especially now that Skitter has overtaken Lu in terms of farm. There's no really coming back from that kind of a deficit.
Just going for Daedalus next on the Sven as well. Like, even more bursts. He just wants to make sure that he can burst the Troll once they initiate on him with the spear or the Sven stun, you know.
Okay, this is a smoke out now. Oh, okay, and Mallory just kind of gifted himself, perhaps, as a sacrifice. He will be killed. That is 1,000, nearly 400 gold into the coffers of AR. That is certainly a nice way to start your comeback.
Yeah, he kind of felt a little bit too comfortable with the ward being around the area, you know, so he felt like he had enough time, but just unlucky to run into the smoke right away. And
this is where I'd like to see Falcons show some maturity, you know, kind of recognize the state of this game a bit, you know, weigh their strengths, know what they have, what AR has ready, and they'll get the glyph out and they won't push any further. But this kind of growth, I think, is the only thing that this team previously has lacked. Obviously, with Betboom Dacha behind them now, I think they've certainly kind of leveled up their gameplay significantly, but this is good from them. I like seeing this, right? They lose a hero. They're going to just get back onto the other side, onto their half of the map, not play too risky. I like it.
Yep, as soon as Pango's alive, they can plot their next move. I mean, the Sven is still very, very strong right now. I mean, Amar already has his Octarine Core plus use, and he's going to go for the Wind Waker next to give them safe. Against, I guess, the Troll, against the Jakiro with Ember combo, the slide into Ice Path. I mean, it's just very interesting, you know, the way he plays this hero right now. It's more like a full utility hero. Whenever he feels like he's going to be in a situation where his laning phase is not going to go well, and this is how he plays the hero.
This could be a fight. This could be a good fight even. Oh no, but Crit tried his best to live through this actually.
Nice
and with
arena.
the Demonic Purge, he's out of there. The arena to counter Nishi. They're on to Lu. He did not get the chance to activate either the BKB or the Battle Trance. Down he goes. Bach as well, trapped inside of the Arena of Blood. That will be his final resting place as he is picked off. Ori, Amar, and Malrin were stalking the Remnant, waiting for him. And they have managed to close the jaws now onto all three of AR's cores. Down they go. Amar wasting no time as well, starting to push bottom back out. So there's not even really a play for AR to make here. Roche is going to go the way of Falcons. I mean, reasonably, there's still another fight. Oh, that's funny, actually, because Falcons sniped the Roche, even though they didn't get the Aegis. They still get the Roar of Retribution, not like it matters. But 15k, probably going to be 16 now after Roche drops Winter. This game looking real hard now for AR.
Yep, really, really rough for them right now. They have to find some miracle fight in the next upcoming 5v5. Probably try to smoke and try to jump the back line, but first they have to hold in the high ground until the Aegis expires, so they have to try to survive the next 4.5 minutes first, and wait for the Aegis to be reclaimed, and then try to plot their next move. Now it's just about trying to sneak as much farm as they can across the map. Try to play some lane wards, try to shove out waves, you know, don't be afraid to die if you're a support. You just have to push the waves as far as you can, delay until the Aegis expires, then maybe you can try to take a fight. I mean, Tro, he opted to go for a dagger next. The last fight.
Yep. I've got some bad news for you though. I think that the gem's been lost, hasn't it? There was a gem earlier that they purchased for AR. I don't know. Oh, it's in the fountain. Okay, it's fine. It's Bing chilling. I was gonna say otherwise, if Falcons had managed to get that, then that would have been painful. Smart play there by AR. I mean, there's no invis heroes on the enemy side, so no need to carry that outside of the base if you're not going on a D-ward mission or a smoke play mission. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. 20k though, I mean, it's just the reach of Sven. I don't even know if you can kite Skitter anymore. He's got himself a harpoon. He has himself now the axe upgraded for him. You can just see, like, what do you do against this? If you're FY, you run and you barely live. Just barely by the skin of his teeth there. Good force staff on out as Malrine. He's going to commit for the TP because Lou, he committed for his TP. Lou gets off the BKB. There goes the Battle Trance, now active, trying to fight his way back to this one and even winning the duel here versus Skitter. But his BKB is up. His Battle Trance is up. Does he have another fight in him here? They're going to go for it as that's a very nice Gleipnir onto 2, holding back this kind of counter initiation. They have a disruption though. Skitter popping his BKB now as FY is being focused on by Malrine. Skitter now 1v2 as Ori even getting involved here. Skitter jumps away to the creep wave as Crit has somehow found himself onto the high ground. He dies. The rest of AR now continue to chase a beautiful bushwhack, now connecting onto 2. Skitter, the most important one here, falling low and taking down the high ground hold. AR. They fight themselves for their right back into this game. They remove the Aegis. They kill the Sven. They've eaten away here. 6k already in that high ground hold.
Guess what, Richie? That was the SMY buff, that extra 5% status resist. I mean, the Troll barely got his BKB and ultimate off.
I think you're right, actually.
Straight up won the fight. It was so close. Like I said, it was so freaking close.
I was shocked as well. I thought he was dead to rights. Somehow getting that BKB active. I think you're right. I think it had to be that status resist buff, man. Oh my god. Falcons? What? 2 versus 5? They like those odds. They're going on in. They're getting to pick off now onto Tiao Ming. No secret shopping for you, sir. Even if you do still get the point booster, that's fine.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
All right. I mean, but let's be realistic, right? What's the state of the game now? Obviously, hype fight for AR. Very well played. But
it gives them a chance still. It gives them a chance. I think if AR can put together another good fight, I mean, late game, once the BKB charges are down on the Sven, I think the Troll is just going to have a easy time. Like you saw how the Sven actually can't fight the Troll, when you get your Battle Trance off. The Troll is just the king of 1v1s, And eventually you're going to have to rely on the Shadow Demon Disrupt and the Purge to kind of deal with the Troll. But I feel like with the SMY, he can actually just try to run. I mean, the disruption is probably going to be the only thing that's annoying for him. But apart from that, I think if his team is able to get the right jump, especially if the DK or the Ember, if they can find the Shadow Demon in the fights, eliminate him first, I feel like there's going to be very little to stop the Troll and the team fights after that. I mean, you can maybe Arena to try to mitigate some of the damage that he can deal. But apart from that, I don't think that you're killing him. Like, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's time to start kiting out the Troll even more, right? Is the only way. I think it's one of those heroes where you burst at the start of the fight, pick off style, you have to use ignore. Yep.
To try kite. I mean, they only have one on Rubik, I think. Yeah, Rubik is the only one that has it.
I mean, look, you're right, but I mean, we also have Demonic Cleanse, right? Which is amazing. It's the whole reason why Crit lived in that kind of fight up top when they made the play, right? So I do think that there's a chance, right? Because you can dispel you dispel everything pretty much, I think, except for Dragon Tail. You dispel all the other stuns and Ice Path, actually. Everything else. So the roots from Syrian Chains, as well as the Gleipnir, and of course the roots from the Berserker's Rage, those are getting, dispelled.
Malrine, he's going to preemptively roll just to make sure they secure the Tormentor.
I'll get it.
And now the
it's,
Sun gets it. All right, it's nice. The
That's
Sun gets it.
nice. Yeah,
It's a useful one.
that's a nice one.
Undispellable and 6 armor.
Did this get changed? I swear I thought it was more armor before. No, it's always been 25 armor total. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Yeah, I mean it's so much. Actually, it's actually an incredible amount of armor. That this grants
anything
you.
more, this item is gonna be OP.
Agreed. Yeah.
I mean, imagine if it gives you. I think if they made it like 8 or 10, I think it would be too much. I mean, imagine 10 arm.
No,
means
it's
talent is like.
I mean, come on now, be realistic, right? Because you look at Warhammer, it already gives you 19, I think, right? Or Warcry, sorry, before the buff. Okay, this is potentially a Kale on Ori, but no. Gets off the Yule Scepter. Oh my god, that's a Wind Waker that Amar has. That wasn't even an aggressive Yules, it was a defensive Yules out from Ori. But that is BKB blown on the Ember Spirit, effectively. See now what Falcons do with this week. Malrin, he's rolling in. He likes rolling. He knows there's always a hero waiting on this spot. He finds Tiao Ming, but again, this is a rather tanky hero, actually, between the Ogre Axe and the Point Booster. Lots of HP here on Tiao Ming, in addition to the mech heal, of course.
Yeah, he has the talent as well at 15, 325 HP.
True. Any interesting talents that we've taken here this game? I don't really think so, right? I think it's fairly standard.
Plus 10 Berserker Rage Armor. I guess that's standard. I'm not sure.
I guess it's to me it's the obvious choice in this game, right? Into the Sven.
Yeah. But some games I feel like maybe you want to move speed. Some games.
I agree. I think you'd want move speed in games where you're kind of getting kited out. But this game, I think it's one of those games where AR, they need to withstand this tidal wave, right?
Yeah,
they need to
as long
hold
as
fast.
he can click the R button when he's focused, I think he's going to win the team fight.
He's going to be fine. And then if you come to the state of the game where you feel like you're the one using, battle trance a bit more aggressively, or as in you're the one starting the fights, well, then maybe you want the move speed. But by then, I think in this kind of a game, you would have already outlasted the storm, weathered the storm,
probably.
and yeah, I think it's the right choice. What else? Offlane DK, 400 health, level 18 finally with the Eye Scepter. So I would say Bach better, right? He's maybe doing something in these fights now. I don't want to sound mean, but obviously with the early game that he's had, it has not really been too
not an
effective.
eventful early game, let's just put it
yeah. early game is a nice way of saying 35 minutes, by the way. That's how I like to say my early game.
So Skeeter doesn't want to have any early game discussion now. He wants to end the game.
He wants to end the game. All right. Oh, the spear. Oh, caught the illusion, allowing Lou to continue fighting here. Wind Waker used by Amaris. They actually catch Malrin here with the dual breath. The Ice Path. Lots of damage there, courtesy of the Sharpshooter. That might be enough to push back Falcons, and seemingly by the TP of Skitter, it is.
I mean, they did some damage to the tower. It's something.
Yeah, and they burned the Fortify, right? So it makes things scary for sure, but
it's 2 minutes to rush.
Teams don't know that though.
It's gonna be a daytime rush. Probably
Well,
better
it'll
for Falcons.
Yeah,
if it's a daytime rush.
No, it'll spawn top though. It'll spawn top for like 20 seconds, and teams can take it in that time.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I think they have to be set up already.
You have to try to force them back. You have to try to poke and make them go back to base and then do rush after. That's probably the sensible play.
Okay, Malrin. Fine, right? Yeah, he's got a Setix cap, by the way. Which is
very nice item.
Yeah, especially for him, this kind of a game. Vindicator's
Any
axe, by the way.
frontline hero would love this item.
Oh, they got the lit. Oh, the initiation
Spear.
onto Ori. Oh no, the spear.
No,
they catch him with everything.
Oh no, but they're waiting for rush. His team is like,
they're waiting.
Chill.
They literally are waiting for Russian, but they have to back up though. I mean, obviously, Lou's already TP'd. You better TP. There is a buyback now, though. He just had enough gold for it. And the rest of Falcons now, they will respect.
You better make sure your TP when your carry is TPing to the front line like this.
Yeah, 100%. There better be Power Ranger TPs right around them for sure. Okay. You know what makes a big difference now?
Run all the way back top now.
Sanj be damned, Winter, because Amar, this is a pretty significant talent. This Spear of Mars stun, 0.6 seconds. I mean, that's pretty nice when Sanj has been buffed this much, right? It does, I think, make a pretty big difference.
Amar,
oh my god! Not like, oh, he's got Wind Waker though, right? Right, he's got Wind Waker. I mean, he does technically. The E-Blade, he makes himself immune to this. Lou still holding on the battle trance, but just has to sit here during the BKB duration. Another Wind Waker because of the Octarine core, and now the BKB is up, and guess what? Your ass is speared, says Amar. Now, with the Ember Spirit respawning here, Mallory just jumping around onto these backlines here, causing chaos. They are trying to bait him back in here. Bach making the jump onto Amar. They have the slows there, but they've lost Tian Ming all the way in the backlines because Skitter is unleashed here, still has his own BKB. As Liu Yules again now disrupted. He's being kited out like crazy. They make the jump onto the DK, who has nothing to do against the BKB of Skitter. He is killed off. Buyback from Staking, who's been found by FY. Buyback from Bach. Sorry, make that Tian Ming, who's back in the fight. And now there's the buyback from Bach as well. Malrin trying to take down these heroes and finally does, but there's going to be the blink forward now from Liu. Skitter, his BKB finally popped now as Tian Ming. He's going to die back. Skitter, he's on an ultra kill in this fight as Liu kicking things off now, holding onto the battle trance, barely gets it off in time before the spear of Amar hits him. The Yule Scepter to kite him out as Skitter trying to get back onto his man. There's the control, there's the lockdown, there's the mega kill streak now for Amar as they take down Liu. The rampage for Skitter as it's 4 dead with 3 diebacks here now for AR, and GG is called. Falcons, they get it right this game. What a way to end the game.
Yeah, what a way to start the fight, with the Sven and the Mars. I feel like they found the right heroes initially in the team fights, and I mean the troll was kind of like unkillable initially. They used the arena to kind of kite him out. He was forced to use his satanic to regen. Later on, use his BKB, but the troll just couldn't stick on the target. It was just very well done by Falcons kiting him out. And once the troll can't kill off any heroes, the fight was very easy for Sven to clean up.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Wind Waker, right? That kind of free mobility that you get with the Octarine cooldown, right? Affecting that for Amar, it looked easy for him. Just a chaotic fight, but that seems to be where Falcons, if their draft can make it work, made it work here this time with Skitter bringing the damage, Malrin bringing the lockdown and the poke for the backline. Really solid game from them, honestly. I was impressed.
Yep. Very, very nicely done by ATF on the Mars for sure. He didn't have a good lane. He actually had he was the poorest at 10 minutes, I think, out of all the cores, but he had so much impact with his Yule's Rush, with his travels, running around, making sure that he's always playing for his team. He's around the supports, and the travels kind of allowed him to scale because every time he participates in a team move and he's able to travel back to shove out the side lanes and make sure that he's also scaling at the same time. Whereas on the other hand, for his counterpart, the DK, he had a good start, but he wasn't able to connect to his team as well as the Mars did. He was trying to, I felt like he was trying to play for his team too much. I think he sort of neglected to finish off his own tower first, and he kind of died, I think, twice trying to finish off the tower. He got killed by Snake King and TPing Pango twice. I felt like if he actually finished the tower first, he tried to focus on his own lane and make sure he opened up that portion of the map, and after that, then he moves to his team. I felt like that would have been more natural for a DK.
Yeah. I mean, especially with the start that he had, I think it was unfortunately regrettable the way that he was able to get that early game. And then by the time his items were online, well, unfortunately, there were more items and more farm, and honestly, just really brilliant atomization out from Falcons as they will equalize here in our best of 2 series over AR. So it's going to be 1 apiece from the BetBoom Dacha champions versus the ESL 1 KL champions. That is going to take us to a bit of a break, guys, because we are going to have an interview. So make sure you stay tuned for that short break, and then back with our interview here, guys, after this. We'll see you soon.
Kein Geld, kein Stress, wir regeln das. Luxus-Vibes, als wärst du auf der Segelyacht. No Budget, High Class, Tasse statt Weinglas. Denk nicht viel nach, wir machen es einfach. Let's go. Seid ihr sicher, die Clique ist down? Ziehen Blicke auf uns, alle ticken jetzt aus. Die ganzen Kids in der City stehen drauf. Und rollen. Droppen Banger, schlagen mittendrin auf. Los komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Los komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruisen auf Scootern, fahren ans Ufer. Immer Open End, weil die Stadt niemals zu hat. Wasser schimmert Gold, wir machen was wir wollen. Doch die Kassen sind nie voll. Egal was soll's. Los komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruise mit, baby. Los komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Los komm. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick, yeah. Kickstart, baby, lass ihn nicht nach, baby. Kickstart, baby, lass ihn nicht nach. Kickstart, baby, lass ihn nicht nach, baby. Kickstart, baby, lass ihn nicht nach.
Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the DreamLeague Season 22 Group Stage number 1 here over on the Storm stream, where we just saw Falcons bounce back after a first game defeat to the hands of AR. Winter, your thoughts on the series as a whole here? I mean, what do you think has been going on? What's the story so far for these teams?
The 3v3 mid, you know, I think that's the main thing right now. A lot of teams have been like trying to draft around that. They're trying to have heroes that can actually allow them to have an advantageous rune fights, and making sure that you can help your mid laners control the runes, and after that your side lanes just kind of just slot in, you know, like their heroes, and making sure that whatever happens, they have to prioritize the mid fights, you know, the first 15 minutes, the rune and all the tower fights.
Right.
I mean, the second game, he kind of snowballed out of control. You know, the Ember had a good start against the Pango, but after that, he kind of, I think, lost every single rune. Maybe he got one rune, and then he got killed by the Mars rotating in, and he lost his tower, and everything just fell apart.
That's so true, actually. I mean, to think that could have been quite the Ori Ember game, right? Because there was the fight where I think it was Snaking. He got dove and killed underneath his tier 2 while Malrin was getting a kill. And then, like, right after that fight, they killed him, and then they killed him again, and then it's just like Ori was just a non-issue, basically, it seemingly, for the rest of the game. So, yeah, that was a bit interesting, as we do have our interview ready to go. Let's go ahead and say hi to, I believe, Snaking out from Team Falcons. Indeed, Snaking, how's it going, man? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys fine. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, good to see you. I hope you enjoyed your short break after a very successful Bepboom Dacha tournament. Congrats on that, man. I wanted to ask you, obviously you guys won and played that tournament on 734B. We're now on 735C. I was wondering, like, what your first impressions of the patch so far were.
I think the meta has definitely changed a little bit. I think Mage Slayer being nerfed is like a big deal. It shifts a lot of the win rates. I think like Bristleback had a huge surge in win rate, partly because of maybe the Bloodstone change as well. So I think we're going to be seeing slightly different heroes being picked and banned this patch in comparison to the last patch. So it's always exciting.
I mean, do you think? What do you think about the Lash right now? The hero got a slight buff, and in the first game they actually pick it, even though you open your draft with Doom. What do you think of that hero right now?
Leshrac is obviously a strong hero. I think everyone's like kind of eyeing it, and I think the big thing about Leshrac has always been about Bloodstone, and with the Bloodstone buff, it makes the hero better, and also the hero itself got buffed. So it's definitely a hero that I expect Mr. Quinn Callahan to be first picking a lot. We'll see.
Well, it depends. It's that or the Pango, right? I mean, come on, right? What can you do? If I could ask one follow up there, Sneh, I did take a peek at your pub history, and you've actually been practicing the hero a bit, mostly on support, if not exclusively. It seems to be successful, right, so far. I'm wondering, like, what your thoughts are about this hero as a support, however much you're willing to share.
I think I was just kind of experimenting. I'm not too sure. Obviously, I think everyone is. It's only been a couple days since the new patch, so I think it's going to take a little bit longer for the dust to settle. I think right now it felt decent, but who knows? Maybe it's trash.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, we'll see if you do start cooking with it throughout the tournament. Looking forward to that for sure. I wanted to ask, I mean, obviously you guys had Aoi with you at the start of the year, but now that it's been like a couple of months and you guys have won a tournament, like how is that going? Obviously you and Skitter know him pretty well, but especially with some of the younger guys like Amar and Mallory, like how is that meshing process now a couple months down the line?
I mean, I think it's been working out pretty well because I think AEI is always known to be very methodical and has a very set structure on how he approaches the game. And I think with the raw talent that Amar and Mallory both have, all they needed was like some structure and some like knowledge. And I think that's why AEI is like really good for this team. It's like he's able to provide the shortfalls of some of the younger players, and in order to build them to star players, like this is like a necessary step.
Yeah, I think that's really actually great insight. On a less serious question, I wanted to follow up and ask, is there anything a little bit silly you might be able to share us between Amar, who previously on his other teams like OG has always had the Amar test and he needs to click the buttons. Whenever I've seen AUI's content, especially when he explains drafts, he always seems very good at like explaining his ideas, right? Obviously, I've never drafted them, but how has that come together between those two, specifically during the draft? How is that? You know, anything you can share about us with us about that?
Sure. Actually, initially, speaking of the clicking the buttons, Amar actually he wanted to try to be like captain and drafter in the beginning of this team, and that's why he was the captain and drafting at the time. But I think as the game progressed, as like we play more scrims, I realized like, you know, it's just easier for me to talk and express my viewpoints because Amar is still relatively young. I think it's like he doesn't have like the bigger picture all the time, which I feel like I have seen more the holistic picture. So I think so I kind of stole it away from him. I talked to him about that. I think maybe it's better if I drafted. He was very open-minded and he said I could do it. And then that was it. That was what happened in the Kuala Lumpur qualifier. It was just me drafting, and Amar was kind of just as a secondary and a big voice. And then with the addition of AUI started in the January with the 3 qualifiers that we played with Bepum Dacha, ESL Birmingham, and as well as the current season of DreamLeague, we improved a lot in terms of like having more structure. AUI gave us like drafting patterns, and then once we established a pattern, Amar would just tell us like what heroes he wants and how he wants to be played around to kind of fill the gap in between the structure.
Yeah, that's actually really cool stuff. I think really thank you for the insightful answer. I'm glad to see it's working out. I did see you tweeted at Liquipedia to get that updated. And, you know, we're actually out of time, so we just have to let you go for now. But really appreciate you taking the time for your answers, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament, man. Always good to talk to you, Sneh.
Thank you so much. See you guys next time.
See ya.
See you.
Really cool interview. That guy it's really cool to see like how he's grown. I think he's always been Sneh, you know, for those who don't know, he made a stint at Pro Dota and NA specifically a long time ago, like back when JDL was still around. For the boomers that know what that is, he was back trying that out and then went back to finish. Yeah, pot him from the bottom. Started from the, I think it was pot him from the bottom. one of those teams, right? And then he went back and he finished his uni, and then he came back again and really was making a grind. Got trialed to some EU teams, finally ended up on Tundra, and obviously they made that great run alongside AUI and his current teammate Skitter. And it's great to really see how much he's matured, and how, like he says, he brings that really experienced viewpoint and that holistic view to the team. It's cool. Your reaction to that interview, Winter, before we head to a break?
I mean, it's good to hear them having the right balance between when you have a new player and you're trying to tell him, oh, I want to drop because of this, and this, and everybody's very, very open to things. I think this is a very, very important thing to have in a team where everything can be said directly. If you can't discuss and solve problems directly, it's going to hamper the team a lot.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's super cool to see them get that done. But that is going to wrap us up for our first series. It's a 1-1 draw, as Team Falcons, fresh off their championship win, are going to be able to draw versus AR. Up next, though, we're shifting gears, shifting regions. We're going to NA with Shopify. We're coming back home to C with Aurora. We'll catch you soon.
You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. She'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she burns like a kitten and twirls her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. Who's more alive. Shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. I feel electric. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. I feel electric. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charge up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP. You feel electric. You feel electric. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. The future shot. The future shot. Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static hearted. Once you got it, you'll go supersonic. You know you want it. 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 Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot.
Welcome back, everyone. ESL 1 Dream League Season 22 resumes now with our second series, just now about to get underway. Seeking Strike and Winter joining you here for the call as, we're into Group B now. We just finished, I believe, all the Group A first rounds across all the streams here. As a reminder, you're watching the Storm stream. You can switch to the main channel, Earth, and then Ember if you're not here for the correct game. But our game, Winter, is going to be Shopify taking on Aurora. Taking a look at the Shopify roster first. I think it's been a while since we've seen these guys, hasn't it? I don't really know why. Because it was Nouns that qualified to go to Bet Boom Dacha. And Shopify, I'm trying to think back to ESL 1 KL. Some time.
I mean, they have your patch. They have also some SCA in them, you know.
That's
1/5.
very true, actually. You know, I bet he can't stop scalping those SCA mid laners, huh? I bet.
I mean, they have a very interesting setup here, you know, compared to their previous roster. I mean, they play very differently right now compared to when they were at TI. So, and seems like they have been able to find like a winning formula. They've been playing also really aggressive. I mean, in the previous series, you talk about how Falcon has been a very aggressive team. I think same for Shopify. They are also a team that likes to be in the front foot. They like to, you know, pressure the opponents. They don't want to be the one sitting back behind. And RTZ is a very aggressive carry. He does not like to trade farm. You know, he's always looking to pressure and play very aggressive in deep enemy territory.
Yeah, I'm excited as well on, you know, how this pretty new roster is going to go. They were quick to announce, and then I think they declined, if I'm not mistaken, Shopify to play in the ESL 1 KL qualifiers. And then now, obviously, they did the 3 qualifiers that Snake King mentioned earlier. And, well, here they are. Failed to get into Dacha Pep Boom, but they're in this one now. Their opponents, Aurora, actually in a similar position, right? As this was a team, I think, that had a lot of hype around it. They did well in the Dream League Season 22 qualifiers. I believe they did not qualify to Dacha Pep Boom. And that had a lot of people kind of questioning the strength of this roster. And, well, now we're going to get to see, you know, just how strong this team really is as they take on the NA representative here in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they have a stand-in, Lorenov. They don't have their usual mid laner, Armel. He's back at home right now because he just had a kid.
He's a new father. Yes, congratulations to him.
And here we have 23 Savage, probably the star of the team. He's been widely regarded as probably the best Morphling player. It's definitely his signature hero. He's a carry player that doesn't really like to also trade farm. He likes to be aggressive, likes to take part in early fights, early skirmish, tries to help his team, especially his offlaner. I kind of feel like sometimes Jabs is actually the real carry. 23 is not exactly the real carry. He's just given the title, okay, you play the carry role, but Jabs is actually the one playing the real carry.
Right.
Carry from the offlane, you know. I mean, he has his Naga offlane. He has what else? I think the Naga is probably the greediest one he has. Can't think of anything greedy. I mean, he also likes to play some other cores as his offlaner, like Razors, for example. But he's also flexible enough to sometimes also play the team offlaners, you know. But I think he truly excels when he's playing the greedy offlaner. Bless you.
Thank you. I think I agree with you. I also think there's hardly any potential greedier offlane heroes than something like a Naga Siren. I think DK can be up there depending on the build. I think certainly the way that Faith Beyond just played it, I think that kind of build is greedy, but I still don't think it is really comparable to the Naga Siren.
But the build is greedy, but the way you play the game can also be not greedy, right? Like if you are playing around your team, you're using your item timings. Sometimes it doesn't mean that I'm buying minus, I'm buying battle free, I'm playing a greedy way, you know? It just doesn't work that way anymore. Like it depends on how you're approaching the game. You can have a battle free, but if you're coming to the fights, you're helping up your team, then it doesn't really matter, you know, because you're still there in the fights.
I certainly understand the point. You know, I just think if you end up picking a Naga Siren to, you know, help early, her impact is pretty limited to using Song to reset fights and usually getting out of fights, right? And that's fine. That's what the hero does. She does it very well. She does it better than a lot of other heroes in the game. But compared to any other offlaner who does offer also teamfight reset, you're looking at like an Enigma, a Mars, I would argue, can sometimes have that impact, right? I don't know. I just think it is generally more greedy because its impact is very limited. And this is coming from the guy who tried out the Faceless Void support as well. Any heroes, Winter is our draft now just about to start. Any heroes that you're expecting to see or perhaps not see and get banned here early on against either Saberlight, for example, has got a pretty decisive hero pool. 23, obviously, right? Any predictions?
Morphling, probably. I think Morphling is going to be a very key hero. I think for talent, sorry, not talent, Aurora.
Right.
All right, that's going to be a key hero for 23 Savage for sure. And for Saberlight, I think I'm looking for more towards like heroes that can participate and be aggressive, like Mars, for example. Right now, I'm not sure if like Tide and Dawn are still good, you know, after the Mage Slayer nerfs. Maybe those heroes can still be played in given the right scenario, but I think he's gonna play a very pivotal role if his team wants to succeed. You know, I think he's a player that you want to allow him or enable him in the game a lot. I think your patch can probably take a hit. Like if I were to give a prioritization in the draft, I would give it to Saberlight.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I was distracted as we're running through all the player camps now, getting reacquainted.
We understand. You know, you gotta have a good look at all the players. You know, look at their new glasses, their new hairstyles. You know, are they in a good mood? Did they have their coffee today?
Everything's freshly painted, right? In this room as well. I'm just distracted. I also noticed Shopify playing from the Liquid bootcamp facilities is what it seemed. So they are on site, presumably with Liquid, who I have to assume are there as well. We can get just caught up with everyone back on the side of Aurora. That's Lorenoff, right? Our stand-in. I'm really curious how he came to be a part of the stand-in, basically, to be honest with you. And we saw Sun be there as well, right? I think we should mention who is
might
a
have
new
been
addition.
the coach. Might have been the coach, you know, bringing him in. Not really sure, but yeah. It just sucks, you know, to have to play with a stand-in last minute, but it is what it is.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's never ideal, right? And hopefully they can still have a fair shake at things. I think for me, this was a team that, you know, obviously they prevailed in the SEA region. But because the qualifiers are, there's just not a lot of direct invite slots for the region, I think if this team does not do very well in this tournament, we're going to see some roster shuffles because you just can't, you know what I mean? If only one team gets through, that means the amount of time you're willing to invest in a team if you feel like things aren't working out, it's tough.
I get it. I get what you mean. I mean, it's just hard, with the way the new system is going to work. If it's not working out, it's just probably better to make some adjustments right away instead of just waiting for the last couple of events, the bigger ones, before you start to make a change. But here we have Shopify opening their draft with the Mars. This is a hero where I felt like if you are going to open Sableye heroes, this is one of the heroes that I would go to, because if you are put in a blind situation where you don't know your matchup, I think Mars should still be able to survive in most scenarios. Kind of like a Centaur in the last patch. I mean, but surprising to see Doom getting ignored. She didn't realize Doom was still in the pool.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good point.
Bad Riders even the response to Mars, so they don't even want to go for the Doom themselves,
This is also it's this tournament. It's not a LAN, right? But we've seen him a couple times on camera. Theo Licor, who it's been a while since I think he's been to a big LAN, right? I think his last really big renowned team was going to be Alliance Latam when they had that going last DPC season. But that team kind of fell apart, and then he's been kind of playing in NASA a little bit more. But it's been a while, one of the original guys in the Mice Club, Pain Gaming, right? So certainly he has got the credentials, but it's just been a while since I've really seen him. So it's cool to see him get picked up here and how the draft continues to now unwind as we do have the Shadow Demon paired with the Bat Rider. And the Bulba going to go with the Lion Maiden as the support duo alongside the Mars. As a very powerful pick coming up for him, so obviously he's going to save a core role for that. See how Aurora respond.
I mean, CM plus Lion's not really the most go-to duo that you want to. Like, both these heroes are kind of the same, right? They play behind. They are backliners. They want to cast their spells, and I guess the Lion's probably for the Shadow Demon illusions, and Maiden is just. Maybe they just value the hero very highly now. They think that the hero is very strong, especially with Mars, with the aura. I mean, your nukes, you can do a lot. And especially if you're enabled, like in the lane, when you have a carry that's aggressive, I think Maiden can work out really well in pro games, especially. In a pub, maybe not so much, but in pro games, it's totally different. And for Aura, they have to decide what course, which course. I'm thinking probably they'll pick one of them is going to be a flexible hero that can be swapped to the off lane. That's how Japs like to draft most of the time. So they're going to go for the Void, which is probably going to only be the carry. I'll be very surprised if actually this Void is going anywhere else.
It's support, dude. It's here. I told you. No, it's 23 hero for sure. Yeah. And it's nice, right? Pretty strong against these supports, but there comes a point where these supports can be annoying.
Yeah, I mean, the disables from Lion is going to be very deadly for Faces Void. But, yeah, I mean, in the early to mid game, even in the early game, I feel like time dilation is just going to... It got nerfed, but it's still really good against all these three heroes. And you can obviously also jump out of the arena, so it's always going to be a very good hero against Mars. And we'll see whether they decide to... What type of hero that they decide to pick. Okay, so Tiny. So I guess the off-laner is going to be the last pick. I don't know if Tiny is going to be an off-laner. I doubt it. So it's probably going to just be like a... actually, it might be a support Tiny and a mid-bat, yeah? Now that I think of it. Maybe the bat and the Tiny are the flex picks. They are both going to be a 4/mid hero. Depending on the matchup.
I think that's pretty safe to say. Yeah, I'd agree.
I didn't really get to see much mid-bat. I think I've seen more mid-Tinies than mid-bat. But I think mid-bat has potential. I played a mid-bat game a couple of days ago. It felt okay.
What was the strength of it? What kind of mid laner?
I picked it into the enemy had Necrolite and DK, so I picked that call.
Necrolite.
Yeah.
They had Necrolite and Davian, huh?
Yeah.
First name basis with these heroes. Yeah, okay. So basically melee, right, is what you're looking at. Melee with weakness to magic early, which I guess makes sense why you picked it. I mean, right now, that kind of
I feel
is a
tiny mid
Mars.
feels better more right now against the ECM and Lion.
Oh, of course. I mean, come on. It's your debut game. You got to hit him with the classics. Am I right?
Never gets old, yeah. Shopify picking Storm.
Never gets old. Team
So now we
yawning,
know.
but-
Now we know it's not an Abed thing. It's not Abed asking for the hero.
I guess not, right? I mean, I guess not. We'll see how Yopaj, our boy Japway, can do here. He seems he's... Oh, that's Aurora now.
Yeah, and for Shopify, they'll have to finish things up with a carry. So, and they're gonna have very little options because they decided to pick the mid here. So the carry's gonna have an extra 2 more bands to deal with it. I think against Faces Void, the go-to one is like you think of like, sometimes you think of like something like a Brave King or Lone Druid.
Right.
I think Lone Druid is pretty nice because you can actually play a very fast tempo with the Storm running around, just take towers. Anything that can be used to abuse the map when Chrono's is down, I think those are excellent heroes. Because if you're talking about late game, not many heroes can outscale Faces like there's literally very little. I mean, maybe you can talk about something like an Terror Blade if you can survive and you can Sunder, but apart from that, I don't really feel like there's many heroes. And if you don't have a save, I think it's hard. I think with the CM Lion support though, you need like a very aggressive hero. Yeah, something like Arc Warden, something like that can run it. And I think Lone Druid feels good, you know. Oh, actually, Lone Druid is banned by Shopify.
Lone Druid's banned.
Something that can
What do you
push.
think about? What do you think about Meepo? Arteezy's been playing Meepo.
Yeah, Meepo's good too. Yeah, Meepo's good with against the Faces Void, the root, and being able to go with the tempo of the game, a very fast tempo lineup.
Can Mega Meepo. Arteezy's also been spamming a bit of Naga, who would have been great, but is obviously banned, right? Morph, who is, banned, and Medusa, who is, has been one of these Faces Void
Medusa
counters
can work. Medusa is nice against the Chrono. I mean, you're dealing with a Shadow Demon disruption, which can be very annoying.
Yeah, that's really bad now.
And
with
your
Medusa,
lane
too.
with the CM is kind of like not the most stable lane. As you can get run over, like with Medusa, you kind of like Medusa and Drowse, you kind of want to have like a melee mid shield in front of you in the lane to protect you.
I see that. Well, then I really think Meepo seems pretty appetizing here, to be honest. I mean, it's scary. It's 23 a Meepo, but what will it be? It is the Meepo. Look at that.
Well played, Richie. I guess you deserve that ang pao I didn't give you after all.
That you do. Well, we'll see. We'll see how it works here, right? Because again, it is scary to 23 a Meepo. He's a hero that you feel a lot better on, when you can 24 it. That being said, I think the hero did get some nerfs, right?
Yeah, what was the nerf? I think it's like a pretty sizable. Let me see. Sizable nerfs.
I was
with the
Mega Meepo, so the dig
Mega
max
Meepo
HP
stats.
restore, pretty mean
stats.
nerf, and then the stats.
But Disperser got nerfed, so like he got the items that he always buy also got nerfed.
That's true.
But regardless, it still feels like the hero can be played in the right situation. Like right now, what do they actually pick on? Oh my god, Elder Titan off lane. This is like the best counter to Meepo.
That's amazing. I look at him laugh. All right, I know Giannis is unfortunately injured. All the best for him. Hopefully he has a smooth recovery. But I hope somewhere someone alerts Giannis Fogged that this game is being played. It's a Jabs offlane Elder Titan into an Arteezy Meepo.
Yeah, that's actually
Shopify
very, very
Rebellion
good.
with a Storm. I love it. No, it's great. It's
If
amazing.
You look at the lineup as well. It synergizes really well. With, like SD, Elder Titan, all these very good disrupt into stun, and then you have the Chrono to throw your Earth Splitter in. I think it's just amazing.
You have a sleep to allow
Bat
Q to
Rider.
close the gap, and so Bat doesn't have to be so mobile. I like it. I think this pick's
And you
great.
amplify the magic damage from the Tiny and the Bat Rider in the team fights with your Aura. It's just very good. Last week, one of the best Elder Titan last weeks I've seen for sure. I totally forgot about this hero. Like it's the biggest Meepo counter.
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, this is going to be a ridiculous. What do you do for Shopify? Can you dodge this lane? Do you just lane swap here? Because it's bad. It's pretty. As soon as you get level 3 on Jabs,
I mean, you
he
can't
has
really lanes. I don't think you can lane swap. You just have to deal with it. I think they need to just try to enable the Storm because if Storm has a good game, he can actually do so much because of they don't really have very good stuns, I would say. They have stuns, but they are not really very good to catch a elusive hero like Storm. I mean, the best thing to catch him is probably the Chrono. But apart from that, you have Lasso, and then you have Tiny Stun. Those are not the best to deal... Yeah, Disruption. They're not the best spells to catch a Storm. So I think if you enable the Storm, you make sure he gets runes, you refill his bottle, you make sure that he has stacks to clear. I think the Storm can do a whole lot this game to wreak havoc on Aurora's lineup, you know. So I think the Storm will be a key hero to look out if you're Shopify. And if you're Aurora, you have to make sure you do the same thing. You don't let the Storm ball out of control. You need to help your mid laner. So it's going to be all about the 3v3s in the mid lane. The power runes, the water runes, and the catapult waves. And those are going to decide a lot of how the game is going to flow.
A little bit of banter here. Love to see it.
Banter. Everybody expects a lot of banter nowadays, you know. Everybody wants to tip each other. Everybody wants to trash talk. Just makes everything more interesting, you know. Remember back in the day, everybody's just being very nice to each other. Everybody doesn't say mean stuff.
The professionalism, and then Amar comes to the scene. ATF fully in display. The extended version.
No, I think my favorite moment is the question mark.
Oh, from Ori, right? Wasn't that Ori?
No, Emo.
Oh, Emo, sorry, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, relevant in this game. Oh, yeah.
Was it against RTZ? I think it was also
against Shopify. That was in one of two of Shopify's grand final appearances that year. That was during the Kiev Major, not the 2016 or 2017 one, the 2021. 2021 maybe? I don't remember, but the second one.
Yeah, that was the best. The question mark.
That was crazy. Into the reverse sweep. I mean, see how things go out from here.
Yep, so wards are being placed on both sides for Aurora. So they're trying to make sure that they get 2 runes here. They're not that strong. Actually, they are quite strong at level 1. I feel like with the Elder Titan Spirit, you should be able to win the level 1 trade. But they're being very, very cautious here.
I think for good reason, right? You don't want to... you see that ET Spirit stomping around? I mean, obviously, Meepo only has 1 Meepo for now, but... in case you're unaware of the interaction, the Spirit gets more damage from heroes, right? And Meepo's clones
the
count
instance
as full
of
heroes.
A hero yelling, "Bring more to the fight." 1 hero is not enough. Come on, bring more people.
Yeah. I mean, this hero kills it in 5v5 level 1 fights. Basically, he can hit up to, what, 8, 9, I think, heroes.
So what's the build now for this hero? I think you get
phase
like
boots.
You try to rush Agadames, I think, this game. But do you get like a in-between item like an Echo Saber?
I'm wondering if maybe you could like a drums, because you want to fight early. Like you almost always want to.
Yeah, I guess drums is always nice. Move speeds affects your illusion. I mean your spirit.
Because you just don't ever really want to be not fighting on this hero. I mean, obviously sometimes you need to get your items, but
fighting
in general,
is not his problem. It's more about like farming. You can't farm this.
Well, that's what I mean, and you don't want to get like I don't know. Echo Saber is decent, but it's like, oh, maybe I'll farm and scale a little bit. That's just not how you play ET Core.
So tell me, how do you play ET Core? You see hero, you run an enemy hero.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, right? You have Tiny, who's going to try and hopefully get an early blink, right? Because it is a core Lauren off Tiny, who can try and gank your lane and enable you. In a way, I think we'll probably end up seeing not so much a 3v3, but maybe even like a 4 versus 3 into this like Storm, Mars, everyone but Meepo. And then Meepo eventually, Artur is going to get his first couple items, this Ag Scepter. And he'll start showing up to fights as well. It's exciting, actually, because you have a lot of like really weird tempos that I feel like don't really align to the general meta we've kind of landed on so far. 23 is going to be like the only hero that really wants to just farm for a while, but even still, he'll come out and fight every now and then.
It's a phases void, you know. You still want to participate and drop off. I mean, even if you don't have a chrono, I think you should come and drop off some time dilations.
Right. Well, speaking of time dilation and dropping off, they have nerfed this ability pretty heavily. I will say, blaning into a Mars as
By
a faceless
half,
void,
right? It's like a half,
It's-
like 50%.
yeah,
no?
I mean, the slow is the only thing that got nerfed, I should say. So the cooldown reduction, the damage is still there. Hold on, careful, careful. Artur, I mean, even if this isn't a kill, which it looks like it could be, yeah, it's pretty good, you know, time away from the creep wave, allowing jabs to really just dominate so far early on. But the time dilation slow, it's painful against this lane because Mars almost always uses spear and rebuke, you know, every wave, and you being able to punish him for that, like, you know, it's kind of core to you doing well in this matchup because then you can just time walk off the damage, hit him with time dilation, and slap him a little bit. But it'll be weaker now for sure. It'll be weaker.
Maybe you want to actually max it right now instead of taking stats. That would be what I'm figuring.
Yeah. Definitely. It's scary lane though, right? It's a double stun lane. Obviously, eventually this Lion, who does have Hex already, is going to be, you know, potentially able to set something up here. He's really playing at edge. I mean, man only has a stick charge and a Wraith Band, and he is willing to get that close to danger. Speaking of danger, Yopaj, okay, he's fine, but kind of scary for him. I guess he had the Fairy Fire. He knew. He had it under control.
Nope. Pull is trying to get the tower to aggro onto the Tiny. Yep. I mean, Lorena took a bunch of damage there, so... But not enough to kill him. And Rune's gonna spawn. So it's gonna be like just Brave Bands into phase boots first for the Elder Titan for the laning phase.
Yeah. Yeah, let me see. Let me look up some of these builds. I know Echo Saber is, you know...
You know what?
Sounds good.
SMY would be the chat video. You run around max move speed, status resist.
I actually think, I don't know, I think the Yasha's kind of overkill. The attack speed's nice, but I don't think you really need the move speed because you just generally get...
Drums is like
kind of
putting on, mostly. You just want the axe as soon as possible.
Alright. Alright, Ice has been playing it a bit.
Hero.
I don't know if this is like... He goes Midas, huh? He goes Midas and Phase Boots.
Midas Phase Boots?
Yeah, I don't know about all that. No, you know what? KP does it too. So he goes Phase Boots, Midas, and then Ag Scepter pretty much, and Mask of Madness. Maybe that's what we'll see. That seems pretty good, because it's just value. You need bang for your buck on this kind of guy, right? And then the Midas holds you over. It gives you attack speed, allows you to scale. That could be realistic. And then the Mask of Madness is literally just for attack speed. That's what that act is for.
Madness and Moonshot.
Moonshard. Moonshard feels like a bit overkill. First blood is going to be mid lane as Lorenov does get that kill there. 23. He's going to be able to escape. Nicely timed disruption down bottom. No threat to his life, but Lorenov with a solo kill here in the mid lane. That is going to be...
Standing, showing his value right there, you know. It's a very, very important kill. He's going to go back to base, come back, get his level 6. And now 6-minute runes are going to appear. Q is already standing by here to... If they can he kill the Storm once again before he gets level 6, he's going to ruin his game so much. Oh, they're going to go for him. Stun. Oh, doesn't get the toss. Unfortunate.
Yeah. Good effort. I mean, they're just trying to keep him down. It's already fairly significant. Lorenov is going to be able to get grow already. There's bonus armor. Obviously, the damage goes a long way towards being able to harass effectively. Minute 6, Q stacking the camp. Trying to secure this top rune, but unfortunately rune spawns bottom here if you're an Aurora fan. For Shopify, Yopaj has his first power rune of the tournament, Invis. I don't know if we'll really get to see this used effectively. Well, for its purpose, it might just be a refill here. Yeah, wow, this is a very significant nerf on time dilation. Just seeing how quickly Saberlight is... It just feels like before, you know, you do that on Mars and you're taking a couple of right clicks on the way out. Now it's just free. You just walk away and the damage is so minimal. Really interesting change. Mid, Lorenov as well, getting a bit low, but... Or rather, it's Yopaj getting a bit low, but has level 6 now, so he's should be in no danger, as long as he doesn't get caught here. Nice disruption. Okay, buying 23 enough time to get out of that alive. Really good play so far from Ali. As you expect, honestly. Guy's always impressed. Okay.
Kitrak, meanwhile, he knows that the Meepo wants to be alone at top, so he's just deciding to come down here to keep on pressuring. Still hasn't picked up their own Wisdom Rune here, just wants to play with the Mars with the big wave here. Nice disrupt. Very, very nicely done.
Another one.
Just love the damage.
A big old time dilation. Again, the slow not doing so much here, but 23. 3 points in Time Walk should relatively be fine, but they are starting to really whittle him down. Theo Liquor going for a bit of an exploration trip here. Tried to maybe get him there. Blood Grenade thrown. Has 2 stacks now with the Shadow Poison. It is level 2 Shadow Poison. This is not enough. So 7-2, it is not enough.
Needs
Ali
one more.
doesn't really have enough mana, just barely, and I think he's going to be out of range. Oh no, he's going to get him. Oh no, but it timed out. Almost died to the creeps there, actually. It was a lot closer than I thought it was. Looks like Yopaj ends up going top lane. That rotation is going to be, I guess, sort of countered here by the Bat Rider. Yopaj is not finding much, unfortunately. And only 2 Meepo clones, so Artur still having an okay job, or okay time in the lane so far. Ooh, already used the bulwark there, so 23 is fine. But Artur is going to be just fine here in the lane. It's really when you start team fighting and you start getting more and more of these buffs on the ET that, yeah, this becomes pretty unplayable for the Meepo, as far as like 1v1 fighting goes.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I think you need to hit a timing and try to, you know, take over the game before he has his Aghanims. I think that's the main thing. And once the Elder Titan has Aghanims, it's going to be very difficult. I mean, he's going to miss the split up, so probably not going to get the kill here.
No, I don't. I mean, they'll get Katrak at least, but yeah, they wanted more from that, obviously. Not going to happen this time around. 23 was nearby. Dud did have the point in Chrono, so I'm a little bit surprised that Aurora didn't want to just be a little bit more patient there before pulling the trigger on that ability. A kill onto Artur would have been really nice, because obviously, I mean, it should be said, Meepo is a strong hero. He has been a strong hero all of 735. We'll see, you know, how these most recent nerfs really hit him. Like you said, it's not just the stat change nerfs and the dig nerf. It is going to be a lot about that disperser. So time will tell. But so far, the tower is going to drop here without much of a defense from Shopify. Don't want to fight into this Chrono. Don't blame him at all for that. Something that I think Shopify will struggle with, though, is their tower siege is not really that great. They need to win fights to take objectives, and you can see Aurora, just by kind of existing and bringing lots of heroes, can siege pretty effectively just between a Tiny and the ET. Saberlight will take down the tier 1 tower eventually here, as he does build up towards the flats.
Yeah, Aurora just wants to clear the stack right now. Guess the Bat Rider is going to take it, or Tiny wants the blink. He wants to get the blink, so he's going to take the last hit here. I guess Bat Rider is building the Pavis. So he's not really, he doesn't really need the last hits. He just needs the XP.
Yep. Well,
it's
get
always,
most of them here.
It's
as
always
well,
your fun time on Bat Rider, you know. After the laning phase, you're clearing out stacks.
The fun time, huh? I guess it's probably more fun if you get to hear all the
fun for me,
yourself.
but not fun for my team, because I'm AFK for the next couple of minutes.
Okay, and it seems like Jabs is not going to go Midas. So, you know, bucking, if you can call it a trend, again, it's not like we really see this hero too much, especially in the off lane. But he is going to go Wraithband into the Agus pretty much straight away after the phase boots are online.
Yeah, Facebook win lane's just enough for him to fight. And like I said, this hero just really relies on the Aghanims. You have to get it as soon as possible. And then you want your shard too.
Oh, you know what? They missed one though. So a lot of the avatar active, right? So like, for example, they are aligning
they didn't
everything
nerf
for
this
60. No, they didn't buff it, right? This one's only 50% magic resist.
Oh,
it should be 60. I think it's probably just an oversight, because every now and then, you know, if I'm balancing this game, I'd be like, Elder Titan exists? That's a hero? I forget. I mean, I don't know when the last time he received a major change was. Not like he needs one, I guess.
This hero was picked a bit by Aurora as a support before. I mean, remember
that's
last
true,
year,
actually.
DPC?
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, it's been a while since we've seen him like consistently picked. I mean, I'd wager he was not in like top 50 contested for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, this hero has a lot of weaknesses. It's very easy to kite. He struggles to farm. If he doesn't have a good lane, the hero just falls off completely.
doesn't have a stun. His lockdown is literally
His stun
asleep,
is not
which you see.
exactly. Yeah, it's not exactly a reliable lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a stun, right? You deal enough damage and they wake up and they can press BKB or whatever, right? Or Time Walk or something like that. Like, it's just not... You need to enable his ultimate. It doesn't really set up for himself. 23 is
23?
just Time Walked, by the way. He may pay the price for that. We shall see. Chrono forces... is going to be forced out. A couple auto attacks onto the maiden, but actually
like
the
that he
kill is
actually
in the mid
right-clicked.
lane.
I actually like that he right-clicked the maiden.
Just a couple of right clicks on the Kitrak.
Nobody just cast their spell on me without taking any repercussions. Just right-clicks him twice, jumps out.
Jumps
And
out.
meanwhile,
Yeah,
his team kills the Storm with the dagger on Tiny.
Yep, dagger on Tiny. It looks like it was a toss back into Lasso, so very well coordinated there from Aurora. And even without Chrono, I don't know, do they take this tower? There's still an Arena of Blood for Saberlight. They did rework, I would say, overall nerf Vlad's. It's still just as strong if you pick it up yourself, but it is weaker as an aura, which is why I would say it's a nerf. It's not that big of a difference, but...
It's the same for the person who buys it.
That's correct, yes,
That's
but the
pretty
aura
much it.
itself is weaker. Yeah, so and that's why I think it's a pretty big nerf because it's only a 2 armor diff now and a little bit of
Yeah, but
mana
it
regen.
makes a lot of difference for heroes who can't push towers early game.
Exactly.
Because your creeps have the additional armor to tank, so it makes a big difference when you're pushing.
Especially early, right? And this is a pretty early game item
It's
still.
about 2
So
armor difference right now. They lost, it lost the 2 armor aura. Now for the creeps, it actually matters a lot. Imagine you have a double wave into the tower. The extra amount of tower shots to clear the wave becomes so much more with the extra 2 armor.
Okay. That was a pretty slick move from Saberlight and Kitrak. They know it's warded there, right? Because ain't nobody just leave 2 range creep like that, Jabs, they say. A little bit of a sus reaction from him. So we'll see if this ward is going to actually do anything. For now, actually, Shopify have a ward in the vicinity, which is going to scout Q, who does try and rotate top. That should see Saberlight getting out of the way of this one. But it's been a really calm early game, actually, especially for an SCA game, Winter. Not a whole lot of action, just the 3 kills. Arteezy doing just fine. In fact, has Axe finished already.
It's a meeple game. One team having the meeple and the other team thinks that we have the meeple counter in the Elder Titan. We're not in a hurry. You know? It's that kind of game. We just need our Aghanims on Elder Titan. And Jabs is going to destroy everybody.
It's true. And I mean, to your earlier point, right, about the Storm can really destabilize things, that'll be harder for
he
Yopaj.
hasn't
He hasn't had a good game.
He doesn't have that kind of start that I wanted him to have. So games are a bit more quiet on Shopify. They're just relying on the meeple to hit his timings with the Mars. I think both of these heroes need items to combine, like the blink into, I think, Aghanims and plus the shard on the meeple. Once you get your dig Aghanims and the dagger on Mars. CM 1v2.
Yeah. Well, okay, 2v2 now with Lornoff TP'd in, but a beautiful Arena of Blood. At least stops Kitrak from dying so early, but they also have counter initiation here, courtesy in that disruption. Ollie saving the life of his ally. It's a big zip in, real deep, but I guess what does Yopaj have to fear? Maybe just a little avalanche into the Chronosphere? Oh no, Jabs, he's outside the Chrono as well, and the damage! 23, I think he had enough time locks there. I don't even think he really needed that Earth Splitter. Collects the kill onto Yopaj.
Sorry. Sorry.
That is,
I mean, you're not gonna use your
deaths now on the store.
You're not gonna use your Earth Splitter for anything else. I think it's fine for him to just secure.
No. I agree. The reason I bring it up, right, is that this Storm is just pouring. Like, I just didn't really think a 23 Savage faceless Void Chronosphere with only Javelin. I guess he has a Mask of Madness and a Wraith Band. Like, okay, fair enough, right? But I don't know. I'd still would kind of have expected Storm to be slightly tankier than that. You know, I thought they would have needed
a little bit of like a miscommunication there by Shopify. I think they thought that they wanted to commit, especially the Storm. He wanted to commit, but his team wasn't really sure. You know, after the Mars died there.
Yeah, wow.
That was a huge.
Yopaj definitely wanted to commit. That's true.
That was a huge deal for them, for sure. And now
it's just,
the Storm.
I'm just shocked. You know, the Arena was already used. The Mars was already dead. I guess again, you feel strong because you're a Storm. They don't have a lot of lockdown, but. Bold move there. We'll see now. Is the team, I would say this time, more properly positioned. Theo Licor ready to find his first finger stack of the game. Still looking for one.
I mean, they still have a lot of damage in between the Mars and the Lion. If they can actually get the right jumps, I think the Mars is definitely not the person that can be jumped. I mean, once you get jumped, that goes your whole team fight for your lineup, the Arena. I mean, if they can actually execute their spells, Arena with the freezing field, they plus the finger, they kill anything.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate.
Nobody can survive. I mean, unless if you're Elder Titan with Aghanim's, maybe.
Well, and speaking of that, Ags, it's finished. 50% additional magic resist, and of course that magic immunity. Yeah, it's pretty decent. And again, the Meepos do count as full heroes, right? So he gets an additional 2 seconds per Meepo hit. So get ready for some 12-second some 12-second magic immune periods out from Jabs. That's gonna feel pretty good.
Now he just needs the shark so he can blink over.
Yeah, or like teleport, whatever you want to call it.
Teleport over.
Yeah, I don't know what you would call it. Phase. He just kind of instantly...
He flies over.
He takes the place of the astral spirit. No, he doesn't fly. He's there instantly, right? So it's not even like, you know, he just replaces the spirit, which is really good. Oh god, there's an AD rune in the river. First doubled up rune of the game, or the second round of runes to spawn. AD rune picked up in the Bottle of Loranoff. He also has an Echo Saver. This is quite a spike now. Aurora, they're ready to fight. Only Maelstrom and that Mask of Madness with a Chronosphere ready to go. Solar Crest ready on cue. This is a nice spike for them, Winter.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Do you think Shopify should fight into this? Do they have a choice?
I mean, they have a diffuser and Aghanim's on Meepo. Meepo's not weak, you know, he can definitely tank the Chronosphere, I feel.
And there's an Orchid. There's an Orchid on
nice
Storm. Good
Hex.
Hex.
They got
23 making that jump in, but in goes Loranoff. He's deleted Katrak as well. Saberlight will be able to hold him back at the very least with his Arena, but that will be his place of death as well. And I mean, Aurora, yeah, they use a lot of mana on the Bat Rider, a couple ultis, but that's about it.
I mean, that was a really good move by 23 there, just jumping in, giving vision. Even though he got hexed, couldn't get his spell off, but he was pretty sure he wouldn't die, you know, with the Solar Crest on Bat Rider backing him up. And that was a move that made it easy for his team to finish the team fight because he gave them all the vision they need.
Shopify have yet to find a kill in 19.5 minutes now. I mean, obviously, kills don't really matter in Dota. You know, it's kind of this metric that I think, you know, when you
key kills matter. Not
key
every
kills
kill
matter.
like
Yeah. The kill score doesn't really matter. But I think not having any kills in 20 minutes is a symptom.
yeah, but the
perhaps,
fact
of
by
troubles.
that they are just 2k behind, you know, having 0 kills, 2-7. Says a lot.
Sure,
you know how much the Meepo is
look,
farming on the map.
I certainly understand that, right? And you're right to that point on the Meepo, but this is not good for Yopai. Oh, okay, very clutch zip away. Nicely timed there, who at least avoids taking a 4th death on the Storm. But I mean, yeah, Storm can farm. You know, he's got abilities that allow him to do it, but you know, he's also only 1,000 gold ahead of the enemy Bat Rider, right? So it's not really like a mid-hero you pick to just simply farm, right? That's kind of the point I'm making here, right? You do want at least to accelerate this hero's farm with kills, and that's just not happening right now. That's...
I mean, he needs the
trouble.
Meepo to participate if he wants to get kills on the Storm, you know. I think without the Meepo, they're not going to be able to fight. The Meepo is going to be their front line. He's going to be like the damage and everything, you know. I mean, the Mars can't afford to get caught, so the Meepo is the only one that can be front line. And you have Lion and CM. Those heroes also don't want to be the front line, and they don't have save, you know. So if Meepo is not coming to the fights, you are not fighting if you're Shopify.
Fair enough. I mean, that's accurate, but it's just... If you're not fighting, if you're not getting kills, you're not fighting. Well, if you're not fighting, you're not getting kills. If you're not getting kills, Storm doesn't really
Are they
farm that
actually
well.
just waiting for the dispersal? I feel like they might just be doing that.
All right. I mean, that makes sense, right? It's a plan. You may have... You probably won't have BKB on Yopaj.
For the dilation, for the Bat Rider sticky, I guess. Flame break. I don't know. I feel like it's not even going to be like that huge of a spike. I mean,
no, but it's good stats for the hero alone, right? Like, the stats are amazing.
Sure.
So,
but it's not going to be like, they have a BKB timing, which is going to be very crucial for the fight.
That's true, but I still, you know, I have to insist here, Winter. I think you're looking at this item on Meepo the wrong way. It's not like Meepo is a hero who you go, oh, he has BKB, now we can kill him. Like, this is a hero who spikes on stats, and this is one of the best stat items right now for him. So, you know, I think it's significant, right? Obviously, it's no be-all, end-all. It's not like he has Refresher on Faceless Void. But it's important, I think.
Refresher and the all-important Mangoes.
Yeah. Steal
you
the
can't
core,
cast your double chrono.
He's got his shard as well, which has gotten nerfed. So if you haven't been playing Dota because Lion has just been sucking you dry, well, now you can.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Some significant nerfs here as they will smoke up. Is it ready? Yeah, Disperser's on its way. Artur, he is... well, where are his clones?
Ancient? No, the jungle, top jungle.
Yeah, so they're the jungle. So he's going to have to take the gate down bottom.
He's so far away.
Oh, wait, they're taking the gate top? Oh, no! He's got a clone just bing chilling there. Clone! Oh, no, he doesn't hear it coming. This is just going to be just a free kill on... Oh, no, he Mega Meeple was in time. What a play, actually. He poofed on in. Whoa. Instead,
Nice.
I heard the death sound because the death sound winter, that was on 23 Savage. He died under the tier 1 tower.
I mean, Aurora felt like they got the kill. They didn't even use all their spells. They felt like he was dead. Oh, no. That was a big moment there for them.
That's huge. It's actually genuinely huge. I actually almost don't believe that the Meepo lives there. I was so sure. I heard the death sound and I was like, that's Meepo for sure, right?
Is under attack.
Wow. Let's take a look at that, right? Yeah, it had a
They
different
didn't use their spells and they still had stuns.
Yeah, okay, they still had a flame break at least, right? By the looks of that. Tough. Opportunity to kill Artur right now. Still having a flawless game on the Meepo. Some quick casts there as well to get that Mega Meepo in time. And, well, his farm will continue to accelerate. Aurora, having lost 23 for free once, or 23, eager to not let that happen again. I mean, I think it's going to be kind of out of his control with this Blink Hex always hanging over his head. And the burst damage follow-up.
So, at least he's going to have that.
Oh, you know what I think Jabs is doing? You can actually send the Astral Spirit through the Twin Gate. I thought this was going to be like actually really good for the hero, but it's kind of not because it just takes like forever to come back to him. You can see it's
Are you going to get a million damage? I mean,
not really because you need to hit creeps and the path's not usually ideal. I don't know. I also thought it'd be really good.
It used to be a thing where you use it and then you TP back
and then
to
you
base.
TP'd. Yeah, but then you would actually get the damage in like 10 seconds. But now the map is ginormous, which is like, oh, even more damage. But then it's like you're just waiting there without your Astral Spirit. And I don't know. That's not really the strength of this hero. They see the lion. They want to kill the lion. Oh, he blinks into the trees, or sorry, into the ravine. And that'll get him killed off here. No TP out. Finds a little stun. And it's going to be Lorinov who blinks in after him to finish it all. Artur might get this tower down bottom, though, in exchange. Oh, the tower's already gone, of course. Well, he's just going to get more farm, then. Closing in on level 18.
Yeah, but I feel like the longer the game goes, it's just going to be harder and harder for Shopify. You know, I feel like Shopify have to try to conjure some magic up soon. You know, you have the BKB on Storm coming up in a bit, and you should actually just try to. I mean, even the Mars is going to have BKB. This double BKB timer has to work for them. They need to inflict damage on Aurora's economy and try to stop them from being able to keep scaling. You know, and they're going to.
If they want to do that, they're going to have to do it into an Aegis, or I guess after the Aegis, but. Like you're saying, the items are coming online. 23 safe and sound of this BKB, making space
Even
already
with
for that Aegis.
The Aegis, I feel like they can still take the fight. I think with the double BKBs, they're relatively strong.
Well, it's about to be finished for Yopaj. They're coming back through the Twin Gate. Ooh, they actually caught Katrak with that time dilation, but they're not actually after him. They don't know he's here. No vision really onto the hero. Okay, it is Echo Saber then for Jabs. And then back into the Harpoon. Sure. I mean, this makes sense, right? Good stats. Does allow him to scale pretty nicely on the ET. You can see once again he's doing this little trick with the Astral Spirits. And, well, he might actually be able to use the damage here. It's only 83 damage. Again, it's just not that much. His Astral Spirit at least is ready to go again. That's how long it takes for the Spirit to come back, because the cooldown starts as soon as the Spirit starts returning.
I mean, a bit unlucky there not to get the kill on the Mars, but they still have a Faceless Void with Aegis, so they're not really too worried about
pressured.
anything.
Yeah.
The more they farm, I think the game just gets more secure for them, you know. So if I'm Aurora, I'm not really worried about making any plays, you know. If I can just make sure I have 50% of the map to farm, I have good wards up, I'm happy, you know.
You would
I mean,
say,
my-
you could even say that if you're Aurora right now, you're just being chilling.
Yeah. I mean, I'm being chilling. I'm waiting for a BKB unbat, sure. But when I get the BKB unbat, does it mean I'll have to fight? No. You know, I just keep farming, you know.
I'm just going to keep farming while the BKB. I'm being chilling.
I mean, the onus is going to be on Shopify there. They're going to be the ones that has to try to make a play and upset the balance on the map.
I think it'll be, well, it won't be now probably.
well.
Not with a dead line to start off the fights. He gets deleted. Also, actually important to note, you could see there, this ET Ags does not dispel. It just gives you the buff, right? So that's just in case you thought it was, you know, really, really crazy. It's good. It's really strong, especially in these kinds of situations, but it's not like, wow, game breaking in moments like this. So it's kind of just going to be a siege here. Aurora, you know, geared up, ready to fight. They got all these items. They got this Aegis, Chronosphere, and really no one showing up to contest. So if not now, then Shopify, it's going to be after the Aegis, right? I mean, by then, it looks like you'll have a Butterfly, which is pretty nice.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
On the Meepo, of course. Need a little bit more for that Claymore, but he's almost there. But you're fighting into the
It's a
Yolner.
good, very, very good item against the ET. ET doesn't like to buy MKB.
Ah,
I guess you
that's a
have
really
to,
good
right,
point.
after that.
I think you have to as well, honestly. I don't know if Blink is going to be ideal, but maybe he won't know in
swing Blink.
time. Blink's also nice.
I was thinking you go shard first.
I agree. I think you go MKB and then you just get shard instead when you need it. Because
Isn't
it's
the
like
shard like the blink already?
well, kind
more
of, with the
reliable.
exception that it can be canceled, right? Because if your Echo Stomp is canceled, or for whatever reason you need to stop casting Echo Stomp, then you don't have it, right?
Yeah, but if you don't want to go in, you don't have to go blink. If you blink, you are going no matter what. If you have the shard, you're like you can decide. You know.
I guess I see that, but like if you don't have the magic immune buff or the dispel immune buff, your debuff, you know, then you can still have it be canceled, which is annoying, right? Same thing. Same's true of a blink, I suppose. So I guess that's still relevant, but yeah, I guess you've won me over. Yeah, I do think it's better, but I don't know. I mean, he's the pro. I'm not gonna question jabs.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm
Seems
just
to
gonna
me
sit,
like when you
sit here and watch the gameplay.
Yeah, man. I mean, Shopify, you got to say that they've been dodging fights very well this game, and I don't mean that as like an insult. It sounds, you know, not like a high compliment, but it is, really. They've been getting their farm online. You actually finally have Yopach who's doing a bit better here as, Saberlight. Yeah, he's not making it out here. That's going to be another completely whiffed Earth Splitter as the BKB timing
Very
ends
nice.
to the Dimension Median. Very good arena. It is going to be able to TP away. Okay, I mean, again, this is what I mean. They've been dodging fights very well. But when will they actually start to fight themselves?
It's up to the Meepo. Meepo is 0-0-0 with 424 last hits right now.
Oh, he sure is farming. I mean, hey, and Butterfly, guess what? It's done, I think. Unless he bought... Did he buy the E-Blade? No, he bought the Swift Blink instead. Okay. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. I thought the Butterfly would have been the choice for sure. Well, I guess your other Meepos don't get it. But then if you Mega Meepo... I don't know. That's an interesting calculation.
I mean, I guess the Swift Blink is better for killing heroes, but Butterfly is better for surviving the Chrono if you're Mega Meepo.
Yeah, yeah. But then...
Because the way
like, can
they're
you
going to
even
win the fights is if they get a jump on Lion or Mars and they blow up the person they catch. So Swift Blink helps with that.
Dire's
Okay, I see that. I see that. Yeah, you don't really want to fight 1v1.
You don't really want to
work
take a long
Butterfly.
fight against the
Yeah.
Aurora's lineup. You just
Yeah,
want to
I
go
see
in and
that.
kill them. It has to be quick and surgical.
Incisive, as they say.
under attack.
23. I mean, he's about to hit level 20, though, which is... Well, actually, so is this Tiny.
Dire's bottom
So you're
tower
probably looking at tree grow bonus damage,
It's
and then
a
you're also looking at, of course,
15
the-
attack speed nerf, right? From the previous one. It's 95 to
Yeah.
80.
Yeah. I think it's still really good, though, honestly.
Radiant are
Especially with Mask of Madness. Like, it's just so much attack speed. Tormentor taken. Goes to Q, which is the can attack. No, that's the Ags.
Dire's bottom tower.
No, that's
Oh,
the
no.
shard.
Yeah, it is the shard.
You can attack with... I mean, it's not really
Yeah.
very meaningful on a support Barrier. On a core Barrier, it means a lot because you also apply stacks of sticky.
Right.
I mean, on a support, not so much.
Radiant's middle
I mean, he's not poor though. He has actually equal net worth with the Elder Titan.
has been killed.
Well, yeah,
'Cause
and
he-
almost the Storm.
I mean, Elder Titan is just not a very good hero at killing creeps.
Nope, he is not.
Radiant's top tower
But
is
maybe that's why like Shopify are just so chill, just continuing to farm because they're like, well, the ZT's not farming.
You
very
know
well.
what? That's why the Elder Titans you research before they bought Midas on Ice and KP.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and that's what I was like. At first, I was thinking, right, when you first asked me the question, right, let's rewind 30 minutes already in this game, right? And you asked me, what's the build? I went, well, you want to fight. You know, Echo Saber, I guess Ags is the core item. And then I was like, and then I looked at the Dota 2 Pro Tracker and I was like, oh, but Midas makes sense because it's still good for fighting.
Attack
for
speed.
what this hero needs. Attack speed, that's all you need. And scaling and farming. And yeah, I wonder, Jabs is probably regretting not going for that now because I think his net worth would have been in a bit of a better position. He probably would have been closer, if not equal, to Saberlight.
Yeah, probably gonna have like 2k more, at least.
But not meant to be here. And so instead, he's going to just farm a bit slower, honestly. We are hitting these 20 talents, though. Of course, 23 is still taking attack speed in Chrono. We did see the tree bonus damage taken. Arteezy, level 20, has Earthbind, grants True Strike on targets. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Who's got a... Who does he have a mischance on right now, though?
Nobody has evasion, I don't think.
Right.
Maybe he's expecting the Void to get a butterfly. I don't know.
Could be, right? I guess because yeah, right. Because this is not a hero that wants an MKB, so that does make sense. You don't want MKB on this hero, right? Because does MKB give you stats?
Don't.
It's just
no stats.
Yeah, right. So it feels like a wasted slot. Yeah, damage and attack speed. So not an ideal Meepo item at all. So it's also why other illusion heroes generally don't like to pick it up, like a PL, right? Or a Naga. They hate buying this item, which is why casting a PL Naga game is always a joy because it's like, all right, who's gonna get Heart Butterfly first and force the other person to farm even more? Oh, they're going through the whoa! They're going through the Twin Gate. This. Are we gonna have a fight? Is it happening? Is it finally happening? I'm not so sure. Are they gonna actually go through this gate? They are. I almost don't believe it. They're gonna just murder this Elder Titan. Ollie's gonna come through. He will save his life here momentarily at the cost of his own. Jabs, I mean, he just dies anyway. There's the Chronosphere. What the hell? Aurora are actually fighting this, but they're actually not doing so bad as they have at least the last one at Theo Liquor. But look how tanky Saberlight is. That was a big ol' hit with the Vlad's offering. The life steal is just enough. Theo Liquor, he does die, but he has the buyback now as Lorinov with his BKB is gonna be able to at least walk away from the Earthbinds here. Now we have a pause? A DCI? I can't believe what I've just seen.
You always say that never run up enemy high ground. That's like literally the same thing running through the Twin Gate.
They had a scam.
Without having vision. I mean, they also had I think they had an Elder Titan Spirit that went through the Twin Gate first, so he decided it was safe enough, but still, going through the gate one by one when the enemy's already there.
Yeah, no, you're right. Well, that's I mean, that's exactly the kind of fight Shopify needed. This entire game, they've been just scaling, dodging fights, and finally Aurora, they just run right into their fist pretty much, and it worked. Shopify in a very strong position now, ready to take this Roshan. They have bought back onto Jabs. He's TPing. There's a tier 1 tower here, Winter. They might still be able to take this, but they're going to be without Faceless Void Chrono or BKB. They're going to be without BKB also on your Tiny.
I mean, they don't need
lasso
the Chrono
for another 40.
They need the Elder Titan with his Aghanim's. And he's going to kill everyone.
Well,
I think as long as they land he lands a good Storm without getting caught by the Storm or the Lion, he's going to kill everybody.
It'd also be nice if he could land the Earth Splitter for once. I think he's not really... This spell is good. And it's hard to land. That's for sure.
I mean, that's why you have a Chronosphere for it.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, either way, they haven't been connected on it. That would be nice to see out from these two. Okay, there's a smoke, but it's pretty obvious because they've left a remnants there in the lane. Ward's getting set up now. Smoke. Oh, it's so close to breaking. This is terrifying. This is so scary, but the initiation, that's madness. They just jump right in onto them, and Saberlight, he hits the spear, trying to run for his life. Oh, but in goes the ET. Look at the damage, Winter. Oh my God, that's a Mega Mimo just getting chomped jabs. He's getting ready. He did. He actually did. 2-hit jabs, or Yopaj from half HP. He's onto the Meepo now, and it's finally paid off. Oh, we had to wait 36 minutes and 20 seconds. But Winter, as an ET player, it was all worth it.
This is what Shopify was worried about. You mentioned they were dodging the whole game, and this is why they were afraid. Because they know what the ET can do to them if they didn't take the fight properly. If they don't get the jump on ET, and ET gets all his spells out, he gets the spirit back to him, he's just gonna kill everything.
Oh man, look at that damage. What's that? Plus 563 damage. Yopaj was not ready for that. And there's just...
Yep, welcome to Elder Titan. Natural order, where everything is back in order. And that is definitely not going to happen again. Yeah, so for right now, they get the Roche, Chrono's back up, and seems like high ground is still going to be difficult to push against the Storm, against all this spam from the Mars and the Lion. So it's all about like getting the efficiency to farm the map again. Yep, so Void's going to continue farming. Aegis is claimed, and they have to try to get under pickoff before they go for the high ground here. And looking at the items, Bat Rider is going to finish up, and Aeon this faces Void wants to finish the Skadi.
Yeah, I think Scotty's going to be... Scotty's going to be a good item here.
It's good against the... I guess it's good against the Meepo. And he kind of needs to play like a front line on the Void. Because the Elder Titan is not a front line. And Tiny also doesn't really... I mean, he can on Tiny, but he kind of wants to... with his build, the Kanda, and he has DD. He's going to have Aghanim's later at some point, so... He wants to be dishing out the damage. So with Skadi, the Void can just frontline for his team.
This is... Yeah, I see that, And kind of be nigh unkillable. I think a hero that used to buy, by the way, SNY all the time, used to be Faceless Void. I don't know if maybe we'll start to see that build, you know, with a bit of resurgence. It generally was weak because you just didn't really have the damage you needed. But I could see
not
in
enough
some...
attack speed.
Right.
Not enough.
But now you have the 20 talent, which almost fixes that, right? So I don't know.
Nice BKB.
Okay, Arena. Yeah, BKB by Lorinov to avoid that. He conserves the AD rune. That's some real good attack speed now as well. That's, I mean, my goodness, you have some heavy hitters right now in Aurora. 430 base damage, I think a bit more. Oh, he has a tree. And then up to what we saw, plus 560 by Jabs in that last fight. That's... Oh, he's going to get his 20 talent. Oh, he's going to get the cleave, brother. Just wait till he gets this cleave talent. Holy moly. You won't be ready for this. And I don't know if Shopify are either, honestly. That's a huge
if you're clumped up,
kind of a hero.
I've seen a lot of videos. People clumping up against the Elder Titan with the talent. Not pretty.
Not pretty. Not pretty. Unless you're the Elder Titan, I guess. Then it's pretty nice. Siege middle, as Shopify have cut the bottom wave, so up goes Aurora, 23 in particular, up to the high ground. 2 minutes left in this Aegis Winter with a Chronosphere to back him up, with a DD Tiny. Oh my lord, these buildings. They're getting massacred.
Yeah, they have to find a way to jump in, you know. If they don't jump in, they're just gonna lose everything. They have to try to find the Shadow Demon. I think the supports, you need to kill up the supports first. Use your buybacks. Yeah, buyback on Meepo is buyback. Mars is buyback, Storm has buyback. They have 3 buybacks.
Yeah, the supports don't, though, quite crucially. Storm doesn't have buyback now. He just bought out for something. It's the first part of the Ag Scepter, but he doesn't have a bot lane or a mid lane of barracks anymore. They're daring them to go on in. Nice movement here with the Astral Spirit, kind of keeping these blinks on cooldown. Just a bit of harass there, as there's that max time dilation, so like we're used to seeing. Okay, Echo Stomp doesn't catch the Maiden. It's going to give probably like 5-6 seconds here of Magic Immunity. Pretty good. but they are threatening to go for the Megas here. Saberlight, nice spear, Kekijin onto two, but they actually managed to click on the Faceless Void, so they save him for now, looking for the Chronosphere perhaps, looking to turn back, finds it onto the Storm Spirit as Saberlight fighting mano a mano versus Lorinov, actually winning that fight. Not enough damage either onto Yopaj as he manages to live through this one. Lorinov now is going to get jumped. Jabs stuck on the low ground. He's got a ton of damage, but just can't really get in there to use any of it. There's the Hex. There is no BKB on this Faceless. Oh, there is no.
Oh, here he goes.
But look at Jabs. There he is. He's on the high ground with the silence. They hold him down. You hold I punch. Jabs. He's taking the cleave talent now, trying to fight through this one. Saberlight's still alive. Finally taken down as Jabs 1v1ing versus the Meepo takes him down. The piebacks here immediately into the diebacks, but I think it's over, Winter. GG, well played. The ET strat pays off. Shopify, they dodge fights all day, but when it finally comes for them, they are met by the suitcase of justice from ET.
Yeah, business as usual for Aurora. They knew what they had to pick. They were really calm with last picking the Elder Titan. They weren't really even worried about the game being a farm first. They were dragging out. The enemy doesn't want to fight them. They were just calmly farming away. They understood that Faceless Void ET, they can't lose the late game. And even though there was like a hiccup with when the Void died earlier, when they were trying to smoke and there was this twin gate shenanigans. But even then, you know, like messing up two fights, two crucial fights, they still had enough in the tank with the draft to just persevere in the late game, you know, like it's Meepo, Storm, Mars, Tricore. It's very difficult to fight into the Chronosphere, and you don't have saving supports on your Lion and CM until you have something like a Wind Waker, you know. So it's always going to be tough going to late game against the Chronosphere without saves.
Mm-hmm.
And the Chrono wasn't even the biggest problem, you know. The ET was the biggest problem.
Well, I mean, it's hard for me to judge a bit personally, but yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think Chrono could have been a problem. I think for Shopify, it's like, well, what do we do? Do we gather around and kill the Faceless Void and then let ET just run in and murder everyone? Do we try and just kill ET? It seems like they wanted to dodge those fights, and then eventually just wasn't really meant to be for them, man. I mean,
yeah, it was too difficult when the game got to that stage. It was just unfortunate. You know, their lineup just kind of timed out, and with the early game going as bad as it did, the Storm didn't have any early game at all. You know, he just got bullied all the way, didn't get runes, died a couple of times, and that was it. You know, they could only just dodge until they find a moment with the Meepo, but unfortunately they couldn't.
Yeah, I just couldn't, and that's it. I mean, we've seen it here. Aurora proved that Astral Spirit is the true counter to Shopify's classic strategy, the Storm Spirit Winter. We'll see what Shopify have in store for us for game number 2, as it is a best of 2 series. Aurora taking down the NA reps out from the SEA region, doing us proud. We're going to be going to a quick break, but when we resume Dream League Season 22 Group Stage 1, we'll continue. We'll see you then.
Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling.
When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. We won't take it all for granted. We're gonna live in the moment and have a good time. It's all we ever wanted. So why don't we just live it up, live it up. We're never gonna give it up, give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone, so let's just live it up. When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I'll think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Definitely not rearranging my microphone from my cat running across the desk with game number 2 between Aurora and Shopify, Rebellion, and Winter. That game, I thought we were going to come in hot and fast right there on the Arteezy Meepo train, but the Elder Titan really put some screeching brakes on that. I mean, what kind... Do you just chalk that one up to draft and just move on to game 2? Like, what do you do?
Maybe they could have still won the game if they had a better start on the Storm, but yeah, I mean it's difficult, when you have a very small window to win the game. A lot of things have to go right for you. I mean, I'm not a really big fan of I think I mentioned the CM Lion duo, and it definitely limits a lot of what you can do in the game, and the way you play the 3v3 fights. I think they kind of lost. Was it the first 3v3 fight? I think they lost the first one against the Tiny when he brought the Bat Rider over or something. Maybe I'm going crazy, but I think it's very important to plan the draft around the 3v3s. Like your two supports need to be able to work well with the mid laner when it comes to those type of situations when you're fighting over the power rune and the catapult waves. If you don't have the right heroes, then you're gonna lose those fights, and it would mean that you lose your tower and the enemy mid lane is gonna run rampant around the map and take control of the side lanes, or the side laners can easily rotate over to kill you because your game has just been broken apart. So it's very important to plan the draft around that. I feel right now, like based on how I've been watching the teams prioritize their draft, and I feel like looking at how a lot of the games are decided in the first 10 minutes when you're running around the first couple of power runes and you lose those fights, and it can easily snowball. They kill your mid tower. Even if they don't kill your mid hero, they can go into your stacks, steal your stacks or farm your ancients, and that could most often result into a very bad game for you.
I think something that really set the Shopify train off course was the solo kill, right? I mean, just Yopaj ended up dying, pretty early on to the stand.
Oh yeah, he got solo kill. Yeah, correct. Mm-hmm. That was at level 5 before he got this ball lightning, and then he TP back to base and he almost died again because the Tiny missed. He got unlucky with the RNG. He didn't get the toss off because Bat Rider was already moving in after the Storm died. I mean, that could have been even worse. It was already bad, like the way the game started for him, but it could have been worse.
Right. I mean, I just bring that up to be like, well, the early game was hard, right? You highlighted, the Storm needed some help to get the ball rolling.
He needed like he needed like some kind of melee hero or some Tusk or some hero to enable his early game, like someone that can rotate easily. I feel like CM and Lion are kind of like very similar heroes. Maybe it can work. Maybe I'm not really. I don't really know the exact potential of this two duo together, but I just feel like when you have like something like a Tusk plus a CM, like with CM, I prefer to have Tusk as my partner or a Clockwork, for example. I know Clockwork's not exactly the best hero, but I'm just trying to give an example, or something like a bench, someone that can go in front and just tank damage. With CM and Lion, I always feel like, and your mid is a Storm, CM and Lion maybe could work if your mid laner is like an Ember or a Void Spirit, or you have a mid Tiny, for example, or Primal Beast that can run in and do the dirty work for you, and then you stand on the sidelines and you cast your spells, but with Storm, he kind of also relies on you to go in and do a move, and then he decides whether he wants to go in or not.
I see that. I also
it kind of doesn't work so well. I mean, later in the game you could argue, okay, I have the Lion mana drain, mana battery for the Storm. You could argue for that.
I have Crystal Clone. They're very different heroes. But before I see what you mean, I think you even brought this up previously, where you're like, Lion and CM are like actually kind of the same hero. And at first I was like, what? And then after you kind of explain that, I kind of see what you mean, right? They both want to like go in, do their little bits of lockdown, and then they have an ulti that does a lot of damage, right? Obviously, very different ultis, very different lockdown, but if you really boil it down, it's kind of what it is. You compare that to like something like a Tusk, right? Who does have like a lot more in-your-face lockdown. He's got pathing disruptions. He's got a BKB piercing stun, which is also a lift. Like they're very different, right? I think when you like frame it that way, maybe that could have helped as well. I agree with you generally. I wasn't in love with the support duo. Yeah.
I mean, the support duo could work, like I said, if the mid was a different mid, like maybe like a melee hero that can go in first. But I understand why they wanted Storm there, because the enemy heroes doesn't really have very good instant stuns to kill. They have some stuns, the tiny stun and the lasso, but those are not very good at catching out a Storm that has a good game, so they kind of felt like if the Storm had a good game, he's gonna just run them over, but that didn't really happen because of the synergy between the Storm and the supports. The Lion, like I said, is only good with the Storm if you get past the early game, but if you cannot get past the early game, then you're not going to see the power of the mana drain onto the Storm, So I feel like a lot of emphasis has to be put on the 3 heroes in the first 10 minutes. What are your 3 heroes that are going to be playing together that can allow you to either at least break even in the first 10-15 minutes, or at least get an advantage, minor advantage. So you have to put a lot of thought on how well these heroes work together. What do I need on this mid hero? If I'm picking my support duo first, like what Boba did, like he picked if he wants to pick the CM and Lion, then he has to also balance it out by thinking of whether the mid hero fits the 2 supports, rather than just thinking of a hero that counters the enemy's lineup. There's a lot of things that you have to give thought on in a draft situation like this. You have a lot of things to consider. So my thing is like you try to avoid that by having a flexible support duo, like a CM plus TUS, or something that can already cover a lot of ground, so that it's easy for you to pick your last hero to fit into the trifecta of heroes. I agree.
I think like in essence, I think like those 2 supports are pretty. How would you say? They're good, like they can play together, but again, because they kind of do the same thing the same way, doesn't give you a lot of outplay potential combined, right?
Yeah.
Compared to
and if you sort of limits what you can pick for your mid laner too.
Well, yeah, exactly, right? Because then you have a weakness between your support duo. So yeah, I think we've spoken about that now at length. We'll get underway now with our second draft here, winter of our BO2 series, where Aurora start off strong now. Shopify looking to recover from the blow. That's the Echo Saber 100% cleave plus the 560 damage ET had in that game. And
the power of the briefcase.
Power of the staple gun. I always thought it looked like a staple gun personally, but I know people like to call it the briefcase. Anyway, it wasn't really that brief of a game.
It depends on the cosmetic. It depends on which one you have. Yeah, but for Aurora, so they have their first pick on Dire this time, and so we'll see what do they plan to do here. So what OP heroes are available? There's no Dragon Knight. Doom is still available. I'm kind of not sure what other heroes are the OP ones, because the patch is still relatively new. Everything kind of got nerfed a little bit. So a lot of things are shifting, I feel like Wyvern also has still a lot of potential as a support, since everything else got nerfed. And what else did we see today? The Lash as well. Yeah, the Lash definitely also has a lot of potential as a support or as a core.
A long time since I've seen a Lash support. Oh, and a Razor's back out to play now. This time, is that already Jabs' hero? Obviously this could be a carry, but
it's a flex hero for them. I think it probably is not a mid hero. It's like either a safe laner or off laner for them. They have this kind of play style where the side lanes are going to be like static farming heroes, and the tri heroes are going to be moving around. The 2 supports and the mid lane is going to be moving around, making space for them. That's generally how Jabs likes to draft and play. Sometimes obviously there's this like a couple of games where he's gonna play something different, more for the team. But in general, he's gonna try to open a draft with a flex hero, which can go to 2 lanes as a core and build support duos that can play around it, and try to plan the draft around that. So Shopify is gonna go for their Mars once again, a very very solid hero still. Right now, good against the carry Razor, because you can always spear him away when he's stealing your damage running at you. So we'll see what does Aurora. It does. What do you call it?
No, you are correct. It's just kind of a funny way to kind of
how would you
state
say
that fact. No,
drain your damage.
No. You're right. You're completely right. There's nothing wrong with the sentence. It's just sometimes every now and then in Dota, you just say something that just like the sentence itself is just silly, you know? Like earlier when I was like, oh, the Doom has to doom himself. You know, it's like, what? Like, what kind of sentence is that? It doesn't make any sense. All right, Bulba, what are you cooking up? Oh, the Meepo ban this time around. Is quite a shift from Aurora. I think they had a very elegant solution last time, but, you know, obviously things
Lightning
go
doesn't
awry.
strike twice.
Yeah. Very true. And you know the saying, nobody ever picks ET against RTZ's Meepo twice in a row, as we all know.
Nice try, Richie. That was a very nice one.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, the Tiny banned out. I think the Tiny was definitely a problem. Aurora just played that well, right? I mean, honestly, from the solo kill to the late game pressure to
Flex hero,
to being a flex hero, to also being like an easy stand-in hero. And obviously by that, I don't mean that like the skill cap for a stand-in is lower. It's just like you want them to be playing kind of a points click kind of hero. So everyone else already knows how to play with them, right? Like, does that make any sense? Like the simplicity, right? Or the ease of execution, at least.
Yeah.
Because mid's honestly a really hard stand-in position. It's probably the worst stand-in position to have.
Really?
I think so.
You say that like because I feel like the side lane core roles are also difficult because you don't really play with the partner a lot in the lane, so you could have issues. Whereas the mid lane, you're on your own, right? Basically, so you don't really have to deal with the chemistry with another person. So when you're standing, you just do your thing, and you tell them you need a bottle refill, control room. That's it. You know. I
agree, but I also think there's a lot of nuance to the first. You know, maybe not the first 6 minutes, but I think there's a lot more nuance to minute 6 to 15 with mids playing with their supports and sometimes the offlaner. I could very well see the offlaner. I think that's maybe another really tough position. I could be swayed, but certainly not carry, certainly not supports, in my opinion. Either way, I think it's still impressive for Aurora, who do pivot. There's a support duo we were suggesting, you know, that Tusk Maiden.
Tusk, yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to kind of talk about that.
It just makes it possible for your Razor to go off lane because you need a melee position 4 to soak up the damage and secure a lane for you, and Tusk is perfect for that. Tag team with your static link still stealing damage, doing damage.
You also are able to obviously block pathing, right? So you can almost always guarantee like a max steal. And
doesn't really deal with Ench in the lane that well. But it's not for dealing with the Ench. It's for the whole draft.
Well, I would have assumed the Maiden's for dealing with the Ench, but I'm going to assume that Shopify will just run the Ench as a 5 to avoid that issue, right?
Probably. And is that like a carry Wind Ranger, I presume? Carry Wind Ranger against a Razor? Or is it going to be like a position 4 Wind Ranger? I mean, the hero didn't get nerfed, right? I mean, did they change Power Shot? Still the same, right? Let me check. I mean, Power Shot has been like the craziest thing about this hero. Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah, I mean, Artur has been playing a bit of this hero as well.
Wind Ranger carry. I guess carry / mid Wind Ranger.
It's a flex for sure. I think it makes sense. Good damage, good setup, right? Tower pressure.
Lion Ench is much better than CM Lion. Because
why is
the
that?
Ench is like a frontliner. He can be a frontliner, pseudo frontliner. Run in, tank some spells, and Lion can be doing Lion things behind, you know? Just casting spells, annoying people, mana drain, and Puck is the 18 pick for Aurora, sensing that they are going to need like some lockdown, because with the Razor offlane, you're going to need a mid. Like I said, you know, the way they're going to structure this draft is around the 2 side lanes are going to be static farming heroes, and the mid laner is going to be running around, setting up kills left and right with the supports. So Puck is indeed the perfect hero for that, and Puck is also a very, very strong hero because of all the, I mean, the parasma and like the way you scale with the hero with the shard and everything else. I mean, before as a Puck, you're more like just dealing magic damage and you eventually run out of damage, but right now you don't. I mean, the thing to worry about is you're playing to a Lion, which can be very annoying.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's very 50-50, right? Because a lot of the times, I think if you have that fear in you as a mid laner, then more times than not, it becomes very detrimental, right? Where like, because you also like, oh no, there's a lion. We need some hero to get on top of him and kill him. Well, that's Puck, right? But obviously, it goes both ways, right? Where the lion can also just blink Hex or get a good Hex onto the Puck and completely kill her, basically.
Yeah,
So
vision
I
is
think
going to be the important thing, you know. Whoever gets vision
True.
is going to get the upper hand here. So for Aurora, they're going to have to kind of figure out, okay, so the lane is going to be Lion plus Mars. So what do I decide to put the... I don't think you should put the Razor there against this lane. I think I'll be happy putting the Razor on the off lane and just picking something else that can actually deal with this Mars plus Lion lane. Thinking of something like a Slug maybe? Something elusive, something they can run around. Because you need somebody to run around to play with the Puck, right? Because I think the Razor is going to be doing the brunt of the static farming, pushing out waves, you know. So you want someone that can connect over to the Puck. When the Puck's running around to set up kills, you want somebody that can follow up. So I think Slug is actually nice to do that.
I see that. I like your logic. I'm thinking... Morph? Oh, more? No,
Yeah, I
no,
guess.
too much.
But
Lone Druid, right? No,
Morph is CM. No, Morph is CM. The lane can be a bit unstable sometimes. It's okay, but it can be unstable. I mean, Morph is also... you won't be that comfortable against Lion, but can work. It can work. It can be more on the greedy side because Morphing and Razor tend to... You're going to take up a lot of space on the map.
I have the pick. I actually have the pick.
Yes.
Ready? Bloodseeker.
Ready.
Bloodseeker.
It's okay, yeah. He very similar to Slug, you know, you can always run around and
Counters the
connect to the
Windrunner.
fights.
Run around. Good lane, right? With
How
the
about just
maiden.
Spectre, you know? Spectre you can always connect.
Yeah.
You buy Blade Mill against
Spectre.
Wind Ranger.
Spectre's good too. Alright, it's something boring
Well,
again. 23 is gonna have Lucis Void, okay, whatever. Sure.
I want to
Good
secure
hero.
the game. Faces were against Mars again. You can jump out of the arena. CM and Void. Solid lane.
No save this time though.
again,
That
you
was
know.
pretty instrumental last game. Right, they had the Shadow Demon.
I mean, again, it's more on the greedy side. Faces Void with Razor, but I think it's not so bad. Like what we mentioned earlier, that there was a lot more greedier. Remember you said something else. Oh my god, anti-mage into the Faces Void. I guess it's more for the lane as well. It's an off-lane Razor, so anti-mage can always blink out. But anti-mage against Faces Void is always a scary thing, you know. You're always going to be the cat and mouse game. The Void is trying to hunt down the AM, and AM is kind of hoping that his team is going to create enough chaos. The Void is going to chrono someone else, and then once that happens, the AM is just going to run around, cut waves, and farm the whole map. It's
How
going
are
to be
things
about...
looking? I was gonna ask you, how are things looking scaling wise? You know, if this is gonna be another slow game, maybe it's not.
The Void,
but
I think the Void Razor Puck is extremely good. You know, and they have tools to catch the AM, but I can see why they decided to go for the AM. AM is good for two things with the laying phase with the Razor, and the second thing is about they don't really have a good catch on the AM apart from the Chrono. The other heroes don't really catch the AM that well. I mean, you have a Coil, but the two supports don't really deal with anti-mage very well. I mean, the counter spell is very nice against the CM and the Tusk. And on top of that, I feel like because the AM is going to have a very good lane, I feel that's what I feel like with the Ench AM against the Tusk Razor lane. I think AM is going to be very fat, so he can rely on a lot of chaos happening on the map. The Lion and Mars and Wind Ranger, these three, they're going to create a lot of chaos, catching heroes left and right, maybe forcing the Void to pop some Chronos left and right, and AM is in return going to get a lot of space on the map to farm. I think Aurora has a very solid draft still, you know. They have team fight, they have some small little stuns, some catch, you know. Not zero catch, but some catch. They have good scaling, they have everything.
Right? It's like,
but it becomes like an anti-mage game, you know, with the Aurora last pick anti-mage. It's a very ballsy anti-mage.
It does.
Into the Faces Void. But
well,
I can see why.
Seems, yeah, right. Especially because it's like, oh man, it's like they're gonna be greedy, right? With the Razor Faces Void. Let's go with the AM. It's a good lane, right? I see the reasons for it as well, but
yeah,
like
because
you're
if
saying,
you think about it this way, if the AM gets a really good start, right, he's a hit, and he can actually bully the Faces Void, you know, because mana burn is still very annoying for if you can go to his lane or you can go to a team fight. If you get a good enough timing on your Manta and you burn his mana and the fights, it's going to be annoying for him, you know. So I can see that happening. With the Ench, I think there's a very high chance that this AM could be very fat from the start, and if that happens, I can see the whole game plan coming into fruition for Shopify. But obviously, you know, my heart is still gonna be with Aurora, my SEA boys.
Yeah, fair. But
Still
well, I mean,
counting on-
Shopify is still a C team.
1/5.
Hey, come on. They were C before when they were the last C team in TI. It could be C again, right? We'll see how things go for them, though, as at the Rune fight. Finally, 3 games, 4th game for us today, Winter. Rune's still 2 apiece, but this time people are actually brawling a bit. Nothing too exciting, nothing too saucy, and we'll still, you know, settle at Runes 2 apiece, and otherwise get to our lanes as we expected them, right? Yeah, Maiden versus this Lion, top for the supports, and it's going to be this Ench versus the Tusk down bottom.
Double sentry on Maiden. Gonna make sure that she wants to block the camps and make sure she can pull. I mean, this lane is not gonna be easy in the beginning, you know. Mars and Lion are definitely stronger than you, so you have to make sure you secure the range creep, get your pulls off, stop the Lion from pulling, and try to get your levels. But as soon as you get your levels, once you have dilation with your bite and Nova, plus a blood grenade, you can maybe kill the Lion.
Yeah, I think in this kind of a lane,
some players, you know, would argue that in this lane, you should get Frostbite so that you don't push out the wave and you make sure you maintain control of the creep equilibrium at the expense of losing the range creep. So basically what you do, if you do that, is like you just keep making sure that the Lion is busy with you, you Frostbite, and he's not hitting your AM, right? So the AM is going to 1v1 the Mars, and he's just going to be on his own to secure the range creep.
I get
Some
that,
players
but
think
I
that
think
it's better.
In this game, I don't think it matters because the Mars is going to push it back anyway with the rebuke, right? Naturally. I think you'd be fine if you wanted to do that, but I also think securing range creeps and getting your levels and your carries levels is maybe better. I would stake that claim. We'll see. For now, though, I mean, he is going to go for the Crystal Nova, which, you know, I prefer. But I can see that point, for sure.
I would do the Nova too, but I'm just letting you know some players think differently. You know, it depends on the support duo. I mean the duo. You know, like I think it's very important that the duo are on the same page. It doesn't matter what you do.
Otherwise, it's not really going to work out. I would imagine that this is something, especially people who have been, or teammates that have been laning together or playing together for enough.
Because some players, they are just naturally more aggressive, right? They just want to go for the kills more. So then they obviously will have a different kind of playstyle, and you want his partner to think the same way, you know. And I think it's better for the support to just follow what the cores want to do. I think as a support player, you want to make the cores comfortable. Mana drain into a spear back, but Teoliko, he has stick charges.
No, not enough. He will die for those. That is going to be some good mana he drained. The last mana he'll drain in that life.
Yeah, that was a little bit too cocky on the line. You know, just stood there, spear back, and keep draining instead of just running back. I mean, this is like the bait of like the mana drain at level 1. You know, in the lane, you think you're doing a lot, but you're actually not.
You're really not. You really are not, unfortunately. But you know, I mean, it also feels good to remove mana from your opponents, especially something like a Face's Void. Obviously, it's a bit of a mistake there from the line. I don't mean to harp on it, but if he could get at least some decent levels, you know, if he does take... I don't think anyone does it anymore, thanks to the nerfs, but if you wanted to take 2 points in mana drain in this kind of a lane, I think it's really legit, right?
Because you just forced...
Right, but I think eventually, especially against...
Level 3.
Especially against the Void, I like it. Because you stop him from time walking, right? And if you can do that, he has no place in this lane. Because again, this lane's not.
Yeah, and you think of how the lane is also gonna go, right? He's gonna take a lot of harass from the God's Rebuild, and then he's gonna want to time walk away from that, and then that's when you mana drain him.
Hey, let's look down bottom because there's 10 denies on this Artur AM. He really leveled up. What is happening down here?
It's an Enchantress, you know, dude.
Yeah.
This is what Ench does to the lane. It's very difficult to deal with the Ench in the league and poking at you. You can't trade because of the heal. Enchant somehow does damage to you.
That's true, yeah, I forgot about that. The Core rotating to try and deny the water refill, but is unable to do so. Yeah, that is so true. Enchant does damage, and you get the creep. And there it goes, by the way, the Centaur Conqueror. Being pulled out of the lane. It's twofold, right? Because that's going to make any pulls into that camp a lot weaker, and obviously he does a ton of damage. Yeah. He's like actually CSing with it.
And the purpose of Razor being picked is like he's a lane winner, right? You don't want to pick Razor into a lane where you cannot play.
Right.
And this lane is not the best, you know, for Razor because of the just mainly because of the Enchantress.
No, and
I mean, you could put some argument on, oh, he can always blink out from the stack lane, you know, so AM also is kind of a thing against Razor. But I can assure you, if he had a different support, this lane could look very different.
Really, than just the Tusk, you mean, for the Razor? Or for the Anch?
No, I mean for the AM.
Got it, yeah, I understand.
If he didn't have Anch, you know, the AM could not work in this lane. Say he had
a Maiden.
He had like a Venge or Maiden. Yeah, a Venge. I mean, Maiden is kind of okay because you reduce attack speed from the Tusk too.
Look at this slow. Oh. It's dirty, disgusting. You love to see it. The time dilation, slept on ability. Don't sleep on that skill, guys. It's really good. Even if it did get nerfed, unfortunately. Just makes the hero worse,
I mean,
I'd say.
It's still good, you know, 1 point in the lane. It helps the lane so much.
Nice double stomp there from Katrak. Very good.
25 damage.
I mean, just wasting the time, right? Burning the time as they will take down Ali, Theolacor. Oh, that bash. That's a pretty good one. There's a blood grenade, but he does have those 2 stacks of the time dilation, so he does not have another stun. You can see how disruptive this ability is. No spear, no second rebuke, and no more Lorinov. Yo, Paj! Solo kill in the mid lane. He redeems himself.
Was it at the same time the last game where he died at like maybe minute 5? Something like that.
Yeah.
Almost the same
pretty
time.
close. It's pretty close, yeah. Something about the way these C mids are wired, you know? They just get ready and itching to fight.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do when you're in SCA, when nobody's playing the game for you. You have to do everything yourself. You have to take the rune yourself. You have to kill the heroes yourself.
Oh, nice double stun from Theolacor. Love to see it. Is going to be time dilation slowed. Oh, and actually they're rotating on through because Katrak's here first. 23 has himself a time walk back underneath the tower. It's a huge wave that he's pushing as Theolacor just managed to get out of range. So right now 23 is being chased by Katrak. Saberlight will turn back on for him. The supports from Aurora, they're going to have to let the Lion go. In exchange, they might be able to save the life of 23, who with that 1 stick charge has another time walk. He's away safely. Time dilation applied. I think the rebuke missed. Did it? Well, no, just kidding. It didn't miss. He just didn't have the mana for it. Alrighty. That is going to be 8 dead, 23 Savage.
Yeah, that's a very good move by Shopify. Double wave into the tower and just making sure that they rotate with the supports onto it, pressuring the void. The void kind of missed. I think he missed 2 waves, but Tusk is trying to save the wave under the tower.
And you know why they can make that play, Winter?
Tell me more, sir.
Mid diff. Puck TP'd back to the mid lane and didn't have a TP to stop that kill in progress. And now things are unraveling. You're in the Shopify verse right now, they're saying, as they're going to maybe take some more deaths. Not only bottom, perhaps top? No. They're fine top lane, but that is going to be a kill onto Jabs. He is 16-3 right now for CS. His net worth is basically already in the dumpster, just now getting past 2K. The last core down 1,000 even from Lorinov. This is getting pretty difficult. Lorinov's got a, amplify damage rune. Maybe he can look to try and turn here, but Q killed off there by the power shot from the mid lane. Paj, 2 kills to his 3 kills to his name now, pardon me.
The long range artillery, power shot and the stun from the Lion.
This is going to get really hard. Again, my joke about the Shopify verse, it wasn't that much of a joke. This is how Shopify likes to win their games. They win you, they beat you in the laning stage, and then they just kind of tighten their grip around the game until you just have no way back in. It's going to be another kill here on Ali.
Yeah, this is the snowball effect, the domino effect. When one lane bleeds out, it bleeds into the other lanes. Your supports have to move around to kind of stop the bleeding, and that's when you get picked off.
Yeah. Again, for me, this all kind of starts, I guess, with a good draft. The Ench obviously disrupting, to say the least, that bottom lane. You get a solo kill mid, which is amazing. That sets up for the dive top. Here we go. AM. Oh, getting jumped to silence. Oh, it's barely enough damage. Lorinov does make good use of that amplify damage rune. Very, very important kill for him there. But Katrak mid, he's got the boys. They're back in town, and they're taking down your tier 1 tower.
Yeah, this is actually better trade for Shopify for sure. If they get the tower here, it looks like they're gonna get it. Not much Aurora
100%.
can do. Bringing so many heroes bot, and the next thing to consider is, do you actually defend the bot tower? They're still gonna bring the Mars bot. I think this is good. Not the Mars, sorry, the AM bot. So he thinks that he can't die anymore.
Yeah, and they can't
without
really
the coil.
siege that tower, I think, down bottom too effectively. Okay, Arena of Blood. They're actually going to try for top lane with the connections from behind. Ooh,
Oh,
23 does
Shackle.
manage to escape. He does have a chrono. It has to use it, and then TP away at Theolicor. Can't reach him. Doesn't have the cooldown either for the Earth Spike. Okay, I mean, painful. You still get the tower. You basically force the chrono to be wasted. Still good stuff, I'd say, from Shopify.
Yep. And they defended their bot tower too, so they didn't lose anything. They're gonna get mid tower, they're gonna get top tower, and chrono is used. You know, this is actually amazing for Shopify right now. They just need to keep the ball rolling, don't give away too many pickoffs, and slowly maybe even play for the Roche at some point. Since you have Wind Ranger, you can actually get the Roche with Focus Fire. But for now, they are just gonna have to try to get more deep boards down, try to control the vision and try to control the farm. Because the Razor and Void, they're going to need a lot, right? So if you force them into a corner, they're going to struggle. And here comes Aurora. They want to take back their territory.
Be a move. Yeah, there's no Arena of Blood. There's a Lion nearby who does not have level 6 quite yet. They're going to make the jump now onto the Mars. Does not snap the coil. Yeah. Good stun there, but it's just not going to be enough here. No chance to spear with a time dilation.
4 heroes.
23 is going to be able to get revenge. 4 heroes, though. You are right. That is very true. With Jabs down bottom, they can't take this last tier 1, and nor do I think are they very interested, you know, in trying to secure this last tier 1 tower. But we're going to start to see Kitrak, you know, being able to focus and farm a little bit more. Oh, top? Can they? Seems a bit risky. They cancel the freezing field, and actually the focus fire is onto Ollie. Good stun there onto 23, but he has applied time dilation. Looks for the kill onto Q. All right, assisted onto the kill there. Nice power shot from Yopaj.
He got the finger stack.
Able to TP away. He did. Yeah, you get it as long
finger
as
stack.
What is it? You get it as long as they die within 3 seconds. So you know it's pretty generous. Tower dies down bottom. They eventually do get it, bringing in the Warpine Raider. And Artur, he has a wide open map to start farming with. He does not have the Battle Fury yet, but is well on his way and has a very farmed mid lane Windrunner and has a very farmed off lane Mars. So he is feeling pretty good right now. It's pretty nice to be an AM.
Yeah, this is what happens when you win all your lanes. Basically won all their lanes. So game becomes very, very easy right now. It's all about not making mistakes, trying to just consolidate on your lead and slowly build it. You don't want to be too rush into doing risky things. Just want to play with the percentage, make the safer play, and just keep your lead and slowly grow it. And they're gonna smoke up. They're trying to kick the Faces Void out here if they can actually get the connection. No fingers, so just stun and a hex with the shackle.
It's a really sneaky move, though. They're going to go from behind. They've already hit him with the tower. Do they have an angle here? Do they need it? No. Plenty of lockdown. I was considering whether or not they even needed the shackle, and Paj knows best. Just dumps in the damage to secure the kill. Really, really well executed.
Yep.
Okay, and Aurora, here they go. Look, they have a scan. They're immediately going to smoke across the map and try and find Artur, but he might already be in a pretty safe spot here. I don't know if they can kill him here.
Yeah, it's daytime too. This is not easy. They have to start off with a coil first. But yeah, deciding against it.
Yeah, look at he stops farming. Really, really heads up play from Artur.
Is under attack.
He actually stopped farming the camp halfway through, knew something was wrong with that kind of sequence of events, and we'll get out of that one pretty much scot-free. Nicely done.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yep, Razor finally claims the tower, but it's already a lot slower than what Shopify did. Map's already open up, like you said. Mars is going to have his yields right now delivered, so he's going to have the setup to pick off heroes. Wonder if Lion's still going to get the shot. He's actually going to kill a dagger. I guess with the nerfs, you don't want to rush the shot anymore on this hero.
Yeah, they were pretty significant.
I think it's still good, but you get it later after your blink.
I'm thinking, honestly, I might still pick it up first.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Before
under
Blink, though, in this kind of a game, I don't know. Blink feels like a win now item. Oh, this is a great catch. Underneath a ward, too, here. Jab's just going to die. Spear just to secure it, and then another just easy focus fire kill right now for Yopaj. He's up to 8-0-0. 8 kills out of the 10 that his team has are all his. That's very impressive. He's having quite a good game. What a bounce back from Yopaj.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want his team to just carry him, after that game, He's like, I'm gonna put in extra OT, overtime for this game, after what happened last game. I owe it to you guys. That's the spirit.
That's right. Yeah, he walked up to Bulba's computer during the break and saw Bulba had a Wikipedia page up with all the SCA mid laners, and he's like, okay, time to get real.
And he made an extra request, As long as there's no storm the next game, I'll carry you.
Oh, please, Mr. Bulba.
That'd be such a meme, man.
Please. Bulba's actually like a genuinely very nice person, though, so it's always funny. He gets a lot of memes, but good lad. Good game as well from Shopify. I mean, they are turning things around here. Jabs is gonna struggle until at least BKB. Poor guy is not having a game at all, as they do at least manage to farm the Wild Wing Ripper. That was, of course, Katrax. He's just been sending around, scouting, getting plenty of vision. His net worth, it's bad. 23's net worth, not as bad, right? He did go for this Mask of Madness, as he did in game number 1. So he's getting his farm at least at a decent rate, and is, has so far been keeping pretty close with Artur's AM. We should expect that to change, however, now that the Battle Fury is complete for Artur. So his farm rate is going to really, really start to pick up now. And obviously Yopaj with all of his kills, and Saberlight with the farm mechanism built in. Saberlight, who, by the way, has the Yules on Mars, so seems to be the prevailing build now. Love to see it. 5K, the net worth lead, 17 minutes in. I mean, it's significant, Winter, but if we can get this BKB up for Jabs, maybe they can make a bit of a comeback. Another 1,000 gold needed for that item until he is really fight ready.
Yep, BKB win ranger is very strong right now. It's basically unkillable. Even in the chrono, if he clicks BKB plus win run, nothing can touch. Nothing can touch.
Are they really?
Yules.
They just walk
Spear.
up to him and hit him with the Yule Scepter, and then you're just dead. That's just how you kill cores right now in the year 2024. He literally just walked up to him and Yulesed him, Winter.
Yeah. You just don't expect it, right? As a core, like the offlane running up, no blink, you see him all the way. And the fact that he can actually spear him towards his team, that's what makes it even more deadly, right? If you get caught in your original position, you might not die because his team is still far away. He just ran up and speared.
He literally just walked up and speared him. I mean, look, I love Saberlight. He's a great lad, right? He's hilarious. He's so... But, like... What a play, right? What a highlight for him. Yeah, guys, I A-clicked him and speared. I clicked Yules on him from across the map and got the kill. Just what an itemization. And unfortunately, I think that was the Yules reveal. And so 23 was not expecting the Yules Scepter, but, kind of just ultimately a really funny sequence of events. Oh no, and they're not getting any better. Lauren off. Let's see if he can manage to get out. Oh, just barely getting out of range there. That sharpshooter 23 even doing his best to keep his allies alive. That's a really nice time dilation. Will prevent them from diving any further. Aurora, they hold on. They're holding on to dear life right now, but we are very much in the Shopify-verse right now.
Yeah, but things are still in reach, for Aurora. They have BKB on Razor very soon. They have BKB. Soon. I mean, BKB on Void is going to take a while, but I think they can play around this BKB Razor. Try to let him frontline. You have the coil and the Chronosphere to back it up. There's a CM Ultimate, Freezing Field. I think there's still a lot of potential.
Yeah, I agree. Ooh, that is not how you want to get caught right now, though. Really good two-man spear into the double Earth Spike, the Rebuke, the power shot even hit 2 of them. I don't believe it. That was incredible here.
shots.
Beautiful
still
job there by Shopify Rebellion. That was some clean Dota right there. You love to see it.
Everybody likes a clean Dota game, you know. I mean, at this point, at this rate, if the other 4 heroes are just doing so much work, maybe the AM doesn't even have to come out.
Let's, you know, I was gonna make a joke about how, oh wow, that was such a great fight from Artur. You know, show us the highlight, and he's just hitting the ancients. But honestly, I mean, there was just really good play by Shopify. It was a good play into the triangle, a nice spear onto 2. Oh no, I think they actually catch this puck too? No freaking way.
Oh, good
Chronosphere to try and save them. They're actually going to try and get through this AM. They need a few more bashes. They don't have enough. Oh, he actually died. Lorinov gets the kill there. It will cost him at least the Faceless Void. Lorinov trying to make it out alive. They're sucking the mana. He's going to try and get up to the high ground where Theo Lecor on top of the cliff has perfect vision. Hits him with the finger. A 2-for-1 trade and the tip onto Artur from the newbie. You love to see it. What did he die?
Like, thank you for tanking for us. Thank you for setting up the kill.
Did he blink into the illusory orb? It looks like he might have blinked into the illusory orb on accident. Because he took his last bits of life were lost to an auto attack from the puck and an illusory orb proc. I thought it was maybe like a Maelstrom proc that chased him down, but that was not the case. Pretty funny. Either way, strong fight. Is good that he shows up, burns the mana, does the damage he needs. Good chrono from 23, but you're just so far behind, really. It feels difficult.
Still possible. I feel like this lead is not impossible for them. You know, they have the lineup to come back from this with a good chrono, and you have a lot of spells to throw into the chrono to do damage. Razor does a big amount of damage if given the right opportunity to right click, and if he gets a good styling off in the team fights, it's always possible.
Certainly. I mean, especially with
some
the
jobs
Faceless Void.
you feel like, yeah, some jobs, if you give them this type of position, you will feel like, oh, there's not much we can do.
Oh,
it's very bad.
No way. No freaking way. I mean, Winter, you're right. There is still a chance, but you're in the Shopify-verse now, my friend. Shopify, they do not lose games when they win all 3 of their lanes. This is just how this team is wired.
Verse, I'm in the SEA. There is still hope. GG, but we still play the game. No end.
GG,
verse.
but we still play the game. That's absolutely right. Yeah, until Aurora drop their items, even if they look tapped, they're not tapped, brother. They're still in this one. I agree. I agree. It's just, this is just a team that plays well from this position, you know? What team doesn't? I know. What team doesn't play well from you know,
Thank you,
an
Richie.
8K advantage? But Shopify, they just built different, honestly. They know how to finish games. It's one of their strengths. Unless you drop a question mark, but we don't talk about that.
No, we don't. We are very nice people. Nice casters here. We're here to keep everyone happy.
Soon for Yopaj, so his farm is just continuing to just be ridiculous. 11-0-3. Again, I need to highlight how strong of a game Yopaj is having, and he's made his own game here. Right, he did get that solo kill onto Lorinov earlier, completely destroyed the Pucks game. He's been ganking lanes. I mean, if you want to learn how to play a strong Windrunner mid, you should watch this replay. And if you want to learn how to play Mars, watch Saberlight taking down Ollie, forcing the BKB of Jabs, who just has to TP out right after. I mean, well done. Really, really strong play.
How about the wards? They place good wards, good vision. Kitra.
That's true.
That's your favorite thing to talk about.
That has been my favorite thing to talk about. Yeah, the vision game. And the vision game has been making a really big difference this game, right? Because especially now with Lion having the Blink Dagger, AM able to join these fights, the Shackles, I mean, yeah, it makes the game a lot easier to play. They've got this cliff ward up in the Dire Triangle. They have a lane ward where the Dire Tier 1 used to stand, so they see where 23 Savage is. I don't know if they've quite scouted Lorinov or Q, though. Either way, their attention focused on the other side of the map where they are just farming up, getting ready, cooldowns ready to go. Arena in 30 is the one cooldown that we are currently lacking. This is, I feel kind of bold. There's no BKB on Mars, remember, but there's also no BKB on Razor right now. Blink on blink action. Huel Scepter, where are you running? Oh, okay, into the snowball at least right now, says Q, who sets up the shards. They're going to try and turn into fight. 23 Savage, okay. Even with the Chronosphere onto, Saberlight, who gets pushed out of Chronosphere. Doesn't really make a difference, even with the Solar Crest. Good time walk now from 23 Savage, but he's actually still chased down by the Shackle Shot. Artur waiting to let loose on the Mana Void, is waiting for a better opportunity now as Yopaj slowed by the Mana Void, turning back, finds a two-man Shackle, at least jabs to the BKB. He can ignore it for now as it's two hit by that Dream Coil. Artur is dead. Shopify, maybe they do lose those. They're going to lose 3 at least on all of them to Lorinov. TP out, canceled by Theo Lacour. That's 4 dead, only for the Maiden.
Bad trade. That's what a classic dive gone wrong, you know?
Bad trade, just a bad trade.
Too much confidence, you know, running in with the BKB and onto the Faceless Void there. A little too deep. They couldn't really finish him off. He tanked everything. They wasted their spells. AM blinked in. After that, he got caught by a coil and there was no way out. I mean, this is what I said I would see, you know. Things might happen, you know, like against a Razor Void Puck, you know. There's still a lot like damage, you know, when you're given the right situation to capitalize, your opponent oversteps a boundary, you always have the tools to punish them.
Another arena there, jabs, located, scouted, found, no way out for him. Same spot here as well, same ward I think that got him a pick off earlier. So slight misplay there by Jabs, not kind of recognizing that perhaps, or maybe he thought they got the D ward already. Either way, another kill here for Shopify as Aurora, they try and pull a little sneaky one here. They're going to look for Roche. Feels very doable here as well with the Solar Crest above.
Roche. It took so long actually.
They had it though, they had it. They will immediately evacuate, not taking any chances.
BKB
here.
on 23 soon. This is like going to be a tight turner. They have double BKBs for it on and the Razor. Daggers on Toss and the Puck.
An Aegis on Puck, right? Who is going to be able to now stay alive a lot easier going for the Lincolns.
He's going to have Lincolns too. That's going to help against the Lion and I guess to a certain extent the Mana Void as well. I mean, things are definitely looking a lot better for Aurora, despite still being in a 8k deficit. Shackle,
it's a good one. They will be able to take down the Tusk. Once again, this ward has been proving really to be lethal for Aurora. I guess in that sense, more credit for Katrax, right? Who's going to be able to set up that kind of vision for them, but that's actually Theo Lacour's ward, to be fair. But still, it's... And here it's Theo Lacour playing around another ward as well with Artur, giving him some relative safety to farm.
Is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
they have all their ultimates up. I think it's gonna be time for Aurora to make a move. Deal with the waves, push them out.
Yeah, they have this Aegis, right?
I think if they can kill Yopaj, they have to kill Yopaj. He's worth so much money right now.
I agree, actually, because the AM, well, I mean, he's got another item now, right? So maybe...
Yeah, but the AM doesn't have a streak, you know? The AM doesn't have a streak.
You're right. And yeah, I agree. Perhaps that's the way back in, Yopaj. But he's so hard to kill. He's so hard to kill. I mean, he's got this wind run axe.
If he's in the chrono, he's probably gonna die if he doesn't have his wind run.
If he doesn't wind run, then it's, I don't know what you do, honestly. You just don't have the damage necessary to kill him. You need a freezing field, all the puck damage in the world? Maybe. I mean, basically, I think you have to
try to bait him into using BKB, try to poke him. If he uses BKB, then you can chrono.
I like it. You have to catch Mars away from the fight as well.
I think you coil him first. No, you coil him first. You try to make him use BKB, and then after a couple of seconds, you chrono him after that.
Okay, I see it. Right, so that he wind runs during the coil.
Yeah, he has to do something.
Okay. All right, we'll see. Good D wards. Makes this fight a little bit more takeable. 23 able to at least stand there, lurking, waiting for the right chrono. He's cooking. Let him cook. Not the right chrono yet is Ollie. That's not going to be the freezing field that he really needs. Jabs activates the BKB. They're going to try and take down the supports. Nice first hit basher. Theo Lacour already dead, and Katrax soon will follow. BKB activated, though, by 23 Savage in order to pick off that kill. Coil used as well. But it's the small victories here like this that Aurora needs to get back into this game. They're still down 8k as they take down the 2 supports.
And teammate is going to have the blink fragment. Yeah, so this is a huge power spike for the hero right now. But Chrono is still available, so I think he should still be very, very careful about coming to the fights. You probably can only come to the fights if you see the Chrono being used. If the Chrono is not used, you're probably not coming down. But I think AM is not really still a big target in the team fights yet. I mean, I think Wind Ranger is the biggest target right now for the Chrono, if you're 23.
Yeah, I see that. I see that for sure. That'd be the ideal kill.
When the AM gets another item, maybe Butterfly plus Disperser. Then
on top of the Blink Fragment, which is now ready to go, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I got that. I see that. It's pretty strong, though. Also wearing the Craggy coat, huh?
Craggy coat on the AM?
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder what his like neutral choices were. I assume he didn't get any of the good agi ones, and he's just like, well, I guess I'll take the survivability. Yeah, right. It's an interesting choice for sure, but ultimately I think not the biggest factor.
I mean, they're all physical on Faceless Void and Razor, so I mean, it makes a lot of sense. You know, you're playing against TOS2, tag team.
Yeah, I mean, I see that, but also I think like as an AM, you know, you have a Mars, right? Shouldn't he be the one kind of up front center, taking a lot of the damage? I don't know.
Yeah, I get you, but it's still nice to have
it's
armor
nice.
items. So if they focus you, I mean, eventually you're gonna get caught by either the Chrono or the Coil, right? So you're gonna have to tank something.
That's true. No, I mean, you're right. Ultimately, I wonder what his choices were, because ultimately, without knowing his choices, we don't have the context to really kind of criticize or make a judgment on the choice. Whatever. It's an interesting one. I don't know if maybe this is just the go-to on AM.
Is that
your
a lot of armor now. Christmas wish? You want to see the neutral
I want to
item
see
choices?
the neutral item choices that players had, yeah. Because I think it gives us a lot of insight into how they really think, right? I think a lot of times, like, it is kind of a small choice, but sometimes you see an interesting one like that, and it's like, what were you thinking, you know? What were your choices? What did you decide?
Good interview questions after the game, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you remember. Hey, why'd you take Craggy Code at AM? He's like, what? I don't even freaking, you know? I just clicked.
65-minute game, and you asked at 30 minutes you took this new track. Why? And you had this. Why?
I just want to know. Anyway,
why did you
Aegis
choose
Timer.
Craggy Code? Why?
It's true. Why? Wouldn't you want Aviana's Feather so that when you cliff yourself, you can fly off?
That's actually one of my favorite new items. I love that item so much.
Loranov,
somehow I
his
feel,
Aegis
I feel
is
like
gone.
a bird.
Happy and free, able to eat all your fish.
Dire's top tower is
Come on,
Lorna.
don't do that.
He doesn't have his Aegis anymore.
I built a new roof on top of that, so it does not happen ever.
Very good.
Again.
I'm genuinely very happy to hear you. They're so close to Parasma on Puck. Like, you have it actually. Okay, there they go. They smoked up prior to the Parasma, but it's on the courier. It's about to be delivered here.
Do or
That's an
die
item
right now, Richie. If they lose this fight, AM's gonna get your Rex.
Yeah, it's true. He doesn't yet have the butterfly. The next fight,
Anch is
it's gonna
baiting
be so
mid.
hard. You see him. Saberlight out front and center, underneath the ward, in they go. They're going to initiate onto Saberlight. They need to try and take him down ASAP. The self-fuel scepter is going to make this a bit more annoying. There's a refresher now on one, but they've already taken down 23 Savage. He's dead. He got caught underneath the ward and killed off. He has buyback. Saberlight does as well. He will use his immediately as Jabs does find a double kill in the fight, but his BKB is now over. Okay, the rebuke missed, but the spear does not, as Loranov actually ends up inside of the arena. Good silence there. Connects onto 3, but he does not have any more teammates to play with anymore. Jabs is down, the supports have been killed, and 23 started this fight off by getting killed as well. Loranov, nice blink away. He does manage to make it to safety. Scary moments
He
here.
got jumped by the lion? I didn't actually catch it.
I think he got caught underneath the ward. That's at least true. I think he just got shackled. I think he just literally just got shackle shotted. And now they are tearing into your base. The decisive buyback here from Saberlight. as they will
Saber
open up
check.
onto the barracks. The butterfly is going to be delivered here. Nice job breaking the Lincolns with the blink fragment. It is targeted. Okay. I guess you can't reflect blink fragment? That was weird.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Okay, I mean, they have still one more fight in them right now for Aurora.
It's true. They
I mean, if
didn't
lose
use
one more fight, the
any...
game is gonna be over. They use Chrono.
They-
Death. I mean, Chrono is the biggest thing. The rest doesn't really matter.
Chrono and BKB, they don't have a refresher, though, for another minute and a half on jabs, but they just need to get something now. They get the D ward. That's step one. They have been, unfortunately, begetted by wards all game here on the side of Aurora. There's a haster
Step
now
two would
on
be
the puck.
chronoing the anti-mage. He actually needs to get Arthur right now. He can't actually chrono the
But he has a
Wind Ranger.
butterfly. He has a butterfly.
Yeah, sure,
I
if
think
they
you
hit
take
him
down...
with- yeah, even if they hit with the other
Look,
two
they're following the
force,
courier.
maybe.
They're hunting. They see Yopaj, but he's got Saberlight here to protect him. And now AM, the blink fragments all over in the fight. And the Hex has found two. Oh no, they speared him onto the arena, the Chronosphere. They got Lion. They might just get the Mars as well, but they also have jabs inside the Chrono.
He's
the Yule
tanky.
Scepter on a Saberlight. He is tanky. He's alive for now as Ollie killed off by Artur. They finally get to do a few more. Saberlight's down. That's a dieback, but Jabs, he's out of this one as well for 60 seconds, and so is 23 Savage. There's just too much damage. Artur is online. He's got a triple kill in this fight. Another buyback here out from the side of Shopify Rebellion, but this one, it might just be over, Windsor. I think that was the fight. You've got buyback here now on the Faceless Void, but you don't have the Chrono, you don't have the BKB, and you don't have the means to take down this AM, let alone this Windrunner. That ship has sailed.
Yep. Wind Ranger has already bought enough time for the AM to become a huge problem in the fights, you know. Like right now, in order to win a fight, they have to get the AM and the Wind Ranger in the Chrono. Good luck.
Nope.
I mean, the Wind Ranger with Dagger, he's gonna easily be able to blink away. It's too elusive right now. And Shopify is gonna secure the Roche. They're gonna go back to the most sensible thing. Don't throw the game. Get the Roche, get the Aegis, get your cheese.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
I feel like they have to try and fight, you know? If Faceless Void revives, they have to just go. I feel like they can't give it. I mean, there's literally like very little chance if they give up this Roche.
I don't know how they reasonably fight it, though, honestly. I guess you have
I mean, they
BKB
have to just
refresher on
smoke
Razor.
up and run over. Okay, it's too soon.
It's just,
Yeah, you're
it's
right.
just
Too-
gone.
too
It's-
slow.
you can't, I mean, I
Right,
guess
there's no more other plays right now, but wait in your base for your opponents.
you would have had
to
a
make
TP
mistake.
to Outpost. That maybe that was
Yeah.
the only way, but like that's a death sentence into no vision. No way.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like if you give up the rush, you're already gonna lose like very
Yeah.
slowly or instantly.
We'll see how it goes. They're gonna get new neutrals, it seems. Now we can no longer ask Shopify what's their neutral choices were. Sad. Things are, I mean, it's in a state of desperation right now. Lorenoff has already queued up the Divine Rapier. 4 teams eliminated, by the way, in Group Stage 1, so every single win matters. So I don't think Aurora is eager to you know, call this one quits by any means. Yeah, there's still, you know, 6 more matches to play after this one, 6 BO2s, but you never know. You have to be batting up well above 50% to be really safe by even the last day. So I don't blame them at all for staying in it here, especially if they can try and chip away at this Aegis. Try as they might. We'll see what they can actually get done. It's a DD rune being chilling in the river, by the way. That might just be the motivation that they really need.
Buyback? How many heroes have buyback? Only the Puck and Razor? Oh, shit, Tusk. They have 3 buybacks on Dire. Raiden has no
Pretty
buybacks
good.
on any hero.
That's pretty good.
So I guess you try to go in as Tusk first, try to bait out a fight. Hopefully you get a good chrono. I mean, that sounds like a plan.
So scared. 23. He's putting all his eggs in this basket right next to that tree. He's just hiding out there. Does not have enough money for the MKB, though. Crucially, does not have buyback. Really, no point in saving. But this is it. This is your last pair of barracks here in game number 2. Shopify, they've had their boot around your neck for what's felt like ever since the lanes broke down. now up onto the high ground here. Artur just waltzing on in, so confident now. He's going to get silenced up now, but has at least some protection here still with that Solar Crest. In goes 23, okay. Oh no, but he's actually only got the enchantation, and he just dies. He just died in his own Chronosphere, and that just has to be it. Jabs, he's going to do what he can here. Plenty of damage here as Artur even able to still managing to blink away on the backlines. Lorinov trying to do something here, but it's just such a desperate, discombobulated attempt here by Aurora to get through that first Aegis. Lorinov managing to still evade death for now, has a blink dagger ready to go, and is going to get tagged by the power shot. Still alive for now. Artur jumps in, finally has a good neutral item with that Mindbreaker, gets the kill. There's a buyback instantly there, Winter, but I think this one's basically all but over. Mega's now secured. The blink fragments forcing utility out from these supports as well as Lorinov on his second life now, trying to do anything that he can to prevent Shopify from ending this game. The Ancient Dragon in fear here, Winter, as it knows what's about to happen. Jabs dying through the BKB here. He's taken down. Yopaj with just too much damage. Ridiculous game up for him. 16-0 and 10 now on the Windrunner. Make it 11, maybe even more as they find the Hex onto Lorinov. GG is called. Saberlight's in your fountain. It's over. Very strong game from Shopify Rebellion as they take game number 2 to go even at 1 apiece.
Yeah, very strong start. You know, right from the laning phase, Yopaj definitely the shining star of this game. Just getting the solo kill at minute 6 and transitioning it into the side lanes where he's moving around, just ganking and ganking. Arthur felt like, even though he didn't really exactly have like a very perfect start, you know, but his team just made so much space that it was just so easy for him to play the game, and he was also really active in terms of coming to join the fights and coming to help his team. Overall, they got a lead from the lanes and they kept it and they just built on it, and there was a couple of moments where Aurora kind of chose good fights. They were able to try to muster some comeback fight, but eventually it was just not enough.
Oh dear lord, indeed. I think that's how that game kind of felt for Aurora. Just out of the gates, the solo kill, the kind of proving back to himself there for Yopaj, which is his first big game on this team. That he has it in him. I mean, yeah, Artur played well. I think Saberlight also played very well. I think Theolacor played very well in Kitrak, you know. But Yopaj just breaking this game wide open over his knee just definitely made this one a bit of a cakewalk, honestly, over for the side of Shopify, which is going to take us to a short break. We're going to have an interview. We might be able to finally ask your most burning question to Artur if we can get him. What were your neutral item choices? Why do you like Craggy Coat so much? That and many more, much more rather, awaits us here, guys, after our short break when we'll have our interview. We'll see you soon.
Shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. I feel electric. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. I feel electric. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Dream League Season 22 group stage in a little bit of a pause now as we do await our interview, but a 1-1 series for us across both of our first two games here, Winter, as Shopify Rebellion do equalize over Aurora in Game 2.
Yeah, both teams had their moments in both their games, and in the second game, unfortunately for Aurora, they weren't able to recover from a laning deficit. And I mean, they had a good attempt with a couple of like moves, but unfortunately, the one that actually put the nail in the coffin was when they had the Aegis, right? They were running into the jungle, and they couldn't really get off a good chrono. Faces White got picked off, and after that moment, they lost the next fight as well, I think. Game was just really, really difficult for them, to deal with this anti-mage because there was too much pressure on the Void to land a perfect chrono onto the Wind Ranger and the anti-mage, both of those heroes. And realistically, you're probably not going to get that.
Yeah, no, very true. I think, especially, again, against a team like Shopify, who I believe is on the phone with us now, and joining us through the magic of the internet is Kitrak. Hello, Kitrak. How's it going, man?
Hello.
Good. How are you guys?
Doing well, doing well. Kitrak, I want to start first with kind of a boring question on the meta, and then we'll maybe get into something a little bit more about you as a player. But what are your thoughts so far on 735C now that you've just played your first game and we've had a couple of days to kind of let it cook?
I don't know, to be honest. I haven't really played enough. There hasn't been enough games to see like how the changes will affect like the meta. I think like there were some heroes that were just really overtuned in the last patch, but I think people are still kind of figuring out like how certain heroes rank up or stack up, some of the heroes that got nerfed. So yeah, it's pretty fresh though, and it's nice. I think it seems like the drafting has changed a little bit, which is cool.
I mean, we had a little discussion earlier in the game about like how you should play CM in certain lanes, so maybe you can shed some light for us. So I was talking about how in some lanes you should get Nova, and in some lanes you should actually get Frostbite so you don't push out the wave and you can farm for carry. So I know you play a lot of CM, and so can you shed a little bit of light of how you actually make this type of decisions in the lane? Do you talk to your carry, or what do you base your decision on in the lane?
Yeah, I think you pretty much summed it up, honestly. Like, Nova is going to push the lane a little bit more, which in some lanes is beneficial. Some lanes you don't want to push the lane, or some lanes you have another hero that can secure the range creep, so then you can take Frostbite. So yeah, that's most of the...
And do you think sometimes it's more important to keep the creep equilibrium over getting the range creep and just let the carry try to secure it with the right clicks?
Yeah, certain lanes are just like too high kill threat for CM, so she's very squishy. So if the lane pushes up, then you will just die. So.
I mean, do you think she's in a good spot now, like comparing her to the other position 5 heroes? Are we gonna see more of her?
CM is a fun hero, so I like that it's I don't think it's like vastly overtuned or anything, and I don't think she's like a bad hero or a good hero. She's just like, she's a very like skill hero and team hero, I think. So it's kind of it's a nice hero to play right now. There were some times when, like, I think maybe last year it was kind of overtuned at Berlin Major.
Solar Crest?
Yeah. So
are you using the shard on Maiden all, that crystal clone? Is that something you think that's underrated? What do you think that is?
That shard is really good, yeah. It just lets you kill a wave, kill a camp anytime. It's really, like, people don't expect it in the fights. Some guy tries to jump on you because you're a CM, and then they just get frostbitten, and then they get frostbitten again. So it has a lot of utility for sure.
Cool. I wanted to ask, in this last game, we were kind of going over it, but we noticed that you on the Ench picked up a Craggy, right? A Craggy coat as your neutral, but so did Artur actually on the AM, which kind of was a bit surprising. I don't know, did he make any comments about that? I think for you on the AM, or sorry, on the Ench, it's a little bit more of a standard item, a good pickup item, especially when you're frontlining, but I don't know. Was there something weird that Artur had in his item choices that he went for a Craggy?
I don't know what his neutral item selection was, or like what the choices were. But I'm imagining like it was pretty good for him, because if he gets coiled or something, it just lets him tank. He has like probably 40 armor or something, so the Razor and the Void won't kill him that fast.
Cool. How's the team kind of coming together at your first big tournament together as this new roster?
It's been fun. I think we've been boot camping for like a week here in Europe, and you know, we've been getting better every day. Definitely still have a lot of things to work out, but we're coming from NA. The competition here is definitely a lot better, and so it's been a lot of fun to just get to play against better teams, and some of the things that we were doing online in the qualifiers in North America get punished a lot harder. So just been learning to deal with that and get better as a team.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to ask, you know, you did take a 3-year break, I think it said in your interview, to finish your degree at UC Davis, so congrats, good school, good program. I wanted to ask though, because you played professionally before and then after, obviously like uni changes you learn a lot of lessons, blah, 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 but like, is there like a couple different ways you think you've changed and improved, or maybe, you know, got worse as a player after that kind of a change? Like, I'm wondering how that affects you.
I think I grew up a lot. I think college will do that for anybody. But before, I was kind of just like some young, immature guy. I didn't really know how to handle myself, especially in a competitive team environment. I was definitely not a very good teammate. I also just don't think I was a very good player back when I was playing at like 17, 18. But yeah, I think I got a lot better during the time because I kept playing Dota. So got to keep playing, got to get some experience working in like team environments and stuff. That stuff helped a lot.
Cool. Winter, any last questions here for Kitrak?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned about like how important it is to be a better teammate. What are the small little things that you do to help be a better teammate to your teams?
Like compared to before?
Yeah, compared to before.
I think just trying to be more empathetic to my teammates, trying to understand what they're going through. Like sometimes after losses, or just, you know, understanding confidence levels, and trying to understand, like basically just trying to understand some of the human stuff, because I think the Dota the Dota knowledge is like maybe half the battle, but half the battle in these teams is just like, you know, human stuff, stuff that goes on in any walk of life.
Yeah,
good to hear.
It was very wise. It makes a lot of sense, and yeah, really appreciate your insight on that, man. Congrats, well played. In a 1-1 draw, you guys have another series later on this channel, so best of luck for you guys for the rest of the tournament. Thanks for your time, man. Bye.
Yeah, thanks.
Cool guy. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You know, uni does mature you a lot, which is why I never finished it, and I'm still a fool and not a wise support player like Kitrak. So well played to them. I think definitely in their second series, it's a lot more of the Shopify that we're used to seeing. Seeing some kind of skill imbalance. Sometimes I think Shopify, they have a lot of that from their past years. Obviously a very different roster, but it's interesting to see like they win all 3 lanes and they're just kind of cruising, right? Sure, a little bit of rocky there, somewhat, but at its core, I still see a very similar team, which in a lot of respects is good. This team managed to get to some grand finals. I think they definitely have the talent to do it again.
I mean, it's always important to prioritize the laning phase. I think it just makes the game a lot easier. I mean, sure, maybe you can't expect to win your lanes, you know, every time that's hard, but I think drafting wise, if you draft towards setting your team to have a much better laning phase, I think it's always a good way to start for a new team, you know. I'm a big advocate for that.
Yeah, and well played to them. And that's already gonna basically formally wrap up already our second series of the day, Winter, which means you and I are done. We're gonna be having a little quick shift change with some casters joining you for our next series, guys. So thank you so much for tuning in for us. Winter and I will be back tomorrow, but make sure you stay tuned because we're only halfway through our day here on Stream C. We have our next match coming up very shortly, guys, so we are going to be going to a quick break, and then when we return, it's Heroic taking on G2IG. Catch you then.
sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and twirls her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With her high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Oh, wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling.
Just when you think I'm down for the count, you think I'm out of the bound, that I'm about to strike out. I rise and silence the doubt. Just when you think that I've got nowhere to go, that it's the end of the road, the curtain's closed on this show. It just keeps getting better and better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Just when you think I'm over the hill, that I've forgotten the thrill, that I'm losing my will, I go in for the kill. Just when you think I'm wasting my time, I'm at the end of the line. But just like a fine wine, it just keeps getting better, better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better, getting better, just keeps getting better, better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better, we find another level. Getting better, just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better, just keeps getting better. Just when you think we take our foot off the pedal, we get better,
the street. People pass you by. You don't meet their eye. You don't care. And out in the night, you see a light.
Hey everybody, welcome back here to ESL's Dream League Season 22. I am super happy to be here. We have got a lot of games lined up here for this first stage of the group stage. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. Dude, it is so cool to be back here working with you this time for another Dream League. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Yeah, we're gonna have a great time, you and me, and for all of us, it's new patch Dota. I love new patch Dota, love playing it, love watching it. Because this like really brings out the creativity of Dota, right? If a patch has been out for a while, there's always some development, but it's a little bit figured out and it comes down a bit more to execution. But now, like, who's good? You and I have been talking about it. We think a lot of heroes are still good, actually.
Yeah, it does feel like some of the same stuff is still here, but it is still so early in the patch. I think a lot of the teams are not willing to kind of experiment too much. They want to get these first wins under their belts. It's early on in the group stage. Like half the teams go home, right? So you're like, okay, we gotta buckle down. We gotta get these wins. So we'll see if we see any more like kind of interesting picks start to come through, but for now I think they're kind of sticking to what they've been playing, right? Like over the last couple months, like they have some certain strategies, they want to stick to those rather than, you know, experiment maybe when they can't afford to take the loss.
Yeah, and I think we're on day one, so like you said, a little bit safer. As we go into day 2, day 3, you're either feeling confident, you're like, oh, I think we're in, so let's start exploring, or you've been losing and you're like, we gotta do something. So yeah, I think right now we probably will see some safe picks, but I'm excited for it. I'm looking, it'll be great.
Yeah. For those of you who are wondering what's coming up, it is G2IG taking on Heroic here, and honestly, both these teams struggled a little bit in their first series. You can take a look at Heroic here first. Obviously, this roster, if you're not familiar, coming out of South America, it is KJ, K1, aka Hector, Analog, Davai Llama, and Schofield. I mean, a lot of very big names, right? Like these guys have been around for a while. Davai Llama, kind of, I think, the surprising addition to this roster that not a lot of people expected, but everyone else, I mean, they've had a lot of success in their regions.
Yeah, we watched them play through some qualifiers. They looked very good. This is, I believe, the first time we're going to see them in the international stage, though. So how they're going to match up with some of these teams should be pretty exciting. K1 now. I mean, like you said, a lot of players already know him. A lot of people already know him. Known for his heavy farming style that has maybe been shifting a little bit, but he always seems to find way more farm than you think he should have. Even on non-farming heroes, you're like, how does he have this many last hits? He's just always had an amazing farming pattern as a player.
Yeah, I mean, his average KDAs don't really matter all that much, but when you're averaging 800 plus GPM a game is pretty impressive, right? Like that is a pretty huge stat. So very excited to see how he's going to do, as obviously their opponents are definitely no pushovers. One of the teams I think a lot of people have high expectations for coming out of China, right? G2IG. This team is also full of absolute all-star players. JT, Bobica, Nothing to Say, Monet, and of course X Nova. These guys are, I'm surprised they struggled so much in their first series, but maybe they just a little bit underestimated OG, especially maybe kind of the addition of Tomato. That team might have thrown them off because they just didn't really know what to expect from the roster.
Yeah, that could definitely have been it, but it's also just the new patch, right? So all sorts of shenanigans can go on. So I'm not too worried. In fact, their last group stage, I believe they topped it. They were at the very
really
top.
Good, yeah.
So let's see if, this new patch, maybe they just need a little bit to figure it out. But like you said, all of these players have performed very well in some huge tournaments, so they're all very experienced. Probably more experienced, it's fair to say, than Heroic. We'll see if that makes a difference here in this series.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here, Monet, pretty impressive stats as well. I think for the most part, Monet has been playing a little bit more of like the active carry role. Like his hero pool is slightly different from, say, something like K1. Like you were saying, K1's very farm oriented. Monet definitely still kind of plays that way, but he's been playing a lot more heroes, especially from last patch, like the Slark, which you get like a couple items and it's mostly just run around and fight with your team. But Yeah, I'm excited to see what they pick. They picked Slark earlier. They picked him the Lifestealer earlier, which I think Lifestealer is a little bit of a sleeper pick for sure. I think that hero on paper should be very good, especially with the buffs to like the Sange, and then of course things like Radiance just being better. So it's like maybe certain illusion matchups you go the Radiance. Mjolnir and Maelstrom are always like a potential item for the hero in those matchups as well. But yeah, I want to see new heroes, man. Like I want this patch to have shaken things up, but I'm worried we're just gonna see Doom Chen like ban every game first phase. You know, it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, for those of you, especially like maybe an NA just waking up, joining in the tournament. So far, there are a lot of similar picks to what we've seen in the past. Some differences I noticed, at least so far, you know, maybe they'll still come back. Ember seems to have dropped down, the nerf to Mage Slayer and a nerf to him as well. Teams, he was already kind of dropping towards the end of last patch, but he's not been highly prioritized so far. And then Leshrac, he's coming back up. I don't know if he'll stay, but teams are definitely giving him a shot, trying it out, both as the classic mid, but I've seen some Leshrac pubs. I didn't get to dig deep enough to see if it's there's been any support Leshracs yet, but it might be something we see.
Dude, I love that you always are like, I'm gonna take this hero and I'm gonna try it as a support. I'm gonna see if it works, even if it's like no one's doing it. It's like this is something you're like, I'm gonna try this hero as a support. We'll see what happens. But it is time. We've got a draft ready to go. So let's go ahead and see what these two teams are bringing. Ooh, thank you for adjusting the camera. Beautiful. Thank you so much. This is you know, that's good team management right there.
Definitely gotta make sure you show yourself a good angle for the viewers.
I love fantastic. So let's take a look at the draft here, right? So we're gonna see some of these bans start coming through: the Viper, the Timbersaw, the Chen, the Enchantress. Chen and Enchantress, I imagine, are gonna see a lot of ban priority. Viper, I think, is one of the few heroes that actually is buffed from the Mage Slayer change, which is very weird to think so, but there's a couple heroes that like don't really care about the duration, and the damage actually is just better for Viper. So it's a little bit of a weird one. And then DK, a hero that was kind of one of the king, like this really started to show his face towards the end of last patch, right? We're seeing that get a lot more attention.
And Analog played a really good Dragonite from what we saw. They were willing to first pick it, but you know, actually taken out, I believe the last team that played against Heroic also did that, really respecting it. And he's, like you said, just one of the best heroes that seems to still be highly contested right now.
I think there might be a little bit of PTSD from their last series of getting DK picked on 8 and getting crushed by DK. So I think they're just like, okay, we will deal with this hero tomorrow. For now, let's just ban it and we'll work on some of our other strategies. I love both these openers, honestly. Kunkka is something that will almost always get played in the mid lane, but there is some potential for this hero to be flexed to the off lane. I think Mars is very similar, but I think Mars might just be the most stable off lane pick in Dota right now.
Yeah, the Vlad's nerf hurts him a little bit, but not that much. And he could technically build Mage Slayer, but we really weren't seeing it that much either. So of a lot of the popular offlaners, he felt, you know, he still seems on top compared to many others who were Veil Shiva's builders. That got nerfed. Those heroes got nerfed. So I agree. He's just a safe hero that you can pick a lot of times. And there's very few bad matchups because like they run at you, you knock them away. You know, they're a ranged hero, you have your passive. So he's just a very safe offlaner to start with.
I'm curious like what the response is going to be a lot of times to the Mars. I think that's the one thing that I'm probably most interested to see is like how the teams actually want to pick against it. Because they're obviously, it's like like you said, with some of the item changes and stuff, it makes off lanes like slightly weaker, but there's got to be something you can do to exploit a Mars first phase.
Yeah, we'll see what Heroic comes up with, but I definitely think you want a hero who can get out of arena. That is the ideal situation, and ranged heroes often not the best either, because even if you deal with him in the lane, later he throws up that arena and he just blocks you out of a huge portion of the fight.
Yeah.
So those mobile heroes like Faceless Void, Anti-Mage, they have an extra benefit there. Not that, I don't know if you really want to pick them right away. There's nothing really showing that yet. but some options. Ooh, Nature's Prophet. He got some nerfs. You can definitely feel it, but I think as long as you know what you're doing, he still provides that global rotation power, and I think we'll still see teams grab him, especially the players that like it a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think this is a little bit of a comfort pick because KJ is probably one of the better Nature's Prophet's players. Like, he's been playing Nature's Prophet for a very long time. So it wouldn't surprise me if this ends up being KJ's position for the 5. They could put it for Schofield on the 4, but you have a long amount of like experience, like experimenting, I guess, with Nature's Prophet for the last like several months.
I love this hero. It's so fun. You get to show up everywhere, do whatever, just right-click people, which did get nerfed. So for those of you that don't know the patch, his base damage got nerfed, the damage on Sprout got a little nerfed, and the cooldown teleport got nerfed. So the early game of Nature's is a bit worse, but once you get past that to about like level 8 or 9, it really ends up starting to be the same from there. So honestly, totally fair nerf. This hero was way too good in the early game. So instead of just being this broken hero you can take every game, I think he's more just he's more in line with the others. It's like, yeah, we want to play Nature, so we pick him. It's not because he's just super broken.
I was gonna ask you about the cooldown change. I think that to me was like the most impactful nerf to his kick, because it did feel like you would just be able to constantly TP to lanes, and there was not really like a downside to it. But now it's like 15 more seconds level 1, right?
Yeah, 15 seconds level 1. So I've seen some people explore with level maxing teleport first, because once you get it maxed out, it's the same as before.
Yeah.
But yeah, those early few seconds in a pub game, not a huge deal, but in a pro match where there is a lot of activity going on everywhere, it does matter. And so far we have Kunkka and Lion, 2 heroes that can come online pretty early and have that lockdown. So Kunkka can X someone and you just start that teleport right then, or Lion has 2 forms of crowd control along with a slow that's really annoying for mana drain, and now actually picking up a Pango as well. So most likely a Kunkka off lane. We've sometimes seen Pango go off lane, but Pango definitely prefers to be mid. So a lot of heroes here that Natures can teleport into gank.
The thing is, it is Devi Llama, and he is one of the few people that does play Pango off lane. So you don't like, it's actually still kind of hard to read, because both of these guys will be happy to take either the Kunkka or the Pango. So I think that is like definitely a little bit of a strength for their lineup at the moment. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't just grab K1's hero, seeing the Sven, because you could look for the Lifestealer here if you really wanted. You could go for a Terrorblade, not a bad pick. Super high armor, good against the Mars in lane as well. The only issue is kind of like the Shadow Shaman and the Shadow Demon are very good at dealing with, you know, Terrorblade and his illusions.
Yeah, it could definitely work, but maybe they have something else in mind that they're preferring, or maybe waiting to see here. Well, I guess they've already seen everything. They're actually not the last pick on Heroic, so
they do get rid of the Terrorblade. Dang, man, I really thought I was like, that's a K1 hero for sure, and it's like a decent Terrorblade game. So Troll, Terrorblade both banned. The Morphling is still an option. Very
like
mobile, good at getting out of arena, lanes well against the Mars. I feel like it's not bad against Sven either.
A little annoying dealing with a Shadow Demon.
Times.
Yeah, we have. I think it would be good for the lane. Might be annoying versus Shadow Demon later on. One scary thing would be if, like, Sven can come online really quickly, and so far, like, Mars also comes online quickly. So G2 IG having the last pick, if you see Morphling, you could just commit to a really tempo lineup and try to run them down. Having said that, at least Pango and Kunkka, Lion, Natures, they all come online pretty early too. So perhaps they could go for more of a, you know, space making type playstyle while Morphling farms up, and it's K1, so you have to make less space than usual. Somehow this guy just finds farm that is not there. So it could still be something they want to consider, but it is scary with G2 IG having the last pick here.
I'm really surprised I went for the Ember ban here as opposed to something like the Puck, because you do have the Pango, of course, but maybe they are planning on running the Kunkka mid, would be my guess, because Kunkka definitely wins the mid matchup into Puck. Pango, not so much. And if you're running an offlane Pango, you don't really care as much as like the Puck counter, it feels a little bit less powerful. But yeah, we'll see. Heroic, they've got a couple seconds here left to find their carry pick. Okay, they just go back for the Faceless Void. Why not? The hero that has proven to be the king of late game.
Oh, they know exactly what they want.
Yeah. That's not surprising to me. It does just seem like a good puck game. Even if you go for the Faceless Void or even the Morphling, like, it's still a good puck game. So I think this is just a really smart last pick from G2IG.
Yeah, I feel Puck is one of the few mid heroes who didn't get hurt all that much in this patch. Many others got touched in some way. Mage Slayer nerfs, Diffusal nerfs, such as, you know, on the Pango we see on the other side. So I think Puck is looking pretty good coming up here for this patch. This early silence, very annoying for Faceless Void, because Faceless Void can get out of arena. We were talking about that earlier, but when Nothing to Say comes in, high level Puck, lots of nuke damage, silences him up, leashes him, that can be used to kill him off. It's also annoying for a Pango who hasn't picked up any dispels. You can find this Nature's Prophet who's like trying to hide in the trees. So yeah, it looks like a pretty good Puck game. You just got to be a little careful of the instant hex from Lion, but I mean, you're used to that. If you play enough Puck, you've handled these kind of instant initiators against you. So Nothing to Say, very good player. I'm sure he'll be all right here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good Lincoln's game if he goes for it, right? Like, you're either going to be dodging like Hex or like the X marks from Kunkka. There's not a lot else that you have to be worried about. So eventually, if NTS manages to get himself Lincoln's, I think he's going to be very happy with his state of the game. Another thing that I'm looking at here is you are going to be running like Analog's Pango in the mid lane, so he should have a pretty decent matchup. Like he'll farm just fine. Like Pango doesn't really lose a lot of lanes. The only I'm trying to think, like the only thing that actually kind of hurt Puck this patch was the nerf to Parasma, but this is a hero that typically would go like Witchblade, then maybe like Kaya Sange, like with a Blink Dagger, and then like maybe an Aghanims, and then you'd get Parasma. So it's like by this point in the game, when you would get a Parasma on this hero, it doesn't really change much. Like the build is not that much of a difference.
Yeah, I agree. I think Puck will be, he's fine with that change.
I'm
right,
excited.
The impossible question.
Yes.
Which team?
Which team, dude? The impossible question. You're right. I think it's easier for IG. I really do. I think K1's very good on this Faceless Void. I think KJ is very good on this Nature's Prophet. They've got a lot of like kind of comfortable picks, but I look at the IG lineup and I'm like, man, it just checks a lot of boxes. They've got a lot of control. They've got great team fight. So I'm going to lean IG here. I don't know. What about you?
I can definitely see it just taking control of the game and going from there. Monet gets space to farm, comes online, and gets really hard to kill because this Shadow Demon, I think we're going to have to watch him. Oh, okay, hold on that thought. K1 getting caught out here.
Well, it has Time Walk available, so he should get out in a nice torrent to make some space. So you're definitely lacking on that initial damage here for that level 1 fight, but we'll see if they decide to take another engagement. Both teams have some pretty good vision here, right? Like the benefit of the Nature's Prophet coming out here, getting the double ward placed on this bottom side of the map.
Yeah, one of the nice things about that level 1 teleport, which players still doing, the 75-second cooldown doesn't really hurt you at this point in the game, so you still use it to come out, place these wards.
The battle begins.
Oh, yeah, there's going to be your Shackle. They've caught the Pango for a moment, but the Shield Crash gives him a lot, but KJ is just isolated on the backside of the fight. They're trying to take down NTS, takes the Jaunts up onto the high ground, and now they will just walk back to their own sides. Bobica here still very strong on the Shaman with another Shackle available, but KJ jukes it out, gets into the trees, and he's going to be just fine.
No, it's just unfair.
This is where that cooldown teleport's a little annoying. You can't show up the lane for a while. You won't be able to have it.
It's a long walk as well. So Nature's Prophet, not a super fast hero, obviously, thanks to his mobility.
I will say there was no kill there, but Nothing to Say took a lot of damage in this mid lane. So
yeah,
he's got to be a little more careful than usual.
And Analog went with a lot of a kind of greedier build just to get to an early bottle, right? He has just 5 Iron Branches and Tangos, and NTS in a lot of trouble as Analog really punishing him on that level 2 timing. So he's either going to have to like get a couple CS here to get that bottle on time, or we might just see a kill in the mid lane. Meanwhile, bottom lane, KJ is just barely escaping. He's got a salve though, so ends up being quite nice for him.
Yeah, really cool. He could teleport home and then teleport out, but actually you see why he starts the salve. That saves his teleport to show up in other lanes. And this should be the first blood. One more attack. Second blood.
And a blood grenade, dude. That is such... Dude, these rotations are just so well played. He does lose his courier, but dude, I think you're okay with this. 2 kills. KJ TP's back to the bottom lane. Full HP, full mana. So... yeah, great bait, honestly, in this bottom lane, and good usage of the salves, like you said, allows him to rotate instead.
Yeah, really cool choice to buy that salve, knowing he wants to keep those plays available to him, and maybe an adaptation to the teleport cooldown, making sure you don't want to have to use it for regen, since they'll prevent you from making these global plays.
All right, mid lane going much better for NTS now. He's got his bottle. He's kind of regened back up. He's not doing great in the CS department, but it's not terrible. A little bit of harassment at the top lane. Faceless Void needs to be careful. They've got a spear. K1 will connect on it, or JT will connect on it, but just time walks off again. So start regenning back up here.
Shadow Demon, right now he's got to like play the lane. It's hard to leave the lane too early, but as Monet reaches the point where you can kind of just leave him alone, he's not really going to die. Shadow Demon's one of the best heroes for getting multi-stacks, and then you've got this Sven who's one of the best heroes at doing these early stacks. So I think Heroic might want to keep that in mind. Kunga could definitely steal some stacks, so could Pango. So as long as they're aware of it, keep track of where these stacks potentially show up. That could be a big play that we'll see, down the line in a few minutes.
They're doing a really good job. Actually, we're going to see some more fighting in the top lane here as in comes KJ once again. He's got another blood grenade. The time dilation just slowing him up as he's trying to just help get this kill onto Bobica. Needs one more attack. He just throws the blood grenade for the kill, and he's trapped JT with the Sprout, the life drain, or the mana drain doing some work. He needs to be careful, falling very low, but they turn around with an Earth Spike, and they get the kill.
So close.
2 more deaths in this top lane for the side of IG, and KJ, he's going to deny himself here in just a moment.
Blood grenades, too good.
That was such a good Sprout block too. Well, meanwhile, IG rotating, G2IG, sorry, rotating to the mid lane to secure these water runes. So slowing down Analog a little bit, but he's got the bottle refill there from his Nature's Prophet.
And we see Puck has mostly caught up at this point. And I think that's pretty important. I think the whole reason they picked Puck is for his strength in the early game. So you don't want him to get screwed over by a bad level 1 fight. So make sure to help him out with some of these runes. Make sure he gets to the point he needs to so you can start making plays around him. It's pretty big for them.
Oh, absolutely. Have we seen any stacks yet? I don't think so. I don't think X-Nova's been able to really leave bottom quite yet.
Yeah, he's been trying to help out here. He's probably reaching that point he could start moving. Now that Monet is level 4, as you get those points in Great Cleave, something you'll see him do, a lot of Svens do, is just like shove in the lane. You no longer care if it pushes, because you actually can just go jungle up, and that's what frees some stacks back here. X-Nova making the first one behind the camp.
Some real deja vu here in the top lane, as is a third rotation out from KJ, helps secure the kill. Honestly, he was more of just a kind of an emotional support there for his team. He TP's in, he like forces him to throw the Hex and the Shackles while he just ends up getting the kill on the Faceless Void. But I mean, this is a great start for your Faceless Void, right? 2-0-3. He doesn't have a lot of CS, right? Because they've been fighting a ton, but it's not like he's struggling. He's right there with the Sven.
And right now, all the cores are relatively close together, except this Mars, who has been on the receiving end of all these Nature's ganks.
Yeah. They end up bringing Bobica bottom, so he's like, all right, I die top, I come bottom. We get a kill onto this Kunkka. Give a little bit of space to Monet now, which is great. He needs to get closer and closer to that level 6, kind of amplify his farming speed. But it's going to be the 6-minute rune here, and it is going to be top side, so they have protected for the moment.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And that will go the way of Heroic. It's an invis though, not the most impactful, like 6-minute rune, I suppose, right?
He is level 6 though, so we'll see if he wants to show up somewhere invis. He's gonna activate it right away, go top. It is annoying because you still walk at like your normal moving speed, but if you catch someone off guard, they hate Mars. They want to kill him again.
Oh, yeah, too close to the tower. Ends up popping the invis. He's just gonna walk back mid. I mean, he has double bracer and a Lotus. Like, this guy is very difficult to bring down right now. I'm not that surprised that they just decide to back away, but bottom, they brought NTS here. The puck with the coil coming out right away, and with that, Divine Llama, he might just die back to back. He's trying to just clean up what CS he can before he falls, but one more auto attack from the puck. It's not gonna be enough, but they will eventually finish him off. So Divine Llama doing his best here, dies, kill going the way of the puck. And that will be your Wisdom Runes being stolen, though. So KJ uses that time to grab the Wisdom Rune top lane. They will grab a kill onto Schofield. K1 tried to chase down Bobica, can't do it. So some nice plays around the map here from IG.
And there's been constant action. We're at 9 kills, 7 minutes in. There's a lot going on. I feel like this is the right vibe for South American teams. They tend to play more aggressive. Going for a lot of lane counter matchups and doing a lot of these early active plays. And many times we see Chinese teams take a little slower of an approach. So I wonder if they're going to get thrown off their usual tempo. Although they're not too far behind right now. Just 1K, not the end of the world.
I just heard like a dragon roar and I was very confused, and it was the Radiant Ancient Dragon that's on there, and I was very confused. I was like, what is that noise? X-Nova in some trouble here. It gets sprouted up. They do get the disruption, but Schofield, great Earth Spike from the low ground, will help grab themselves another kill. I mean, and this Shadow Demon is really struggling, man. He has 1,000 gold to his name.
It's a sad time to be a Shadow Demon. But I think he'll be okay. I think he should just pivot to stacking, and he'll catch up that way. You get the XP from the golden XP from the stacks you made, but also because of Chorus farming it frees up a lane for you to sit in and catch up, which I do think they're gonna have to think about it, because the Wisdom Rune steals by KJ really do hurt your XP.
They want K1. Top lane, they're bringing in the heroes. Bobica with a Hex. They've got NTS here as well. The TP's coming in from the line. Is it going to be enough to save him? The silence perfectly placed. Great chain stun here. KJ comes in as well as Analog, and Bobica just gets destroyed. Rolling Thunder available. They will drop the coil instead. Schofield gets the Hex, catches the puck. Can they make the space? He's got the Finger of Death. Drops him super low. He will take the John to the other side, and NTS will survive.
Radiant's middle tower.
I think he should be out. They have no vision of him at the moment. Very nice play there from NTS.
Yeah, he's gonna roam around these backwoods for a little bit, but it's hard to find you here, and he'll eventually just TP out. Or maybe he's gonna wait to cut the wave. He's actually still hanging around here.
He's gonna farm a bit and then TP home, it looks like. So Analog doing a lot of damage on this Pango already with the 4-point swash, but he doesn't even have his Diffusal, and that is going to be a big item pickup for him. He still needs about 1,000 gold, but I feel like that is going to be a pretty huge power spike with how fast it seems like, or with how much like aggression Heroic are already playing with, it seems. But bottom lane, looking for another. God Strength comes out. Monet on top of Kunkka. Can they bring him down in time? He's got a boat. He's got a torrent, but it's just too fast. The Mask of Madness doing its work. Great kill there for the side of G2IG.
Yeah, Monet at the top of the net worth. He is strong. You don't always see Sven's get involved in kills, but currently 2-0-1, and now going to start working on some stacks. He is going to hit his timings real quickly.
You mentioned it, man. You're like, will the Shadow Demon recover? Well, there's apparently a couple triple and a double stack. Monet does have a ward there that protects him just barely as he sees Analog coming up onto the high ground. He will end up getting the stack stolen here, but you do have a Wrath of Nature available. and a Rolling Thunder. This is a really scary fight for IG. Is on the backside. There it is. The Wrath of Nature comes through, hits a lot, but you haven't managed to find any kills yet. And NTS now, he's looking for an opening. The arena comes out. They've trapped the Pango. They get a Chrono onto the backside. There's like 4 different fights happening. As it will end up being a 2-for-1 at the moment, favoring the side of G2IG. That Rolling Thunder just not hitting the mark.
Yeah, it's tough to hit a hero like Puck. So I don't think, I can't even remember who got the stack in the end. That kind of determines who came out ahead there. There's fights literally everywhere. But I think Heroic feels like they don't like losing to heroes, but that was an aggressive play. They like messed up Sven's farming a little bit. K1 got a kill, didn't die. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it was a very, very wonky engagement, but as you see the replay there, like they managed to isolate the 2 supports on the backside, and getting those kills I think is quite nice. If Schofield managed to get in range and get the finger off, it's a very different, fight. So ends up being quite nice. Sven still top of the net worth. I will say Kunkka did take the bottom tower in that meantime. He's level 9 now on his way to his Aghanim Scepter. Already has 2 components, so he's doing quite well. He's only about 1,800, 1,700 gold away. As we're going to see a smoke out to the top lane, looking for K1 here, and they should... Oh, the smoke pops! Just barely the coils off the mark. K1, he's still in trouble, though, as there's going to be the Demonic Purge. There's going to be the arena. He doesn't have the mana for the spear. He gets X'd away. The disruption ends up actually saving K1. The Wrath of Nature doing work, takes down the Shadow Shaman. JT's just trying to hobble away here. X Nova on the other side. He's getting chased down from a Pango. It's only a matter of time. This Mars has nothing left in the tank here. He just needs 1 more auto attack. Oh, good spear. Time walk in 1. And there it is. Goes to K1. I think that was a misclick on the disruption. I'm not sure. That was very close. Dude, NTS actually caught out as well. He has an orb in 1.
They're chasing. It's going to be hard for him to get out of this. He's just going to have to hope for the TP.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good swash from Analog. Heroic, very happy with how that went. That was an G2IG gank leading to a bunch of kills for Heroic. You're very happy with that.
Is that a 4-for-0? Did they lose anything on Heroic? I don't think they did.
I don't think so. And K1 just went straight back to farming.
They're looking for K1 again bottom, but don't manage to connect. And now that he has Chrono up, this might be their turn to get aggressive. They have an Orchid on KJ, just completed. You have Finger of Death available still for Schofield. So this is a very scary part of the map to be around if you're G2IG now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, they just portal to the top lane and drop the wards. They're like, all right, yeah, we actually don't want to fight. Forget this.
Yeah, I think after that last fight, maybe you're reevaluating how strong you feel. Let's just take the free objectives while we can. And it's one of the strengths of Shadow Shaman, right? If you get a moment next to a tier 1 tower, it's pretty much yours.
Radiant's middle tower.
Man, these team fights are going to be a lot more difficult for G2IG once this Aghanim Scepter from the Kunkka comes out. We haven't even seen him participate in the last 2 fights, right? But almost managed to find NTS here in the mid lane as KJ was ready to wrap around as well.
Yeah, Heroic has some nice timings coming up here. KJ has finished his Orchid Rush. No brown boots, nothing like that. Orchid as fast as possible. The Aghanims on Kunkka, on not quite there, but like 800 gold means like in a minute or 2. Schofield's pretty close to a blink. So there's a lot of nice timings for them coming up here. And we'll see them, I imagine, start to try to make some of the plays of their own, take more of these towers.
Yeah, I think we do have we have 2 blink timings coming up on the side of G2IG as well, right? Mars, only about 100 gold off of his, maybe 50 gold now. And the Sven, he's going to grab it as well here very soon, less than 200 away. So we're going to see potentially this double blink out from G2IG. And then it really comes down to who gets the initiation, right? If you manage to open the fight with like this blink spear, on this Faceless Void and the Sven follow up, right, with Blink God Strength, you probably kill him.
Yeah, triple blink, actually. I see Puck has one queued up too. So Yeah, I think Sven brings all the damage you need right now. So Mars and Puck can just look for these backlines, the supports, or the Faceless Void, the Pango. Like, if you just delete any of those heroes, it really does change how the rest of the fight will go.
They're looking for Monet. They see these heroes bottom under a ward, and they just immediately use it to capitalize onto the Sven. The Finger of Death comes out as well, and that will be a dead Sven. Dude, that ward on the bottom side of the map just absolutely owned them. They do manage to find the Pango, though. The blink comes out, the arena, the drop of the wards as well. So it ends up being a pretty good find. K1 drops the Chrono, catches the Puck. Can they find the kill, though? He's got no cooldowns. The time dilation just doing work is now JT trying to hobble away. No blink dagger available. Hits the God's Rebuke. There's going to be the X out from Divine Llama as well. Even the rotation in here from KJ as he's looking for more. Won't find it, but that is 3 heroes across the map, and it's the big ones, too.
Yeah, G2IG just had to commit all of their big spells to kill the Pango, and it's a great kill, but you compare that to how Heroic killed Monet, it was just a lot of low cooldown stuff, and so that allowed them to then rotate into this. Sure, Pango died, but now we come in, we have our big spells, and I feel like all these fights lately are going Heroic's way.
Yeah. They also cleaned up every single one of the wards and a D and like the shaman wards, and they got a D ward on the high ground there. So it's like insult to injury, right? Like it just gets worse.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised he picked up the wisdom rune here on the Pango, but it's like one of those things where it's like if it's sat this long, maybe you leave it if you don't really need it, but another smoke rotation. They want to just get active here. They're looking. They will potentially grab Divine Llama. They didn't quite see him, though. As Analog, they've got their sights. That's going to be Divine Llama that breaks the smoke. Here comes Rolling Thunder. Can they get him the space he needs? He needs to get the boat. He needs to get the Torrent Storm off as well, and he does. It's going to be just enough space, and KJ just slaps down the Shadow Demon. And another disaster for G2IG. They can't connect on anything.
Yeah, the problem for them in that one is that you just mentioned, like, they just lost observers and wards. So that was a blind smoke, and they ended up finding someone, but it's near the enemy tier 2. So people just rotate in, and they can turn that around. So G2IG really fighting an uphill battle here. They know they need to find pickoffs to come back in, but they don't have great vision for it.
You can see the impact, or I guess like, yeah, I'll say, okay, impact might be the right word. You can see the impact of Shadow Demon having such a rough start right now, because the difference is that KJ sees him, teleports in, hits him with the Orchid at the beginning of every single fight, and then it's just Curse and Nature's Wrath. Just instantly kills the hero. Like, he actually can't survive a single set of spells from this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, and the other side of that is KJ having such a good game, starting that bottom lane, but rotating top so many times has put Mars off of his game. We see Mars at the bottom of net worths for his team, so he doesn't have the items he would like to, try to find these fights, make it a little easier for himself. KJ has his Orchid so quickly, like you said, just killing Shadow Demon. So really nice pickup and utilization of the Nature's Prophet from Heroic so far, which I think really fits their style. Like, while K1 is farming, you want everyone else to be pretty active early on, and Nature's just seems like a great hero for this team.
They will have the BKB for Monet here fairly soon, and I think that is an absolutely essential pickup if you want to be able to find any kill here, right? The amount of, like, I guess, counter initiation from Heroic, if you're not able to hold down the Kunkka or hold down this Pango, like, you're just going to get hexed up, you're going to get stunned, and it's just going to be too much.
Yeah, they actually could have killed that Kunkka in that smoke attempt, but Pango roll did disrupt the Sven. So yeah, with the BKB, they should be able to finish off whoever they find.
I actually just really like this smoke rotation as well. I mean, these two, you're like, oh, it's only these two heroes, like they don't have the damage, but there's a Nature's Prophet here with a smoke on his courier, just delivering another one to Schofield. He can join at any moment, right, with that teleport and into that Orchid. So I just want to secure this mid lane, it seems. Grab this tier 1 tower. I'm surprised it's been alive this long. Like, typically you'd want to grab this tower pre-20 minutes, but it has been a struggle.
There's just been so many fights everywhere else on the map. They haven't had time to come down. Just the mid lane like usual. But yeah, finally grabbing it here at 20 minutes. 21-minute runes coming up here. We'll see if any team makes a move for it to, you know, steal a Tormentor, take those wisdoms, but I don't think they're quite in position for it.
Sometimes, like, if you're Nature's Prophet, you want to get like a ward placed at the enemy Tormentor at the 20 minutes, just so that you can go for like a Wrath of Nature's play. Typically, your Nature's Prophet wouldn't be level 12, but he's relatively close. So if they manage to get a ward down there, he does have like the one on the high ground scouting the Ancients, but not the one by the Tormentor. Oh, bottom lane, they actually managed to find Analog here. Bobica, a great use of that blink reveal, but here comes K1. He gets a great Kono onto 2, but a good arena out from JT. He manages to turn around. KJ comes in with the Orchid as well, doing some work, but you've got to save this Faceless Void. You're fighting under the enemy teleport point, but it doesn't matter. IG's just getting crushed here. JT falls next. It's a 3-for-0 as X-Nova, he's got nowhere to go. He is just food for this heroic lineup.
That was such a good chrono. It locked everyone down, and they could cancel the teleports, but they definitely lose the fight, so they have to finish the teleport into chrono. Honestly, a great spear response from JT. If they weren't so far behind, I think that could actually work out for them. But we're seeing, you know what happens when you fall behind, the fights become harder, and so Heroic just comes out ahead on that, and now they're just gonna grab Aegis here, uncontested.
Yeah. It's like, this fight would have been so much worse too if NTS didn't have an illusion rune, right? Because Nature's Prophet, as you can see, he comes in, he instantly orchids the puck to try and just prevent him from having any impact, but he had the illusion rune able to dispel, but at that point, like you said, the chrono just prevented G2IG from doing anything. Mid lane, they are going to try and punish Kunkka. They do manage to get him, but you got to be a little bit careful. Monet is very strong, still has that BKB.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah, I think he's trying to push the limits.
Kunkka.
Push the limits while he's got that god strength. He knows they're behind. Oh man, even going behind the tier 2. That's scary. He's really pushing the limits. Sometimes you got to do this though, I think. As you start falling behind, if you play the same way like standard Dota, you're going to lose the standard game plan. So sometimes you got to take these risks.
Analog has been found bottom. In comes the Nature's Prophet, the Orchid that will be able to buy him some space, and there's the Rolling Thunder. KJ gonna lose his life as a result, as Bobica will barely survive thank you to that stick. So ends up being a really good grab. Get Rolling
These are really
Thunder,
nice
you get the
plays.
Nature's Prophet, and 2 towers. All right, these are great responses from G2IG.
Yeah, even though Heroic has the Aegis, they're recognizing, hey, he chronoed us earlier. Sure, he has the Aegis. He doesn't want to fight yet. He wants to wait till Chronosphere. So let's try to kill some heroes. Let's try to get something back from this. And sometimes it works out where even if he has Chronosphere and Aegis, but you have a teammate dead, it's like, well, kind of got to wait for that guy, right? So if you can keep finding these pickoffs, that puts you in a great spot to delay the value of the Aegis. But looks like Heroic's going to respawn now, and they're smoking up before G2IG can continue that trend.
Really good ward placement there, though. Just sees the smoke coming. NTS hiding in the trees, but KJ's open on the backside. He will see him. There's going to be the Orchid, the Sprout, and the damage. Dude, it's just so much.
Support kill right
KJ
there.
is just reading him like a book. Curse the Old Growth is one hell of a spell.
Dude, it's so much damage along with this Orchid. Lion wasn't even necessary, but he came in and was like, hey, I need a finger stack. Yeah, I'm just guaranteeing this pot kill, you know, guys? I'm helping out here.
I guess it's like maybe I mean, you don't know the Shadow Demon could be hiding, get the disruption, right? It's like just 100% get the kill. Don't risk it.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, they're going to feel comfortable pushing up here now with Puck dead. Puck does, yeah, I mean, Puck died without being able to use anything. So they're going to be a little bit careful as Puck gets close to respawning. You don't want to, you know, feed away any advantage here. 7K is pretty comfortable, but it's like one bad fight and it just throws the game right back to G2IG. So you gotta be a little disciplined here.
They got a good scan here from the Dire, kind of guessing where this Sven is going to be. They obviously don't know where that the Shadow Shaman is there with him, but they had a little bit of an idea, right? Like Sven's in keeping this top lane cut and kind of just farming safely on his side of the map. They don't have any more creeps coming though, so this tier 2 on the top side not really a threat anymore. Dude, this dragon, why does it keep randomly yelling? Do you hear that? Am I crazy?
No, it does. he's excited to be in the game. He's a new cosmetic. He wants to join in. He's like, guys, it's 11 to 22 at 25 minutes. It's so action packed.
It's the new announcer pack, you know? It's similar. Instead of like, dude, I would be so down for a Primal Beast announcer pack. All it does is just yell every time something happens. That's it. Just big roars.
Yeah.
Someone make it happen.
All right, they got 1 minute left on Aegis. They want to make sure they get something out of it. I mean, they got a couple towers, but they're going to chip away at this tier 3. It's a good use of this. Sometimes if you like go for the high ground right away, like with 5 minutes on the Aegis, but you lose it right away, it feels like a little bit of a waste. So 4 minutes of it farming, but they're actually going to fall back and just try to find a kill.
Yeah, he managed to see JT, and obviously he doesn't have blink up, but just slightly too far away. So he's gonna be fine. The other thing too, the Wrath of Nature will still hit units like detected by the Curse of the Old Growth, right? Since they're like still in vision, right? Or did they not? I don't know.
Pretty sure. You'd think I would know that guaranteed as a Nature's Prophet spammer, but
they go in, they get the Shadow Demon right away. NTS, he's okay for the moment, but it's gonna be this Kunk on the backside you gotta be careful about. He gets the boat off though. He's alive. A great spear and a great arena here from JT, trying to salvage this fight as K1's just watching while his team gets beat down. A great sprout though from JT, or from KJ, just blocks him in completely.
Heroic gonna be feeling good about that. They didn't even need the Aegis for that, and now they're gonna come back to high ground. If they thought we had to back off and wait, yeah, they thought we had to go wait for the second Aegis, but they had to just take an amazing fight here, and the tier 3 is gonna fall here. They'll probably get 1 barracks. People might respawn in time to defend without losing the whole set, especially if they commit the fortify.
Yeah, I feel like you probably commit for the ranged, and then you leave, would be my guess.
Yeah,
especially with the bonus damage on the Nature's Prophet here. Like he can, well, okay, they are going to back. They don't want to fight the puck.
They're going to play it safe.
They also don't see Sven, I suppose.
Yeah, Sven's getting scary. He has his Crystallis, and he actually finished the Daedalus. It's not with him yet, but that is a way to always throw against a Sven. Is you group up just once into a huge AOE stun crit combo. So.
I will say K1 is getting kind of scary. He's on his way to a Lincoln Sphere as well, which there's not a lot of. It's like Lincoln's super value this game, right? It doesn't protect you against the puck spells, the arena, the spear, but it does block things like Hex, Shackles, Stormhammer, and Disruption and Demonic Purge, which are all really, really good spells to block.
Yeah, one of the reasons I felt good about G2IG's game is this Shadow Demon response to Faceless Void. When Faceless Void jumps in Chronos, if he's not BKB'd, you can disrupt him, and if not him, you can disrupt one ally. But he's been having a rough time. He does have his Aether Lens to make it a little easier to find those saves, but now, like with this Lincoln's coming online, you pretty much cannot disrupt or ult this Faceless Void, or it's just hard for you, and you can try to save a teammate at best, but if someone else is catching the Shadow Demon, which has happened a lot this game,
you don't get there. I mean, Bobica, he gets caught off by the Hex. He just turns around with their BKB. K1 just gets himself the kill, and JT is trapped. They will chrono for good measure. Dude, okay, I need to bring something to light here, because K1's courier is currently dead, and the Nature's Prophet TPs to base, picks up his Lincolns, teleports out, and delivers it seconds before this fight happens.
Dude, that's awesome. And we also see...
That's so wild.
We also see the Sanj buff come into play there, the Sanj Yasha, because that chain stun combo, the Hex that did go off, into the spear, it ended just in time for him to pop his BKB. So that's the status resistance. Those small numbers, they matter.
Dude, I was surprised they added 5% status resistance, because this item, I remember back in the day, right, it was 25% at one point, but then there was also the Satanic stacking buff for it, and it's like that patch was miserable. Like we can all agree that patch was bad, but they added it back, and now Sanj is going to be a pretty major component in, I think, a lot of carries, especially as the 25% slows you down. Dude, this Wrath of Nature causing some problems here. Monet's God Strength is just being completely wasted, and here comes Analog. Monet in some trouble, but they managed to get on top of Bobica. K1, he gets time walks it off. He's out, baby. And now you're Sven. He's in a lot of trouble, man. Completely isolated from his team and brought down. Double kill for the Faceless Void. You've caught JT as well. KJ has just had his number this whole game.
He needs some big crits there to kill K1. But not quite enough.
He's hard to kill.
Yep, not quite enough. Heroic is now going to push up here. They don't feel the need to get Roshan quite yet. They're going to go get this tier 3 tower. If buybacks come out, they might back off and just wait for Aegis. But
you have
they won't even
Arena,
have spells. Yeah, they won't even have God Strength, and I don't think you can win a fight.
Yeah.
You need God Strength. You need some broken RNG. Crits every hit at this point on that Daedalus.
I mean, you can see this the effect of this Lincoln Sphere, because typically, like, Shadow Shaman goes in, and you're gonna get like 8 seconds of disable onto a hero almost, right? But now it's just going to be the shackle duration, right? Because he has to hex to break it. You can't. It's not like you're going to be able to Aether Shock then hex. Like, there's just no way. Like, he's going to respond too quickly. So you're losing your hex duration, and that shackle is only going to last like 3 seconds, right? You're losing 25% of that duration.
Yeah, literally 1 second off, which is fantastic for you. You're like, can he kill me in 3 seconds? I don't think he can. I'm pretty farmed. So. Great itemized. Oh, he even has a butterfly now.
Yeah,
so
just got it.
Yeah, so now Sven, let's see what he's going for, the Satanic into Harpoon. He's not going to have this True Strike, so it's looking really impossible to kill K1 right now.
Yep. So now your choice is try to kill someone else, right? But you're also dealing with a Kunkka who has almost 4,000 HP now that he has his Bloodstone and a Halberd completed, so he also has 25% evasion. Or the Pangolier, who has a Lincoln's now. So you're dealing with a lot of survivable tanky cores on the side of Heroic. The Roche goes down. G2IG are smoked. They wanted to try and cut it off, but they do not make it in time, and they have to just back away.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I don't even know if you can go for someone else, because at this point, you need to commit a lot of heroes to get these kills, which means you're all clumping up for the Chronosphere. So they kind of need to find pickoffs. They need to see Heroic split up on the map. Maybe some Nature's Prophet kills. You know, he's probably like split pushing a little bit. I think they need to find some of this stuff, because I think at this point any 5-on-5 is pretty much going Heroic's way.
Dude, these 300 AoE torrents are going to be pretty scary, I think. I'm looking at this, I'm like, oh, Bloodstone is a cool build on this hero as opposed to like rushing the Octarine, right? Which is like one of the other, you know, things that people would do. But I kind of like this idea.
I love it. I love the water park build.
Well, Orchid's caught the puck. He has a BKB. He's going to have to use it, dude. He's taking what? The damage from KJ. Oh, my goodness. Almost kills him alone. On the top side of the map, though, they just get a free 2 kills as the Chrono comes in from K1. He just dives into the base, gets him. They force the buyback onto the Shadow Demon.
That
still got an Aegis.
Be an opportunity with Chronosphere down. It is still tough into the Aegis.
You have to get like a Blink Spear back. Oh, the Hex! It catches the Mars. The BKB out from K1 right away as JT is just getting beat down up to the high ground thanks to the Ogre Seal. Schofield on the backside will fall to NTS, but he just gets bashed instead, and in comes Monet. He's trying to take down KJ. He's tanky, but he can survive, and now Monet needs to find his way back into the base, but you're fighting through a flurry of spells as here comes the Water Park, baby. Divine Llama throws him into the air, takes him down. 5 dead. A buyback's not going to be enough, and the GG gets called. Heroic grab game 1 here in this series.
Man, I have to highlight that Nature's Prophet impact that game, right? From just winning the lane, winning that lane for his Faceless Void, setting up your carry, who is gonna have a really good game. Shadow Demon is like the main issue there, along with getting killed early. But by hurting the Mars, you take Mars out of the equation. You don't even get punished in that lane. Like, that's one way you can Punish and Nature's rotating out of the lane. It's like, oh, it's 2v1. We punish that guy. But Shadow Demon's not really a hero who can do that. So it feels like Nature's just got away with winning multiple lanes and there was no punish. And it just never let up from there.
I mean, it really didn't. I mean, you can see it on the kill score, right? 14-41. The game started with a lot of kills. We had like 9 kills in the first 7 minutes of this game. And then all of the mid game was just fight after fight going the way of Heroic. And dude, you get to a point where you just can't kill anyone. Like, even with Sven having like top net worth, overwhelming damage from this hero, the itemization out from Heroic just makes it way too difficult.
Yeah, and like once a Nature's Prophet is winning, you try to find a pickoff. It's like, oh, let's get this guy on his own. But Nature's is always there. So yeah, not only did they start falling behind like in the team fights, but even the pickoffs were really difficult from there.
Yeah, this was just a really sick game from Heroic. And honestly, good to see them bounce back. G2IG definitely off to a rough day here for day 1, but it is just the first game of this series. So we'll see if they can bounce back here in game number 2. But for now, we're going to throw it to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with G2IG versus Heroic in just a little bit. We'll see you then.
Shot, new kid on the block, currents running strong like a solar wave. I feel electric. Locked, plugged into the socket, watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. I feel electric. Coursing through my veins like a power surge, call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP. You feel electric. You feel electric. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shock, the future shock. Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static hearted. Once you got it, you'll go supersonic. You know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it, you know you want it. future sharp now. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future sharp now. Everybody stop, got that future sharp now. The future sharp, the future sharp, you know you want it. The future sharp, the future sharp, you know you want it. Everybody stop, got that future sharp now.
I'm running out of breath with 100 miles. I crawl over shaky ground to escape from life. Gravity is pulling me down again. A remedy is still to be found. I'm running out of time, I feel crucified. I'm right at borderline to the hell inside. Gravity is pulling me down again. My remedy is still to be found.
Los, komm, steig drauf. Das Leben ein Traum. Los, komm, steig drauf. Ja.
Das Leben ein Traum.
Kein Geld, kein Stress, wir regeln das. Luxus-Vibes hast, wärst du auf der Segelyacht. Low Budget, High Class, Tasse statt Weinglas. Denk nicht viel nach, wir machen es einfach. Let's go. Seid ihr sicher, die Clique ist down? Ziehen Blicke auf uns, alle ticken jetzt aus. Die ganzen Kids in der City stehen drauf. Und rollen. Droppen Banger, schlagen mittendrin aus. Los, komm, steig drauf, voll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Ja. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruisen auf Scootern, fahren ans Ufer. Immer Open End, weil die Stadt niemals zu hat. Wasser schimmert Gold, wir machen was wir wollen. Doch die Kassen sind nie voll. Egal was soll's. Los, komm, steig drauf, voll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruise mit, Baby. Los, komm, steig drauf, voll mit. Los, komm. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick, yeah. Kick sharp, Baby, lass ihn nicht nach, Baby.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to Dream League Season 22 as we are getting ready to go into game number 2 of G2IG versus Heroic. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with ZQuixotics. Game 1, honestly, a incredible performance from Heroic, a completely different team potentially from what we saw earlier today, but G2IG still winless here on their first day. What's got to change for them?
I think their draft was not that bad, honestly. I mean, it's hard to say, like, with a new patch out, you know, maybe we'll find out, oh, those heroes are bad, whatever. But for now, it looked fine. I think this Nature's Prophet had just way too much impact. In hindsight, the fact that he could rotate out and there's no real punish on it, and every time he rotated, it was successful. He got a kill every time, if not a double kill, every time he went to that lane. It set G2IG's playmaker so far behind on the Mars. It set up K1 Hector's Faces Void, the guy who's going to be really high impact with that Chronosphere into several melee heroes, like especially that Sven, right? He just had such a good start, and then did the itemization to go straight into Orchid, ruins the Pucks game, who, you know, you're kind of ignoring these early rotations, was like, I'm just going to Orchid him, and what's he going to do? So it just felt like that was too strong. And so the easy answer, just take out Nature's Prophet. The more complicated answer, that's up to them, how they want to adjust, like do a totally new strategy. But at the same time, like, I don't hate what they had. Like, I think the Shadow Demon Sven lane is usually quite stable, and that lane did do fine, and then usually you do stacks. But the fact that Heroic just had too strong of like their other lanes going well, you could then invade those stacks. We saw that happen a little bit. So it's up to them if they want to like try something new on this patch, or just like, let's try it again, but just no Nature's Prophet this time.
That honestly might be the point. And you actually were mentioning something during the break about the Nature's Prophet, is that, you know, this is KJ playing a position 5 Nature's Prophet, but he plays it from the off lane for the reason that they can teleport into their safe lane and set up kills for K1. And it's like that, I mean, it was something that, you know, I didn't realize at all until you brought it up. It's actually a really good idea, because like you said, they just set K1 up for a great game. You don't really care if the Sven's having a good game if your Faceless Void's having just as good, if not better, of a game. And they're not slowing down the Kunkka enough, right? Like, they got a couple rotation, a couple kills in that early kind of mid game as the lane started to break down onto the Kunkka, right? Divine Llama has like 2 deaths at that point, but he was still like 3rd or 4th on net worth. He was in front of the puck, he was in front of the Mars, and he gets like towers when fights are taking place on the other side of the map. He gets a really like pretty fast Aghanim Scepter. He ends up getting Halberd, and you know, eventually a Bloodstone, which I'm super excited to see that item kind of pop back up on certain heroes, especially as the Water Park build is already pretty strong. So yeah, it just felt like Heroic had, like, they didn't really feel like they were sweating it all that game, you know? Like, they kind of just were fine playing their game.
Yeah, I think that game looks totally different if KJ plays from the safe lane, because he is the position 5 usually, but swapping it there, like, the punish is whoever he leaves, you punish that guy. But Shadow Demon Sven punishing a Kunkka versus Mars Shadow Shaman killing a Faceless Void, like, that is way easier for G2IG. So a really cool swap from Heroic. And I'm not, like, outside of having drafted a different lane, like, once you reach the game, like, I don't even know what G2IG could have done about that. So yeah, that's why I think it like comes back. Maybe you draft stronger lanes. Like, instead of the Shadow Shaman, you pick a position 5 who can punish a solo offlaner if they do run back that Nature's Prophet. I guess that could be another way they approach it. But yeah, like you said, from there, it was just really good for Heroic. And I'm also excited for Bloodstone. I know we're kind of switching topics there, but you mentioned it. But I am excited about it because we've never really had AoE increase before. That's still a bit of a new mechanic to Dota 2. And Bloodstone was a bad item, you know, just putting it out there. It was a bad item, so no one was really exploring it. So I'm looking forward to it now that it looks a little better. Maybe we'll see some broken stuff with it. I mean, Kunkka looks great with it. The huge water park, you know, that's a lot of fun. But I'm curious, like, who else is going to, you know, explore that.
Yeah, it does kind of just do everything Kunkka wants, right? I think he might have used to have a torrent AoE talent back in the day as well. I feel like that was a thing. So that got removed, and now you can just buy a Bloodstone, which just gives you it back. And it just makes him tanky. And that's kind of a cool little bonus. So I like it. But we are finally ready to go into game number 2. It is going to be G2IG versus Heroic, as we are just about to start that draft. Do you think we're going to see anything different. I feel like you're saying the Nature's Prophet, you should probably just ban it. Is there anything else that you're wondering about?
That's the hard part with the new patch, right? Like, it really is up to the team if they feel we do the same thing but just adjust a little bit, or we just totally pivot. Like, brand new patch idea, the crazy theory craft that, you know, we weren't feeling good about, but now that we're down, you know, like, we got to change something. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not.
I'd say I'm shocked that Chen is the most banned hero so far at 18 bans. I'm going to assume that is a 100% ban rate. And then Dragon Knight right after it. I mean, we knew that these two heroes were going to be like monsters of the patch. So without them being, you know, nerfed too much, even like Mage Slayer for Dragon Knight doesn't really change his hero all that much. Like, yes, you're 5% less magic resistance. The dot doesn't last as long. I feel like his build is kind of just still the same. I think he still just gets his Mage Slayer, he still gets his Manta, he still gets his Aghanim Scepter, his Blink Dagger, and he just is such a menace.
Yeah, I think the Mage Slayer nerf hurt the people who could easily apply it to everyone, and essentially it's this team debuff, like Ember Spirit. Team debuff, 6 seconds on everyone. But the way Viper and Dragon Knight, and there's that Nature's Prophet ban, and even Nature's if he builds it, they go on a single hero, and they keep that guy debuffed. So they actually like the increased damage. You mentioned that earlier for Viper. And the fact that the duration is lower is not a huge deal because you just keep hitting that guy along with then being survivable yourself. So I think it makes sense that G2IG is banning out like Dragon Knight, and Viper is not as common, but SA teams especially tend to emphasize lane to lane counters, and they'll play the Viper. They're like, oh, Viper wrecks that guy, let's do it. So I think they don't want to deal with that. They already struggled out of the lanes last time, so removing some of those direct lane to lane counters sounds good to me. And Nature's already banned, but I do like Heroic's bans of those supports because those would have been heroes that could punish the lane when Nature's rotates out. We're gonna grab the Timbersaw here, who didn't get nerfed too hard. Like, the Shiva's build got nerfed a little. I still think you can do it if you want, but I've seen some Timbersaws now experiment with Sanj Kaya right away. That item got buffed, and he benefits like everything, every single stat on that item.
Looking at these stats, that's actually really interesting. So many teams actually wanting first pick right now. It's like over 70% of the teams wanting first pick. And I can understand why. It feels like this patch, there's going to be like your guaranteed bans, right? The Chen, probably the DK, but there's going to be some heroes that slip through that are pretty strong. And in this game, it's going to be Divide Llama's Timbersaw. And he is a very good Timbersaw player, so excited to see that. I think the Techies is a fantastic response, right? It is overwhelming magic damage in terms of being able to bring down Timbersaw, which is absolutely essential. But he's not a hero that's like known for being able to kill the mines, right? Like, he's gonna have Chakram out potentially. You can disarm very easily with Techies now. So I like the idea of just getting heavy magic damage as the opener. Yeah, look at the contest rates, 100% for Dragon Knight and Chen, Timbersaw at 88. So not surprising to me.
But you know what is surprising to me? That Doom totally fell out of this from 100% pick ban. I didn't think the nerfs were that bad, but I don't know. Maybe these teams were trying it in scrims and there's like counterplay to it that we don't know about. But I mean, if we went back to 7.35B and Heroic opened with Timber, like you would see a Doom pick here from G2IG. So I guess it hurt more than I realized, or maybe teams just aren't feeling it after scrims.
You know what? It honestly could be the Sanj buff. It actually might just 100% be the Sanj buff.
Oh, the status resistance reducing it?
It's like like that extra 5% more status resistance, right? Like that's a huge buff to that item, and Doom is his only real counter is being able to get status resistance to reduce the duration of Doom. Yes, you're going to take the same amount of damage, right, over that time frame, but anti-healing, what makes it strong is the fact that that whole time you can't save your carry, right, or whoever he dooms. But if you can reduce that duration, It might be enough. I wonder if that's what's going on, because that's the only like other thing that like kind of countered the Doom. I don't think the changes to Scorched Earth were that big.
That's a great point. It goes from 12 seconds down to 9 seconds essentially, and a 9-second Doom is like, that's way more manageable than the previous like 16 seconds. All right, well, Doom's not in here. Well, that's a great point, but he's still in the picks, actually. He hasn't been banned out. Maybe we'll see him. But right now, Primal Beast and Shadow Shaman being grabbed here. Who's next? Bat Rider?
Oh, that is a good bat pick. Wow, that is a good bat pick.
Wow,
they've got to deal with it.
Speed drafting here.
Okay. This is a great response, because I feel like if you give Bat Rider a completely free game here, you're in some problems. But they get the Slark, which pretty good against the Bat Rider overall. Time dilation, or not time dilation, Dark Bat. Very good at being able to give yourself some space and then just pounce away. And of course, you have Grimstroke to amplify both your Primal Beast and your Slark now. I love these two heroes here. I think this is really smart.
Yeah, I really like the Grim Shard as well versus this Bat Rider and Shadow Shaman. That's going to be fantastic, especially now that you can just activate it whenever you want. So either you already put it on Primal Beast and Slark, and then Bat Rider or Shadow Shaman just can't do anything until it ends, or they do get the jump on you, but you just come in, you Inkswell, immediately pop it, free up your teammates. This is looking really nice from G2IG so far.
Yeah. The question is, do you just go back for a Faceless Void? You know, it's, again, like, pretty good game for him. You're not really worried about getting, like, locked down by any of these heroes. You could look for an Anti-Mage, even. It wouldn't be that bad. Great magic resistance against the Primal Beast. Good mana burn against Slark. There's a lot of options for K1. I don't think we're going to see his hero here. Yeah, okay, so they are just going to go ahead and grab the Puck for Analog. It's a pretty good Puck game. He's good against both of these supports if you can get on top of them. And of course, Coil and Silence, great against Slark as well as Primal Beast.
Yeah, can't dispel the Coil, so at least you have that control. The Timbersaw lane versus Slark can be very volatile as well. With his Puck being picked up, it is pretty much guaranteeing an off-lane Timbersaw, where Slark can steal some stacks and then, you know, go from there, get Timbersaw kills. But at the same time, if Timbersaw takes the lead, he just has that nuke damage to just chunk through a Slark, and even when Slark tries to ult, you just throw in your spells into the void, and you're like, he's somewhere in there, you know, you end up killing him. So this Puck pick, being able to possibly rotate up to that side lane and tip that in your favor, because Puck's going to hit 6 before Slark or Timbersaw hit 6. So if you can come up here, get that kill in that time, you could then push that lane in your favor, and Timbersaw just runs over Slark for the remaining laning stage.
I really like the tiny ban there. I think you need to ban the Void Spirit. It's not like a hero that we see all that often, but Void Spirit could be pretty solid this game. It gives you another hero Grimstroke can play around. It has enough catch for the Puck, I believe, and it's pretty decent against these supports. They're going to get rid of Bloodseeker at the moment. I'm curious what the last ban is going to be from G2IG. Like, what K1 hero are you worried about? Man, this would have been a really good Bloodseeker game. Holy heck.
That could have been cool. Yeah. Man, I don't even know. I'm a bad carry player. I don't know what Heroic wants.
I mean, they just need something that like can play the lane. I think they're anticipating a Primal Beast off lane, but the thing is like you have last pick for G2IG, and if there's not really any good matchups into the Puck mid, like maybe you just put the Primal Beast there and try and pick something that can shut down the carry pick for K1. Because I feel like Primal Beast, especially if you just rush BKB this game, is pretty strong. Like, I think that is probably what he's looking at doing.
I'm down for that. I'm struggling to see, like, a lot of the other popular heroes aren't great versus Slark. So, like, Faceless Void kind of goes one way or the other, where, like, yeah, you chrono him, but if he gets his ult off or he gets the shard, like, it's a bit of a counter there. Luna doesn't do well versus Slark. Like you said, you could depend on hopefully your off lane going well for the Slark, and then just like play the rest of the game that way. But a lot of times Heroic likes to put K1 on a game winner who's gonna like farm up a bunch. So I feel like they want him to have a good matchup for Slark.
10 seconds remaining.
And we'll see. He's got some time. I honestly don't hate the anti-mage. You could look for the Terrorblade as well as another option, but it feels like into Slark, Terrorblade hasn't had the best of time. Just because, like you said, Depth Shroud as well as the Shard, if he's managed to get on top of you, is pretty rough. They do just go for the Faceless Void. All right.
Okay.
So,
I mean, this can still work out.
Back?
This can still work out so long as, like, if they can slow down Slark with like Puck rotating in there, Timbersaw then, you know, taking over that laning stage. If Faceless Void is ahead of Slark, that is a lot easier to play, and you're not worried about the ultimate and the Shard as much. And it is good. Like, Primal Beast can't really move into the Chronosphere. You can't use the Shard save again. Oh my god, we got Meepo. Let's go.
That's a pretty good response.
JT Meepo.
It is JT's, right? Like, this is something that he whips out every once in a while, so that's a pretty good Meepo pick. We've seen people want to pick this as a counter to Faceless Void. Primarily earlier was Shopify, right? But it massively backfired as they got 24 countered by a Elder Titan, right? So this time you get the Meepo on 24. It's great against Faceless Void. It's great against Puck. It's great against Timbersaw, especially with the timing. So I'm surprised. Maybe we'll see it do well. It did get some solid nerfs, but I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, I'm just excited to see a Meepo. I don't even know. Yeah, Meepo just got nerfed, but he was overtuned, honestly. So I feel like he's more in line with other heroes, and he's now like, oh, it needs to be a good Meepo game versus almost every game being a good Meepo game. And I mean, I'll be honest, I don't play Meepo, so I don't feel like I understand this hero that much. But if someone like JT, who has played offlane Meepo before, or any Meepo player, if they tell me, hey, this is a good Meepo game, then I just believe them. So if G2IG feels like, yeah, let's throw it on the last pick Meepo, I have to believe that they see a great way to play this hero into this game.
I'm pretty sure it's actually really solid into the Faceless Void lane. Like, Meepo's base stats are surprisingly good. He has a little bit of like damage issues in the first couple of levels, but once you have your, you know, second Meepo out, that, you know, from the Divided We Stand, it becomes a little bit more simple. But yeah, I like it. I like the offlane Meepo. We'll see if it has the impact that, you know, they're hoping to get out of it. But for now, we're going to jump into game number 2 here. It is G2IG taking on the side of Heroic, as Heroic with a beautiful game 1 performance, looking to try and close out the series. But IG, they need a win, and they need it badly.
I think another cool thing about this Meepo is that we were just talking a lot about, hey, we got to shut down Slark. But Meepo can act as a second carry, and he essentially does. So now if you focus on the Meepo, you're going to get Slarked. If you focus on Slark, maybe you're going to get Meepo'd. It kind of puts the pressure on Heroic. Like, how do we shut down all these heroes?
What is this? All right, they're just playing a little high five in the mid lane.
Having a good time. Like, oh, you're going to Meepo us, huh? I see how it is. Now, Heroic Analog's actually also a Meepo player, so they have done this to other people before. So that might give them a little bit of insight. Not everyone plays Meepo, but Analog might understand what a Meepo wants, even if it's an offlane Meepo versus a mid carry Meepo, and that might help them out here.
Oh, we're going to see a fight potentially at the top rune. No, bottom rune, though. Lylam needs to be a little bit careful, but so does Monet. It's like you don't have nearly as much burst damage as like this Timbersaw does near these trees, and he's looking for X Nova now. Gonna just try and put on some pressure, and I don't blame him. This is actually really smart. Just kind of prevent them from getting into the lane, and he's gonna offensively body block this to force that under the tower. Very good way to start this lane.
Yeah, we see they've already blocked this small camp as well. X Nova does not have another sentry on him. Maybe, okay, one is coming, so he can unblock the small camp right away, realizing like what's going on. Like, I need this to be able to deal with the equilibrium that Heroic just created here.
Vylama's going to take a little bit of excess damage there from the tower, but this lane will be in a very good position for them. And like you said, that small camp already being blocked. I don't think he's going to get there in time to unblock it, so you're going to have at least 2 waves sitting here like this.
And this kind of stuff really matters when, like I said, like the level advantage matters a lot here. If Timbersaw reaches a point where he can just keep bursting Slark will not have the regen to deal with it until level 6. Shadow Shaman's got his own burst too.
Yeah, I actually like the Shaman going for the Ether Shock here. Like, Slark wins the elongated fights, right? Always. But you don't win that burst, right? And if Monet's able to get like 4 or 5 stacks of Essence Shift, suddenly you're tanking like 80 damage and auto attack from this Slark. But yeah, Heroic playing it in a little bit of a different way. Just throw out a couple spells and back away. So I like it. It's a good adaptation to the Slark matchup.
In the meantime, on the other side, I see this Meepo with 7 last hits. He's happy.
Well, they got it, man. The level 2. They just immediately hit the level 2. The pounce into the Inkswell. They take down the Shadow Shaman. And that is like, I guess that's the downside of the offensive block, right? You're gonna have the XP advantage on G2IG for the, for that first wave, but wave is still in an okay position. And Monet, I think he's still gonna struggle a little bit. But yeah, first blood for him is literal best case scenario for G2IG right now.
Yeah, especially after having your lane pushed out. That's like the one way to try to punish that is use that level spike to try to get some the level spike and the fact that your creeps are pushed in. You sometimes have like more creeps than the enemy, so it's great on them to find that. Maybe a bit of a mistake to give that up actually, but yeah, it goes both ways.
All right, before I interrupted you about these other lanes, let's take a look at top here as we've got K1 on this Faceless Void. We've got the Bat Rider here from KJ, JT's Meepo, and of course Bobica on the Techies. So, I mean, a lot of potential kill threat coming out from, I guess, both sides, right? Like KJ, Bat Rider has always great rundown potential, but you have this Earthbind into Blast Off you have to be careful of as well.
Yeah, it's going to be annoying. Techies has been applying the pressure. You see he outranges everyone here and then just keeps throwing out the Q to harass, which Faceless Void can time walk off some of that, but oh, not when you're stunned like this. All right, gonna get more nuke damage in. The Sticky Bomb is just so low cooldown though, and Time Walk is much longer at level 1.
Oh, so sorry. I just caught the tail end of that bottom. Wow, that was very close. The Vylama went down to a sliver of HP, but the Hex from Schofield allows them to get the Timber Chain off, and they find a kill as a turnaround onto the Slark.
No, you're right. Who cares about those other lanes? These are the guys doing stuff down here. Let's watch this forever.
I will say, KJ on the Bat Rider, it looked like he wanted to go in when they went for the Blast Off play onto K1, but he was one creep away from the level 2 Firefly. And like this ability scales so well, and he's just like, all right, well, I'm not gonna bother. Like, I'll just wait till I have level 2 Firefly before we do anything again. Gonna go for a half pull.
Look at that, all his health. Goodbye, Slark. Ooh, a little bit more.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. It's just. This is what we're talking about. The burst damage that comes out from. Yikes, dude! This is typical to Vylama. This guy always tips enemies. He's like, yeah, you got first blood, but we get second and third.
Yeah.
Really.
We're seeing that volatility come out. Slark is a hero that needs the stacks. A very common mistake for like pub Slark players is trying to commit too hard, like with nothing. You need to build up stacks and then go. And it is so hard for Slark in this game to build up these stacks with these heroes. Like they're just nuking him down. KJ gonna fall up top.
That's a nice pick off there from Bobica. He is, like you said, he's just been putting the damage. He's just been clicking heroes the entire lane stage.
Yeah.
So it's worked. Finally finds himself an opening. Now K1 needs to be careful as the double root into the double. Poof pops a stick, gets the time walk off with almost no HP, but will barely survive. But he loses his boots on the courier. Here comes the Bat Rider though. He's got Sticky Nape, or he's got the Firefly in 7 seconds. He has a Blood Grenade as well. I'm surprised he just can't chase him down. The nets are back up.
Yeah, I just felt it wasn't worth the risk without the Firefly up right away.
JT playing a little bit aggressive here with just his one Meepo, as he will have to throw the Earthbind. And yeah, he's feeling very confident. Dude, this is really good for G2IG in this offlane. This Meepo is crushing the CS for being an offlane Meepo. I mean, he's having a great time.
Yeah, Slark's been having a tough time, but the other 2 lanes are going well. Actually, like all the cores are like doing relatively well. Bit of a farm fest going on for everyone but the Slark.
Yeah, mid is just kind of like a draw, right? Like, oh, we're gonna see a rotation
First
to the bottom lane. They
rotation.
see NTS coming. They throw out the Phantom's Embrace. They jump in, but the coil comes out. You gotta be careful. There's gonna be a Hex immediately as well. And dude, losing your Primal Beast on that first rotation is not looking good. But guess who's also bottom? It's KJ on the Bat Rider. They want to just keep looking for more. And Monet on this Slark, he's got a pounce available, but if he gets it blocked, he's in so much trouble. Do they close the gap? They're looking for it, but Monet just barely squeaks on by, so he's going to be fine.
Yeah, Primal Beast, the fact that Puck rotated in like just in time, he was there for the entire fight. If he has to spend that time teleporting in, ooh, nice top, stun into the Meepo damage. They're going to try to get a return kill. I mean, they do for losing that fight bottom. Yeah, the Puck just managed to get there in time to interrupt everything on the Primal Beast, so nothing to say, gets nothing out of that.
Is that level? What level of blast off is he? Okay, so he is got his level 5 now, but holding his point for the moment. Yeah, it goes for the 3rd point, sticky bomb. That ability is just so good. The lingering on the stun is just wild. Techies players have had it too good for too long. Dude, Schofield is level 6. What? He just ward drops bottom. They're gonna look for X Nova here behind the tower, as KJ, he does have Firefly, but with the Inkswell, I don't really want to chase him. They've brought heroes here, but the Shaman wards are just too scared to fight into, and they're just gonna take this tower slowly but steadily. Here comes Primal Beast as well. They did manage to get rid of the ward that was there, but all right, they will clean up the wards. They force some big rotations. The tower will survive, though. That is quite good for G2IG.
Yeah, Slark wants to be here a little longer. He's really close to 6, so if this tower had fallen, it would have been pretty sad. But they've got a lot of heroes down here. Yeah.
It's just Divine Llama being 6 is a problem. There comes the Primal Beast. KJ gets immediately caught from the Pulverize, and so he will fall. A nice little TP spot there from NTS, just in that little cubby, surprising the Bat Rider. Good stuff.
Yeah, and that's going to guarantee Monet now hits 6 before this tower falls, which is going to help him. You really can't jungle until you have 6 as Slar, so...
And they are looking top potentially again here as Bobica making another rotation. It seems like if this Meepo manages to catch him, he's got level 4 on the poof now, so if he manages to catch him on the Earthbinds, he can get a kill, but Bobica goes back through the Twin Gate bottom. He has no mana now as a result of those two Twin Gates. Will he do it a 3rd time? He does! Oh no. Oh, 90 mana. All right, well, K1, he's just gonna chrono him here, I think. You've got the help in from Divine Llama as the supports are trying their best to make it in time. The Hex comes through and they just burst him down. Heroic will be the ones that end up finding the kill.
Okay, that's a great kill to get. Meepo was farming very well, so you got to slow him down a little bit and probably make your way back down to this bottom lane to finish it. Oh, no, they're just going to send K1.
I like that they're leaving these heroes top, though. If they get on top of Bobica here, and they do, they could potentially find a kill, but they're a little bit afraid of the TP. They don't know where the rest of these heroes are. They will get on top of the Bat Rider for the moment. Schofield just gets the Ward Trap onto X Nova. He gets the Shackle onto Bobica. Can they finish him off? He's falling super low. Puck coming through as well. X Nova goes down. KJ trying to escape through the fountain. He does, but will finally burn down as Divine Llama needs to get away. Pulverize is available for the Primal Beast. And Analog doesn't have a ton of spells left, so quick 2 for 1. You take down the 2 supports as we're seeing the carries kind of duke it out in the bottom lane.
I think this might be good because I like Slark's role in this game so long as he has enough farm, and he was having a rough time. So I feel like he's getting a little bit of space here now that, you know, this action is going on top. They're trying to start shutting down this Meepo.
Good smoke here. I mean, they have to be going for the Faceless Void, right? I imagine that's where we're going to see this rotation end up is K1. He really wants his catapult, and he might regret it. The question, will anyone break the smoke for him? It doesn't look like it. Well, he's in a pretty good spot next to the tower. It's going to be the techies that catches him. Time walks away, but do they get on top of him? They do. The pulverize. It's not even needed. They get him so easily. And now Schofield on the run. Techies with the bomb into the blast off. More than enough damage from him. Quick 2 kills. Nicely done.
That was scary when the leash from the pounce didn't connect, but the amplified damage from Primal Beast made up for that easily.
Analog does finish up his Witchblade. Yeah, I mean, Timbersaw is very scary. He's not going to be an easy hero to bring down, and he's just rushed the Kaya, so he is all damage right now. 0 points in that reactive armor.
Bit of a twist. They lost their off-lane tower first on Heroic after how this lane went. I definitely thought they, that early, that was like a 7-minute level 6 on Schofield. They haven't actually taken any towers with it yet, though.
Yeah, they've used it for fighting the whole time. I'd also like to point out that Schofield has a very weird item in his quick buy, so I'm sure that's just a mistake right now. He's just, you know.
You don't think this is the satanic Schofield Shadow Shaman rush?
It could be. It could be the satanic Schofield Shadow Shaman. Top lane, though. K1 might be in some trouble. Monet trying to get the gap closed. He does have a chrono he can throw defensively, and that's, I mean, exactly what he does. But the heroes, they're on the other side, ready and waiting. Oh, no. 2 deaths now on the Faceless Void back to back, and your chrono down as well.
Feels a little bad. It looks a little funny, but it makes sense. Like, he just wants to farm right now, so he was trying to get away. But great positioning from G2IG, already being prepared for that to catch him as he tries to get it away.
There's just no tower there for anyone to get to, and now mid lane, they've got on top of Analog. He gets that illusion rune off, and it might be enough to escape. And it looks like it is, so very nice play there from him. Is his bottle going to get refilled? No. K1 actually showing up here to the mid lane.
No chrono, though, so
yeah,
can't actually do anything with it.
Much closer game right now. This is dead even, right? And your Meepo being at the top, your Slark completely recovered from a very rough early game. And K1, he gets caught again. The Inkswell's going to stun him up long enough. He can't get the time walk off. Analog comes in. They're trying to trap this Slark in place, but he just pops the Shadow Dance, looking to go in for more. KJ's here, but he's not level 6. They will take down that Primal Beast, but the Slark is the kill that they need to get. But can they finish him off? Divine Llama, he's got another Chakram. They do manage to finish him off, and now the lasso's up. KJ gets his level 6, looks for Bobica, the shackle to stop that jump away, and it will be a 3-for-1. So I guess your Faceless Void is just the distraction at this point.
I mean, you're happy for that when you're a carrier. You're like, oh yeah, my team is doing it everything. You know, no worries. I missed chrono earlier. They're still winning fights. Easy peasy.
Very desperately needing XP there. Gets himself the Wisdom runes, so that's gonna help out K1 a little bit. But I mean, yeah, you can just see it in the. Oh, we're gonna see on the mid lane here as they manage to get on top of the puck. So is that the blink reveal? It was, yeah, that was NTS's blink reveal, so that's actually quite huge. K1 coming in as well to try and offer some assistance, and Divine Llama on the, he just goes right into the hands of the Slark. You do not have the survivability. That one is, I mean, that was, yeah, not the best rotation in from the Timbersaw there.
Maybe he's getting caught up in it. I mean, this is 21 kills. It's been a very high action game all across the map. So like before, you kind of just show up to everything and you take the fights, but maybe now they have to be a bit more careful about which fights they're gonna take.
I mean, this is another great blink reveal out. Great chrono catches 3, but do you have the damage? You need your Timber Saw. You get one. Slark looking to stay on top of the Faceless Void. And Monet, he's trying to finish him off. He ends up just ticking down to the Phantom's Embrace, as there's going to be a lasso out from KJ holding NTS down. He's slowed up quite a bit. Divine Llama trying to finish him off, and he will be able to. Bobica and Monet on the run for now. It's just going to be the Slark that escapes. So they do manage to clean up a little bit. But, dude, your Faceless Void has 5 deaths in this game already.
Yeah, it's a pretty rough spot for him to be in. I mean, the longer it goes, Chrono is really good against, like, Meepo and Primal Beast. But Slark has been catching up after his rough start. He's going to have his shard when he needs it. Like, we see him, he's got it queued up, Aghanims into shard. So it's going to be tough. Like, if that shard comes early enough, that is one way Faceless Voids can recover. You get a chrono, get a kill, the team fight win. But once that shard just counters that, it's going to be tough. It's going to be all on, like, Timber Saw's damage in that chrono, which is a lot of damage, I got to say.
Yeah. JT does have his Aghanim Scepter completed now on the Meepo, so he's just been farming up a storm this game. Like, all of these fights are happening, and JT's just been chilling on the other side of the map, you know, going this Dragonlance into Ags. He's on his way to his Blink Dagger. And we're seeing them just decide, yeah, we'll clear this stack of Ancients for ourselves. Why not? Have this really aggressive board that's been giving them everything.
Once he's got that blink on Meepo, we'll start seeing him in a lot more of these fights.
They're looking for JT on the bottom side of the map here. They do see him. This would be a great kill, but you have to, like, go for the main Meepo, right? He has the axe. But he's just too far behind the tower. They're a little bit too afraid. Maybe they can snipe this one under the tower, but no. They don't want to go for it. Even with the blink on KJ, I thought that might be their opportunity, but they will smoke instead and look elsewhere. At the same time, G2IG is going to smoke up. Smoke's going to pop. They do not quite see the puck yet, as the Power Rune will spawn bottom. He just goes in, gets an immediate lasso, plus the coil onto 2, but Bobica, he's going to jump right back in. They didn't get the damage out. X-Nova trapped here from the wards, but they just chased down onto the Shadow Shaman. In comes K1 on this Faceless Void. He's looking to get active. 2 dead so far on the side of G2IG, as the Shackle's holding down the Primal Beast. JT needs to be careful on this Meepo. They've got damage. They've got a Chronosphere. He needs to get his he needs to get his main hero here in place, and he does. He's just poofs him right in. Turns around with the Mega Meepo. They're going to get aggressive. Monet, he does still have that Shadow Dance available. Turns around onto Schofield. Divine Llama is just trucking through this team. The Slark just gets destroyed. Mega Meepo ends. It's a 5-0. Heroic just... How? It's a 6. That was a dieback on your Grimstroke.
They just couldn't get any kills on G2IG. Like, the Glimmer did so much work for Shadow Shaman. It kept him alive, which allowed him to then control up NTS to get that kill, kept him alive in the fight, moved on, then Shackles the next Meepo. Like, oh, they just couldn't finish anyone off.
I need to watch this replay. Like, so it just looked like a pretty rough start initially on the fight here. I was like, all right, Shadow Shaman's definitely dead, right? But he just gets the stick, makes the Glimmer Cape, keeping him alive. Just full duration Shackle that they can't stop. And then at this point, you're like, okay, they're just going to back away. Like, no big deal. They got 3 kills, but they decide to fight. They're like, all right, let's take the fight with Mega Meepo. We've got Monet, Grimstroke bought back. Yules as well. Dude, they just have so many things to buy them time. Like, that's actually just what it is. Like, they have so many things to buy them time in these fights. Wow.
Yeah, and Timbersaw's having a great game, and he's doing so much damage in these fights versus Primal Beast, Meepo, all these melee heroes, making it really easy for him.
That is a huge turnaround. I mean, this game was looking, honestly, it's still very close. It's only a 5K advantage here for Heroic, but the Meepo and the Slark were starting to become major point of concerns for Heroic, and now suddenly K1 had 5 deaths. He was like 5th on net worth, and now he is past the Slark and chillin', has his Manta done, on his way to his BKB Lincolns. Like, it's not going to be an easy way to kill this hero.
Trying to rush this Roche, but Heroic is on the way. There is no Chronosphere.
This is not a fast Roche, man. the scan is there. They know. And Analog will just get the orb. They just ward trap the Primal Beast up onto the high ground. He gets the the onslaught away. KJ almost managed to catch him there. Huge coil catches for the rest of this team in trouble. DeVilama just almost destroys 2 immediately. The Yule's buying him again a little bit of space as DeVilama just trying to get out. The Soulbind comes through. The stun catches the Faceless Void. Doesn't have Chrono for 2 seconds. He goes down. They need to be able to look for more. JT surviving at the moment, but the puck is just doing so much work. The lasso will find X Nova. You have lost another hero. As it's just DeVilama. Honestly, the Faceless Void isn't the carry. It is this puck. It is this Timbersaw. They are just doing an immense amount of damage.
It's just an initiating Faceless Void. Man, he jumped in and got crowd controlled, chain stun. I thought that was gonna be good for G2IG, but just while that's happening, Analog and DeVilama, they're just pumping in the damage to everyone.
He like time walked into the last like frame of an Inkswell and gets full duration stunned off the Inkswell and then into a blast off as well. Like, it is just so close.
So far, it just feels like heroic. They're just finding the fights they want more so than G2IG. And like this Blink Dagger on the Meepo got delayed by like some weird fights earlier, and then they're trying to do Roche and they get caught out there, but we haven't really seen them start these fights as much. And all these fights that Heroic are starting, they're finding what they need and cleaning up from there.
I mean, the Kaya buff, that extra 2% spell amp, it's not something to scoff at, especially since like we've seen a lot of people kind of not rush the Veil anymore. So he instead opts to go for this immediate Kaya pickup. He's going to go back for the Shivas now, and he is pretty, well, I was going to say pretty dang close, but you forget Shivas is now a 2,000 gold recipe.
It's a lot. It's expensive.
He's still pretty far away, but yeah, I mean, once you get that, once you add that damage into the mix, I mean, this Timbersaw is already scary. It's going to be a lot worse.
Yeah, and the heal regen reduction versus Meepo, Primal Beast, and a Slark. It's really value there.
Yeah. I like the way DeVilama's been playing this. The option to go for this like Yule's Eternal Shroud immediately after that Kaya, it has done exactly what he needs. Like he just needs to not get bursted in these fights. And you see like last fight, they made the correct decision of trying to open on him, find that kill. Schofield will pop a smoke here, gets the dust, just instantly blocks the high ground. Tried to get a ward trap there, but does not find it. I love that voice line. So good. Oh, mid lane, they will find a freebie onto Bobica as DeVilama gets his godlike spree now at 13, 1, and 6. Okay, I was gonna say he was really far away from Shivas. He's literally 150 gold away all of a sudden. This dude just farmed like almost 2k in a minute and like just over a minute.
Here comes the rest of the money.
Yep, that is delivery service thanks to the Bat Rider. Very good stuff. Wow, that is going to be really scary now.
From here, they're set to be in a good spot. They'll start clearing up some of these towers. I think they're going to feel pretty good in pretty much any of these 5-on-5s. Granted, actually, K1 is still just farming in the back. So they're letting him catch up. So maybe like 4-on-4s, 4-on-5 type fights. They feel pretty good about that. I doubt we'll see them try to go high ground quite yet. They don't have any of these tier 2s yet. But I mean, if they win a big fight like they've been doing next to the enemy base, they could.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
All right, that was weird. I got like randomly disconnected from the game, but we're good.
We're back.
We're back.
Aghanims is now done on Monet, and he's got the shard queued up next. I do think that'll be really big for them in terms of dealing with Chronosphere. What else?
It's decent tool at holding puck in place, right? But you're not killing a Timbersaw with 2 pounces. Like he does not care. He will just Yules and buy himself some time for his team to close the gap. And it's like, yes, you can follow it up with a second pounce, but you're also, it's kind of like you're not stuck here with me. Or it's like, I'm not stuck here with you, you know, you're stuck here with me. He comes down from
Yeah.
Yules and just drops all of his spells onto your head.
Yeah, if Slark has stacks prior to going on that, then I think he'll be able to do it. But yeah, you can't start on that Timber Saw. You gotta like get some stacks from support kills, and then maybe when you have like 20 stacks, you can look at the Timber Saw.
They got the Primal Beast. Dude, this was just so good from KJ. He bought this gem. He fished out this whole area behind this tier 2 tower and was just making sure that there was no vision. Drops a high ground ward, instant lasso. That was so sick. And they've actually caught Slark here for the moment. The silence and the damage out from the puck. He's doing some work, but no coil to hold him down long enough. Is now maybe they look for the supports. Slark, I mean, the jump in from Shadow Shaman. Schofield wants to get there. He gets the Hex off, but it just gets instantly dispelled. But look who they catch instead. It's the Meepo. A huge silence out from Analog. Traps down all 4.
Yeah, that was so close. They only got the Slark too. Schofield, the cast range is just short on his abilities. He was so close to getting it. Heroic's feeling great right now.
Timber Saw did 6,600 damage to me.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, there's your Shivas, right? That is...
Yeah.
Obviously, it's inflated because there's 4 Meepos there, right? But I mean, divide that by 4, right? That's still a lot of damage.
They're gonna poke a little bit on Heroic. Meepo's dead, so they can either force that buyback out or just take a tower. And they have Chronosphere. They just slowly poke at it.
You have a haste on the puck. They will go ahead and drop the wards. There, of course, there is no there's no like fort for the moment. Analog takes a decent chunk of damage there from those mines, so he needs to be a little bit careful. But I like the patience here from Heroic. They're just letting Divine Llama sit on the high ground. They will take the tier 3. That's gonna give him a second fort to play with. So I'm pretty sure Heroic are just gonna kind of take it slow. K1's showing in the mid lane though. They just don't care. They just punish to get a freebie onto this techies. Like Divine Llama is just absolutely annihilating these heroes. And these wards are still alive, man. They've just been chipping down the melee barracks. And they get it.
I thought they might leave after that, but no, they're just gonna get the range too since Techies is dead. Yeah, it's like Divine Llama's having such a good game. He's just taking point. He's not usually a good tower taker, especially now his shard just got nerfed too. But with the wards up from Shadow Shaman behind him, he makes the space. The wards slowly do it. They take it nice and slow. And just what is the answer? Like, how do you deal with it? How do you go into a Timber Saw who's standing behind Serpent wards? It's so hard when you know Chrono, Coil, everything's behind it.
And there's just a Shadow Shaman sitting there waiting for anyone to walk in, and they'll just hex you, and you have 35% damage amp next to a Timber Saw. Like, it's just gonna, there's just not a good, like you said, there's not an answer for it. And at some point here, you're gonna have to get some really good smoke gank off to try and find this like dream opening. You just can't kill Divine Llama. Like, that is just the hero that is not gonna die.
Yeah. Now, things aren't totally over for G2IG, even though it's a really rough spot. But this is where the discipline to play correctly comes into action. Because Slark is a hero that if he finds a pick off and then you enter the next fight with 10 stacks, you get the next kill easier. You're at like 20 stacks and you keep going there. You also got a hero like Meepo who's just suddenly like can take over these fights that start going your way. So Heroic needs to be careful, and right now they're doing it. You see all of them together. No one's going to get picked off. No one's giving away free stacks. So as long as they keep this up, I think they're in a good spot to just close this out. But if something happens that causes them to scatter around, like Meepo trying to split push them, things like that, then maybe that's where G2IG can look for something.
They know they're smoked. Like they're like, we don't see them in the base. We've ward dropped again on the high ground. We're gonna smoke onto the backside. It's gonna pop. They see Monet, and now you're starting onto the Timber Saw again. The hero that I don't think they care about. The 4-step in. They get the lasso onto the Grimstroke as Divine Llama needs to try and offer some help. He will get the Eels to buy him some space, but the Chrono on the backside. They've caught the Meepo. That's the big one. JT needs some help. He gets the Mego Meepo off for a moment, but the last Meepo can't get to safety. And NTS now, he's come in. Needs to be a little bit careful. It's a 2-for-1. Definitely favoring, I would say, kind of favoring the side of G2IG just because you've only, like, they've spent a lot on Heroic here. And you keep the high ground alive. but it's not enough. Like, these 2 kills are inconsequential for Heroic, I feel.
Yeah, I kind of think G2IG maybe needed to push that a little more. There was 18 stacks on Slark, which is pretty decent, but it was tough because they don't have, like, you need Pulverize to catch a puck. If you jump puck, Timbersaw's coming in with the big spells. I mean, Chrono was down though, so that's, I don't know. They maybe aren't feeling, they definitely aren't feeling strong right now, but that might be a spot where they had to try.
I like the idea from the Slark. Like, he changed his mind immediately after going on the Timbersaw. He's like, yeah, this is not happening. Gets a little bit of stacks from him, but then turns his attention on over the Batrider. I think KJ kind of just delivered himself, right? He offensively force-staffed in to go for the lasso on the Grimstroke, and at that point, you're like, okay, yeah, we trade the Batrider for the Grimstroke, but with Lasso being down, it means you don't have the catch that you really want. We're going to see another fight break out bottom. Monet underneath the ward. They see all these TPs coming through, and Puck is just baiting them out. K1 doesn't have a Chrono, but you've got a coil to play with. They do drop it, and that will hold Meepo in place long enough. The Shackles trapping NTS Bobica here as well. They just lose 2, but again, you're underneath this ward. You can't get out. Up on the high ground, X-Nova, he's going to try and TP to safety, but the Yules is there to cancel it. And Nova will go down. Schofield, he's got the Slark. Oh, the save from the Centaur, but it's not enough. They get the kill. They get the gem as well. Oh, no. It has fallen apart here for G2IG.
I don't think... I mean, if you buy back everyone to defend, you're so far behind gold-wise. So they pretty much need to give this up. Fortunately, they didn't lose any towers yet in the top lane. So it's just going to be one barracks here. They get to fight one more time, but nothing's really changed. And I can't see an item coming up for them that massively changes the dynamic. It still comes down to we have to build up Slark stacked and like go from one hero to the next.
Oh, top tower. I mean, there's been so much fighting in the Radiant base, right? You've got this like 6 ranged creep and catapult in the top lane. Eventually just pushes down that tier 1. The tier 2 is still standing, of course. So it will protect that, you know, like you said, that third lane of barracks. But Roshan is up, right? And K1's just walking in. He's like, yeah, I'm ready to do this. I've got my Lincolns now, my BKB, of course. He also finds a Vindicator Axe, probably one of the best items he could get this game. The roar comes through, but yeah, I don't think G2IG have any intention of contesting this.
Nope, they're just going to try to split push, try to get as much as they can in the meantime.
They actually don't see G2IG on the map, so they're offensively smoking down the lane to try and find something here. But I think after they see that there's no new ward, that they're not contesting. Yeah, so they're just going to go back.
Yeah, NTS showed mid. He's working on his BKB, which will make these fights a bit easier for him. Oh, he even finds a haste rune, actually. That's really nice. But I actually don't think he'll finish this BKB in time because there's the Aegis. They're going to twin gate over. Going to get this lane pushing. There's a little bit of scattering from Heroic. Can they find anyone?
Banner's mid. Okay. I was like, where's the banner? I'm always trying. It's like you see the ping come out. So you're like, the Dire has placed a banner. And you're always like, where? Where is it? Okay. They got a mid lane. So they've got what I like to refer to as Giga Creeps, right? When you have a lane of creeps already secured plus the banner, they are very strong.
Yeah, the nice thing is always just going to apply pressure. I mean, that lane was already pushing, but now it's pushing very fast. I am still curious because the banner is relatively new and we only see it in some games because sometimes you just do Dire Roches, stuff like that. So I feel like there's still some exploration there on what the optimal use of the banner is. Is it better to put it top, for example, and help them take this last lane? They don't need it really this game.
Devilama offensively used the Yules here. He just got a Chrono immediately on K1 and look for the Meepo, but instead Monet just dies. What?
I didn't.
Oh, the Chrono did hit him.
Chrono?
I think he might have walked into it. I don't like. I actually don't think he was in it initially. But apparently, yeah, just got barely clipped. K1 looking for more. They get the lasso onto the real Mega Meepo on the backside, and Devilama He's just going to stand his ground here. Doesn't care all that much. They're diving the base for more. The support's just getting crushed. NTS with this new BKB finally takes down a Shadow Shaman, but the GGs are out. And of course, JT, he's just doing his best to get away. What a performance from Heroic here in both of these games.
Yeah, really nice for them coming off that 0-2 earlier, but now going to even it up. And G2 IG has looked like a pretty decent team, so good confidence booster here, I'd say, to take a pretty clean 2-0 versus them here.
Yeah, I mean, both these games look really clean, and honestly, I don't even feel like game one was an outdraft. I think it was just really solid team play. And like their itemization is just so good in both of these games from Heroic. Like they just knew exactly what to play for. This is one of these things where maybe first pick might be a little too strong. Like this is an 8-pick Timbersaw who finishes the game at 18, 1, and 12. He's the most farmed hero in the game. He does the most damage in the game. And I mean, this is Divine Llama is one of his absolute best heroes. So I'm not super surprising they go for it on 8. I'm just wondering, like, maybe you just can't let this hero slip through the draft for an overall first pick.
Yeah, the Shiva's nerf hurt him, and so maybe that's why some teams are, maybe we let him through. Like maybe there's a way to deal with it. But he looked really good there. He actually didn't even go Kaya Sant right away. He got the Kaya and then pivoted back for some other items before eventually finishing it. But yeah, maybe you can't let it through.
Yeah. I mean, really solid performance. We're going to get a moment to hear from Heroic, but we're going to be going to a very short break as we'll be back with an interview with Heroic. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I
shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Well, hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you guys enjoyed that short little break as much as we enjoyed that series. Heroic, feeling pretty good, man. That is a great 2-0 here to kind of finish off their first day. I don't know. What do you think, Zach? What's going through their mind right now?
I like that style. They get their draft. Both drafts felt fine. Maybe not like a clear out draft, at least to us. Be curious if the teams feel differently, but I feel like they played their lanes and they start building up tempo and they just go. They just grab control of that game, and it was such an active game. There were things happening all over the map all the time. And I feel like that really fits the style of the team. K1 farming a lot in that chaos and then eventually hitting that critical mass where he gets to join in. So I like that style from, an outside perspective. It's very fun to see that level of play.
Yeah, I mean, it really was. And it's one of those things, it's like you look at Heroic's draft and it checks a lot of boxes. You have pretty huge overwhelming damage, like the Shadow Shaman getting that like 7.5 minute level 6, just immediately having wards to fight was pretty sick. Ooh, we've got an interview. There he is, Divai Llama. How you doing, man?
Hi, Cryptic. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Congratulations on the 2-0.
It was a 2-2 day in the end. It was a 2-2 in the end.
Yeah. So, okay, so I gotta ask, because again, you've played 2 series today now.
Yes.
Quite a different performance from Series 1 to Series 2. So what changed from you guys this morning to today, or to this afternoon?
We just stopped rooting. We started playing Dota. This is how we generally play. I think we played up to our standards this morning, especially game 1. Yeah, I don't know. We weren't feeling it. Weren't playing our Dota. We made a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes, I would say. But now we got some rest, warmed up, and played our Dota.
Love to hear that. Zach, I know you got some questions for the guys, so I'm gonna let you take over.
Yeah, Divai Llama, I wanted to ask for game 1. So KJ was on Nature's and he's usually the position 5, but was there a team discussion to move him over to your lane and have him rotate out quite frequently?
Yeah, that was me. We original plan was to like put the Fury on forward, but then I was like, to put the Fury on the safe lane. But then I saw like this Shaman this void is gonna be very sad if he's gonna be against the Shaman Mars without a stun in the lane. So I was like, yo, let's swap lanes. Let's put the Fury on bottom and you just TP on the Shaman. The Shaman's not gonna have a game.
I love this.
Yeah, and it worked out.
Yeah, we thought that was like a game-winning switch up for you guys. That exactly what you said.
Yeah.
It was
That was
good.
my idea.
There we go. Now we know who to credit for that. Okay, then in game 2, Timbersaw versus Slark. I have seen that matchup potentially go both ways. How did you feel about it? Because it looked very good for you.
I've seen, especially Chinese teams, starting to pick like Slark against Timber. I just think Timber. I think it's Timber favored the matchup. I think Timber wins the lane, scales pretty well because he has huge, AOE pure damage. So you're always gonna hit him, get him low. Buy Shivas, which is very good. Especially now the mage layer is shorter. You get to do your full damage again sooner after only 3 seconds. So I don't think Slark is that good against Timber Dispatch. I think it was a mediocre Slark pick.
That's
Gotcha.
fair.
You made it look that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you finished the game with a pretty nuts scoreline. I mean, I do have a question about you though, because you mentioned, some of the changes from this patch, right? Like, how are you guys feeling about the new patch? But like, has this changed like your team's preparation at all, like for the series or for this tournament?
Yeah, of course. Just the hero. The meta has really changed. Just the mage slayer change, and some of the small hero changes. They changed the way we prioritize heroes. So we'll prioritize other heroes less that we used to pick a lot more, and some heroes go up in value.
Okay. Is there any, to build on that, is there any hero that you would like to play, but you guys are a little bit like unsure about where it stands in the meta right now?
I'd like to play some Beastmaster. Might be cool.
Right. That'd be cool. That's a classic for you as well. So, all right. Well, maybe we'll get to see your Beastmaster. I'd enjoy it.
I hope so.
Any final words from you? Anything that you'd like to say before we let you go for this evening?
Well, thanks to Heroic, our great organization. Thanks to all our fans. We have the greatest fans in the world. And thanks for the interview. See you next time.
Absolutely, man. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. Shout out to the rest of your team. Let them know it's always a pleasure to hear from you and the rest of the lads. So good luck, obviously, tomorrow with the rest of the group stage. And again, congratulations here this afternoon.
Thank you.
He's always like a pretty chill guy. That's what I like about the Vailama. He's just like, we just started playing Dota in our second series.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big part of it. You have your whole game plan and everything, but if you just don't feel it, like this is something even pub players can relate to, right? Like all of us watching, like some days you just don't play as well, and it can still happen to pros. So I'm glad they found their vibe as the day went on. Hopefully, going into day 2, day 3, and day 4 as well, they'll keep that going.
Yeah, absolutely. That being said, we have one more series before we head into day number 2. Is we got Team Secret versus Shopify Rebellion coming up next. I am so excited for this series. So we are going to be going to another break, and we'll be back with that one. Stay tuned, everyone, for more here on Dream League Season 22. We'll see you in just a bit.
Out on the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun.
Los, komm, steig drauf. Das Leben ein Traum. Los, komm, steig drauf. Yeah.
Das Leben ein Traum.
Kein Geld, kein Stress, wir regeln das. Luxus-Vibes, als wärst du auf der Segelyacht. Low Budget, High Class, Tasse statt Weinglas. Denk nicht viel nach, wir machen es einfach. Let's go. Seid ihr sicher, die Clique ist down? Ziehen Blicke auf uns, alle ticken jetzt aus. Die ganzen Kids in der City stehen drauf. Und rollen, rollen, rollen. Droppen Banger, schlagen mittendrin auf. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruisen auf Scootern, fahren ans Ufer. Immer Open End, weil die Stadt niemals zu hat. Wasser schimmert Gold, wir machen was wir wollen. Doch die Kassen sind nie voll. Egal was soll's. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick. Cruise mit, baby. Los, komm, steig drauf, roll mit. Los, komm, los, komm, los, komm. Das Leben ein Traum, du brauchst den Kick, yeah. Kick stark, baby, lass ihn nicht nach, baby. Kick stark, baby, lass ihn nicht nach. Kick stark, baby, lass ihn nicht nach, baby. Kick stark, baby, lass ihn nicht nach.
Yeah. It's Q-Head. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm
I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you.
Welcome to my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to Dream League Season 22. Hope you're all enjoying the short breaks as we are just doing nothing but Dota here today as we have one final series here remaining. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Exotics, and I mean, our first series, you and me, super fun. Great series to watch. Heroic looked incredibly clean. It is a rough start here if you are G2IG fans. Starting your day out 0-4 is not ideal when half the teams are going home after the group stage.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to have to mix things up, but all the players on that team are pretty experienced, so I'm sure they're not going to be, you know, like mentally out of it. I'm sure they're going to do a lot of talking, planning today to come into day 2 ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd have to imagine they're just gonna kind of maybe reassess some of their drafts. I think like their drafts didn't even feel like the major problem. I think it is really just the strength of their lanes that they need to focus on. If they can come out of their lanes like a little bit more even or even ahead, I think they're going to put themselves in a really good position, because that feels like a really crucial point or part of this current patch. So we'll have to see. But enough about last game, as we have some new teams to talk about. It is Team Secret with you know, a roster that maybe some people are unfamiliar with if you haven't been following this team over the last like few months. It is Eki, Crystallis, of course, he's still here. We got Corden, Boom back on the team, and of course Puppy, the staple, right, of Team Secret.
It's so funny if you like look at the pro players, Wikipedia pages, stuff like that. So many people have tons of different teams. Puppy's got 2. He was on Navi. He's on Secret. He's a cornerstone for this team. So, like you said, there are a lot of new players on it, but that's never too much of a worry when they've got such an experienced captain like Puppy, who has tons of experience doing this kind of stuff, finding the talent and bringing everyone together. Now, having said that, it's only been about a month, so I'm not surprised if Secret is still working on that, trying to find their flow, but you gotta sometimes just test it in fire. So here they are, 1-1 so far in their first series, now ready to play versus Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and I mean, Shopify also coming off of a 1-1, so it is going to be, you know, a make or break series potentially for these teams. They would love to finish the day out with a 2-0. One thing to note, honestly, with Crystallis, I think his heroes are quite good in this patch. We'll come back to that maybe as we get into the draft later, but let's take a look at Shopify. Again, another kind of new roster for those people that haven't been following some of these teams. Yopaj, Saberlight, Thelacor, Kitrak, and of course, our TZ. Now, I have to say, Yopaj has looked phenomenal in the mid lane on this team. He has been a absolute powerhouse in the games that Shopify are winning. I think he has been a huge part of it. So, oh, cool. We get to see his spotlight. Look, the GPM of 731 on a mid laner is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, he's been looking great on this team. Sometimes you just got to mix stuff up, you know, and so I think Shopify Rebellion, I've heard them talk about their team saying that they are still in this process of let's all learn about each other. How do we play together? And they aren't setting their expectations too insanely high. I believe I heard Kitrak say, like, let's qualify to the tournaments. Let's get the feel of like what our team is. But so far, I mean, it's looked good in NA for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big fan of just like this like the roster changes for both these teams. Like anyone who's been longtime fans of these players or these teams, like like they've had a couple up and down years. Like Shopify specifically last year really kind of felt like they just weren't hitting their expectations, and so here we are with like all new rosters, trying to run it back to see how they do. And I do like these iterations of these teams. I think there are some really good things that these new players bring to the team, specifically like Thelacore and Kitrak. I think these two supports are really strong, and I'm really kind of curious how they're going to fit in with Saberlight and Arteezy as their lane partners. So that's something we'll definitely keep an eye on. But yeah, I'm excited. I think it should be a really fun series.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I don't even know. The draft wise, like you talk about old stuff, but Puppy has always brought his own ideas, and I think that's very exciting with a new patch as well. Like I want to know, what is he thinking of right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we might be able to find out now as we are getting ready to go into the draft here for game number 1. Again, Shopify here versus Secret. And I will say, I'm going to be surprised if we ever see a Chen this tournament. So it's mostly just going to be like, which heroes might squeak through on that 8 pick, right? We saw the Timbersaw, we've seen the Dragon Knight. That seemingly being like the most kind of like prioritized option for all these teams. They're like wanting to go for the first pick over either side or second pick. So we'll see how that ends up going. Because I think right now it's Shopify who grabbed first pick. So that's going to be a big pick for a big option for them, or opportunity. There we go. We got the draft.
Looks like Shopify first pick. That is correct. And Chen's already banned, actually by Team Secret, because both these teams play Chen and Enchantress. I would say Chen is the more dangerous hero that you have to ban out. Some teams will let the Enchantress go through, but she has looked really good. Just kind of guarantees your lane. Very fast hero to rotate over to like that mid lane, especially pre 6 minutes. You'll see a lot of them do that. Go by the enemy hard camp in the triangle, bring a creep, just kind of like mess with the enemy mid, and then secure that rune for their mid laner. So we'll see if either team wants to let that through. But we're getting down to the last bans, and it's not out yet, which I kind of get. Like Chen's been removed, Mars, Shopify Rebellion's been prioritizing Mars pretty highly. Dragon Knight, we've seen that ban out. And then on the other side, Batrider's been looking like a good support that Secret's been playing. There's that Razor that you mentioned. Chrysalis, some of his heroes are looking quite nice.
Yeah, Razor is just one of these heroes that Chrysalis will just pick in almost any scenario. Like he's just super comfortable on the hero. He's very good at it as well. We're actually going to see the Monkey King first ban, as they're going to go with the Centaur as opposed to something like the Timbersaw. So I'm a little bit curious where they want to go with this, but yeah, they respond with the Timbersaw. So that's interesting, I would say, from Shopify. I'm curious how they end up wanting to play this, because there obviously has to be a plan if you're going to go for something like a Centaur as the opener, because his damage output got pretty massively nerfed with the Shivas change, because I don't think he can rush the Shivas anymore.
I think I saw some still do it, but it definitely feels worse, though maybe this game is good versus the Timbersaw. I haven't seen Shopify Rebellion flex it, but we have seen Centaur supports. In fact, Eki on the other enemy team, he has done some support Centaur for Team Secret. So maybe it was a bit of a, like, let's steal this pick. It is still fairly like a solid offlaner for what it offers, but it did leave that Timbersaw open, so they're gonna have to deal with that now.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Timbersaw, we saw if anyone can, play it as well as Divine Llama, you're gonna have a very good game on it. So, curious what his build ends up being. I feel like Divine Llama's build was actually so smart, like to just saying we don't need to go for a Veil, like Shiva's is a bait early, just getting a casual Kaya, going back for 2 tanky items, right? Like the Yules right away, the Eternal Shroud immediately after, just to tank up, and then at that point finishes his Kaya Sanj, goes for the Veil into Shiva's at that point. It's like it allows him to still do that like good damage burst early, and then sustain until he gets his next big power spike, right? Which is the Kaya Sanj complete, and then of course the Shivas. Like it was very cool.
Yeah, we might see something similar here. Yules is pretty good versus Centaurs, though. When he tries to Stampede away, you just lift that target up, and then by the time they drop again, Stampede's pretty much over. So I wouldn't mind seeing that flex here as well, because if you do go Shivas and you're trying to like nuke someone down, maybe they do just Stampede run away. But of course, you got other heroes to pick still. These are just the first phase. So if you got the lockdown, then maybe he will just amp everyone up with the Veil Shivas.
Crystal Maiden, nice pickup. We actually heard from, I think it was Kitrak earlier, about how he thinks Crystal Maiden is in a really good spot. She offers a lot of damage. I mean, she probably is the highest damage support at like level 2, right? Like there's not many like supports that can pump out as much damage between her 2 spells as she can. And Root, fantastic against Centaur, great against the Stampede at all stages of the game. So I like this decision. The question is if you can punish it now, because you see this like CM, there's like definitely 4 positions that you could grab here with the Centaur that can make Crystal Maiden like have a really rough game. They will just grab a Rubik. Okay,
Rubik Centaur lane, pretty decent. You can just like lift someone into Centaur, stomp them. Some good nuke potential there, but I'm a little worried showing what is most likely your off lane right there, because the carry's not been picked. Crystal Maiden's even been flexed into 4 if you really want to do something crazy, like pick a position 5 to deal with these 2 heroes, but I don't think you have to do that. I think you just pick a carry who's relatively happy here. I wonder if they're thinking of doing some like crazy flex, like bait in a carry pick here and then surprise, it's Centaur support.
I mean, that would be an interesting idea, right? Running the Centaur 5 for Fly, or yeah, for Fly.
Old habits die hard.
I don't know why I said Fly. Yeah, I don't know. My Dota just crashed, so I'm gonna have to like reload. That was very weird. My Dota's been doing some weird stuff today.
Don't worry, you haven't missed anything. Shopify Rebellion is still thinking this through, what they want for their next pick. I think it's probably safe to pick a support good against Timbersaw. This could still be a mid or offlane Timbersaw. So if you pick a 5 who's good versus Timbersaw, you'll like, if he does end up, well, okay, never mind. We're picking Shadow Demon.
It's good at like isolating Timbersaw, I suppose, and like stopping his like burst damage or his initiation. I feel like when you pick something like the Shadow Demon, it's something that usually takes advantage of the stacking potential, right?
Yeah, I wonder if they're just like, this lane's gonna suck. We're just gonna go stack, because he's not that strong of a laner, I would say. Well, okay, actually, if he gets a lot of the poison stacks, it could be good.
I love that pick.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. Crystal Maidens can provide a lot of mana to these 2 heroes already. Timbersaw, Tiny, both heroes who love having that mana. And then you work together quite well. Crystal Maiden and Tiny, that can be a duo that's pretty active together.
It's like that combined with the fact that there's just like Shadow Demon can't really get away from Tiny, right? If you Shadow Demon, like you go for the disruption, it's like an avalanche is immediately coming, right? It feels pretty rough. You can still flex it to the mid lane if they pick something for Yopaj that it's good against as well. So you don't actually have to show your mid lane here at the moment. And I'd actually like them to go for the Chrysalis pick here. It just comes down to if you're worried about, you know, whatever Arteezy's hero is going to be here on 18.
Yeah, maybe pick something good versus Centaur like Monkey King or... Okay, they're going to go Slark.
I like the Slark pick. It's good enough into all of these supports. I don't know if it's enough against the Centaur lane, though.
Ooh, there's the Leshrac. So I was wondering how much we were going to see this hero. He died off after getting nerfed himself, and then like the Bloodstone got changed. But now in this 7.35C, got some buffs. Diabolic Edict does a little bit more damage, and then the Bloodstone now building from the Voidstone. So I've been seeing players experiment with it, and Leshrac is a classic response to Slark because you just do so much damage and don't care about Slark's ultimate.
It's kind of like it's like the same idea as Timbersaw. He's like, I just throw my spells into the cloud. You're gonna die. You're there somewhere. Leshrac does essentially the same thing. Primal Beast is like one of these other heroes that like kind of has the same effect. But Leshrac was like one of the old school classic counters to Slark for that very reason before he fell off. And I'm curious if we're going to see kind of this Kaya Sange rush on Leshrac, and then maybe you back for that Bloodstone later, because you do have a lot more efficient mana usage out of the ult with the buff to that initial mana cost. You can just leave level 1 ult with a Kaya. I think you can sustain quite well.
Yeah, I've seen people experiment with both of those builds. I'm not sure which is going to end up better or which one he thinks will be like ideal for this game, so that'll be something cool to look forward to. But yeah, it seems like there's a lot of flexibility there, and maybe we'll see what this last pick coming up here is. I don't feel like Tiny does great versus Leshrac, so I'd be okay committing this Tiny to position 4 now.
Yeah,
and then you get the last pick here once you see the carry from Shopify Rebellion. We occasionally see Leshrac carries, but I doubt we're gonna see that this time. Pretty sure that's just a mid here. And I guess you grab a carry that will do well versus Slark and Timbersaw.
And there's a couple options that you can go for. It just depends if you want to play like for the Slark matchup or if you want to play for your lane. They go ahead and ban the Viper and the Puck. I actually like both those bans. Viper would have been pretty scary this game. I mean, they played an anti-mage earlier, and I don't think it's a bad anti-mage game. Like, the hero does pretty decent against Slark. If you manage to get on top of, or if you manage to like fight the Timbersaw in lane, it's pretty decent. But I don't know if you can actually fight the lane with like a Shadow Demon and a Tiny. So maybe you go for something like a Sven or something. I don't know.
Yeah, something like a farm maybe.
Medusa.
Yeah, you have to like solo win the Timbersaw lane, or commit to not doing it. I like your point that you don't actually have to play for the Slark matchup if you're confident that Leshrac, Centaur, they'll deal with Slark, I'll deal with everyone else. So there you go, Ursa, if this does end up being a Timbersaw off lane, this matchup actually can go both ways as well, but Slark will, Ursa has at least the chance to be okay in this matchup directly, and then Slark ult is annoying for Ursa, but if you're allowed to just hit Slark, you can burst him down before Slark steals too many stacks.
Yeah. I mean, I like the Ursa. This is a hero that I've been curious if we're going to see kind of pop back up at all. Okay, that is a very good Enigma pick. That should just be... Oh, interesting. He is going to run it on Boom. Okay.
I like that.
That's cool.
I don't actually know how the Timbersaw Leshrac matchup goes. I imagine the fact that they're doing it means they feel okay about it, but I like this Enigma versus Ursa, especially considering that, okay, we did end up going Rubik 5, which is maybe a little better. The Fade Bolt can clear off Eidolons a little bit better than Shadow Demon can, but it's still not the best, I feel like. It is pretty cool that he's, like, they have Rubik versus Enigma, which is like a classic response, but this will be an aura building Enigma, I feel like, who doesn't care as much if his spells are stolen by a Rubik.
Yeah, I mean, the Enigma build got slightly nerfed, right, with Vlad's giving a little bit of less like armor and stuff to his Eidolons, but they still get the damage bonus, which I think at the end of the day doesn't change his build too much. And I think Enigma was already in a really good spot last patch. I think he's probably one of the big sleeper heroes currently of this patch. I'm gonna say, like, I feel like this hero we're gonna start seeing a lot more in the 3 position, just because he does kind of bring everything you need from an offlaner. He's a strong lane. He's got great team fight. He has great auras that you can build. He farms quickly. So I'm curious how they're gonna end up doing this.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep my eye on how well Shadow Demon is doing. Like in the series earlier, we saw Shadow Demon had a good place, but just had a terrible time and couldn't actually save people with disruption. But here, it's the same deal. Like, there is a big black hole. You could disrupt them, but not if you're having such a bad time that you have, like, no items, no mobility. Then you can't really save anyone either.
All right, here we go. We are into our last series of the day. It is Shopify Rebellion versus Team Secret here. Game number 1. For those of you who are just tuning in, You missed a few series here today, but you made it in time for potentially a banger of a final series. So we'll see how this ends up unraveling as we've got RTZ on his Ursa in this bottom lane, but going to be playing up against Boom's Enigma. So I'm again, I think this is going to be a very interesting lane to watch to see how they can play it, because Ursa, you really want to like use this like overpower Fury swipes, but against a hero like the Enigma with the Eidolons, we might see him put some early points into that Earth Shock.
I think we'll see a lot of weird shenanigans. Tiny is a hero who can just like disrupt lanes, creep dragging, toss people around, things like that. And then you have the Eidolon sending things everywhere. Like, I think they'll want to play for weird creep equilibrium to put Ursa in an uncomfortable spot. And then you can kind of just keep it there because Eidolons can just keep blocking camps.
That was an interesting, like a really late smoke from Shopify there allows them to grab all these runes as Puppey falling very low, but Chrysalis on the Slark just trying to chase down Saberlight, but they don't have the movement speed. And here comes the Leshrac as well. Corden falling incredibly low. Do they have the spells? They don't. So he's going to survive. Well, Delacor's got a disruption in 2 seconds. He really wants to try and get this Timbersaw. If he can get the vision, maybe, but good jukes into the trees. And everyone will retreat back to their lanes. Yeah.
Oh, that kind of start can really disrupt the lanes. Saberlight started off so low, had to burn through tons of regen. Same in the mid lane. Corden just starting off, less than half health.
And top lane, we're seeing just the harassment damage already just come through, right? Puppey on this Crystal Maiden. As soon as you hit that level 2, you become much scarier. Delacore is going to have to use the disruption, certainly to try and get his Saberlight, out of danger.
Yeah, if they get some good harass, though, I could see them willing to use disruption to set up the stomp to get a kill, but they probably need a couple levels to get more burst damage from the Centaur.
So last game we saw Timbersaw on the off lane have a fantastic time. This time he's in mid up here against the Leshrac. He's got an early point in the reactive armor. I imagine he probably doesn't put many more points in this. Like, he'll probably put 2 points, maybe leave it, start going for the Timber Chain eventually. But it is mid, and you can't play around the Timber Chain all that much. So we'll see what he kind of like opts to do. But
yeah, it's a little awkward. I'm not sure either. We'll have to keep our eye on it.
Puppey actually doesn't have much mana available to him, and his courier is still heading back to base. So I was saying, like, you play around this level 2 timing from the Crystal Maiden, but he doesn't have any mangoes to fall back on, and that is gonna kind of be pretty solid for Shopify at the moment as we get a little bit of a pause here. Some hotkey issues. It happens,
Yeah, I don't know what it is that happens, but it regularly happens, like where something gets reset somehow.
I don't know what it is, but it definitely happens.
Yeah. All right, in the bottom lane, we did see a little bit what we talked about. They did get the creep equilibrium to come back. It's pushed out a little bit, but already on its way back into Secret. So it really kills Ursa's aggression, who usually likes to run down people and build up those Fury swipes if they're by their tower. And these heroes have like Malefice, you got Avalanche later on. He's actually holding the skill point for now, but it will be hard to make any aggressive plays on this Ursa.
He got the pull off of the one troll, and that's gonna keep the wave pulled all the way back. Wow, that is very unfortunate. They are just crushing this off lane with Secret right now. Like, this Enigma has 6 denies, 13 last hits to only the 9 of this Ursa. They're gonna get the Lotus as well. Yeah, this is quite nice for them. Good start to the lane for sure. Man, Tiny as well, just being able to deny is super annoying, right? Just like, you go tree grab level 1, you have like 90 damage.
We saw him toss his tree trying to snipe that courier. Tree toss does count as the melee attack, so it will instantly kill the couriers.
That would have been pretty nice. It was a good read. Like, he immediately dodged it into the trees. It's like, Eki's like kind of baiting. Like, the Eidolons were just about to split, and he's like, yeah, go on me. It'll be fine, guys. It's like, you just get Malefice and clicked by 6 Eidolons. It's not a good trade.
Yeah, it's a fun lane for Tiny this time. Enigma it handles everything in terms of the last hitting and the denies. So you just get to play this disruptor role. Like, I'm gonna mess with them, chase their couriers, do a lot of pulls, block camps, and then eventually start roaming mid. We see his boots queued up. Doesn't really need to come right now, I imagine, but as he has those boots, 6 minutes, I'm sure we'll see him make his way over.
That was a very good rotation from Thilacor to grab that water rune away, because mid lane, like, Yopaj is starting to struggle a little bit. Did burn through a lot of mana there, and Corden does not have a bottle refill, so that will save him actually quite a bit.
It looks like Corden has opted for a 2-0-2 build. To your point, there's not really a lot of trees to work with in the mid lane, so just skipping it for now. I'm sure he'll get an early point like soon, maybe here at level 5, because you do want that for some mobility as you consider moving around.
We're gonna see bottom lane RTZ try to get active with just this really early boots purchase and a magic wand. Like, he's starting to realize he's not farming. Well, he just got caught by a centaur, which is pretty rough. Like, he's not really able to see us very well in this lane. So the idea is, like, maybe I can find some kills. The counter, though, is Boom also rushes Boots of Speed. So he reads that very well.
Yeah, the sad thing for an Ursa, too, is you don't really jungle all that fast. So getting kills in the lane is a big way you expedite your farm to get to your Battle Fury. Well, sometimes you go a different build, but the Battle Fury is pretty common, and it does look like he's got it queued up. So he might need Yopaj to come rotate in as Yopaj hits 6. He's pretty close.
So we've been talking about this Ursa having a rough lane. Bruh, I'm just now looking at Chrysalis CS. He has 11. And Ursa is here with Boots, trying to just dive him under the tower. The Earthshock from the chase. He will just eventually get this kill, and Thilacor will be the one that finds it with those 4 points of the Shadow Poison. And Crystal Maiden, not a notoriously fast hero, I'll be honest. So one more pop here from Thilacor. He wants to give it to Arteezy, and he does. Okay, yeah, you can't fight bottom. Bring the Ursa top. That's one way to do it. You lost your tower bottom, though. That is not looking good. Well, almost lost your tower.
It was gonna be falling at some point, right? It's kind of unavoidable versus an Eidolon. But yeah, they're doing fantastic top. Grabbing another kill on this Tiny, too. That's the kind of rotations I think you need to make, and it's really hard call to make. To like leave your lane so early as this level 3 or 4 Ursa, but they kind of recognize, like, the way this lane is going is not good for me. We need to do something different.
I'm gonna give you a quiz here. So our observers, let's not do it yet. Where do you think this Slark is on the net worth? If you could take a guess.
Oh, it's low. It's
give me a number.
I don't think he's below a support yet, but I think it's close. So I'll put 6.
Right. Survey says, can we swap over? Where are we at? Oh, he's below the Shadow Demon.
No. Oh, that's because Shadow Demon got the kill.
He got the first one, yep. That's rough, man. That is a rough start for your Slark. And Thilacor, I mean, having that extra gold, he has mana boots, like, just really early. So he's able to just kind of chill in his lane. And we're going to see him probably start just stacking now that this top lane is you know, both off lanes have taken their towers, basically, right? Like, you can't send the Ursa bottom to the Enigma, but you could put the Centaur down there. And I imagine the Shadow Demon's going to be spending a lot of time in this triangle for the next few minutes.
Yeah, he's already got some stacks set up. I think Leshrac could get the first set of stacks, since Ursa can't even do it anyways. But if you get your Leshrac off to a strong start, looks like he has Akaya queued up and Eternal Shroud next. Like, get him going. He'll make the space for Ursa while Ursa catches up with the Battle Fury.
I like that decision. It's like the Lesh is going to be like your big playmaker. It's also your big counter to this Timbersaw, and honestly, even the Enigma. If like you go to Black Hole, this Lesh, if Lesh has, you know, Pulse Nova going plus like Edict and stuff, you can kill this hero, right? Like, so I like the idea of just kind of dumping all of your gold into this Lesh here for the moment.
Who currently has an amplified damage rune. Looked at that Tiny, but it wasn't fast enough to get there. Looks like it'll just be a farming rune.
All right, for the moment, 3-0 is not like a big deal in terms of the kill score. It's the 3,000 gold lead that worries me, because this Slark is now neck and neck with the 5th position Rubik, who basically didn't get to play his lane either. So looking a little bit rough. Does get a great D ward there as well. So, well, now Rubik has passed him.
Ooh, that's a rough spot to be as a carry. He doesn't have a 6 yet either. Like, you can at least recover in the jungle if you're 6, but both carries got booted out of their lane so early. But I think Ursa's a little bit more favored in those situations, especially because he had a better time than Slark.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it last game, right? One of the big things, one of the big differences is G2IG really emphasize bringing heroes into the Slark lane to make sure he gets to his level 6 in time. They're looking for Saberlight here. I don't think you guys have as much damage as you think you do. He's got a Veil. Yeah, okay, he's got Stampede available as well. He's kind of holding off for the moment. He will finally use it, but you've brought Boom to the top lane as mid lane. They are smoked up here, but they will find nothing. Okay, they at least boot the Centaur out, and that is going to make some space for Chrysalis here on this Slark.
Yeah, they were hoping to find something mid since Secret committed 4 heroes top. They're like, okay, let's try to punish Timbersaw real quick, but getting Corden not to do anything too crazy in that time. Though, actually...
And a classic great combo. Corden, he's caught by the Purge, but he does manage to Timber Chain away. Boom, though, he comes in, he just drops the Black Hole. They don't have the spell still for Ruby. They got the telekinesis. His Yopaj is falling low. He's trying to get away. He pops the regen. It might be enough to keep him alive, and it is a nice route there onto Thelacor. They turn it around. Boom goes down. The numbers are here from Shopify. The stolen Frostbite takes Corden as well. Kitrak absolutely owning this fight on the Rubik.
Dude, new regen rune is so good. Pop it while running out to live, and then you just turn around because you're healed up. It just can't be canceled. Now you're gonna get a tier 1 mid too. 4k, probably gonna go up to like 5k as they take this tower. That is a really good spot for Shopify Rebellion.
Dude, I think he had a salve even as well on Yopaj. I couldn't tell, but we'll see here in this replay. Like, the Black Hole comes out, they saw the spell still, so it was a good call from Boom, but Kitrak holding the telekinesis. Dude, yeah, that regen just... Yeah, he gets tossed a salve from Thelacor. That's what it was. Dude, what a sick play.
What a player. Dude, I can't believe that fight started with the diving a Timbersaw behind the tier 1. That's usually a recipe for a disaster. But it leads them to a triple kill, I think it was. So...
yeah. And that was everyone on Shopify getting active in that fight. And yeah, you make a little bit of space for your Slark, who is finally level 6. But this dude, this is not a notoriously fast farming hero. They're going for the repeat here in the mid lane. This dive behind the tower doesn't quite pay off for them. They have to pop the Stampede to get Yopaj to safety. But Kitrak, he's not going to be able to do so. He ends up going down. Really nice turnaround there. Is all set up on the back of that Avatos back from Eki.
Yeah, that looks a little bit more like what Secret was hoping for in that last fight. Unfortunately, only picking up some support kills. But you'll take it when you're this far behind. Even support kills are worth quite a lot.
Radiant are scanning.
They do have the blink on Saberlight, and I don't know if Shopify are aware of this. So they smoke up right away. They know Chrysalis is bottom. They saw him showing on the wave, and he is going to run right into them. The blink's on, but he gets the Shadow Dance. They waited actually just a moment. He doesn't have the pounce available, but I don't think you can actually close the gap here. He TP's in to pop the drums. Nicely done from Boom.
Fast fingers.
I mean, you had the smoke advantage. I don't know what they were waiting for.
I don't know. He did blink out of the smoke, and Chrysalis still managed to press all the buttons fast enough. And the important thing is that he popped his ult, because otherwise, in that stun time, Disruption might have come into play, which would lead up to the AoE stun from Split Earth, which does not care about the stun or the Shadow Dance. So very good from him to just be willing to commit that right off the bat, and that let him get out. But it is a bit sad for Shopify Rebellion. They would have loved that kill.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're looking good though. Still decent start to the game for them. 3,000 gold advantage. Ursa has fully recovered as he is now closing in on that Battle Fury. I mean, he should have this by the 15-minute mark, and for being in a pretty rough start to his game, I think you have to be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, I love the way he adapted, rotating top twice, once for a kill, then for the tower. We see him show up to a mid fight. Yeah, it's helped him out.
Ooh. That is a pretty dead Crystal Maiden, I believe, as Kitrak comes in. He's got himself a Chakram, and yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Chakram's a great steal for a Rubik. I want to ask you, Crystallis has Mage Slayer and then a Midas queued up. And I get it, he's really behind. I find it interesting he's getting the Mage Slayer first, though, and not just like, I got to go straight into this Midas recover mode.
I mean, you need a mana regen item on Slark for sure to be able to jungle. It's like one of those things, like a lot of times you either just like ferried clarities constantly, or you would have like Echo Saber, right, in the past, or now it's something like, oh my gosh, Chrysalis getting fished out here, but able to get into the trees. Nice play there from him. But again, they are forcing him out of like the map in terms of being able to farm and put in like a kind of a safer spot. So I don't think Yopaj is too bummed about that. He's got a haste rune, so he's just gonna farm up these last little camps and head back towards mid. But yeah, I think it's just because he needs a mana item, like legitimately. Like Slark can't farm without a mana regen.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. I thought maybe like Crystal Maiden aura might be enough, but I guess she only has 1 point in it, so it's only 0.4 mana regen for Slark. So great point. And maybe he can see how it goes, you know, like you work on the Mage Slayer, you get a couple kills, you're like, oh well, I guess I'm kind of recovered. I don't need the Midas now.
Yeah. The Midas will be like, all right, we're not doing much. Oh, mid lane. Kitrak gets found, but a nice stomp turnaround here from Saberlight. Kitrak's trying to get away. The Stampede does the work. The Enigma's the first to fall. They actually get a return freezing field, buying some space. But here comes Arteezy. He's got his eyes set here on Puppey. Gets themselves a double kill. It's a 2-for-1. As Shopify looking for more, but a very quick response. The TP's in right away. And they get the Enigma. I mean, that's the best opportunity. The best way to start this fight, honestly.
It is the downside of going for auras as Enigma, is that you're a great hero to just walk up and do things, but it puts you at the most risk of getting chain stunned like that and not being able to use Black Hole, compared to a Blink where you get to wait, see the right heroes, and then go in. He's not queuing up the Blink, so I mean, it's just going to keep happening. I don't know. I guess it's unfortunate, though, that they were in the low ground on that river as that fight broke out. So
yeah,
maybe if it just like slightly different positioning, it would have been fine.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing, too, is Pipe is really good this game. It is an incredibly good Pipe game, right? You're against Lesh and a Centaur. I mean, you add Rubik onto there, it's just even more. But to be able to try and reduce some of that initial burst that's going to come out from these heroes, I think is going to go a long way.
Yeah, and in that fight, we did see Corden do a lot of damage on his Timber Saw. Even without, he hasn't even built a Yash or anything like that. He has the Van Brace on Intelligence, so a little bit of amp there. But if they do get that Black Hole into just Timber Saw throwing in all the spells, it's pretty much however many heroes you Black Hole, that is however many heroes you're going to kill.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely a little bit surprising. We're not seeing like one of the magic amp items, whether that be the Kaya or the Veil, but I kind of like the idea of going the Blink Dagger because they need someone to go in to make like something happen that they can follow it up here with potentially with the Enigma, as the drums are going to come through. Kitrak trying to just make his way up onto the high ground. He gets disrupted. A nice save. Did he get a spell steal off? He doesn't. They will turn it around finally, but Corden just chopping through these heroes. They don't have any way out, and now Saberlight in some trouble. He blinked in for this. Nice Black Hole from Boom. They've caught Leshrac on the backside. Can they bring him down in time? Christos will pop that Shadow Dance with the Mage Slayer. Great Avatos in from Eki as well. 4-for-0. Secret managed to take the fight to Shopify.
That is huge for them. Indeed, Crystal. Guys, I'm good. I don't need the Midas. Go back for the Ags. I wasn't going to build that. That's crazy talk. A really nice one. They just found like one after another. Like Shopify Rebellion was kind of in the same area, but yeah, we see the replay here. Like first we find the Rubik, Timber just blinks in, makes the space so like they feel like they can't walk past him. Eki gets a great grab on the Shadow Demon, throws him back. By the time Saberlight goes in, like they're all dead. So yeah, Secret really happy with the way this fight broke out.
Dude, this to me is the main difference between Timbersaw and Centaur. Timbersaw does damage. Centaur does not do damage right now. Like, without having that Shiva's completed, this hero definitely struggles in terms of the damage department, but it means you also don't have things like an Eternal Shroud, something to make you super tanky. And Corden, he just goes in, he finds the Lash. They do manage to steal the Chakram here on Kitrak, and with that, actually just be very careful. You're not tanking to pure damage, my friend. Kitrak takes him down in the Stampede to try and make some space, to try and slow them up, to get the gap closes. Arteezy is not that far. Great avalanche here from Eki, but here comes the Centaur, gets the stomp, catches the Tiny, and the rest of the team will be here to help clean him up. Yopaj gets himself a double. A Malefice here picked up on Kitrak, but I don't know if they can get on top of Boom. Blink on cooldown for 3 seconds. They're gonna try. Saberlight gets the vision for the moment, and with that, Malefice will make it very difficult, so he will survive.
For having no legs, this Enigma is pretty fast.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, BKB in the works for Ursa. It's almost done. They can do Roche. Secret will struggle to do Roche. Slark needs to win a fight to get the stacks before he can really do it. They could with the Timbersaw, it would just be really slow. So I think Shopify Rebellion, as they grab this BKB, they're going to start feeling ready to go. I wouldn't be surprised if they set up for Roshan.
That is a little bit of an oof. You know, it happens every once in a while. You know, you go to do Tormentor, your Ursa's like, come on, buddy, just do it. It'll be fine. He just presses Enrage, and then you die instead. It's good stuff.
Good stuff for the team.
Yeah. Kitrak's the one who gets the shard. I mean, that's a good one. Rubik always can get a lot done with an early shard.
Oh, he's even got Malefice already, too.
Yeah.
Looks like nothing crazy for the 21-minute Wisdom Rune. Sometimes we see pros do this, especially as the tier 1 towers fall, but this time both offlane tier 1s are still up. So I guess just not feeling the timings right for this. To sometimes like you make an aggressive play, steal the Wisdom, take their Tormentors, all of that. It's a nice swing for your team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's really that easy for a Secret to grab their own Tormentor. Like, you need the Timbersaw for sure, but you might need... It's slow, right? Like, they don't have as much burst damage like an Ursa does.
Yeah, that's true. You do need the Timbersaw in a lot of this. Like, if you want to take a team fight, you need Timbersaw there. You want to do objectives, you need Timbersaw there. A lot being put on his shoulders right now. Currently, they're looking
does
for
have his
him.
pipe done, though.
They're trying to bait this rune.
They're like, come on. All right, they will just bottle it up here on the Ursa. And honestly, I think for them, that's like a let's go Roche. Like, we have BKB done on Ursa. We have an amplified damage as well. So they are smoked up, looking for their hero.
Black Hole and Pipe are up.
It's daytime. I mean, this favors the side of Shopify, but they get a great opening. The Avalanche, the toss, Saberlight so low, but he gets the BKB off, and the Stampede. He's going to get to safety. That is a great opening. It's time for Arteezy to go in. Boom, you can't just let the Black Hole rip. He just runs away instead, but they get the disruption. Blinking from Telekor. They're looking to try and get him. There's the Black Hole stolen right away from Kitrak. Will they get the return? Eki goes in. The Avalanche does manage to catch them. He ends up sending Kitrak away. He's like, I don't want my team to get caught by this. But it's Puppey now in danger, stuck underneath this dust. He gets caught, and there it is, the Black Hole onto 2 from Kitrak. Can they follow it up? Who's it gonna be? It just uses to make space to get away. They get the Crystal Maiden. They're dancing around the fight perfectly. Eki goes in, does manage to find this Rubik, but it's gonna cost him his own life. Oh boy, a 4-for-1 and a dieback on your Tiny.
This is the downside. Slark's been recovering, but he's still behind. He just wasn't able to do much there. I think, like, I saw him have like 5 stacks at most. He just did not feel comfortable walking into that fight anywhere. Whereas you saw Ursa literally just jump in, get Black Hole, live through that, and then kill other people. So yeah, really struggling to like recover. Even after that earlier fight, he didn't have the Ags yet. I think if he has the Ags, Chrysalis feels more comfortable coming into that. But because of that, Shopify Rebellion solidifies their lead, now putting the Aegis onto Arteezy, almost has a blink as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big part of this is they did not know Saberlight had BKB. Like they start the fight with the Timbersaw Blinken, the Blinken from the Tiny, the Avatos. He gets down to like a 3rd HP, and they're like, go, go, go. You know, get Centaur, pounce in, and he like pounces in, uses Shadow Dance. He just BKB stampedes away. And speaking of stampede, it's used bottom as Arteezy goes to just destroy. Boom, Chrysalis has to get out now, as he's got these stacks on top of him, and they do not wear away for a good while. So he'll be forced to pounce away with that Aghanim Scepter. But his team's caught Puppey on the backside, and that is the Bloodstone done on Yopaj. So these split earths are huge. Okay, you know, Kitrak, he was feeling himself, goes in to try and find some bonus kills, ends up just getting bursted instead. Puppey will finally end up going down.
Tanky Crystal Maiden, that took a while.
Yeah. Glimmer Cave plus the Pupil's Gift.
Yeah, they're fine with it though. They're feeling it. They're starting to play aggressively onto Secret's half of the map. Well, I say that actually Theolacor went back to stack real quick.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm surprised they didn't push a little bit, but I think this comes back to the, like, how do you maximize the value of Aegis? And if you actually just like rush a team fight after taking Roche, but you happen to lose that team fight, then you've kind of wasted that whole Aegis timer by losing it right away. But if you kind of like, you win a fight, but you chill, you don't push it too hard, the whole time the enemy team is like, like, do we really want to fight into Aegis? Like, we kind of have to wait for 5 minutes. So I've been liking this, seeing like some of these teams take it a little more disciplined, and then as you get down to that last 2-1 minutes on that Aegis timer, they're like, okay, now we go really hard.
Yeah, and he's just staying bottom here on this Ursa, like threatening the tower. They don't really see too many of the Shopify heroes, so they're a little bit hesitant to go in. And Saberlight ends up finding some Eidolons, so we'll just clean these up. Yopaj is incredibly scary, man. He does a lot of damage. There's gonna be the disruption into the split earth. Can they bring down Boom in time? Of course, he can't just throw this black hole. He's got the heroes just surrounding him, and that is just a dead Enigma again. Kitrak always hiding. Like, he's not gonna give it up.
Yeah, great positioning by him, not showing until they have Enigma dealt with. Either you know Enigma's way out of the fight, or you kill him like that. Which, they did pick Enigma into Rubik, so they kind of knew this is what they were getting into and why you often don't see Enigmas into the Rubik. Though I think the idea of Secret was win the lane and go from there. Eki, goodbye Eki. Trying to creep cut, I think.
Yeah, he was gonna creep cut, ends up getting a random courier that flies overhead and hits Theolacor's courier. And this Shadow Demon has a blink, man. He has blink Glimmer Cape, so he just blinks onto the high ground, instantly Demonic Purges him, sets up a freebie for his team.
Dude, I can't resist couriers either. If I see a courier, I gotta kill it. I bait myself all the time on couriers. I'm glad to know that doesn't change as you get into the pro scene.
Well, Ursa also manages to pick up a Nemesis Curse. One of the few heroes that, like, this item feels really good on, because you just want to kill one hero, right? To start the fight. Like, you're just like, I'm going to kill this one hero. They're going to take, you know, 12% more damage. And it's like you're taking 8% more, but when you have the Enrage at the ready, it doesn't feel that bad.
Yeah. Or Ursa just often plays around Aegis as well, so like, who cares? Like, I died once because I took more damage. I just respawn. And we got 1 minute left on Aegis. I think they'll continue to stay in this area. Looks like they're going to clean up all the towers here. Or there's one more bottom, but they're going to open up top.
Dude, I really like Yopaj's build on the Leshrac. He like didn't decide to build like a single offensive item until like 25 minutes, right? He goes Eternal Shroud, he goes Bloodstone, he goes Yules, and then he's like, all right, now I can build more damage, right? So now he goes for Kaya. He has a Sange now completed. Now he's going to go back for the Blink Dagger. He just wants to survive, and I think that's a good read on this hero.
Yeah, maybe the buff from Diabolic Edict around with everything else. Centaur built him a Shivas to amp his damage. He didn't need that much. He just needed to live, and then his spells just do a lot of damage on their own.
Yeah. First Aegis expiring right now, so I mean, a pretty successful first Aegis. You've now increased your gold lead to 9,000. You've taken 2 tier 2 towers, and Secret very much on the back foot at the moment. And you've got, you know, these double BKBs, the Shivas like you just pointed out, and this Leshrac is enormous.
Yeah, I wonder if that's... Because I'm thinking back to when we were talking about Centaur versus Timbersaw, and how Centaur just doesn't do as much damage, but he does bring the utility. So if they have in mind a hero like Leshrac who will bring all the damage, then maybe that is the value of picking someone like Centaur over that Timbersaw in that first phase pick, because you know, like, damage was never my job anyways. Now I wonder, you know, if Leshrac got stolen out, who you replace that with. But yeah, at least getting the Leshrac here, it looks pretty clean together.
Yeah, I like it. I think that's a really good point. Ursa going for the Abyssal Blade next. I mean, let's look at some of the big item pickups here on Secret that's been going on in this time frame. We finally have that Blink Dagger on the Enigma available, so maybe he doesn't get caught right away. Maybe he's able to get the actual Black Hole off in time. Corden does have his Kaya Sange working towards his Shivas now.
Doesn't have BKB yet though, so it's still pretty tough even with the Blink, because there's so many heroes who could cancel the Black Hole. There's Lift, there's Disruption, there's Split Earth. I don't think Hoof Stomp can reach it, but actually Hoof Stomp's pretty wide, so maybe...
Timbersaw. Dang, that is really unfortunate for him. They were just smoking up. Crystal Maiden barely doesn't pop the smoke there, and he just Timber Chains into 3 heroes. That is unfortunate. Dude, he has no buyback either.
And that's why Eki is already in position to creep. Don't get baited by the courier again. Don't do it.
He's like, I want it. He's gonna creep toss it.
Do it.
No, it doesn't hit. Unlucky.
Okay, he's still here to creep cut though. Ooh, they're gonna fortify to stop it. They realize, so twofold, like if we lose our wave up here, he's cutting our next one, we won't get it. So they try to fortify, save their wave, and mess with the Tiny. But looks like they're just going to play it safe. And I think that's fair, because actually if you throw a fight here, you might lose Roshan if you're unlucky, and Roshan has a very fast spawn. So it's good to play it safe now. Just finish off that Roshan, because like Secret pretty much can't stop you. If you go for Rosh, they're going to need to Black Hole literally all 5 members in the pit. So as long as you don't all stand in the pit, it's a pretty free Roshan. You're not going to give it up, and then you go back to the high ground.
Yeah, it should spawn Radiant. I mean, it is going to spawn Radiant side, but it's like Kitrak can just hide in so many different areas, and he has built all mobility. He has Ogre Seal Totem, 4-Staff Blink Dagger. It's like you're not going to have a good way of catching this Rubik, as we will see the Roche timer here. 9 seconds. Okay. Wow.
I mean, they might catch Slark here, but if not, I mean, they'll just go straight to Roche. They're ready.
The Dark Pact. There it is. They got the telekinesis, the instant burst, and he's just dead. He does have the buyback with the Shivas. It clips Puppy here. Do they have the detection? Can they cancel? They do. They've got a Yules. And now Puppy will be the next to fall. And with 2 dead, that feels really rough. Dude, Kitrak even steals the Crystal Clone. That's a fun one.
Yeah, great discipline from them. Seeing the Slark, but waiting for that Dark Pack, because that's pretty much how this gank attempt would fail, is if you try to chain stun him, but he uses Dark Pack, gets the ult off, and then is just like double pouncing away. So they wait for that, knowing that Slarks often use it to farm. They see it, and then just like, okay, now we're free. Just throw in every stun now, guys.
It was such a sick play from Kitrak too. It's just like instant stampede into force for that telekinesis from just downtown, right? Like just getting that instant disable. And then the follow-up stuns were just on the money. So that will be a full lane of barracks. You do have 1 fortification left here for Team Secret, as the Slark is still dead for 10 seconds. I would be surprised if we don't see them back for just this Roshan, or maybe you just bait the high ground, but I feel like Roche is their win condition at this point, right?
Yeah, I feel it's safer to get it. For a second, I was worried they were going to go for that mid lane, but it does look like they're going back. Secret's smoking after them. So maybe if they can find a big Black Hole. Yeah, as you see no one else show.
The dire scans do come through. They saw the Timbersaw cut the wave. Like, they know that they're here somewhere. The question is, will they get the positioning? They look, they actually find Saberlight. He just instantly pops the BKB. Stampede at the ready. They will throw it as they find Eki on the backside instead. And with no Tiny, the fight becomes a little bit difficult. He's going to buy back. Ursa goes in aggressively. Tugs take a lot of damage there, but Crystallis, he's just all on his own. Both pounces down. Needs to be careful as Yopaj just managed to get on top of the Timbersaw. The Split Earth is there. In comes Centaur. Nice Force Staff to dodge. He's actually stuck in a pretty rough spot. Boom, looking for his opening. He's got the Black Hole available, but Kitrak still sitting so far behind. Saberlight almost goes down to the Crystal Maiden, but a great save there from Thelacore. Saberlight's gonna be okay. Arteezy's looking. He finds Boom in the trees. No Enigma left. Corden gets chased down. He's got his hands on another. It's gonna be Tiny. The pushback as well. They're falling one by one. And just like that secret, it might be all over for them.
That is some deja vu, man. I'm pretty sure we saw that same fight like 10 minutes ago in that exact same area. Try to initiate on Saberlight, but he just pops BKB off of that. Shopify Rebellion knows where everyone's standing, so they're free to pick the best fight. And then Boom was trying to play it patiently. It's so hard for him because he just can't show until he knows what Kitrak's doing. And so Kitrak just gets to sit out of the fight, but he has way longer cast ranges, so he's still throwing in spells and contributing, whereas this Aura Enigma, like by being out of the fight, you're not contributing the auras, but you can't show in the fight because we're at the point he's got to get a huge black hole for his team to have a chance. And it's a lot on him.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It's one of those things where it's like, which hero do you, like, if you're playing this game, right? It's like your 3 position can't participate in the fight until the 4 position, or I'm sorry, until the 5 position on Shopify is essentially dead or has used spell steal. And those conditions are so difficult.
It would have been better if Slark had a good game, because then Slark could be the one to find the Rubik, and that would be very normal, Slark as like this backline hunting hero. But with Slark having had such a bad time, he hasn't been able to do that. And in that fight again, we saw him kind of like running around, but just not able to get to anyone because he's so far behind. He has to be careful, but it just means, yeah, he can't find the Rubik, which means Boom can't go in, which means you're trying to do stuff with the other heroes, but it's just not really leading to anything.
Wow, Yopaj actually went back for a Shivas of his own. He had a blink queued up, and I was kind of expecting something like an overwhelming blink, or Thelacore just he's out. He actually just gets saved thanks to the Stampede and some Force Staffs, and now they turn around onto Crystallis. This is an amplified damage on this Lesh. It will get him some space thanks to the Yules, but Crystallis is falling so low. Arteezy just shreds these supports on the backside. Double kill for him. Oh my goodness. They find the opening, but guess who they found? It's Boom. Kitrak has just got his number all game, and the immediate GG comes out. No buyback on this Enigma. That means there's no way you're holding high ground. What a game from Shopify.
I will need to go back and watch this because we were really caught up in that Enigma lane, but they put that Slark down in that lane. He did not have a good time, and I think that threw the entire draft out the window. Because it looks funny now, like after we talked about it, I'm sure people are like, oh, why would you pick Enigma into Rubik? There were risks to that, and we saw that. But if the lanes go better, I think we could have seen what Secret was going for, which is that Enigma destroys his lane, Slark has a good enough lane, and then we saw how much damage that Timber did. So then, like, imagine Timber Enigma just running at you while Slark's farming. How do you deal with that? But we didn't get to see that. We saw Shopify Rebellion have an amazing top lane, and instead we saw the Centaur and Leshrac just running at you, and you go, how do we deal with this?
Dude, I have to say, like, the call to just say, Ursa, come top. Like, your lane sucks. Just come top. We will dive the Slark. We will find these kills. And it gives him, like, just a massive boost to his economy. He went from being, like, 4th or 5th on net worth to, like, 3rd. He passes the Enigma shortly after. And, like, this lane that looked impossible for him was completely recovered. And like you said, Slark never got off the ground in this game. He was thinking about going Midas at some point, but it was just too far behind. And honestly, Kitrak might be, it's hard to say who the MVP on this game was, but Kitrak played an amazing Rubik. So very fun to watch. It is just game 1, though. We have one final game here of this day. So we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we will be back here for more in Dream League Season 22. We'll see you then.
Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With 4 on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she burns like a kitten and twirls her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to DreamLeague Season 22. We are coming to the end of day 1 of this group stage, and I'll be honest, it's been a great start. Day 1 has been so fun so far, but we have one game remaining. It is Shopify versus Team Secret. My name is Cryptic. I'm here, of course, with Z Quixotics. Zach, this has been, I would say, so far, like the 3 games we covered have been fairly one-sided, but it's just been by really good team play.
Yeah, I think if I had to summarize it, it's a complicated game. I'm sure there's more that goes into it, but right now the teams that are coming out of the laning stage ahead have been holding on to that. And it was a bit of a dicey lane for this side. I'd say the mid lane looked about even, but both teams, their off lanes were going well. And the key difference we saw that we were trying to discuss if Secret could have done it as well is that Arteezy went, man, my lane sucks, and then just twin gated over and ganked the Slark. And that seemed to make the difference. It gave him a few hundred more gold, and even though both safe lane towers then dropped soon after, Ursa just had a better time, and it felt like it went from there. So I'm curious, if we do get to that in the interview, like who makes that call? Is it Arteezy deciding that for himself, or is it someone else saying like, you know what, this is the support? He's like, I don't want to support you anymore in this lane. This is awful. Like go to the other side. I want to know about that.
Yeah, that is a really good point, right? It's one of those things you have to wonder, like, who was the one who was like, man, yeah, get out of here. Go do literally anything else. Like, Arteezy, I can imagine, be like, what if I just took the other lane, and just goes through the portal? And it works. It works. Like, they end up getting first blood. They get a second kill on the Crystal Maiden. And then suddenly a lane that was already going really bad for the Slark was just worse. Like, so much worse, because your Shadow Demon was like 400 net worth above you, and it's just really hard to come back at that point.
Yeah, I feel like we did see the Enigma value of winning the lane, and I think that's why they last picked it. But as the game did not go cleanly from there, we then saw the dangers of that last pick Enigma into a Rubik and into a bunch of different stuns, which is that if you're going for this aura build initially on Enigma, you're not getting Blink BKB. Eventually that aura build wasn't working. It's like, I need to go Blink BKB, but they didn't have enough time for him to get those items. Maybe if he did make it to that point, we might see a turnaround. So I don't know if there's a point earlier where he can decide this isn't working, I have to pivot faster. Because we did see Secret actually win a fight or two off that build. It just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, it gets to the point where it's just a game of chicken, right? Late game, right? The Enigma has to hide in the trees and the Rubik has to hide in the trees, and you're like, which team is gonna find the hero first?
Yeah.
And Arteezy made it such a sick play. He kind of like a fight broke out bottom, like right outside the Roshan, and he just like runs away and starts just checking every different spot in these trees, and eventually he's like, hello there, and just abyssals him and instantly kills the Enigma, and you're like, okay, fight's over, right? Like our Rubik hasn't really done anything, but neither is your Enigma, and now you don't have Black Hole. So it's just a very difficult game to play from there, especially with how farmed Kitrak was on that Rubik, right? He has Blink, he has Force Staff, he had a cast range neutral item, and then he also has he ends up dropping that eventually for the Ogre Seal Totem. So you're like, 3 forms of mobility on this guy is just impossible.
Yeah, I really like it. A cool adjustment for Rubik, just to recognize this is my job. How do I make it as hard as possible for them to mess me up? Because it didn't, Slark and Tiny, they could find him in the back line. They had a very hard time this game, but that could be the potential issue, is that if Tiny tosses the Rubik back, then Enigma gets to come in, Blink Black Hole, the Rubik, and whoever else is in that area. But with those items you just mentioned, he's so far back in the trees. Like, yeah, you want to go find me? Like, good luck tossing me to anything. I'm not standing near anyone.
Yeah, the Slark like pounced in that fight and like is so far away from his team, and everyone on Shopify just blinked away. They're like, all right, bye. And the Slark's just standing there in the middle of the lane like, okay, I guess I have to pounce away it now. Like, that is very strange. But I'm excited to say we have game number 2 underway, as we're gonna jump into the draft here and see if anything really changes, because again, I don't really feel like the draft was that big of a deal in the beginning. It was really just the lanes did not go how they expected, and I think the big shock to me here is Shopify gets first pick both games.
Yeah, I mean, like we said earlier, Puppy likes certain drafts, and sometimes trying to like cheese with the last pick, like maybe they put more value on it. It's hard to say right now with the patch coming out so recently. What is better? At some patches, first pick's better. Some patches, second pick's better. Sometimes teams prefer one side of the map or the other, and it's no one knows for sure when the patch first comes out. So it kind of comes down to the team to have discussed and say like, this is what we think is the best. So I agree. Right now, first pick does look pretty good with a couple of like really strong heroes. You can't ban out everyone, but maybe Secret's got another idea for it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Well, they just opened the Rubik this time. Now, the question is, do you still take the Timbersaw because they've got the Centaur ban? Dude, I mean, is Kitrak actually just that good of a Rubik that you're like, okay, it's worth it? Okay, they go for the Enchantress, something that has finally squeaked through.
I like this Enchantress. It pretty much means whatever your safe lane is, it's going to go well. Or at least you're going to go even, because Enchantress is just that strong of a laner. And it seems like maybe we could use a little help in that laning stage. It does feel like whatever team comes out ahead of the lanes have been doing well so far, at least on the games we've seen on this stream. So Enchantress, I mean, can't get much of a better support for that. Maybe Chen, but he's always banned, so.
Yeah, I would say I am actually very excited to see how the Enchantress is going to be able to impact the lane stage, because it is one of these heroes that just kind of checks a lot of boxes. It's just generally strong in lane. It's the different build, like you can be super flexible on your actual like build in terms of abilities, but also your items. And then you just have the ability to pressure so many lanes with the potential, you know, summon that you can take mid and start pressuring towers. Like, a good Enchantress is very scary, is kind of what I'm getting at.
I did see Theolacor was playing some Mirana after the patch. Several Mirana 4 games, so you can arrow that creep to just kind of take that away, especially those early towers that Enchantress likes to do. Just show up with Troll is the best creep, but you know, any of the hard camp creeps, they do a lot of damage, tank the tower for a while. It opens up these early towers, but if you just arrow it down, maybe.
That would be cool, actually. I could totally see that. And Mirana, like one of the things that she always brings to the table is Moonlight Shadow, like an incredibly powerful spell to play around in fights. I think she definitely lost some stock with the change to Dust, because Dust I think is just generally too strong. But I think it just has made Moonlight Shadow a little bit less powerful in terms of team fights, but in the ability to like start the fights, it's amazing.
Yeah, and she also lost some when she, like, as she became a universal hero, they took away a good chunk of damage, which made her laning stage hurt. And she actually wasn't popular for quite a while, but just towards the end of the last patch, we saw her come back a bit as a position 5, even helping Falcons win that last tournament. So maybe teams have been playing her a little bit more. We have yet to see her so far ourselves. Tiny, I mean, I think Tiny did pretty well, and I like Tiny with the Enchantress. Tiny as an initiator, Enchantress doesn't really do that. So the support duo already pretty strong.
Oh,
just eat the creep.
Yeah, now you don't need the Mirana. You just consume it. Okay, so we'll come back to the Doom pick in a moment. I agree with you on the Tiny. I think it checks, again, a lot of boxes. Eki had an amazing performance from it last game. Obviously, there is the option to put it mid if it ends up being a good mid matchup for the Tiny, but likely just to be Eki's. This Doom, like, there's certain games where you're like, okay, this seems pretty. It owns against both of these heroes. Like, it becomes very difficult. You can obviously, Enchantress gonna struggle being able to get a lot out of the early levels of Enchant, as Doom can just take the creep away. But also, it's a ton of magic damage that he can just run you down with Scorched Earth.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if... I mean, we were saying, Doom was like the best hero of the last patch. Then we've been discussing, like, some teams just let him through now. So what is that? I wasn't sure if Shopify Rebellion would feel strong about it, especially without knowing what cores are showing. But looks like they do feel the lane will be good enough against Enchantress and that he'll still offer classic Doom things. So I'm looking forward to see it. Kind of crazy to say about a hero like Doom, who seems to be in the meta quite a while, but I am curious where he is after this patch.
I feel like he still has to be good. Like, again, we were kind of theory crafting earlier, like why it was getting ignored. And I feel like it might be the Sanj change. It's very possible. But if you look at the heroes that are banned at the moment, a lot of Doom counters are removed from the pool, right? Like,
That's
this
true.
is pretty cool. Like, they actually set up for a pretty nice Doom pick here after the first set of bans.
Yeah, I'd be okay seeing Crystallis as hero, which Wind Ranger carry has been played for them. So that could be the response right there.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe pick in lane. You don't really want to fight anywhere near this Doom hero. Scorched Earth does way too much damage. Wind Ranger being universal and actually maintaining a lot of her original damage is very strong. You can just pick up like... A lot of people still go Wraith Bands on the carry, but you could go for like a combination of like a Bracer Wraith Band if you want to go into a lot of stats. Otherwise, just some early treads into that Javelin allows you to just find early kills once you hit that level 6.
Yeah, and Wind Ranger as a carry, as long as she's ulted and like use the first win run, she'll probably get the kill that she wants, even if she gets doomed after that. Of course, if you doom her beforehand, then that's a different story, but usually you can have a bit more choice of when to pick and choose your fight as Wind Ranger because she's a fairly mobile hero.
Yeah. I'm curious where they want to go with this, because Yopaj did take the Wind Ranger mid in their earlier series, but this kind of just checks all. This tells us pretty much exactly what we're doing now. So it's going to be the Pangolier in the mid lane, Wind Ranger likely for Crystallis in the safe lane. I am a little bit curious, though, because I feel like a lot of people haven't put enough stock on just destroying the Pangolier lane. So I'm wondering if they want to pick something like a Puck, which is just generally, you know, good in these matchups, or if you want to pick something that like really shuts down a Pango. There it is. There it is. That'll do it. That's the hero.
Let me show you how to play mid Timbersaw. Yopaj, he had a great game last time. Corden did too. But this time, I mean, the matchup last time felt relatively even. This is going to be a lot harder for Corden.
I actually wouldn't hate a mid Doom in this matchup.
Running
like, you could
Timbersaw offlane?
Yeah, you could still put Timber offlane as it's a little bit more survivable against maybe the Wind Ranger. And you could just have like a mid Doom who just, you know, like kind of plays the same as he would from the off lane, but I think it might be a better matchup. It's hard to say. I think you're likely to see the Timbersaw mid just because this hero with levels, I think, might do a little bit more. And of course, Pango can't lane really against either of those heroes.
Doom being able to eat creeps might keep him in the off lane.
Yeah.
I also don't know if Yopaj plays Doom mid. Maybe? I'm down to see it. I love wacky stuff, but they'd like to finish 3-1 for the day. That's a pretty good spot to be. Like you mentioned earlier, half the teams are going to be knocked out after the first group stage. So securing your early wins to feel a little bit more comfortable before exploring with some crazier stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if they just do the standard Doom offlane, Timbersaw mid.
Those are two really good bans. The Naga Siren is actually one of the few carries that is just a super hard counter to Wind Ranger. She just doesn't have kill threat onto you. It's like if she goes in with the focus fire, you just pop the mirror image, ensnare her, and then you can just turn around the Bloodthorn and just kill the Wind Ranger. So yeah, it's pretty scary. I think that's a really smart ban. They get rid of the Faceless Void as well. I feel like there's not a lot of carries left for RTZ since, I mean, they banned out a lot themselves, but we're looking for what I think is the offlaner, most likely, for Secret. But they got rid of a Dazzle, so I'm a little bit unsure of where they want to take this.
It is possible to run Pango in the offlane. I mean, even Wind Ranger in the offlane, so maybe wanting to protect that Timbersaw mid Dazzle is pretty good versus those melee heroes. We don't see it nearly as much after it got nerfed, but it is like if you win your lane, then it's good enough reason potentially to pick Dazzle, especially if you're beating a counter or such a strong laner like Timbersaw, just ruining his lane.
The Beastmaster. Yeah, this is like just a very straightforward Shopify draft. Like, it's like we were talking about the potential of a Sven last game for RTZ, especially when you have something like the Shadow Demon to set up stacks. But it's like, you don't know your off lane that you're going against. You see you have a Tiny there. It's probably going to be a ranged hero. They could move the Wind Ranger, honestly, to off lane and pick a safe lane carry here. One that comes to mind is something like a Lifestealer, but I worry there is too much overwhelming damage coming from the side of Shopify that even a Lifestealer couldn't stand against it, right? Like, if Doom gets the Doom onto you, it's pretty scary. And they'll just grab Slardar instead. Okay.
That's
I like
pretty
this.
cool. Yopaj might do a lot of work this game, but in the lane-to-lane matchup, Slardar could have a good time versus Sven.
I worry about that lane though, because it is a Tiny, most likely with it, unless they want to swap the lanes around, which they very well could, because you probably don't want the Enchantress into the Doom either. So even though it is Puppy playing the Enchantress, he has a lot of Enchantress games. He might go into the off lane with the Slardar, and we might see Eki play in the safe lane with the Wind Ranger. I think that would help their lanes out pretty substantially.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I'd be down to see that swap.
How you feel about the drafts overall? Do you think this 24 pick Slardar's got enough, is bringing enough to the table?
It's gotta win the lane versus Sven. If it doesn't, I don't know. It's just gonna fall apart. I think I'm worried about their draft from there. Like, I think you last pick Slardar here to crush your lane. So whatever they do, I hope it is with that intent, with that in mind. I am worried about Timbersaw. I feel like Timbersaw, I can easily see him nuking this Enchantress we see on the screen. I can see him destroying like Slardar, the Pango in the lane. Have a very good game on this Timbersaw.
Yeah, I mean, not only do you like have the ability to like out CS the Pango and trade the Pango with Whirling Death early, it's like you also just have a right click damage advantage, right? So we'll see how this ends up going. Both players dropping the exact same ward essentially. Good stuff. All right, for those of you who are just tuning in, welcome to the stream as we are going into our final game of the evening here. It is Team Secret taking on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Shopify currently up 1 game in this best of 2 series, but we'll see if Secret can pull it back. Both these teams went 1-1 in their earlier series, right, this morning. So big game for both of them.
"30 seconds to battle."
I'm looking to see where Eki and Puppy are going to go. I think this is that's like the one big question for me from Secret, like how they're going to play these two heroes.
Yeah, right now they're together for these initial runes, but you're right, they could move around. They didn't really place wards to scout out like the lanes. I guess they feel comfortable Shopify of like where Shopify is going to lane, so maybe they don't need to see any of that. Looks like Eki might be going top like he called.
Yeah, I think this is correct. I think this is an absolute necessity because when you see this Enchantress and you have a Doom, like you just can't play Enchant. And so maybe you go like Impetus, you probably pick up Nature's Attendance at 1 just to trade with the Hoodwink, and then you play for like points in your queue. But I think for the game, Secret wants the Enchant to start putting pressure on some of these towers.
Yeah, and you can remove Warcry, which would make it hard for Slardar to get in the damage. I like that they spotted Enchantress moving down and immediately Kitrak blocked this medium camp a little out of the lane to make sure Enchantress doesn't get to use that.
Ooh, that's cool. I like that. Good call. I really like the Warcry early on the Sven here. But yeah, there's the enchant. Just comes out right away. That being said, with the enchant means no Nature's Attendance, so you don't have that kind of efficient trading that you like to have on the Enchantress at level 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'll probably pick it up at level 2. I don't think he'll get too much done with Impetus right off the bat. We've seen Puppy scale up in some games, so yeah, eventually, but here in the lane, I think just W and E sounds good.
These two mid laners having some fun. I mean, this lane gets very hard once Yopaj gets level 3, let alone level 4. But there's your first blood. It's just... I don't understand how they get the level 2 timing to go. I mean, they didn't even have level 2, did they? How did this happen?
Slardar bash, Slardar good.
Like, is it just enchant into Slardar bash, Slardar bash, Slardar bash? Like, that is wild.
I think so. I think so.
Wow. Good stuff. All right, that's huge. All right, here we go with the replay. It is... Oh, it's just crush level 1 into enchant, and yep, you just walk him down. That'll do it. All right, good stuff.
Thank you, observers, for making up for us looking around at different things.
We have the greatest observers here.
Yeah, so far, Corden keeping up in the mid lane, like you mentioned. The first couple levels you get by, but it's gonna get worse. And Yopaj definitely, he's winning the trades in terms of damage and forcing Corden to buy more regen.
Dude, this kill was a little bit surprising. Saberlight just getting a little bit too aggressive here. I don't know if he meant to get Intimidate on his like jungle creep, but I guess it's better than nothing, I suppose. But yeah, that is a nice pickup here for Crystallis on this Wind Ranger. He's already off to a pretty good start. Did end up going for that early bracer, so a little bit of extra HP and regen to play around in the lane, and a second bracer. So yeah, he just doesn't bother with the Wraith Bands this game.
Precious bounty.
I think it makes sense. He's not taking too much physical damage from the lane. Sven, of course, later on, but I think you'll depend on your evasion rather than your armor. So just gonna go for the extra damage from the bracers this game.
Saberlight actually holding a point at the moment, but we'll see what he ends up doing with it. Dude, this bottom lane has been in a really good position for Secret this whole time. It's very similar to last game, right? Like, Boom had the lane in a great spot for him, and when he was having a really good time on the Enigma, obviously the Sven not struggling nearly as much, even with that first death. I don't think he's really struggling. I don't think he cares all that much, but Puppy's doing a really good job. He's got, 2 points in the enchant now, of course, so he's got himself the Wild Wing Ripper. So it gives you a Hurricane option, which is pretty scary, considering like you're playing with a Slardar. You can just Hurricane, yep, there it is, just right into the Slardar. And yeah, Sven just taking a lot of damage just for showing up in the lane.
He tried to body block too, but good on Arteezy to immediately turn, get out of there.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I feel like Yopaj is going to get hit level 6 and just try and kill someone. Thelacore gets caught from an Avatos again in the top lane. Saberlight trying to chase down Eki. He's... Oh, the Shackle? Can he get the Lotus off? He does, but Chrysalis has got a power shot. That is both dead. Dude, all right, Chrysalis is owning on this Wind Ranger. Level 5. He's going to get a bunch of solo time in the lane here as well. He's going to go for those treads fairly early. Lanes are going much better for Secret this time around.
Yeah, I think he's got more last hits right now than he did at 10 minutes last game. So he's feeling great. He's doing a lot better this time.
And Saberlight's gone for a very greedy build in the lane. Like, just 2 points into the Devour, he's like, all right, we're not having a great time here. I'm going to just use Devour as a recovery tool. He does get Pack Leader's aura now as a result, so a little bit more damage and farm potential for him, but... yeah, it's not been a great lane by any means for this Doom.
Yeah, I think that's what he was debating when he was saving that skill point. Like, I'm not really running down a Wind Ranger with Scorched Earth, so why not just get more farm? Might be in a bit of trouble here. Can he get the toss back?
Nice positioning in the lane there.
Yeah,
but he still
takes
a decent chunk of damage.
Yeah, it's still pretty annoying for him.
They want Corden. He's level 5. He just uses the swash. Kitrak comes in, gets telekinesis, and Yopaj with his brand new level 6 is looking to secure the kill. And that's going to be pretty darn easy for a Timbersaw. We knew this was going to happen eventually.
Yeah, and it's the time for it. 6 minutes. That's when you come in for the runes, which actually Eki manages to steal here. Maybe toss back the Olacore?
I mean,
not quite under the
Hoodwink
tower,
is
though.
a little bit of an annoying hero to grab, but that Acorn shot's going to do a lot of damage, and it sets up Yopaj for a trade. I don't know if he can finish Puppey here. Does have a Chakram in one, but yeah, the Nature's Attendants. He's also got Stick and Fairy Fire. I'll just let him go.
Yopaj happy with that. Please send more kills my way. Thank you.
Right? I mean, you
Yeah, we
can see
that
the difference in the
starting
net
to
worth
build up.
mid, right?
Yep. Not only it was already inching his way, but now bringing in this rotation, which Secret was also trying to do. They were just a little bit behind Shopify Rebellion. So now that lead has really solidified for Yopaj.
Corden will get level 6 off this wave. Yeah, he just forces the swash there just to guarantee it. I know he just does not want to deal with the potential of Yopaj diving him constantly. So needs his level 6 as a backup, being able to pop the Rolling Thunder.
Arteezy coming top again.
Yeah, I like this rotation. Getting Chrysalis would be huge. Theodore is trying to find him. Does find a nice bushwhack into the Stormhammer, but a good avalanche from Eki. Here comes Puppey as well. Telekinesis to pull them back, and with the Scorched Earth, more than enough damage. There's a Doom available. Saberlight, of course, not wanting to... Oh, the big crit! That'll do it!
This is why I
Zero
took the
armor
aura.
Tiny taking 280 damage from a crit or something there. 270 just damage from a crit. That is that's pretty nice.
Yeah, usually this is not the aura you want at the start. The mana aura is really nice for your early game, but hey, you take a kill with that.
That's so funny. I can't believe he gets the crit there. He actually might have been at negative armor because Theodore does have a Blightstone, so he could have been at like -2 or something.
That's true. I really like the way Theodore played that gank as well, and earlier in the mid lane we saw it as well. Just being patient with his spells, not throwing anything out too early. It's helping his team find these kills. Could have easily messed it up in that mid lane where he throw out Bushwhack, but Timbersaw cuts all the trees. He was patient through all of that, made sure he'd land the stuns, and that's helping them pick up these kills. He just died there while looking around in their jungle, but it's okay. He's done what he needs to do so far.
Puppey just walks right into a God Strength Sven, and he's getting away for the moment, but there's some TPs coming. He really wants this kill. Theodore with a Bushwhack will help set that one up, and Puppey, unfortunate for him, he was looking for a Wisdom Rune, and bottom lane, they're looking for Boom, honestly. A very good kill if they can get it. Yopaj just needs to try and stay on top of him. He's got only 1 point in the Guardian sprint, so it's expired, and a Chakram should seal the deal here. Nah, Kitrak steals it himself, so Sardar was having a great game. He was top net worth. I like this item build of this Orb of Corrosion, and he's going for the Mage Slayer, but that's going to slow him down a good amount.
I'm pretty sure Yopaj planted his own tree there while chasing that Slardar to,
I think he did.
to get closer. Yeah, it was pretty nice. He may have gotten that kill anyways, but it's always cool to see these little plays from the Timbersaw players. Actually, both ways. Sometimes the Timbersaw or his team sets him up for like cool Timber Chains. Sometimes it's the enemy team that screws him over.
Yeah. We're going to see a smoke out from Shopify. They got Doom, right? They're like, okay, we got to bring some pain to Corden again here in the mid lane. We'll see if we can find him. He is going to pop the swash, but they're going to walk right into a secret lineup that is smoked onto the backside. As the Doom comes out, he hits Chrysalis immediately, and they've got more than enough damage. Oh my goodness, Theodore,
so much.
3 points. Acorn shot just destroyed him as Eki will burn under this Scorched Earth. He needs one more attack. They've got him. Rolling Thunder stolen from Kitrak at the last second, and now he's looking for Boom. The Rubik's Cube a little bit stronger here as they just get 4. No way.
Very nice from Shopify Rebellion. The Doom on Chrysalis. I thought Chrysalis got his spells off, so I thought he was still going to pick up a kill, but lucky Acorn bounces there because I think they had like an Enchantress creep there too, right? But the bounces kept going to the Wind Ranger and nuked his health down so quickly.
Yeah, that, I mean, it is 4 points in the Scorched Earth plus that Acorn shot. Like, I'm pretty sure the Acorn only bounced between her. Yeah, okay. It hit her 3 times plus the attack, so that's a lot of damage. I mean, Wind Ranger, she does have this double bracer, but she still only has 1,000 HP, and dude, that steal from Kitrak, literally mid-stun as that's coming down on top of him. He gets the steal. That is so slick.
Yeah, very nice Rubik performance from him so far. last game and now this game as well. Some nice steals, and he's still keeping on to roll, so he can use it again coming up here in just looks like 15 seconds. So if they want to try to make a play around it, you can maybe even get a third one if you do it really quickly. Maybe get another one.
He was like throwing a sharpshooter at Eki in mid, and like Chrysalis just like randomly running through the jungle just gets clipped by and loses like a third of his HP. Good stuff. Good stuff. We haven't really talked about Artesian a bit because he has just been left to his own devices on the Sven, right? Like he finds that freebie kill onto the Enchantress earlier, but he is now second on the net worth, looking for that Echo Saber after his Mask of Madness, closing in on his level 10. So he's having a good time, and it's just space being made from Shopify, right? You have these two supports that are super active, both pretty high level. As the Shackle comes out, Theodore, he doesn't die to this, so Chrysalis respecting it once again, being like, I can't go in. Yopaj, the blink reveal, comes right through, and there again with the Rubik. Oh, he cancels. He actually cancels out that Rolling Thunder for the moment, steals the Avalanche, which is great, but they TP out on Puppey as well. Saberlight will find himself a clip in the back, but Yopaj ends up blinking for. He's got amplify damage. Oh no, Chrysalis, he's gone.
Damn. 250 damage on the Timbersaw, just attacking along with all his spells, doing so much extra damage. This is cool. This time we see Timbersaw go straight blink. So we got Arcane Soul Ring blink, which is allowing him to join the fights a lot faster. And they don't have the same kind of nuke damage we saw in the last game, where the Timbersaw was worried about, you know, maybe like Centaur nukes, Leshrac magic damage. So now he's just going in. He's going in, and he doesn't have to be all that worried from the enemy team. At least not yet. Like as Wind Ranger picks up more damage, he'll be a little more cautious of that.
Saberlight? I thought he would just doom him, honestly, to send a message. I thought it would be coming, but Theodore will get caught from the defusal there from Corden. Ends up jumping to the... Uh-oh. Well, he's going to die eventually. They had to reposition there. In comes the Shackle as well. Corden picking that one up. Bottom lane, they are looking for something, but you are right underneath a brand new ward. I mean, this game started out so much better for Secret than game number 1, but we're looking at a 4,000 gold lead all of a sudden for the side of Shopify at this 14-minute mark. I mean, it's not like an insurmountable lead by anyways, but it's surprising considering how well it was looking for them.
Yeah, I think that mid-fight, Shopify Rebellion going like 4-0, 4-1 or something, whatever it was, that was really good for them. I think it was a pretty close game until that point. Boom now has his Mage Slayer, and he's going to start working on Blink Dagger. I feel like maybe they just have to wait for that. Like, Tiny's halfway to the Blink Dagger. They have the Diffusal on Pango, but I'm not sure who they can kill with that.
His farm speed is also not that great without the Slytherin Crush, right? A lot of times, if you want to farm on the starter, you just max the Slytherin Crush and just like take down Ancient stacks pretty easily. Eki here in the bottom lane does get ground. A nice amount of chain stuns into even an Avalanche stall, and his Theodore will help find the kill. They ends up tossing in the Doom, which is they're both in pretty rough spots here, but Yopaj still sitting on plenty of armor. He also has an illusion rune to work with. Instead, he's just going to go right on in. Nice aggressive play, but gets shut down. But they get the Doom onto the Wind Ranger. She's trying to take down Yopaj, but she can't do it. Corden doing his best here on this Pango to disrupt the fight, but Saberlight is just too tanky. A beautiful bushwhack from Theodore once again. And Arteezy is just dumping out the damage on this Sven. They just don't have a response. Stolen Amplify damage or Corrosive Haze. I always sometimes get used. Sometimes, you know, I just call it the old spell. Terrible name, but Corrosive Haze stolen now from the Rubik.
Hey, it's pretty useful for Sven. Sven with all this physical damage, just throw it on whoever Sven's hitting. I love how much Arteezy has joined in on these fights. We see him making these early rotations, but we also see him not waiting for like, hey guys, I gotta be 5 slotted before I show up to anything. Puppey?
I like that the Corrosive Haze is like green. It looks way more like menacing.
More menacing than the original.
Yeah. Well, Shopify in pretty good control. They have some great wards placed here on the Secret side of the map, as they're just continuing to hunt for more. as, well, you don't have Doom, but you got plenty of damage to bring down this Tiny. He's back down to the 1 armor. And Kitrak will steal another Avalanche. Obviously, a spell he'd much rather have.
Yeah, it's a great spell. You just throw it on whoever. It's really good for disrupting this Pango ult as well. Like, that could disrupt your fight. But if you just crowd control him like this, nice bushwhack again. Shit,
that one, Yopaj might have jumped the gun on that one slightly.
Yeah. Little bit of counter synergy there.
Yeah.
It's bound to happen though. It's they've been really good about it so far.
I don't know if you have the damage for this. They're gonna pop the Rolling Thunder, and they do manage to do a lot of damage here to Thelacore, but he just bumped up onto the high ground, and instead it's the Slardar who has to run. It's gonna be Kitrak caught alone onto the backside, but in comes Arteezy. He pops the Godstrike. He's doing some serious work. Boom, can he get to safety? He's trying with this bushwhack, just constantly bouncing between us. Saberlight with the blink forward, gets the stomp. It's a killing spree now for the Sven. It ends up being a 2-for-1. A disaster once again. Yes, you get the Rubik, but it costs you substantially.
Middle tower is under attack.
And we see some damage issues there. That was just supposed to be a hoodwink kill, but she built this solar crest and Secret's a bit behind, and it took so long. They can't even hit her. The nice thing about that, there's a tier 2 hidden in this hard cap, so I don't know whose that is, but someone's losing a tier 2. For Secret's sake, hopefully it's Shopify Rebellions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's going to make too much of a difference.
Yeah,
you know,
they're going to need every little bit here. They're 10k behind now.
Yeah, and there are stacks being made for Arteezy to continue farming ahead, and he is going for the Aghanim Scepter. So people kind of forget about the Superman Sven Ags. It is pretty good, but the fact that it does apply a basic Dispel makes it a great tool for killing off Windranger. Thelacore here. Oh, he manages to dodge out that swashbuckle, so just barely survives. Very slick.
We do have a Blink Dagger on Tiny now, and the Blink is almost done on Slardar, so maybe they can start trying to find something, because prior to this point, they were just struggling to... Like, they'd want to fight, but they're all just like running at the person. And they're going to deal with like the Acorn slows, the Timber Saw slows, and AoE damage. So hopefully now with the Blinks, they can find some kills, because if they don't, I think Shopify Rebellion's just going to, you know, wrap up a couple more items, get that Aegis, and just keep going from there.
Well, they are smoking through a ward from Shopify, so they don't actually know that this is coming, but they do have this good ward on the backside. They will use it to grab a freebie here, potentially onto the Hoodwink. It does take them a moment, and it does allow Shopify to disengage on the backside. And I mean, that's Rolling Thunder down for this Hoodwink. They do have a ward again on the backside here that Secret don't know about, as they might find Puppy here on the top side. They do. He gets a glimpse of him for the moment, but don't manage to find him. Instead, it's going to be an opening here on the front side. They get Doom. Yopaj just going in, and Arteezy, he wants to get Chrysalis. They've got the Tiny. He's just diving in. He's got a BKB to play with. The Stomp does come through. The Doom gets thrown out onto the Windranger. Almost finds the kill onto Saberlight, but his BKB comes through. That will give him just enough time to escape, and it's 3 kills once again for Shopify as they get out scot-free.
Man, that started with Secret finding a kill, and before that it looked a little like 20 to 12. Okay, you know, maybe not too bad. 6 of the kills aren't Thelacore. So all the cores have just been mostly free, farming up a bunch, and their timings are coming online. We saw there, like, Sven was just hitting away. Usually kiting the Sven is one way to deal with it, but they're not really able to do it right now. And oh man, it is looking rough for them.
I mean, he just ran in so confidently. Like, he didn't have any spells up, like, at the time. Like, Arteezy just pops Warcry and just chases them to their tier 2.
Just walks in, yeah.
Trying to just give vision. He's like, guys, we're, you know, I'm, you know, they're going to go on me. I have BKB at the ready. And yeah, it's exactly what happens, right? Like, Windranger throws Focus Fire onto the Sven, just gets instantly doomed, and there's just no fight left. Smoke in the bottom lane gets popped, but they've got vision already set, and they just instantly take down the Slardar. Saberlight probably going to go down here, and he does. Great Rolling Thunders through from Corden as they managed to take down a second. Oh, beautiful power shot in through from Chrysalis as well. And Yopaj falling low. This is a massive kill if they can get him, and they do. Nicely done. Question is, can you get more? Sven, he's got BKB, he's got God Strength. He turns it around, he's trying to clean him. Chrysalis nearly dies. Puppy's gonna go down as well. Oh, Chrysalis, you gotta get out.
That was almost a triple kill right there for Arteezy.
Chrysalis was one cleave away from dying.
That's still really good for Secret, all things considered.
Yeah.
That was 1,600 gold for that Timbersaw kill. That was his first death. It was 9-0-9 before that. So that is huge for them. They can do Roche. I think that's what they were hoping for, to find a good kill down there, and then between Slardar and Wind Ranger, and then you have your Enchantress tank, Roche, they could get that first Aegis, which would buy him a lot of time. Like, they probably can't make too many plays around that, but Shopify really wants this first Aegis, along with this, like, Ags timing on Sven to, like, really start doing things. So I think they were hoping to steal that. Didn't win that fight cleanly, though, enough to do that.
Very unfortunate shard there as well for Secret. I mean, they would have loved to get this on the Enchantress, but instead, you get the tree throw shard for Tiny. It's not terrible. There's the Doom. Okay, so Saberlight, I was wondering if he was going to do this earlier just to send a message, and he's realizing, he's like, you know, it's worth it just taking the Enchantress off the map.
He had to play it safe before this. Now that he knows he's winning, he's like, now I can send messages.
Yeah, yeah. I'm surprised we didn't hear the Bing Bong voice line immediately after, but, you know, what can you do? Ooh, they're thinking about going mid, but then maybe a little bit of a bait there as they turn around into a nice kill there for Kitrak, as Arteezy will take down Boom Bottom with the help of Theliacor.
I think they can just go do Roche. God Strength, still half duration.
Absolutely. Yep, Saberlight TP'd in. Or not even TP, he just comes through the portal, I think. So, yeah, should be a pretty good Roche for them. First Aegis will likely go the way of Shopify here, unless Secret decide to contest. But with your Slardar being dead, unlikely.
Yeah, there's an amplified damage on Yopaj as well. So I think with this, well, they might want to wait for God Strength, but they're in a good spot. They're going to look to clean up some of these tier 1s, or sorry, tier 2 towers.
All right, there we go. I'm surprised Yopaj went back for like the Shivas, which, well, he's looking for Eki. That will help him slow him down for the moment. The Yules is there, and he's got a Rubik relatively close by, and I think it's only a matter of time before he finds his kill. He's trying to find a way of tossing this very annoying Timbersaw away, but yeah, he's able to chase him down. Nicely done there. Bottom lane,
Shivas.
Arteezy.
Ooh, Arteezy.
He's taking a lot of damage, but the BKB keeping him alive for the moment. Crystallis, he popped his own BKB here, and you don't have the Aegis on the Sven, so he's the one that goes down. All right, great awareness there from Secret, as now they're looking for Saberlight. He drops the Doom, turns it around onto Crystallis, but here comes the Timber, baby. He's ready to go. Theliacor on the backside causing a little bit of problems for the side of Secret, as they can't really find their opening, and now with Kitrak showing up as well, he managed to steal Corrosive Haze, throws it around onto Boom. You don't really have a lot of physical damage here, and Yopaj, he's out of mana. This is a great fight here for the side of Secret. They will take down the Aegis with this. You might need to run, but Eki with an Avalanche, with the toss, with Corden here as well. Maybe they get this kill. They're going to try. They get the crush. They're going to chase him. They've got a nice Yules to buy him some space, but can he get out for the moment? The Timber Chain on through. Does he get the Tiny? He doesn't. He's ended up just falling. Beautiful plays here from Secret.
I cannot believe they managed to find that sequence of events. First, starting with a kill on Arteezy, the BKB on Wind Ranger. Yeah, we get to see it here. Good thing this is her first BKB use, because she needed the full duration to finish off this kill here. Chasing down, he went invis all the way here just as it ends. You see Arteezy even time that stun. Like the last few attacks, finish that off.
Boom, top lane. Ends up getting down during this, as you can see. But yeah, I mean, this fight is just so surprising from Secret. It's like a lot of times you see a team get an Aegis and you're like, whatever, go get lanes, push this stuff out. But they just run straight down the bottom lane to punish Arteezy. And I think when they saw the Aegis get picked up on Yopaj, which actually caught me off guard a little bit too, I would have assumed it would have been on the Sven, but they give it to their big Timber and ends up not really paying off for them there.
The logic is that Sven, never the best Aegis carrier because of God Strength, and that he's still farming like a little bit more. So I think the idea was like, oh, Yopaj and everyone else will go do things. Yopaj has been playing, you know, really aggressive, very deep, so Aegis on him. But like you said, very smart from Secret to then identify it's not on Arteezy, so we can kill Arteezy. And maybe they should have just given it up after that, like just let him die, but kind of came in one at a time after that.
Yeah. Eki doing a really good job once again at cutting waves here. It's just been exactly what we saw last game. They were kind of a little bit behind, and he's just doing everything he can. They are baiting potentially Thelacore here. No Blink Dagger available, but they do find him now. They get the D-Ward as well, but the Rolling Thunder through from Corden honestly just sets up a nice pickoff. The question is, can you get out? Because Sven is looking for his opening. The Sharpshooter off the mark, but you just doomed up the Pango. He's going to try and TP. The Stormhammer, it doesn't hit. He gets the roll to safety. He's out, but now Puppey will end up being at the mercy of the Sven. On the backside, Focus Fire does manage to take down this Hoodwink, but Sven's just dancing through these fights, and Chrysalis needs to get out. He's going to be forced to BKB. He's going to be fine. He'll TP on home, a 2 for 2. A little bit of a scrappy engagement here, but honestly, the Pango getting out is a big win.
Yeah, committing Doom to that, thinking they could get him, but these are really good fights for Secret. For how far they were behind, going even in these trades is going to be winning for them.
Absolutely.
They never even lost the tier 2s, which we thought Shopify Rebellion would get after taking the Aegis. So they're hanging on here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely hanging on, right? We're seeing the power of this Wind Ranger start to come through. Like, if she gets an opening, if she's able to stick on top of a hero, if she's not the one getting doomed at the start of the fight, this hero does a lot of damage, right? She's level 18 now, so you've got a ton of bonus attack speed, but also just a really low cooldown on this Focus Fire to play around.
Yeah, I feel like they were trusting the nuke damage to deal with her, but now that she's at BKB and Sven doesn't have any form of True Strike, like, they're not actually able to deal with her until all her abilities and the cooldowns are down.
It's mostly just like, oh, nice play from Puppey there. Good build from him. He's got himself Defiant Shell, including a Wraith Band, the Pike as well. So he's tanky. 1900 HP, a lot of armor as well. So not an easy kill.
When Rangers got BKB Ags, they're going to look for a fight off that timing.
Okay, that Ags is very nice. Puppey trying to bait here potentially. I mean, Yopaj is not an easy hero to go on, and you can see the Lotus now available from Kitrak, just dropping that on his Timbersaw. But they jump in, nice blink away. Saberlight not really where he wants to be, as Shopify looking for anything, and they will just go ahead and potentially settle for the Enchantress. But Puppey, he gets a beautiful pike away. The Sharpshooter can't finish, but on the backside, they've got the big kill. They're looking for the Timbersaw. He's completely isolated out as the Focus Fire from Chrysalis gets it. What a huge win again from Secret.
These last couple fights, they are finding the better engages. They had both teams had the observers down, but Arteezy wasn't in the smoke, and I think they saw him in one of the Secret observers, where Secret managed to like stay in the trees, and even though Shopify also had an observer, I don't think they were spotted as much. So now I'm gonna look for more off of this. Finding Saberlight here, I can't imagine he gets out.
No, amazing kills. Dude, they're pulling this game right back into it. I mean, the gold at one point, we were, what, like 13,000 ahead almost? 12,000 ahead. We are now down to 6. This gold advantage has been cut in half. And Secret, they're the one pressuring the map now, finally getting this tier 1 tower.
Middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, 6K at this point doesn't matter that much. It's nice for Shopify Rebellion, but as we see, it's really coming down to how you execute these fights. And in the last couple of fights, we haven't seen Doom be able to really hit a key target before that target does its stuff. So like we saw it on Pango, but Pango's already rolling and then just leaves. I don't think we've seen it on Wind Ranger before she just like focus fires someone. So I think if Shopify can find that fight, we'll see a very different result. But so far, it's tough, especially with this Wind Ranger now just being invis as she moves around this fight. It's hard on Saberlight to find the Doom.
No, it really is. And like he also gets his level 20 talent, so he has the focus fire damage reduction, so makes that burst damage that comes out of this Wind Ranger even that much scarier. Yopaj, it looks like he is... Am I seeing this right? Yeah, okay, so he almost has his Octarine. Okay. But
Positioning
for, now,
for Roshan. We're going to see the respawn time's about to come up here a few seconds. I think Shopify Rebellion's okay, timer-wise. Oh yeah, 2 minutes definitely. So a little unlucky for Secret. If it had been a short spawn, actually it might have been a bait because they would have started it, and then Shopify Rebellion's coming in. We're about to find an engage here.
Puppey is not the hero they want. They know their position bottom here. The question is, who do you find? He gets a Stormhammer off, but a nice roll up from Corden. The focus fire is going to come through. He's going to try and just melt down this Sven, but he's got so much armor. The Doom does connect. Now is the question, who wins between the carries? It looks like they've got him. Chrysalis will fall. They managed to find Hoodwink onto the backside in a nice swashbuckle. Corden is doing so much work, but they've managed to isolate the Rubik as well. Can they bring down this Pango? Arteezy, he doesn't have a lot left in the tank, and boom, nice stun. Chrysalis, he's here as well. He's got a focus fire up in 3 seconds. Arteezy, can he find these kills? He's got to be careful. There it is. He's the one in trouble. He's going to go down. And the Pango, yes, you find... Oh, he died to the neutral.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
Wow. Okay, huge wins for Secret, honestly.
They did have to use several buybacks, and unfortunately, Roche is actually still not up. The reason they committed those buybacks, they wanted to win this and get Roche, but they're unlucky. Roche will respawn. There'll be a few seconds before Arteezy's up, or like 10 to 20. We'll see if Secret is ready to go as soon as it's up. If they are, they can get it without contesting. Otherwise, if Shopify gets this, they're going to feel great. They're going to have Aegis and no buybacks on Crystalis. And I think Puppey was the other one who bought back. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't believe Corden gets the deny there. He played that fight so incredibly well. We're going to see a smoke come out once again. Shopify, they want to try and bring the pressure. They're going to TP in on Doom here, but you're walking into a high ground. He just goes right on up there. Saberlight looking for his Doom, but he just gets bashed. He's dead. He's going to have to buy back, but you don't have a TP into this fight, and so you just have to leave now. Yopaj in a little bit of trouble. The Yules is there. Boom, might go in. Oh, they just tossed the Puppey Enchantress super far in, but it gives the vision for Kidrak, and now you've lost your Rubik.
They're going to have to give up this first Roche.
Yeah, I don't think you have a choice. Yeah. It's like this Roche is certainly dead now.
Yeah, you'd have to commit both buybacks, but you'd be in an unfavorable spot considering you're already back here. Man, we got a game. Secret has finally equalized it. They've been a little bit behind on net worth this whole time. I think with this Roche and then the next few minutes of farming while they're dead, I think they'll finally catch up.
It's gonna be dead even. I am very surprised because I felt like they had pretty good control over this game, but these last 3 fights have just been impossible. And honestly, it kind of all starts with that first death in that bottom lane, right, where they get Arteezy and then they kind of just die one by one.
I think they needed to wait for Arteezy. They were trying to posture in that area, but they need our Arteezy with all the damage he brings. Because they kind of went in without him. Yeah, Doom getting found first. Crystal is just waiting there, Invis, waiting for that TP to finish. Immediately focus fires the Doom.
Radiant are scanning.
So far, things are looking pretty good for the side of Secret, as like you said, net worth pretty much dead even at this point, bringing back a over 12,000 gold deficit at one point.
Is under attack. Are scanning.
I still think this can massively change if they doom a target first before that hero gets to do anything. They're still having trouble finding that fight.
I agree. I think that's true. The big problem you have is that Chrysalis is absolutely going to go for a Lincoln Sphere. Being a universal hero, it just naturally fits your kit anyway. They go in, they find the Doom. He just pops the BKB immediately, and they want to find something. They're looking for Eki, but he just gets pulled away. And in comes the Rolling Thunder here from Corden. He gets onto the backside. The Doom will hold his Pango in place, but the Gale Force kind of just pushes them all out. So they just reset. They get Doom, they get BKBs, and then they lose nothing.
Yeah, you take that. We'll see them now go top, connect with this creep wave that Enchantress has been pushing in with the summons. Trolls are some of the best creeps you can find in this game, thanks to the damage from the skeletons. Gonna come get these top 2 towers, I imagine. There's no Doom for, what is it, 55 more seconds, so you're gonna wait for that.
I mean, if you would have told me Secret was going to be the one taking all the tier 2 towers first, I probably wouldn't have believed you, but here we are.
I wouldn't have believed myself either.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, this Slardar has honestly been doing so much work in these fights. Like, he, I think, has an Aghanim Scepter coming out as well. Yeah, he does. He has a full Ags coming out. So the ability for him to just blink initiate these fights is that much easier, because you just get that huge burst in status resistance, right? 40% as soon as he pops the crush. A lot more difficult to turn on him.
Top tower's almost dead just to creeps.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
My goodness, you're right. Wow.
I think they have the Enchantress skeletons there helping out. Gonna find Doom again?
They do. They almost managed to bring him down, but again, they force another BKB. They do steal Corrosive Haze here from Kitrak, which is decent, because I don't think they have many Dispels. Outside of Roll Up, they don't. So it's just BKBs, which, speaking of which, Puppy has a BKB now.
Core Enchantress time. Let's go. He's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Now you got to look at all these other heroes trying to doom Pango, trying to doom Wind Ranger. They got Eki and Boom just like causing chaos with their stun. So this Enchantress, like, it's difficult to prioritize her, but if you don't, she's just throwing in all these impetuses. That is a big courier kill.
Full refresher on a courier.
All right, guys, hang on for 3 minutes. My refresher will be up then.
And they know he buys out for this, right? There's no way you like buy a refresher and not like have buyback, right? Like, they know he doesn't have buyback now, and no refresher for 3 minutes.
Well, they're definitely going to be trying to capitalize on that. They'll just hold Shopify Rebellion in the base. We see the observers from Secret. They got one watching the bottom lane. I wouldn't be surprised if they set up another to try to watch top or mid, and they're just gonna hang on to here. Wait for the right fight. They don't want to. They fought so hard to get back into this. They're not gonna do anything too hasty and throw it away.
Yep. Lincoln Sphere done now on the Wind Rangers, so your Doom targets are getting a lot more difficult by the moment.
Are scanning.
We're seeing another Satanic Pango. So this is something that I've seen some Pangoliers do this when, like, into these Doom matchups, where it's like you get doomed, and then as soon as the Doom ends, you just pop Satanic and swashbuckle something, and you like full heal. But it also comes down to the fact that if you miss that swashbuckle, it's really sad.
Yeah, I'm glad the last time you and I saw this, it was a first item, or maybe it was second item Satanic.
Yeah.
That one didn't look as good, but this time he's got several finished up here. I wonder what he's going to replace with this. Maybe consume the Aghanims and then put the Satanic in.
I mean, you might just get, like, backpack the boots, honestly. Like, between Rolling Thunder constantly being up in fights and swashbuckle mobility, I think he's fine. Mid lane, they're looking for Boom on this Slardar. In comes the Sven. He's just going to immediately BKB. He just gets bashed up, and now the Rolling Thunder out from Corden. Not going to let him steal, but Eki with a great avalanche on the backside. A nice 4-step on 4. They're trying to get Arteezy to safety, but he does not want to have to pop this BKB. The Doom will finally come out onto the Pango, and now they're looking to just take down Christos. They got him! Instantly dropped. He doesn't even get a chance to leave, and now they pull in the Pangolier as well. The Rolling Thunder's over. Boom on the run, down to 30 HP. Blinks to safety. He's going to survive, but now it's Puppy who will TP to safety as well. Eki on the run. Avalanche toss. Blink in one. Can he make it? He does, but... Well, they find him. The Shiva's just barely off the mark. Doom just barely misses him. Oh, they see him. They see him now. Eki's like, oh god, run. Scorched Earth coming up. Another blink in 2 seconds, but it's going to get broken for the second there. And, well, blinks up again. This guy, space equals made, guys. This is what matters.
Yeah, I think they're actually chasing a little too hard. RTG tried to push mid for a while on his own, but just has to fall back. Oh, okay, maybe we're going to get him. All right, go back mid. Let's go.
At the end. Yeah. I mean, they're going to ping Arteezy mid. They have a lot of damage from the Slardar, but he does have his shard now, so you can't get rid of the Warcry. Even with the Corrosive Haze, he was sitting on like 22 armor.
That's good, because they needed that fight. Things were looking bad for Shopify Rebellion. It's a mental strain to be in the lead and then lose. Like, technically they're even, but like to be losing for 20 minutes from the start you had is pretty rough. So I think they really needed this fight, both from like a game strategy sense and a mental moral sense. Like, getting that kind of victory shows you have a chance. And Wind Ranger had no buyback. The cooldown's actually over at this point, but no money. They didn't know that on Shopify, but I thought they might try to push for more with her being dead for so long. They only end up getting a tier 2 because of all the space Eki made. So good on him for doing that.
Well,
let's see what the Roche is.
It also means they took that fight without, of course, the refresher Doom. It is now available. So you do have 2 Dooms at the ready, and Saberlight suddenly has an insane amount of gold. He's on his way to an AC, and it is not that far away.
Long Roshan spawn is good for Secret, I think, to make sure they get to properly reset. They have the banner, so Shopify smoked up, but they're on opposite ends. I think we have a moment to talk about this. I think the banner is really interesting on how you use it, and we've seen a lot of teams just use it for map control. One idea I had that I haven't seen pros do yet, so maybe it's a garbage idea, or maybe it just hasn't come up yet, but maybe you use the banner to help you get the second Roshan. So for example, if Roche is going to spawn bottom, you put the... Okay, hold that thought. The teams are actually getting close now. All right, never mind, we're spreading again. So if Roshan's spawning bottom, if you put the banner in the top lane, you keep the pressure on the top going, and maybe eventually it forces someone out of position or it chips buildings away. So I want to see if they use that, because Secret has it. They have the banner still.
They don't know that Roshan's a long spawn either, right? It's up in 1:30, meaning it's going to spawn on the dire side of the map. And that's, I mean, I believe going to be third Roche. So that means Aghanim Scepter will be available for that third Roche.
The creeps are getting racks. Oh. This is a really cool play from Secret. They know someone is probably making their way back to deal with this, and so they're looking to take the fight right now.
Dude, Sven is in a really bad spot. Is the smoke gonna pop? They do. They see it, but they just jump onto the high ground. They get a great crush onto 2. The Avalanche, the toss is there, and the Doom trying to get away. Chrysalis pops his BKB. He is safe. Doom will catch the Slardar first, so he is just gone. And on the side, Kitrak tried his best to survive, but you've lost 2. You're gonna buy back both. Corden, he needs to get to safety, but can he get out? The Bushwhack is there. They've got him. A third buyback at the ready if they need it, but again, you're playing into a second round of Doom spells. They get rid of the Ward Sentry, but look at Secret. They all TP top. They're waiting at this outpost. They're like, I dare you, come through this.
Right. It might be to their benefit that their barracks were being killed, because Arteezy actually just comes back to base. I was worried they were about to go through that twin gate, but instead Shopify might be okay. I thought Secret was about to smoke down and find Arteezy, but he's playing it safe.
So scan comes out, both teams waiting for Roche. It is about to spawn. 2 seconds, and it dies very fast to the side of Secret, but they leave just before it spawns, so they do not know, and Secret is actually in a pretty good position here. Ward Sentry dropped on the high ground. They do see it now. They will TP in Kitrak bottom, as he's going to try and come through the portal now that they have this high ground position.
God Strength is up again.
Yopaj goes in, he finds Boom. He gets the Hex. Can they finish him off? The Bushwhack is there, and in comes the Sven, but he gets the BKB off just in time. They're going to be able to find Puppy. His buyback is available, but you've got to start this Roche. You've committed God Strength. And there's the buyback, the first one. They're going for the wraparound here. The wave still actually in a pretty good position, giving Secret some info, but Chrysalis needs to be careful. They want to fight. There they go in. They manage to find Puppey. He pops his BKB. He's trying to get away, but Chrysalis is the big target if they can find him to jump in. Corden gets a nice Rolling Thunder. RTZ still has the BKB. The God Strength is expiring. Yopaj gets a nice Yules up for the moment. RTZ goes in. He's got to be careful. Needs to take a lot of damage on the backside. It's going to be Yopaj in trouble, but they managed to finally find the Wind Ranger. Chrysalis on the run. Gets the BKB. He's the safety Puppey. Gonna get back into this fight, but RTZ's a great Stormhammer. The Avalanche to buy up some space. Corden's falling low. He's gonna go down. Chrysalis joins them. 2 buybacks available. They're gonna throw him. They need to get back into this fight. They've got to get this Roshan, but Yopaj, he's alive. He's got his 2 Chakrams. He's doing so much damage. As they just disengage, they see these buybacks. They say, let's reset, as Saberlight might be in some trouble. The buyback from Kitrak as well on this Rubik. They know they have the advantage, the 5v4, but they need to get to Fountain on this Timbersaw. Well, looks like he's just going to stick around. It's just Thelacor. He's going to book it down to the classic TP to their outpost, most likely. What happens from now?
Puppey banner bottom. Banner bottom.
They just get the initiation onto the Sven, but he gets the Stormhammer off. The God Strength is there. Chrysalis goes down. That's the kill you're looking for. Boom's trying to escape, but Yopaj has got his number. It looked like a potential good fight there, but this Sven is too big.
That might be it. I don't even know if they go Aegis. They might just run down for towers. They know there are no buybacks.
Yeah, absolutely no buybacks available. All 5 have been spent before this fight, and you know, as you got a tier 2 top, you lost your mid lane. It was just taken by Corden, but you've got so much time here, right? I feel like you have to get into the high ground.
I think so. I don't know if they can end it, because so here's one Fortify. You'll get to the tier 3s, take that tier 3, and add the Fortify. So I think they'll lose a couple sets, but I don't think they'll lose the game here. But they are pretty far behind here, so yeah, maybe like get one and then go Roche.
Do that
could be
actual
safe.
Roshan.
Yeah,
I mean, it is a free Ags. It's a pretty good Ags
trying to make
game.
space.
Corden, yeah, I mean, it's working. He's being super obnoxious. There is a Doom available though, and he might let it go as Saberlight's trying to find his option. He throws the Hex, even the Wind Waker out as well, but does not find the option. Here we go. It's Barracks time. God Strength up in 3 seconds. They will
now
go
the
ahead and
banner's
drop
been placed
it.
bottom.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Banner's getting to work. I mean, God Strength just straight tier 4s. RTZ says, why not? They jump in. They get on top of Puppey. He pops the BKB, but that's not going to save you against that amount of physical damage. And, you know,
there's no more
who
Fortifies.
needs Barracks? We end game. GG comes out, and Shopify will close out their day with a 2-0 over Secret.
That was a very close one. Shopify Rebellion is going to feel very relieved after those last, I don't know, like 20 to 40 minutes. It felt like Secret had clawed their way all the way back into this, and it was very close. Man, those top fights were crazy. That kind of decided all these buybacks coming in, just not being able to finish up kills. That was a fun one.
Dude, this Timbersaw hero looks so good. Yopaj finished the game 17-3 and 22. An incredible performance of him. Highest hero damage, highest net worth as well. Actually, second highest, of course, right? Right behind the Sven of Arteezy. But, dude, props to Secret. They crawled back from a pretty rough position. They had some really good fights early on. It looked like, you know, well, I guess not early on, but like after they started to come back, they took some really good fights, like 3 good fights in a row. They get the Aegis, and then, oh man, this top positioning for Roshan just broke them.
Yeah, sometimes that's the way Roche goes, right? Sometimes the quick spawn, the long spawn, it's to your favor, it's not to your favor. I think at first it was good for them, and then that second one was unlucky, because otherwise I think they could have secured Roche and gotten out of there, but they were forced to just keep holding the area because like, where is Roche? Please spawn, oh please. But yeah, unlucky with it that time.
I mean, if that Roche was like 15 seconds earlier, it would have been a potential game changer. But we are going to be going to a short break before we come back with an interview with Shopify Rebellion, everyone. So stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss that. We'll see you in just a second. Hey everybody, welcome back. As promised, we are gonna have an interview in a little bit, but what a day of Dota. Like, these have been 8 super fun games. We got to cover some pretty awesome series. They ended up being 2-0s all the way through for us. But dude, that last fight, I want to bring attention back to Roshan, because we were kind of hinting at it. If that was like 15 seconds sooner, Secret 100% gets the Roshan there with like the Slardar and Wind Ranger, and it's like, how would that have changed the game?
Oh, I mean, you feel a lot better, right? You don't feel forced to take these fights. I think Secret had ratted that top barracks already with the Enchantress troll push. So with an Aegis, they would have felt very comfortable. Top is always pushing in for you. So at some point, Shopify's got to deal with it. That gives you information to know where to take those fights. So they could have taken a much slower pace to find the right fights. But because they felt pressured to fight over that Roche, and it makes sense, that's usually what teams do, but it didn't quite go their way. They committed the buybacks. The follow-up fight doesn't go their way either. And then just they're dead so long. Sven has insane damage. I didn't think they would do it, but they just made the call to go for the throne at the end, and they had the time for it.
Yeah, it was honestly a super fun series. And Secret almost pull back game number 2. Doesn't quite happen for them, but Shopify got to be happy finishing day 1 a 3-1. Secret will finish the day 1-3, which I think the whole group might end up being tied at 3-1, 1-3. We'll have to see as some of these other games finish up, but very, very close group, as we can see at the moment. So should be a lot of fun to see where these games end up going.
Yeah, so far for day 1, we were saying at the start when we came in, maybe other streams had some crazy stuff. I don't think we saw anything too crazy today. I think Leshrac was the new addition from what we got to see. Maybe Rubik being picked so early is a little bit of a surprise as well, but nothing too crazy, I think, for day 1.
You look at this game and you see Kitrak getting Rubik like immediately both games. Yeah, I kind of have to wonder, like, maybe you have to respect ban this guy's Rubik. He played super slick, and honestly, that fight at that rune early on where he immediately steals that Rolling Thunder turns what could have been an okay engagement for Secret into just a disaster. They end up losing Boom on the backside of it as well. They're just like, oh god, this Rubik is a menace.
Yeah, very nice Rubik plays from him. The positioning in game 1 against that Enigma. Well, they probably felt pretty good about that game regardless, but it definitely helped them to close that out cleanly.
Yeah, I'm curious how it's going to be. I think we're going to be hearing from Saberlight in a little bit, but yeah, I want to get his thoughts and like kind of the idea from his team and how they're kind of approaching some of these games, because I feel like anytime you have like a little bit of a new roster, there's always those like growing pains, but they looked pretty good. Like, they looked pretty clean overall, I'd have to say.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't see into the team, but it does seem like they're playing pretty well together. I like some of these movements we're seeing from them, not just Arteezy switching lanes over like pretty early on, but also we saw them go mid to enable Yopaj at those runes, find some good kills for him, and we saw how much damage that Timbersaw did and Leshrac in that first game, so certainly giving him a good game. I'm curious who's calling for that. Is he calling for the ganks? Is the team just, is that their plan, how to enable it? They maybe don't want to reveal that, but they certainly seem to be playing well together so far, like you said, for the first major tournament they've come together for, I believe.
Yeah, agreed. I will say, like, I'm excited to kind of see how this group's going to shake up, because there's no one that went 4-0 today in, I think, either of the groups. Yeah, nobody managed to go 4-0 in any of the groups. Everyone at least took 1 loss. So we have no, like, clear, like, team that is just pulling away from anyone, which means this group stage is going to be very tight as we get further and further down, like day 2, day 3, day 4. But it also just means getting these wins, like the difference of drawing here and going 2-2 for the day is all that much more important for Shopify to get that 3rd win instead.
Yeah, I'll be looking through the drafts of the other games as, in between day 1 to day 2. I'm sure the other pro teams will be doing that as well, because you got to see like who's doing well. Like you said, no one has clearly taken the lead yet. I think when a new patch comes out, you can have very quick turnarounds, which is like, hey, we had this idea, we thought it was good, It wasn't. We saw someone else with an idea we liked. We stole it. It's awesome, you know, and you come out starting to win. So this is where the team's got to do their theory crafting, their creativity comes into play, and yeah, maybe we'll see some crazy stuff, like especially from these teams who aren't doing so well. Maybe they are going to start pulling out some new ideas, or maybe they'll just copy what they see. It depends on the team, but it's something I think will be really cool to look forward to as this tournament develops.
Dude, Western Europe is in shambles right now. What in the world? I'm looking at these 1-3 for 4 of their teams. The only team who is doing well is OG. And that's with the addition of Tomato, like, which I said personally, I thought the addition of him to that roster was going to be very good. But man, you are if you're a Western Europe fan right now, you are a little bit worried about some of your favorite teams at the moment. Obviously, G2IG not having a great day today, ended up going 0-4. We covered their last series this afternoon. We'll see if they can bounce back. They've still got a long way to go, but they need to get some 2-0s under their belts if they want to be able to try and pull themselves back to that top 4 of their bracket, because there's some big teams in there.
Definitely. Oh, man, so exciting. I love watching Dota, right?
Ooh, cool. Schedule for tomorrow. I love this. All right. So we've got a lot of games lined up here on the stream tomorrow. We're going to kick things off with G2IG versus Virtus Pro, followed by Team Liquid and Aurora. Those games will be brought to you, if I'm not mistaken, by Richie and Winter, so that should be nice. And then you and me will be back with Virtus Pro versus Gaming Gladiators, and then Aurora versus Tundra. So we get to see 4 teams we haven't seen quite yet, so I'm excited about that. It's fun being able to kind of bounce back and forth between the groups, get a little bit of to get an idea of like how the groups are playing, because sometimes you see a little bit of a meta developing within each group, right?
Yeah, a meta within each group, a meta from the different regions of the teams, and we just get to see all of it clash. Like I think earlier today, the first series you and I watched was Heroic versus G2IG, so we got to see that SA style, very fast-paced gameplay versus China's usually a little bit more slower discipline play, but I think they got pulled into the SA tempo, which was great for Heroic. They won that. So now we'll get to see some new regions, you and I, because we didn't watch Team Secret's from Western Europe, of course, but we'll get to see another one, and then now we'll get to see SEA and Eastern Europe as well.
Yeah, should be good. I think Virtus Pro is a very strong team. They have been getting progressively stronger, I think, with every event that I've watched these guys play. And I will be surprised if they don't make it through their group. I honestly feel like they might be one of the top 4 teams in Group A, and that is a team to keep your eye on. It's really hard to pick and choose, though. I mean, you look at all of the teams in this event, right? There are 16 teams here. They're all good, man. Every single one of them. They're all really good.
Yeah, Dota's getting a lot of good teams right now. For whatever reason, I don't know, but it is hard to call. Like, you go into the tournament thinking, oh, these are the favorites. Patch comes and mixes that up. You get something different. So I think it's a lot of fun for us as casters and for the viewers, right? You never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah. So I got a little bit of unfortunate news. It looks like there was some technical issues with Saberlight, so they will not be joining us for an interview. I'm gonna DM them and be like, "Yo, answer these questions, because when we come back tomorrow, I want to like have your thoughts still." But unfortunately, we will not be having an interview with them. So apologies, everyone. I know we were hoping to hear from the Bing Bong lad himself, but not today. Not today.
Yeah, it's too bad. But you know what? He'll take the time. He'll go theory craft with his team. They want to keep the momentum going. 3-1. Couple more wins. Like if they have a clean day tomorrow, that might be enough to secure them, the rest of the group stage, so long as they do okay in the later days. But yeah, I'm sure all the teams are going to go practice up right now.
Yeah. A lot more Dota to be played, and this group stage, it's going to come and go very quickly. It is a super condensed format. You've got to perform every single one of these days. But that's going to do it for day number 1. It has been a fantastic day of Dota. We've had a lot of fun here, but we will be back here tomorrow, same place, same time on this Storm stream. My name again is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. Thank you all so much for tuning in for Dream League Season 22. Have a fantastic night. We will see you all tomorrow.
private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head, where's the crown? They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
The music's high, the girls are flirting. Come join the party. Come join the party. The sun is high, the
unsure what's ahead of us. We can't find the gold that makes us a whole of it. Can't go find the elements. We can't find the road, but we got a hold of it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We can't find the gold that makes us a whole of it. Can't go find the elements. We're now on the road, and we got a hold of it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We can't find the gold that makes us a soul of it.